Ron was killed instantly for uncovering Im's secret. After being reborn in Windmill Village, the awakened pirate master system allowed him to see the dawn of revenge. This incredible ability to distribute subsystems quickly brought earth-shattering changes to the entire East Sea. After acquiring a pay-to-win system, Sabo's combat power sword, Ace unlocked countless skills with a check-in system, and under the guidance of a god-level choice system, Luffy grew faster into a strong fighter. When Usopp recruited 8,000 subordinates with a show-off system, and Zoro's swordsmanship broke limits with system assistance, Ron, sitting behind the scenes, smiled as he unfolded the world map. It was time to send this surprise to the powerful ones in the new world. Chapter 1. Starting with a view of I'm binding the master system. What the hell? So big, so white, so round. Wait a minute, this is... You are him? Wait, don't kill me. P.U. Ron watched as a black arrow pierced his heart, feeling his consciousness blur. Damn, I just crossed over, and I'm about to die. Oomph. I should have dug out your eyes for daring to desecrate this god. A pleasant voice drilled into Ron's ears, and he didn't care anymore, since he was about to die anyway, and he had seen Im's delicate body. I must say, it is indeed quite large. Dying after seeing him completely, even as a ghost, I'm still a charmer. How dare you? Ah! Must be delicious. Im's fury completely engulfed the bathroom. Countless black arrows pierced through Ron's body. 1,000 arrows through the heart. She didn't know how Ron had appeared, but now she just wanted to kill him. Soon Ron stopped speaking. Just when Im thought Ron was going to die, a ball of light enveloped Ron's soul and swiftly penetrated through the wall, disappearing. She couldn't even chase after him. This scene left her stunned on the spot. What was that I in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle, EC, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village, wow. With a loud cry, Ron D. Isaac was born in this peaceful coastal village. When he struggled to open his heavy eyelids, the glaring sunlight instinctively made him squint. In his blurred vision, several swaying figures gradually became clear. He was being held in the arms of a wrinkled midwife. Congratulations, madam. It's a healthy boy. Born on May 22nd, 1500, the midwife said cheerfully. Ron wanted to speak, but could only make ee sounds. He realized in horror that he had turned into a baby. What shocked him even more was that when he turned his tender neck to look around, the wooden ceiling and the windmill decorations hanging on the walls felt oddly familiar. Let me see. A gentle female voice came from beside him. When Ron was handed over to the speaker, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was a face he knew all too well, green long hair, gentle eyes, and that iconic headscarf, Makino. The owner of the tavern in Windmill Village. What a cute little guy. Makino chuckled as she playfully poked Ron's cheek, then took out a hand-woven pair of baby socks from basket. This is a little gift for me. Just as Ron was still in shock, something even more devastating happened. Makino actually gently poked his forehead with her finger. Hey, you're quite spirited. Makino teased with a sly smile. Ron was instantly filled with shame and anger, silently roaring in his heart. Damn, I'll remember this grudge. When I grow up, I will definitely seek revenge. After everyone dispersed, Ron was placed in a cradle. Through the window, he could see fishing boats docked in the distant port, and beyond that was the endless blue sea. The sea breeze, carrying a salty scent, brushed against his face, reminding him that this was indeed the world of pirates. What the hell is going on? Ron sorted through his chaotic memories in his mind. He clearly remembered that his previous life was an ordinary worker on Earth, who was knocked away by a sudden dump truck while helping an elderly lady cross the street. In his past life, he had just crossed over to the pirate world and somehow ended up in Im's bathroom, saw him completely, and was shot to death by 1,000 arrows. And now I've been reborn again. Ron looked at his chubby little hands, and the midwife just said it's now the year 1500, 3 years before Luffy is born. Just then, the door was gently pushed open to a burly man with a scarred left eye peeked in and asked in a low voice, "Is the little guy asleep?" Ron's pupils shook again. Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. At this moment, he was tiptoeing toward Ron's cradle. I heard there's a new life born in the village today, so I came to take a look. Shanks revealed a hearty smile, but upon seeing Ron's round eyes, he paused for a moment. Huh? This little guy's gaze. Why does it feel like he's seen the world? Ron hurriedly pretended to be an ordinary baby, waving his arms and making baby sounds. But his heart was racing. Windmill Village was much livelier than he had imagined. Suddenly, Shanks's left arm became hot, feeling uncontrollable, and he hurriedly left the room. Ron quickly acted like a fool, as he guessed that Shanks's left arm must have Im's devil contract, perhaps sensing his presence. Ron could only pretend to sleep. After Shanks and the others left, he really fell asleep. Just as he closed his eyes, a beautiful electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The multiverse master system is activated and bound. As long as the target meets the binding conditions of the subsystem, the host can distribute the subsystem to the target, which the subsystem host can choose freely. The rewards obtained from the subsystem will be returned to the main system tenfold. The long-awaited golden finger has arrived. Ron looked at the function introduction of the system, a bit astonished. Is it really that amazing? Absolutely authentic system. What are the conditions for the system binding? Characters with a power level not far from the host, or weaker than the host, who have an impact on the pirate world. What about red-haired Shanks? Ron thought about directly giving Shanks a system. As long as he gained something, he would get a tenfold return. Wouldn't that make him invincible? The host gap with Shanks is too large, does not meet the requirements. There are too many characters that impact the pirate world, but those not far from my strength. Damn, I'm still a baby. What strength do I have? Ron was at a loss. He might as well enjoy 2.5 more years of milk. To become stronger and take down him, he would have to wait for the main character group or influential figures like Ace and Sabo to appear, then bind the subsystems to them and make them work for him. In 1501, Ron learned that Ace, who was born last year, naturally took on the role of the older brother. In 1502, 2-year-old Ace called Ron his big brother. In 1503, Luffy was born. As the older brother, Ron teased this younger brother with Ace. But in 1507, Ron, Ace, and the runaway Sabo met and started saving money to go out to sea as pirates. In 1510, Ron, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy became sworn brothers, with Ron as the eldest brother. Chapter 2. Sabo, the strongest pay-to-win system, bound on a sunny afternoon at an uncertain endpoint. Ron, Ace, and Sabo looked at the stolen money with excitement in their eyes. Ron felt that the time had come. Ace and Sabo had practiced for 2.5 years, and their strength had caught up. The sun set, dyed the outline of the garbage mountain red, and 3 boys sat around a campfire, roasting wild boar meat they had just hunted. The fat dripped into the fire, making a sizzling sound. Sabo was munching on a meat leg, while Ace skillfully turned the meat, but Ron, the eldest among the 3, was unusually silent, staring thoughtfully at the flickering flames. Hey, Ron, why are you acting strange today? Sabo tilted his head, with grease still on the corner of his mouth. You're not thinking of some bad idea, are you? Ace also looked up, casting a suspicious glance at Ron. Did you secretly hide some money? Hearing this, Ron's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and he slowly put down the meat in his hand, wiped off the grease, and sighed deeply as if pondering. Actually, I have a secret that I've never told you. A secret? Sabo's eyes lit up as he leaned closer. Did you really hide money? Ace scoffed. Impossible. Ron's money is all managed by me. Ron shook his head, glanced between the two, and lowered his voice. I'll be honest. I'm actually a system person who ate the system fruit. System fruit? Ace and Sabo exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide open. Sabo suddenly stood up, dropping the meat he was holding. A devil fruit user? Ron, you're actually a user? Ace was also shocked into silence, but soon his gaze became fervent. No wonder you can always predict the enemy's moves ahead of time and find the most effective ways to get stronger during training. It's because of the devil fruit. Ron watched their reactions with satisfaction, secretly amused. Sure enough, the 2 kids were completely drawn in by the devil fruit, automatically ignoring the strange title of system person. Exactly. Ron nodded, pretending to be profound. And the most special aspect of my ability is that I can share my powers with you. Share. Sabo and Ace were once again shocked. So that means that we can also have some kind of system? Ace's voice was laced with barely concealed excitement. That's right. Ron grinned. But you have to promise me one thing first. What is it? Sabo asked eagerly. You have to work hard to get stronger and never act impulsively, because if you die, it will hurt me greatly. Ron squinted his eyes and smiled like a fox. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and nodded without hesitation. One brother for life. However, Sabo suddenly seemed to remember something and frowned slightly. Wait, Ron, if we accept your abilities, Does that mean we can't eat other devil fruits in the future? Ace also reacted, his expression turning serious. Yeah, isn't it said that a person can only eat one devil fruit? Ron waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, my ability is different. I'm just lending it to you. It won't affect your ability to eat other devil fruits in the future. Really? Sabo's eyes brightened. Of course. Ron nodded. And when you find the devil fruits you want in the future, you can eat them without any impact. Ace and Sabo exchanged excited glances, nearly jumping up. That's awesome. Then we're also system people. Sabo cheered. System people. Ace repeated quietly. Although he found the title a bit strange, the thought of getting stronger made him grin. All right, from today on, the three of us are system brothers. Ron looked at their excited expressions, secretly amused. These two silly kids have surprises waiting for them in the future. The campfire crackled, illuminating the young faces of the three. Ace and Sabo held their breath, staring at Ron, as if waiting for some kind of sacred ritual. Are you ready? Ron's lips curled up, and he lightly pointed in the air, as if plucking an invisible thread. In an instant, a translucent screen appeared before Sabo, and a light blue stream of data cascaded down like a waterfall, ultimately condensing into a few flickering golden words. Ultimate cash system, bound host, Sabo current balance. 0 berries, strengthening rules. Spend money for instant gratification. Keep spending for continued gratification. Sabo's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as he froze in place. Sabo? Hey, what's wrong? Ace waved his hand in front of him, but saw nothing, only looking at Ron in confusion. What did he see? Ron smiled without speaking, his gaze fixed on Sabo's system interface, which clearly displayed beginner martial arts mastery price, 10 million berries intermediate. Armament hockey price, 1 billion berries advanced observation hockey price, 10 billion berries. Sabo's breathing quickened, and his fingers trembled slightly. This is outrageous. He finally couldn't help but shout, I've trained martial arts for so many years, and I can just buy it directly for 10 million berries. Ace was confused, shaking Sabo's shoulders. Hey, what are you talking about? Sabo snapped back to reality, excitedly grabbing Ace's arm. Ace, Ron gave me a cash system. I can get stronger just by spending money. Getting stronger by spending money? Ace looked skeptical. You're not being played by Ron, are you? Sabo shook his head vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. No, it's true. The system clearly says that 10 million berries can exchange for beginner martial arts mastery, and 1 billion berries can learn armament hockey. Ace was a bit bewildered, as he had never heard of armament hockey, so he didn't understand. But then Sabo explained what armament hockey was. After Ace understood, realizing how difficult it was to obtain armament hockey, he gasped and turned to Ron. Ron, this is too exaggerated, right? Ron shrugged, looking calm. Exaggerated? This is just the beginning. Sabo's family has more money than they can spend, just perfect for cashing in. Chapter 3. Ace, the ultimate sign-in system bound. Upon hearing this, Sabo's eyes suddenly became sharp. That's right, he murmured softly, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Those disgusting family members always think money is more important than family ties, right? Fine, I'll drain the last penny from the house and leave them with nothing. Ron nodded in satisfaction, patting Sabo's shoulder. That's the spirit. Remember, the essence of the cash system is your money is my money and my strength is still my strength. Sabo took a deep breath and suddenly bowed deeply to Ron. Ron, from now on, you are my real big brother. Sabo, will follow you for life. Ace looked at Sabo in disbelief and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Hey, you're too realistic, aren't you? A system has bought you off? Sabo straightened up, grinning. Ace, once you get your own system, you'll understand. Ron laughed heartily, turning his gaze to Ace. Don't worry, Ace, your system. I've already thought it out. Ace's eyes lit up, eagerly leaning forward. What's my system? Seeing the flicker of anticipation in Ace's eyes, Ron's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He deliberately elongated his tone. Ace, your system is the sign-in system. With a light tap of Ron's fingertip, a faint golden light curtain unfolded in front of Ace, revealing a few lines of flickering text. Strongest sign-in system, bound host. Port Gasti, Ace today's sign-in location. Uncertain object, terminal sign-in reward. Random, Ace's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the light curtain before him. He tentatively spoke. System, sign in immediately. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Golden crown, valued at approximately 8 million berries. A dazzling golden crown appeared out of thin air in Ace's hand, emitting a brilliant glow under the light of the campfire. Sabo's jaw nearly dropped in surprise. This is way too convenient. No need to spend money. Just sign in to get rewards. Ace excitedly waved the crown. Look, this is way more convenient than your pay-to-win system, Sabo. He lovingly stroked the intricate patterns on the crown. And if we sell this, we'll have funds for our journey. Ron nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. That's the advantage of the sign-in system. No cost involved. As long as you sign in at different locations, you can receive corresponding rewards. He paused, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Moreover, the more special the location, the richer the rewards. Sabo looked enviously at the crown in Ace's hand and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait. Ace, if you become a pirate in the future, you can use your voyages to sign in at various islands, right? Upon hearing this, a fierce determination ignited in Ace's eyes. That's awesome. This way, I can achieve my dream of becoming a pirate and continuously grow stronger through signing in. He excitedly turned to Ron. Brother Ron, this system is simply tailor-made for me. Ron smiled and patted Ace on the shoulder. Remember, the essence of the sign-in system is travel the world, grow stronger without worries. But he lowered his voice mysteriously. Some special locations, sign-in rewards, might exceed your imagination. Ace eagerly pressed for more. Like what? For example, Ron deliberately kept them in suspense. Signing in at the Marine headquarters in Admiral Sengoku's office might grant you top-level observation hockey. Signing in at other important locations might yield different abilities. Or even a devil fruit. Sabo and Ace both gasped in shock, with Sabo unable to contain his astonishment. That's just too insane. Ace clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. It's decided. Once we save enough money to set sail, I will sign in at the most dangerous places in the world. Ron watched his two excited younger brothers, secretly pleased. He knew that with the support of these two systems, the future pirate world would be turned upside down by this pair of brothers. As the campfire gradually extinguished, the flames of the three boys' dreams burned brighter. The next day, with the sea breeze gently blowing, Ace's small boat was ready to set sail. Golden sunlight spilled onto the deck, illuminating the excited faces of the three boys. Just as they were preparing to travel to a farther island to sign in and make money, a luxurious ship adorned with gold and jade suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, its bow, engraved with intricate family crests, sparkling in the sunlight. That's, Sabo squinted, his expression suddenly turning serious. As the large ship drew closer, a few familiar figures appeared on the deck. A middle-aged man dressed in an exquisite suit with a stern expression, a noble woman wearing a pearl necklace stood beside him, and in front of them was a small boy with a fawning expression. Father. Mother. Sabo's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails digging deep into his palms. That small figure was none other than his foster brother Sturley, who had taken everything from him, now looking at their humble little boat with a smug gaze. The luxurious yacht slowly docked, and a gangway was lowered. Sturley rushed down first, dramatically exclaiming, "Brother, we finally found you. Father has sent out dozens of ships to search the East Blue." His eyes sparkled with fake tears, but his lips curled into an unmistakable sneer. Sabo's father, Autoluck III, stepped down the gangway slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the three boys. "Sabo, have you played enough? It's time to go home." His tone carried an undeniable command. Ace immediately stepped in front of Sabo, watching the newcomers warily. "Sabo won't go back with you." To their surprise, Sabo gently pressed down on Ace's shoulder. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "No, Ace, I've decided to go back." "What?" Sabo lowered his voice, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Don't forget, I now have a pay-to-win system." He patted the pouch at his waist. "The family vault is far more enticing than this 8 million berries." Ace immediately understood, his lips curving slightly upward. "So that's it. You plan to." "That's right." Sabo's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he whispered, "I intend to drain every last penny from the Autoluck family's fortune." Chapter 4. Sabo goes home, Ace sets sail, and Luffy is going to sea too. It's unclear what the three were whispering about, but Sabo's declaration of wanting to go home was clearly heard by Stelly. Upon hearing this, Stelly's forced smile froze. He had expected a fierce resistance from Sabo, but was surprised that he so readily agreed to go home. This unusual behavior set off alarm bells in his mind, but then he thought, as long as Sabo returned to that home, he had plenty of ways to make this brother willingly leave again. Brother has finally come to his senses. Stelly maintained his smile, trying to affectionately link arms with Sabo, but was subtly avoided. Sabo turned to face his two brothers and solemnly performed a pirate salute. Wait for me to finish cashing in my inheritance, and I'll come find you right away. Ace, though reluctant, understood Sabo's plan and patted his shoulder firmly. Remember to cash in plenty. We'll be waiting for you in the Grand Line. In the incredulous gaze of the Odaluk couple, Sabo confidently boarded the luxurious yacht. Stelly followed behind, his smile growing more strained. He vaguely felt that this time Sabo returned. He was completely different from the easily manipulated brother he once was. As the yacht slowly sailed away from the shore, Sabo stood at the stern, watching the two figures grow smaller, silently vowing, "Just wait, Stelly. This time when I go back, I will make you witness how the wealth of the Odaluk family disappears bit by bit." The sea breeze tousled his golden curls, and the fire of revenge burned in Sabo's eyes. This time, he was no longer the easily slaughtered noble young master, but a wealthy big shot. In 1517, Ace was 17 years old, preparing to set sail. Just as Ace's small boat was about to leave the shore, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps and a familiar shout came from the woods by the coast. "Ace, wait for me." A small figure wearing a straw hat stumbled out of the woods, stretching his rubber arms to grab nearby tree trunks, using their elasticity to quickly bounce to the dock. Luffy, panting heavily, stood on the shore with his hat askew, tears welling up in his big eyes. "You bastard Ace! How can you leave without waiting for me?" Luffy stomped his feet vigorously, his rubber legs bouncing up and down on the ground. "We promised to go to sea together." Ace stood at the stern, the sea breeze tousling his black hair. He smiled warmly and waved vigorously at Luffy. "Luffy, you're still too small. I can't wait to see the wider sea. I'm not a kid anymore." Luffy shouted defiantly, suddenly stretching his rubber arm to try to grab Ace's boat. "Take me with you." Ron, quick on his feet, grabbed the back of Luffy's collar and pulled him back like a kitten. "Stop it, Luffy. Ace has his own adventure." Luffy struggled in Ron's grip, tears streaming down his face like a string of broken pearls, but Ace watched this scene with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He turned to Ron and said seriously, "Brother Ron, I'm leaving Luffy to you." He knows this older brother who has always taken care of them too well. The reason Ron hadn't set sail yet was that he was worried about the youngest, Luffy. Ron held Luffy down with one hand, giving Ace a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this kid. Once he grows a bit more, I'll personally see him off to sea." Upon hearing this, Luffy suddenly stopped struggling. He looked up with tear-filled eyes, incredulously staring at Ron. "Really? Brother Ron?" "Of course." Ron squatted down to meet Luffy's eyes. "I promise you, when you're ready, I'll personally take you to sea. But before that," he deliberately put on a serious face, "you have to learn how to survive at sea first." Ace's small boat was gradually sailing away, becoming a silhouette in the morning sun. Luffy suddenly broke free from Ron's grip and rushed to the edge of the dock, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Ace, I will definitely catch up to you. I'll set sail next year. You have to wait for me." The sea breeze carried his voice far away, and faintly, he could see Ace on the boat, raising his arm and giving a thumbs up. Luffy stood there, tears and snot all over his face, but stubbornly refusing to wipe them away. Ron walked over, gently patting his little head. "Come on, it's time to go back and train. If you want to go to sea next year, you need to start preparing now." Luffy sniffled hard and suddenly turned to tightly hug Ron's leg. "Brother Ron, thank you." His voice was muffled. "If it weren't for you staying behind, I would have definitely followed Ace secretly." Ron felt the dampness on his pants leg and smiled helplessly. "All right, a man should not cry. From today on, I will train you rigorously," he said in a deliberately serious tone. "Don't complain later." Luffy sat on Ron's shoulder, watching the disappearing horizon where Ace had gone, and suddenly clenched his little fist. "I will definitely get stronger. Stronger than Ace." Ron gazed at the distant vanishing ship, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. Now the two who would have the greatest influence on the world were bound to his subsystem. If he wanted to take down him, he had to possess enough strength, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. And binding the main character was his way to quickly become stronger. The sun fully rose, casting long shadows of the two, as Luffy excitedly began to plan for future adventures. In 1520, Luffy set sail. The morning of Windmill Village was painted golden by the rising sun. At the dock, a carefully crafted canoe quietly rested, with the bow carved with Luffy's iconic straw hat design and exaggerated smiling faces painted on either side of the boat. "Brother Ron, this is amazing," Luffy exclaimed, bouncing back and forth on the dock, his rubbery body springing up and down like a spring. "This boat is even cooler than Ace's." His straw hat flew up and down with his jumps, and his face was filled with uncontainable joy. Ron leaned against a tree by the shore, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves onto his face. Watching the energetic Luffy, he couldn't help but smile. "I finally waited for this day." "Huh? What did you say, Brother Ron?" Luffy suddenly hit the brakes, his rubbery face getting close to Ron, almost touching him. "What does this day mean?" Ron chuckled as he pushed Luffy's face away. "Do you remember the devil fruit I told you about?" "Of course I remember." Luffy stood up straight immediately. "I ate the rubber fruit." He suddenly widened his eyes. "Wait. Brother Ron, you're not saying you also?" Chapter 5, Luffy God-level choice system bound. "That's right." Ron snapped his fingers, and a semi-transparent system interface unfolded between the two, which was the system Ron had prepared for Luffy. He explained, "I am a user of the system fruit ability, and you will soon have your own system." Luffy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his rubbery eyes bulging exaggeratedly. "Wow. So awesome. What kind of ability is this? Can a person have two devil fruit abilities?" Brother Sabo said that if someone eats two fruits, they'll explode. "Don't worry." Ron reached out and pushed Luffy's chin back up. "This is a characteristic of my ability. I'm just temporarily lending it to you." He pulled up the system records. "Look, Sabo has a premium system. Ace has a sign-in system." Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled like stars, and his rubber arm suddenly stretched out and wrapped around Ron. "What about mine? What about mine? I want a system too." "Calm down." Ron was nearly gasping for breath as he was squeezed. "I've already prepared the God-level choice system for you." As his voice fell, a golden light entered Luffy's forehead. Luffy suddenly released Ron, rubbing his forehead. "Huh? It feels warm." Ding. God-level choice system binding successful. Host Monkey D. Luffy. System features. Rewards can be obtained for every important choice made. Current selectable tasks. Do you want to set sail immediately? 1. Set sail immediately. Reward: 100 kilograms of Sea King grilled meat. 2. Train for another 2.5 years. Reward: basic awakening of observation haki. 3. Go to the tavern to say goodbye first. Reward: a special rubber boat. Suddenly, several semi-transparent option boxes jumped out in front of Luffy, startling him. "Wow, what is this? So amazing." Ron patiently explained, "You see, if you choose set sail immediately, you can get a reward." And he winked mysteriously. "There will be all kinds of delicious food and meat in the rewards." Meat. Luffy's saliva instantly dripped to the ground, his rubber tongue trembling like waves. "I want to choose to set sail immediately." The little chick has to train for 2.5 years. He eagerly reached out to point at the option to set sail immediately. Selection successful. Reward: 100 kilograms of Sea King grilled meat. With the system's prompt, 10 huge grills appeared out of thin air on the canoe, and the aroma instantly filled the entire dock. Luffy's eyes turned into the shape of meat, and his rubber arm whipped toward the grilled meat like a whirlwind. Meat. It's meat. Awesome. Ron watched Luffy devour the food, then walked over to the canoe and gently patted its side. "Luffy, it's time to set off." The blue sea sparkled under the sun as Ron stood at the stern, looking at the gradually disappearing outline of Windmill Village, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. He turned to look at Luffy, who was excitedly gazing around on the deck, stretching his arm to reach the seagulls flying by. "Brother Ron, look, I can catch it." Luffy's arms stretched longer like a rubber band. "Stop messing around, sit tight." Ungently patted Luffy Stauhat. "In a few days, we'll reach Shellstown, so you better conserve your energy." Just 3 days after they set sail, a dog-headed warship aggressively entered the port of Windmill Village. On the deck, Vice Admiral Garp had a dark expression, his fists cracking. That kid Luffy actually dared to sneak out to become a pirate? His roar shook the wooden barrels on the dock, and that rascal Ron is also causing trouble. Makino hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Mr. Garp, Ron deliberately followed Luffy to see. He said, "What did he say?" Garp's eyes widened. "He said he would keep an eye on Luffy and wouldn't let him get into big trouble," Makino added softly, and Ron left the route map, saying that if you were worried, you could find him at any time. Upon hearing this, Garp's furious expression suddenly froze. He stroked the stubble on his chin, deep in thought. That kid Ron is quite considerate. Memories of Ron from childhood flashed in his mind, always quietly standing behind Ace and Luffy, but always coming up with perfect solutions at critical moments. He remembered one time when Luffy almost fell off a cliff. It was Ron who had tied the rope in advance. And when Ace got injured fighting, it was Ron who prepared the emergency medicine kit. Oomph. Garp suddenly burst into laughter, slamming his fist into his palm. With Ron following him, I can rest easy. He turned to his officer and shouted, "Return to port. No need to chase." The officer gaped in surprise, but Vice Admiral Luffy, with Ron around, that kid can't cause any trouble. Garp waved his hand, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. And he lowered his voice. It's just right for Ron to discipline that disobedient grandson of mine. Meanwhile, on the sea, Ron seemed to sense something as he looked toward Windmill Village. He knew Garp's temper too well, calculating the time. The old man should have discovered that they had set sail. "Brother Ron, look, they're dolphins," Luffy shouted excitedly, leaning over the side of the boat. Ron snapped back to reality, walked over to Luffy, and saw the smile on his face. He secretly planned the next steps. First, go to Shell's town to recruit Zoro, and then gradually form the Straw Hat crew. With the system in place, passing through the Grand Line won't be a problem. "Luffy," Ron suddenly spoke, "remember, after you meet the first partner, follow my instructions." "Got it," Luffy replied without looking back, almost leaning over the boat's edge. "Wow, the dolphins are jumping so high." Ron shook his head, skillfully maneuvering the small boat toward the shore. As soon as they stepped onto solid ground, he led Luffy straight to the tavern from his memories, pushed open the creaking wooden door, and was met with a strong smell of alcohol and a tense atmosphere. Inside the tavern, a green-haired swordsman was surrounded by a group of Navy soldiers. Zoro's 3 swords were already drawn, his gaze sharp as a blade. At his feet, the wolfhound of the Bellamy had already fallen in a pool of blood, while the blonde young master was screaming hysterically, "Kill him! I want that pirate hunter torn to pieces." Chapter 6, Tenfold Reward. Great Knife 21 works. Zoro has met the captain. Just then, a familiar blue light curtain suddenly appeared before Luffy. God-level choice system triggered. Choice 1. Wait and see. Reward. Basic armament hockey experience pack. Choice 2. Help Zoro out without hurting anyone. Reward. Master navigation skill. Choice 3. Knock Bellamy away on the spot. Reward. Famous sword White Moon. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. "Brother Ron, the system has appeared again." Ron leaned in to look at the options. A smirk on his lips. "Just choose what you want." "No need to say." Luffy grinned and decisively chose the third option. He couldn't stand this kind of thing. Then, his rubber-like legs compressed suddenly and shot out like a spring. Rubber rocket cannon. Bellamy hadn't reacted yet when he was struck by a heavy punch and flew backward, crashing through the tavern's wooden wall and landing awkwardly in the muddy ground outside. The entire tavern fell silent in an instant, everyone staring dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing Straw Hat boy. Do you know who I am?" Bellamy yelled with a swollen cheek, slurring his words. "My father is Colonel Montcar. You're all dead." Ron walked slowly to the door, looking down at this spoiled brat. "Oh? What do you want?" Bellamy struggled to get up, a vicious gleam in his eyes. "You can't stay here forever. Once you leave, I'll blow this broken tavern to pieces. Let that pair of cheap mother and daughter and that little brat feed the fish." Hearing this, the tavern owner and her daughter turned pale, the little girl scared and hiding in her mother's arms. Luffy's smile vanished. The gaze under his straw hat became dangerous, but Ron suddenly chuckled lightly, pulling out a transponder snail from his pocket. "Do you want me to play that for the Navy headquarters?" "Threatening civilians is a serious crime, Bellamy." "Young master?" Bellamy's face turned ashen, And just when he was at a loss, the system's prompt sounded in Luffy's mind. Choice completed. Reward. Famous sword White Moon has been issued. A flash of white light appeared, and a pure white long sword materialized in Luffy's hand. The blade shimmered with a moonlight-like luster, and intricate cloud patterns were carved at the hilt. Zoro's gaze was immediately drawn to the sword, his 3 swords unconsciously drooping. This is a knife of great knife 21 level. Ron watched this scene with satisfaction, turning to Bellamy coldly. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you want me to contact the Navy headquarters right now? Bellamy gritted his teeth and took a few steps back, finally snarling, "You will regret this," and then fled in disgrace. Inside the tavern, the owner trembled as she thanked them. Thank you. Ron smiled gently. No need to be polite. He looked at Luffy, who was still admiring White Moon, and Zoro, who was fixated on the sword, knowing that things were progressing as planned. On the other side, Zoro frowned tightly at Bellamy's vicious threat, his hand gripping the hilt, turning blue with veins. Anger burned in his eyes. But more than that was concern for the innocent bystanders. Ron stepped forward calmly, his sea blue cloak fluttering slightly in the tavern's dim light. Don't worry. His voice was steady and strong. This kind of spoiled brat problem can be solved at the root. Zoro's sharp gaze turned to Ron, his 3 swords trembling slightly at his waist. You mean? Directly deal with Colonel Makar. Ron's lips curled into a meaningful arc. Capture the thief first. Capture the king. Upon hearing this, Zoro's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, nodding in approval. That is indeed the most prudent method. At this moment, Luffy bounced over, his eyes sparkling under the straw hat. Hey, green algae head, come be my partner. Saying that, he magically pulled out the pure, white famous sword from behind. This is for you. It's too wasteful for such a good sword to be in my hands. Zoro's pupils suddenly constricted, his 3 swords almost falling from his waist. This is White Moon, one of the great knife 50 works. His voice trembled with excitement. The legendary sword that can cut through moonlight. Ron stood by, and suddenly the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Subsystem host detected, completing the choice task. Triggering 10x reward. Acquired. Great knife 21 heavenly demon. His robes swayed without wind, and a jet-black long sword appeared in his hand. The blade shimmering with a ghostly blue light, the sword patterns resembling howling evil spirits, exuding a chilling pressure. Zoro, Ron elegantly turned his wrist, and Heavenly Demon drew a strange arc in the air. If you are willing to join us, this great knife 21's Heavenly Demon is also yours. Zoro's eyes widened in shock, his 3 swords clattering to the ground simultaneously. His throat moved, voice dry. TW. 21 works. The tavern was silent. Everyone was stunned by this legendary demon sword. Zoro's breathing quickened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm in, he suddenly shouted, bowing to show his loyalty. Captain Ron, from now on my sword is your sword. Luffy pouted in dissatisfaction. Hey, I'm a captain. Brother Ron is the great captain. Zoro's expression froze instantly, awkwardly scratching his head. Ah, I see. He stiffly turned to Luffy, saying, I've met the captain. Then turned to Ron. I've met the great captain. Ron couldn't help but chuckle, solemnly handing Heavenly Demon to Zoro. Welcome aboard, future world's #1 swordsman. Zoro trembled as he took Heavenly Demon, and the moment his fingers touched the hilt, a sharp sword energy shot up into the sky, causing the tavern's chandelier to sway violently. The tavern owner and her daughter had long hidden behind the counter, only their terrified and curious eyes peeking out. This sword. Zoro's voice was low and reverent. It's simply tailor-made for me. Ron nodded in satisfaction, turning to Luffy. So, Captain, what should we do next? Luffy pressed down his straw hat, revealing his signature bright smile. What else is there to say? Let us go to the Navy base and beat that Colonel Makar. Zoro carefully secured Heavenly Demon and White Moon at his waist, leaving only Wad Ikamanji among his original 3 swords. He moved his shoulders, and a battle-ready smile curved his lips, just what I wanted. Chapter 7A Ship Full of Meat. The Dream-class luxury cruise ship. Star of the Sea. As the sun set, Zoro confidently patted his chest, saying, Follow me. I'm very familiar with the way to the Navy base. He strode ahead, his 3 famous swords gleaming in the afterglow. However, after just 2 turns, Ron sensed something was off. They had passed the same fish stall for the 3rd time, and the old vendor had been eyeing them with a strange look several times. So, Luffy said, rubbing his growling stomach, "Are we?" Don't worry, I remember this place," Zoro said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he forced himself to stay calm and pointed ahead. "Just turn right at that intersection." At that moment, a synchronized sound of marching echoed from the end of the street. Bellymember walked proudly at the front, followed by fully armed Navy soldiers, and leading them was Colonel Monka, the ruler of Shell's Town, his axe-shaped chin looking particularly menacing in the sunset. "It's them, father," Bellymember shouted, pointing at Zoro's sword. "That green-haired guy is definitely holding a famous sword of the great knife level." Colonel Monka's single eye flashed with greed, and he raised his hand to signal his troops to stop, saying in a gruff voice, "Hand over the sword, and I can let this go. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Luffy was about to step forward, but Ron gently pressed his shoulder down. The captain stepped forward calmly, his sea-blue cloak billowing without wind. "Colonel Monka, as a Navy officer, it's not appropriate to extort in public, is it?" Monka's expression darkened, and his axe slammed down onto the ground, cracking the stone with spiderweb-like fractures. "Kid in Shell's Town, I am a law," Bellymember, hiding behind his father, smugly added. "Those who know what's good for them should quickly hand over the sword. Especially that black one. It looks valuable." Zoro's hand was already on the hilt of the demon's sword, which seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit and emitted a subtle hum. He lowered his voice to Ron. "Captain, should we make a move?" Just then, a familiar system interface suddenly popped up in front of Luffy. God-level choice system activated. Choice 1. Let Monka go. Reward. Armament Hockey Advancement Experience Pack. Choice 2. Secretly track and investigate. Reward. Observation Hockey Perception Enhancement. Choice 3. Directly kill Colonel Monka. Reward. A pirate ship full of food. Luffy's eyes instantly turned into meat shapes, and saliva dripped onto the ground. Meat. A ship full of food. He suddenly slapped Zoro on the shoulder. Green algae head. "Leave this to the captain." Luffy's movements were astonishingly quick. His rubber arm left a trail in the air, and before Colonel Monka could react, he felt a tremendous force grabbing the back of his collar, lifting him off the ground. "What?" Monka's single eye widened in shock, and his axe slipped from his hand. His vision spun, and he saw that straw-hatted kid grinning, his right arm drawn back like a taut bowstring. Rubber. Luffy's arm compressed to its limit, the muscle fibers making a crunching sound. Zoro instinctively took a half-step back, feeling the terrifying power building up. Rocket punch. Boom. The rubber arm, compressed to its extreme, shot out with astonishing speed. Monka's nearly 300-pound muscular body was sent flying like a rag doll, his navy cape billowing in the air as he traced a perfect parabola. Bang! Crack! With a loud crash of shattered bricks, Monka crashed through the 3-meter-high granite wall of the Navy base. Amidst the flying debris, his body bounced another 10 meters on the training ground before stopping, plowing a deep trench in the mud. The entire street fell silent. Bellymember sat on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, as dark stains spread across the expensive silk of his pants, a foul liquid flowing through the cracks in the stones. Father, he stammered, unable to believe that the invincible father in his mind had been defeated in one blow. Zoro's 3 swords clattered to the ground, and he turned mechanically to look at Luffy. "Hey, you guy?" Luffy had already retracted his arm, focused on digging his nose. "Huh?" "It flew further than I expected." Ron gently applauded, a look of approval in his eyes. Good power control, directly killed. Lucky for him, he left a whole corpse. He then looked at Zoro, that second-generation scion over there too. Zoro snorted, "Root out the weeds? That's my favorite." Then Zoro walked step by step towards Bellymember, who was bowing and begging for mercy, and with a flash of cold light, he closed his eyes forever. In the distance, the Navy base sounded alarms one after another, as Monka was carried away by soldiers like a rag, his jaw crooked to one side, blood constantly oozing from the corners of his mouth. Choice completed. Rewards distributed. Acquired. Improved version of the Gold Mary. Includes permanent food storage. Suddenly, a commotion came from the direction of the port. A three-masted sailboat with a cute ram's head carving on the bow was slowly docking, its deck piled high with various barbecued meats, fruits, and desserts. The aroma wafting throughout the town. Ron watched this scene, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead, and he sighed, "Did I choose the wrong system for Luffy?" Clearly, there are top-tier rewards like armament and observation hockey, and this idiot chooses the food option every time. Zoro stared dumbfounded at the luxury ship at the port, then glanced at Luffy, who was drooling and running towards the port, before turning back to Ron. "Captain, is this how your pirate crew has always been?" Ron waved his hand in despair. "Get used to it." He looked at Luffy's bouncing figure and suddenly added, as if remembering something, "By the way, keep an eye on your swords. That kid will even chew on famous swords when he's hungry." Zoro. As the horn of the Gold Mary echoed throughout Shell's port, Luffy excitedly ran around the deck, his rubber arms constantly touching everything. "This is awesome. This ship is bigger than I imagined." He dashed into the kitchen, and soon, joyful shouts were heard. "Ron, big brother. Zoro, come look. This refrigerator automatically replenishes food." At the same time, a prompt sound echoed in Ron's mind. Ding. Detected host granting ship to partner. Triggering 10x return reward. Acquired. Dream-class luxury cruise ship Star of the Sea, stored in system space. Ron's consciousness sank into the system space, where he saw a giant cruise ship entirely silver-white, quietly docked at a virtual port. The cruise ship's deck was equipped with the most advanced sailing equipment, and inside the cabins were luxuriously equipped training rooms, libraries, medical bays, and even a temperature-controlled wine cellar. Ron's mouth curled into a smile. Now it's good. The next time Luffy is hungry and has to choose, I can use this ship to trade for his choice. Zoro leaned against the rail of the Mary, the sea breeze ruffling his green hair, gazing at the gradually receding Shell's town, his expression somewhat dazed. "How ironic." He murmured, "Just a few days ago, I was a hunter chasing pirates, and now I've become a wanted criminal myself." Ron had somehow stood beside him, his sea blue cloak billowing in the wind. "Zoro," his voice calm and strong. "Identity has never been a standard to define a person." Zoro turned his head and saw the captain's gaze. "Deep as the sea, whether it's the Navy or pirates, what's important is to act in accordance with one's true heart." Ron looked towards the distant horizon, feeling no guilt, and thus could persevere. This sentence struck Zoro's heart like a bolt of lightning. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly as memories of his promise to Kina surfaced in his mind, recalling the perseverance he had maintained all along. After a long while, he solemnly nodded. "I've learned, Captain. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready." Luffy's voice came from the kitchen, followed by the sound of pots and pans crashing to the floor. Ron and Zoro exchanged a glance, both displaying a helpless smile. Zoro stretched his shoulders. "I'll keep an eye on things. Don't let the idiot captain destroy the kitchen." Chapter 8. Zoro, the strongest sleeping strength system bound. 3 days later, Luffy suddenly shouted from the lookout. "Island ahead. Looks like there's delicious food." His rubber neck stretched to an exaggerated length, his nose twitching. "I smell roasted meat." Ron took the telescope from Zoro, and through the lens, a lush island appeared, causing his pupils to slightly constrict. It was clearly the island of the buggy pirates from the original story. Let S bypass it and try to gather crew members instead. The ship then chose a route to sail around the island ahead, quickly heading towards the next island. Luffy, with a piece of roasted meat larger than his head in his mouth, bounced over to Ron, who was studying the sea charts, with his cheeks stuffed full of food. He mumbled, "Ron, big brother." Ron and T look up. "If the meat falls on the deck, we'll practice for 2 more hours tonight." Luffy hurriedly shoved the sliding roasted meat back into his mouth, swallowing it with a grin. You see, Zoro is now our partner too. Can we give him a system as well? Just like me and Ace." Zoro, who was polishing the Sandai Kitetsu, looked up at the mention of a system, his brows furrowing in confusion. "System? What system?" Luffy immediately perked up, gesturing wildly as he explained. "It's Ron S' ability. He ate the system fruit and can bind super powerful systems to others." He started counting on his fingers. Sabo S is the pay-to-win system. Ace S is the sign-in system. Mine is the choice system. Zoro looked at Ron with a bewildered expression. "Captain, what is this idiot talking about?" Seeing Zoro's shocked face, Luffy got excited. stuffing the remaining roasted meat into his mouth and gesturing enthusiastically. I'm telling you, Zoro, this system is amazing. Look at this ship. It's the reward from the system for choosing to knock out Monkar earlier. Zoro's Sandai Kitetsu clattered to the deck as he mechanically turned to look at the three-masted ship. Under the sunlight, the Mary gleamed with the luster of new wood, and the small goat statue at the bow was lifelike, clearly not something conjured out of thin air. Wait. Zoro's voice trembled slightly as he bent down to pick up the Sandai Kitetsu, his fingers unconsciously stroking the mysterious cloud patterns on the blade. Then this sword. Of course it is. Luffy puffed out his chest proudly. After I chose to knock out that blonde bastard, whoosh it appeared. He exaggeratedly spread his arms, wondering if Ron's sword was also. Zoro's face turned a vivid shade of red, then gradually paled. He stared intently at the famous sword in his hand, suddenly pinching his thigh hard. The pain confirmed that this wasn't a dream. This is unreasonable. Zoro's voice was dry as if he hadn't had water for 3 days. He had seen many devil fruit abilities, but to create items out of thin air, his worldview was undergoing a violent earthquake. This was completely beyond the realm of devil fruits, right? Ron leaned against the ship's side, the sea breeze stirring his robe as he enjoyed Zoro's rare display of disarray. Leisurely explaining, the system fruit is indeed quite special. Strictly speaking, these rewards are not created, but transferred from some dimensional space. Dimensional space? Zoro's jaw nearly dropped to the deck. Luffy, completely oblivious to Zoro's shock, continued to boast excitedly. The best part is that every choice comes with meat. Last time, the system even rewarded me with a stove that roasts meat by itself. He wiped his saliva. Ron, big brother, said there will be more delicious rewards in the future. Zoro mechanically turned to Ron, his gaze mixed with awe and confusion. Captain, what kind of devil fruit did you eat? This ability is too cheating? Ron smiled and took over the conversation, lightly tapping the ship's side with his fingers. That's why I need to be cautious when choosing binding targets. His gaze suddenly grew deep. After all, such power in the hands of a bad person. Zoro couldn't help but shiver. He looked down at the Sandai Kitetsu in his hand and suddenly bowed. I swear on my honor as a swordsman that I will never betray this power. Seeing Zoro's worldview collapse, Ron suddenly felt playful. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, Zoro, as part of the welcome ceremony for new crew members, you must be bound to a special system. Zoro immediately straightened up, the 3 swords at his waist trembling slightly, his eyes shining with anticipation. Captain, what system is it? A smile curved Ron's lips. The strongest sleeping system that's perfect for you. Sleeping system? Zoro's expression froze instantly. That's right. Ron snapped his fingers, and a light green screen unfolded before Zoro. Strongest sleeping system activated. Host, Roronoa Zoro. System characteristics, strength through sleep. Current sleep level, rookie 0-100. Today's sleep task, nap for 1 hour, reward, basic swordsmanship experience 10. Luffy burst into laughter, rolling on the ground. Haha, this is perfect for Zoro. He just sleeps all day. Zoro's face turned various shades of green and white, his hand clutching the sword trembling slightly. Captain, you're joking, right? Ron shook his head seriously. Of course not. This is a tailor-made system. He pointed at the explanation on the screen. Look, you automatically practice swordsmanship while sleeping. You can simulate combat in dreams, and even napping accumulates experience points. After a pause, he added and he swiped his finger, switching to the advanced page. Special skills, dream training, duel with imagined sword masters in dreams. Sleeping posture correction, automatically adjust to the best training position. Snoring sword chi. Practice formless sword chi while snoring. Zoro's eyes gradually lit up as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Dream training. That sounds good. The most important thing, Ron revealed with a mysterious smile, is that this system perfectly complements your tendency to get lost. If you take a nap while lost, you'll wake up stronger. Zoro's face instantly flushed. Who gets lost? That's strategic reconnaissance. Luffy was already rolling on the ground laughing. Zoro can be renamed Sleep Zoro from now on. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Detecting the host's drowsiness value has reached the standard. Recommend immediately entering nap mode. Zoro's eyelids suddenly grew heavy, and he let out a huge yawn. Weird. Why am I so sleepy all of a sudden? This is the system reminding you to practice. Ron kindly pointed to the hammock on the deck. Go on. The world's greatest swordsman needs to start with a good sleep. Zoro staggered towards the hammock, mumbling, I'm not going to sleep. I'm practicing. Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the hammock, instantly producing thunderous snores. Luffy tiptoed over and suddenly shouted, causing Zoro, still asleep, to reflexively slash out with his sword, the fierce sword sheen neatly cutting the ropes on the mainmast. Wow. Luffy's eyes widened. You can really get stronger even while sleeping. Ron nodded in satisfaction, looking at the clearly visible village of Zilibu in the distance. He thought to himself, Usopp, I've already thought about your system. Meanwhile, Zoro on the hammock was fiercely battling the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, in his dreams. Every move and technique was genuinely enhancing his swordsmanship level. However, the improvement was limited. He could only imagine the moves of those he had seen and could not create them out of thin air. Yet, such combat experience was already rare and valuable. Perhaps, becoming the world's greatest swordsman could really start from sleeping? Chapter 9. Unmasking Kuro's conspiracy shocked Usopp. On the Azure Sea, the Going Merry slowly sailed into the small harbor of Syrup Village. On the deck, Luffy, clutching his growling stomach, complained with a frown, we've eaten all the meat. I feel like a salted fish lying here on the deck. Ron, when are we going to find new meat? Ron stood at the bow, the sea breeze brushing against his cloak. He gazed at the tranquil village before him, a slight smile on his lips. Don't worry, new friends will join us soon. And he paused meaningfully. This village is hiding quite a few delicacies. Just then, a loud, exaggerated laugh echoed from the hillside by the shore. Ha ha ha, the great Usopp, command 8,000 subordinates as a pirate of the sea. A long-nosed boy was standing on a rock, gesturing wildly as he boasted to 3 kids. Just last week, I defeated a sea king, and its teeth were thicker than this tree. Wow, Captain Usopp is amazing. The 3 kids' eyes sparkled with admiration. As Zoro set foot on the shore, he overheard this and couldn't help but scoff. 8,000 subordinates? Is this the kind of blustering liar that will be our future ally? But Luffy's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly. This long-nosed guy is mine. Usopp then noticed the strangers by the shore, and especially the sight of Zoro's 3 swords and Ron's calm demeanor made his expression change instantly. He forced himself to stand tall. Why you? Who are you? I am the great Captain Usopp, and if you know what's good for you, let's go. Ron interrupted his performance directly, smiling as he said, we need to find Miss Kaya. After we deal with the trouble from Black Cat Kuro, you'll be coming with us to the sea. Usopp froze on the spot, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How do you know Miss Kaya? And Captain Kuro? His pupils dilated, his voice began to tremble. Wait, go to sea? The 3 kids exchanged glances, and one of them quietly asked, Captain Usopp, are they some of your 8,000 subordinates? Cold sweat broke out on Usopp's forehead, and the long nose fidgeted anxiously. Oh, of course not. These are. Luffy suddenly stretched out his arm, wrapping it around Usopp's shoulder, grinning widely. We are your new friends. I heard you're amazing, with 8,000 subordinates. Zoro rolled his eyes. Idiot, that's clearly bragging. Ron leisurely adjusted his sleeves. Kuro's plan will be executed tonight, and Miss Kaya is in danger. He stared into Usopp's eyes. You come to this villa every day to report safety, isn't it to protect her? Usopp's expression changed completely, and he stuttered. Why you? Who are you? How do you know all this? We're the ones who can help you protect this village. Ron patted Usopp's shoulder. Come on, take us to meet Miss Kaya. Your 8,000 subordinates need to show their real strength now. Luffy was already bouncing with excitement. Awesome. A new adventure. New friends. He suddenly thought of something and turned around. Ron, does this long-nosed guy have a system too? System? Usopp looked bewildered. Zoro scoffed. This guy's words are best suited for a bragging to get stronger system. Usopp looked at the 3 mysterious strangers, then glanced at Miss Kaya's villa on the hillside, his long nose twitching slightly. Finally, he took a deep breath. All right, but you have to tell me what is going on first. The evening sun cast its last rays over Kaya's estate as Ron began to narrate Captain Kuro's meticulously planned conspiracy. As he described how Kuro disguised himself as the butler Clabater, secretly plotting to kill Kaya and seize her inheritance, Usopp's expression grew increasingly grim. That bastard! How dare he set his sights on Kaya? Usopp's fists clenched, his long nose trembling with anger. He suddenly turned and charged towards the estate. I'm going to take him down right now. Ron exchanged glances with Luffy and Zoro, and the three followed closely behind. They passed through the meticulously trimmed bushes and arrived in front of the main building of the estate. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they could see Kaya sitting at the piano, while the bespectacled Clabater stood respectfully beside her. Kaya, be careful of that butler. Usopp burst through the door, his voice hoarse with rage. The two inside turned simultaneously, and Kaya's pale face lit up with surprise. Usopp? What are you? Clabater adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Mr. Usopp, it's quite impolite to barge in like this. Stop playing dumb. Kuro. Usopp stepped forward, shielding Kaya behind him. Your conspiracy has been exposed. Kaya blinked in confusion. Usopp, what are you talking about? Clabater, Clabater suddenly let out a low, sinister laugh, slowly removing his glasses, his demeanor instantly turning cold and dangerous. I didn't expect to be exposed by a little brat who loves to brag. His fingers began to twist unnaturally, the joints cracking ominously. Kaya gasped in terror, covering her mouth. But, Butler? Chapter 10. Crushing easily, but no meat unfortunately, since it has been exposed. Kuro's mouth twisted into a sinister arc. Then I'll just kill you all. Before his voice fell, his figure suddenly blurred, and shark cat claws shot out from his 10 fingers. Get back, Kaya! Usopp bravely stood in front, pulling out his slingshot from his waist. Let you see the power of Usopp the Great. Kuro's figure instantly disappeared, and the next second he appeared in front of Usopp, too slow. A cold voice rang in his ear, and before Usopp could react, a tearing pain shot through his chest. With a puff, 3 bloody marks blossomed from Usopp's chest, blood instantly staining his checkered shirt. Kuro contemptuously kicked him, and Usopp flew out like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the wall. Usopp! Kaya screamed, wanted to rush over, but was grabbed by the neck and lifted by Kuro. What a touching friendship. Kuro licked the blood from his claws. Too bad you all have to die. Hey, Long Nose. Zoro suddenly spoke up. 3 swords already drawn. There should be a limit to showing off. Luffy pressed down his straw hat, his voice unusually serious. If you dare to hurt my friends, you're dead. Ron crossed his arms and watched this scene with interest. A small Kuro didn't even need him to step in. Kuro's pupils suddenly contracted. He threw Kaya aside and stepped back warily. Who are you? Zoro's sword gleamed coldly. The one sending you to hell. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a dead silence. Luffy stood in place, shaking his head expectantly. But he still hadn't heard the familiar system prompt sound. Ah, no meat reward today? He pouted, disappointedly kicking the floor. At this moment, his gaze turned to Zoro, noticing Zoro was staring intently at the hypnotist Zhang, who had suddenly appeared next to Kuro. Zhang, wearing his iconic heart-shaped glasses, spun a hypnotic ring in his hand. Let you see the power of hypnosis. Zoro's mouth curled into a battle-ready smile. 3 swords simultaneously drawn, just in time to test the results of my training from last night. His gaze was sharp as a knife, exuding a fierce sword aura. 3-sword style, Demon Slash. Zoro's figure instantly transformed into a green flash. And Zhang didn't even have time to turn the hypnotic ring before he saw 3 cold lights attacking from different angles. In a hurry, he raised the ring to block, but heard a crisp sound as the steel-made hypnotic ring was neatly cut into 4 segments. Wah! Zhang eyes widened, and the next second he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Zoro's blade struck heavily against his abdomen, and Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood, flying out like a broken sack, crashing through a window and falling into the flower bed outside. Zoro sheathed his swords, satisfied as he stretched his shoulders. As expected, sleeping really makes you stronger. He recalled the scene from his dream last night where he had dueled with a legendary swordsman, every move clearly etched in his mind. On the other side, Luffy finally couldn't hold back anymore. Zoro, you're done. Now it's my turn. He adjusted his straw hat, his rubber legs compressing forcefully. Rubber, rubber, rocket. Kuro hurriedly crossed his arms to block, but Luffy's punch was powerful enough to send him flying out of the villa, crashing through several large trees in the courtyard. Kuro clumsily got up, half of his glasses shattered, his face covered in scratches. Damn, brat. I'll tear you into pieces. Spoon. Kuro's figure suddenly became blurred, moving at high speed through the courtyard, his sharp cat claws glinting in the sunlight. Luffy stood still, intently watching Kuro's attack, and at the moment Kuro struck, he dodged to the side, simultaneously delivering a heavy elbow strike to Kuro's back. Phew! Kuro spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering around to claw at Luffy, who managed to retreat just in time, but still received 3 bloody scratches across his chest. Luffy! Usopp weakly called out, struggling to get up to help. I'm fine. Luffy wiped the blood from his chest, revealing an excited smile. Now, this is interesting. He suddenly stretched out his arm to grab a distant tree trunk, rubber pendulum. Luffy's body swung toward Kuro like a cannonball, and the two crashed into each other, breaking through several walls in succession. As the dust settled, Luffy was seen sitting on the unconscious Kuro, looking down at him disdainfully. I win. Zoro walked over, glancing at the wounds on Luffy's chest. You were too reckless. Luffy smiled nonchalantly. I'll be fine soon anyway. He patted his growling stomach. I really want to eat meat right now. Ron then slowly walked over, surveyed the battlefield, and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. He turned toward the villa now. It's time to check on our new companions. Kaya was supporting Usopp as they walked out, her face still streaked with tears, but her gaze had become determined. Usopp, though pale, proudly puffed out his chest. See, I told you I'm Captain Usopp with 8,000 subordinates. Chapter 11 Usopp, the strongest show-off system bound. The setting sun cast its afterglow on the manor's lawn, and Koya, with her hands crossed over her chest and tear stains on her pale cheeks, was filled with gratitude in her eyes. She bowed deeply to Ron. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely arrival, my family's wealth would probably have. Ron gently helped her up. This is what we should do. He glanced at Usopp, standing nearby, his chest wrapped in bandages, and added, the one truly protecting you is this brave sea warrior. Usopp's face instantly turned bright red, his long nose twisting nervously. He took a deep breath, suddenly straightened his back, and walked up to Koya. Koya, I want to go to sea with them. His voice trembled a bit, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. I want to become a real man, no longer just Usopp who brags. Koya was slightly taken aback, then revealed a gentle smile as she gently held Usopp's hand. I'll wait for you to come back. These simple 4 words instantly made Usopp's eyes moist. Right? Koya suddenly remembered something and turned to the butler, instructing, hurry and prepare that ship. I want to give. Her words were abruptly cut off as she looked in the direction Ron indicated, where the Going Merry was docked at the port, shimmering under the sunset. The ram figurehead, the pure white sails, were exactly the same as the ship she intended to gift. This is truly amazing. Koya gasped. I was planning to give you this Going Merry. Luffy jumped up excitedly. Huh? What a coincidence. This is my favorite ship. Ron smiled slightly. It seems we're destined to become partners. He looked at Usopp. Are you ready? Mr. Sniper King. Usopp took one last look at the village he had lived in for 17 years, glanced at his mother's grave on the hillside, and deeply gazed at Koya's face. He took a deep breath and turned astride towards the Merry. Let us set off. The great Captain Usopp is about to start a real adventure. Koya stood on the shore, the sea breeze fluttering her skirt, watching the Going Merry slowly sail away. Watching Usopp waving vigorously from the stern, whispering softly, you must come back safely. On the ship, Usopp wiped his reddened eyes and suddenly noticed Zoro looking at him with a smirk. What's up? He asked nervously. From now on, pay attention to the titles. Ron is the captain, Luffy is the captain, and I'm the little captain. What about me? You can choose. Usopp, bewildered, lifted his goggles, the lenses reflecting the slowly retreating Syrup Village. He clenched his fists and silently vowed. This time, he would no longer weave lies to escape reality, but would become a true hero to protect the important people. The Going Merry sailed smoothly, heading towards the distant horizon. The next day, The Mary sailed quietly on the azure sea, sunlight casting shimmering reflections on the deck. Ron stood by the helm, gazing deeply ahead, while Luffy and Zoro stood on either side of him, their expressions solemn, as if brewing something important. Usopp had just crawled out of the cabin, his beloved slingshot in hand, ready to practice shooting. However, when he saw the three of them turn their heads in unison, gazing at him with a nearly judgmental look, his long nose twitched involuntarily, and his legs began to tremble slightly. Are you having a meeting? Usopp chuckled awkwardly, instinctively taking a step back. How about I go to the lookout first? Stop. Ron's voice was calm, yet undeniable. Usopp froze instantly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I haven't been sneaking meat lately. Luffy, unusually serious, pressed down his straw hat and said, Usopp, as a newcomer, your strength. He scratched his head, turning to Ron. Brother Ron, what should I say next? Ron sighed, stepping towards Usopp, his sea blue cloak gently swaying in the breeze. Usopp, as the captain of this ship, it is my responsibility to ensure that every crew member can keep up with our pace. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. With your current strength, future battles will be very dangerous. Usopp swallowed hard, beads of sweat gathering on his forehead. Yes, so you're going to throw me off the ship? His voice began to tremble. Zoro crossed his arms and snorted. Idiot, we're going to help you become stronger. Stronger? Usopp's eyes brightened instantly. The fear from before swept away, replaced by excitement. Really? Do you have a quick way to get stronger? Luffy grinned, patting Usopp on the shoulder. Of course. Brother Ron is a system person. System person? Usopp looked confused. What is that? A new devil fruit user? Luffy started explaining animatedly. It means he can bind super powerful systems to others. Sabo's is a pay-to-win system. Ace's is a check-in system. Mine is a choice system. And Zoro's is a sleep system. Usopp listened, dumbfounded. Sleeping can also make you stronger. Zoro proudly raised his chin. Last night, I slashed my hawk in my dreams. Usopp. Ron cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation. Usopp, based on your characteristics, I have prepared a special system for you. He raised his hand, and a faint light glimmered at his fingertips. Usopp, nervous yet expectant, rubbed his hands together. What is the system? Can it make me a sharpshooter? Ron's lips curled into a mysterious smile. No, it's the strongest show-off system. Ding! A flash of golden light passed, and a semi-transparent light curtain appeared before Usopp. Strongest show-off system bound. Host, Usopp, system features. Show off to become stronger. Current show-off level. Bronze, 0, 100. Today's task, successfully show off once. Reward, 10 accurate shooting. Usopp's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an orange. Show off can also make me stronger? Ron calmly nodded. As long as you successfully show off in front of others, the system will reward you based on a show-off effect. The more impressive the show-off, the more generous the reward. Luffy leaned in, curiously asking, Usopp, how are you going to show off? Usopp snapped back from his shock, his long nose excitedly pointing up. Haha, this system is simply tailor-made for me. He suddenly jumped onto the ship's railing, arms wide open, announcing to the sea, I, Captain Usopp, am a sea warrior with 8,000 subordinates. I once punched a sea king off and kicked over the Navy headquarters. In the future, I will become the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Wow, so impressive. 8,000 subordinates, and the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Luffy clapped his hands repeatedly, his eyes filled with stars. He really believed it. Chapter 12. Today's expenses are on me. Usopp. Others. Zoro shrugged in boredom. Captain, isn't this a bug in the system? Ron was also taken aback. Strictly speaking, as long as the system didn't determine it as a bug, it should be considered a success. Sure enough. Ding. Show-off successful. Reward. Precision shooting 10. Current show-off level. Bronze, 2100. Usopp felt a warm current surge through his body, and the slingshot in his hand seemed to become lighter. He looked at his hands in surprise. I really got stronger. Zoro rolled his eyes. This system really suits this con man. Luffy laughed heartily. Usopp, you can change your name to King of Show-Offs now. At the same time, Ron also received a tenfold return from the subsystem reward. 10 times 10 is 100. Now Ron's precision shooting has reached a 100 increase. Ron nodded in satisfaction. Remember, showing off is just a means. Getting stronger is the goal. He patted Usopp on the shoulder. In future battles, if you can intimidate the enemy with your show-off, the system will give you extra rewards. Usopp clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Don't worry. I will definitely become the best show-off sniper. Just then, Luffy on the lookout suddenly shouted, "What is that ahead? A moving island?" The bow of a ship actually had a fish head? If nothing goes wrong, it should be the Bartai, the floating restaurant. A smile flickered in Ron's eyes. It seems Usopp's first real show-off opportunity has arrived. The Going Merry adjusted its course and headed towards the distant floating restaurant, while Usopp had already begun to devise his grand show-off plan, trembling with excitement. As they got closer to the floating restaurant, on the deck, Luffy swung back and forth between the masts like an excited monkey, his rubber arms stretching and contracting, his eyes under the straw hat sparkling with desire. "Meat! It's a real restaurant!" he shouted, drooling, as his stomach rumbled like thunder. Finally, he wouldn't have to eat the burnt meat that Zoro grilled and the strange stew that Usopp cooked. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, snorting coldly. "Having something to eat is good enough, you idiot captain." Usopp, however, completely ignored their conversation. He sat cross-legged in the center of the deck. A homemade notebook spread out in front of him, filled with notes, show-off system advancement guide on how to show off elegantly, yet powerfully 108 ways to show off. According to the system's description, he pushed up his non-existent glasses, focused with an academic demeanor. The criteria for a successful show-off is to evoke emotions of shock, admiration, or fear in the target audience. His long nose turned slightly red with excitement, meaning that whether it's bluffing, exaggerating, or using real skills, as long as it makes others feel wow, that's impressive. It counts as a success. Thinking of this, Usopp couldn't help but stand up, striking an exaggerated pose towards the sea. The great Usopp, once sank a Navy warship with a single slingshot stone. Wow, really? Usopp, you're amazing. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, staring at Usopp in shock. Ding. Show-off successful. Reward. Shooting accuracy 5, current show-off level, bronze, 25,100, haha. Success again. Usopp danced with excitement. This system is simply too suitable for me. Luffy immediately looked disappointed. Another lie. It's foolproof. Ron stood at the bow, the sea breeze blowing through his cape. He glanced back at Usopp, who was immersed in the joy of showing off, a slight smile on his lips. This system is indeed tailor-made for Usopp, allowing him to showcase his boastful nature while genuinely enhancing his strength. Most importantly, as his show-off level increases, the system will unlock higher-level sniping skills. Similarly, for each reward the hosts of these subsystems receive, he also gets a tenfold return. 500 meters ahead, the Bartai. Luffy on the lookout suddenly shouted, his rubber neck stretching to an exaggerated degree, his nose twitching. I smell the aroma of stew and grilled fish, steak, seafood risotto. Zoro's stomach also embarrassingly growled. Eating the sea kings that Luffy caught and the burnt meat that Zoro grilled every day had indeed made him crave proper cuisine. Usopp quickly put away his notebook and put on a mysterious expression. Humph, a mere floating restaurant. I, the great Usopp, have eaten food made by 8,000 subordinates. Wow. Ding. Show-off successful. Reward. Shooting accuracy 2. Current show-off level. Bronze 25,100. Ron shook his head helplessly. Usopp. Showing off to your own people will result in discounted rewards, and your show-off level will stagnate. Huh, is that so? Usopp scratched his head, then his eyes lit up. That is perfect. New audience is coming soon. As the Merry slowly approached, the uniquely shaped floating restaurant fully revealed itself to everyone. The ship-shaped building flew the restaurant's flag, and one could vaguely see neatly dressed waitstaff bustling back and forth. Luffy couldn't wait to stretch out his arm and shoot directly towards the restaurant meat. Here I come. Hey, wait for us. Usopp hurriedly strapped on his slingshot bag, turning to Ron and saying, Captain, watch me this time. I'm going to show off big in the restaurant. Ron smiled and nodded. Go ahead, just remember not to go overboard. Zoro sighed and jumped off the ship as well. I hope it doesn't cause any trouble again. The Going Merry quietly docked beside the restaurant, and no one noticed the glimmer of anticipation in Ron's eyes. He knew that in this restaurant, a future chef partner was waiting for them. Soon, as soon as the going merry came to a halt, Luffy couldn't wait to stretch his rubber arm and whoosh, he shot straight into the restaurant's entrance. Zoro and Ron followed more calmly behind, while Usopp, today as absolute protagonist, stood at the restaurant's entrance, took a deep breath, adjusted his checkered shirt and beloved sniper goggles. It's time to showcase my true skills, he murmured to himself, his eyes shining with the confidence of the king of show-offs. Bang! The restaurant door was pushed open forcefully. Usopp stood with his hands on his hips and chin held high, adopting an air of superiority at the entrance. His sharp gaze swept across every table of guests in the restaurant, finally landing on the chef behind the bar. Everyone, he suddenly clapped his hands, and the crisp sound echoed in the restaurant. Put down your knives and forks and direct your gaze towards me. The restaurant instantly fell silent. The dining guests, busy waitstaff, and even the chefs flipping pans in the kitchen all unconsciously stopped their actions, turning to look at the long-nosed boy who had suddenly barged in. Usopp nodded in satisfaction, leaping onto an empty chair, looking down at the crowd. Today, I am in a good mood. He waved his hand grandly. All expenses today are on me, Usopp. Chapter 13. So full of bullshit. Wow. The restaurant instantly exploded with noise. The guests stared in disbelief, some even pinching their own faces to confirm they weren't dreaming. The trays in the hands of the waiters clattered to the floor, and the chefs poked their heads out from the kitchen. Really, is it true? A well-dressed businessman asked, trembling. Of course. Usopp scoffed. You guys' meals are nothing but a drop in the bucket for me. He exaggeratedly spread his arms. I usually eat this super invincible 7 salmon from the deepest part of the West Sea. That meat is unbelievably fresh. Ding. Successfully showed off. Reward. Precision shooting max. Current show-off level. Bronze 4500. The barbecue that Luffy had just stuffed into his mouth plopped back onto the plate, his rubber chin almost drooping to the ground. Usopp, so rich. Zoro's 3 swords clattered to the floor. He turned mechanically to Ron. Captain, do we have such a wealthy member on our ship? Ron also showed a shocked expression for the first time, adjusting his non-existent glasses. This indeed exceeds my expectations. So full of bullshit. Usopp enjoyed the stunned gazes of the entire room, elegantly jumped down from his chair, and leisurely adjusted his collar. I came here today, and I heard your meals are quite good. He pretended to sigh reluctantly. Then I'll just have a taste. He walked with a boss-like stride to the central dining table, and as he passed a trembling waiter, he casually tossed out a gold coin. Bring me 10 of the most expensive set meals, and the rest can be a tip. Ding. Show-off successful. Reward. 10 million berries. Current show-off level. Bronze 65,100. Holy shit. It's actually 10 million berries. Usopp was filled with shock. He never expected that just by casually boasting, he would receive 10 million berries. So he felt even more confident and let loose with his show-off. What a pity I didn't bring my 8,000 subordinates. Usopp shook his head regretfully as he took a seat. But it's fine with me here. They wouldn't be able to relax either. After saying that, he picked up his teacup and elegantly took a sip, exuding an aura of I am the boss. The entire restaurant fell silent. Everyone was intimidated by this sudden rich man, and in the corner, a blonde, curly-haired chef stared intently at Usopp, his kitchen knife slicing through the cutting board with a crack. That long-nosed guy. Sanji bit his cigarette, his voice low. Who the hell is he? Just then, the restaurant door was pushed open again, and a group of fierce pirates barged in, the infamous remnants of the Krieg pirates from the East Sea. The one-eyed pirate at the front was about to threaten when Usopp slammed the table and stood up. Who are these lowlifes, daring to disturb my meal? He coldly scanned the intruders. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out. Ding. Congratulations, host, on shocking the entire room. Showed off in a grand manner. Reward. Sniping talent awakened beginner. Current show-off level. Bronze 7100. A glint flashed in Usopp's eyes. A bigger stage for showing off was coming. Facing the remnants of the Krieg pirates, he still maintained an arrogant posture, arms crossed, long nose held high, disdainfully scanning the intruders. Oof. A mere little pirate from the East Sea dares to be arrogant in front of me. Usopp? He deliberately elongated his tone when I was in the Grand Line. Scum like you weren't even worthy to carry my shoes. However, Krieg only sneered, his eyes filled with disdain from having survived the cruel trials of the Grand Line. Kid, I came back alive from the Grand Line. Tricks like yours might fool little kids in the EC. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Usopp's forehead. Show-off failed. His long nose twitched unnaturally a couple of times, looking for help toward Zoro. Zoro yawned, lazily standing up. Just right. I have some new insights to try out. After saying that, in front of everyone, he actually lay down on the ground and instantly started snoring loudly. Krieg's one eye bulged out, the veins on his forehead popping. You green-haired idiot. Dare to underestimate me? He laughed in anger, suddenly pulling out a small cannon from behind. Die. Boom. The cannonball whistled towards the sleeping Zoro, and the restaurant guests screamed in terror, scattering to hide. Just as the cannonball was about to hit, whoosh. A flash of cold light passed by. Zoro maintained his sleeping position, but at some point, Wad Ikamanji had been unsheathed, and that cannonball was neatly sliced in half, exploding in midair, sending shockwaves that overturned surrounding tables and chairs, yet not even a hair on Zoro was harmed. More astonishingly, Zoro's snoring remained steady, as if that slash was merely an instinctive reaction in his sleep. The entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence. Usopp's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Sleeping can also be showing off? He suddenly realized, so this is the highest level of showing off. Krieg's expression looked as if he had swallowed a whole sea king, and his subordinates were trembling in fear. Boss, what kind of monster is this guy? In the corner, the blonde chef Sanji dropped his cigarette on the ground, staring intently at the sleeping Zoro, then looking at the awed Usopp, and finally shifting his gaze to the calm Ron, who was sipping tea. These guys, Sanji muttered to himself. Who exactly are they? Sanji's gaze never left Ron in the corner. The man draped in a sea blue cloak had been quietly sitting there, his long fingers gently tapping the table, a faint smile on his lips. Even in the shocking moment when Zoro cut the cannonball in his sleep, his expression showed no signs of fluctuation. This man, Sanji took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly, definitely not simple. His gaze shifted to Luffy, who was wolfing down food. This straw hat boy had been focused on eating since he entered, completely unconcerned about his companion's situation, currently stuffing an entire roasted chicken into his mouth, bones and all. Are they really a team? Sanji muttered to himself. Why does it feel like they were lured in by food? Just then, a commotion came from the restaurant entrance. Chapter 14. Sabo's paid armament hockey? Tenfold return. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. The demonikin, a fighter from the Creek Pirates, stumbled in. His face was pale, his lips cracked, clearly having gone days without food. In front of everyone, this once fearsome demon actually knelt on the ground, gasping weakly. Krieg was furious upon seeing this. Akin, what are you doing? Get up. But Akin didn't even have the strength to speak, his gaze starting to fade. Hungry. I am starving. Sanji's eyes instantly sharpened. He extinguished his cigarette and turned toward the kitchen without hesitation. Hey, curly brow. Patty shouted from behind. That's the enemy. Sanji didn't look back. In front of a starving person, there are no enemies or guests. A few minutes later, he came out holding a plate of steaming fried rice. The golden rice grains distinct, the eggs soft and tender, garnished with vibrant green scallions, and the aroma instantly filled the entire restaurant. Eat up. Sanji placed the fried rice in front of Akin. This is on the house. Akin trembled as he lifted his head, unable to believe his eyes. Luffy's nose suddenly twitched, and he turned his head sharply like a shark sensing blood. So fragrant. I want some too. Before Sanji could respond, Luffy's rubber arm stretched out, pulling Sanji to his table. Make me one too. No, make it 10. Sanji was startled by this sudden action, but quickly regained his composure. He adjusted his disheveled tie and sighed helplessly. Just wait. Soon, plates of delicious dishes were served at Luffy's table. Luffy devoured them, his eyes growing brighter. This is so good. This is the best fried rice I've ever had. He suddenly slammed the table and declared, You should be our chef. Usopp protested from the side. Hey, Luffy, what do you mean by that? Is my cooking that bad? Luffy nodded seriously. Super bad. That stew you made almost poisoned Zoro. Zoro, still asleep, turned over and mumbled, Bad. Sanji was left speechless by this unexpected invitation. Hey, I didn't agree to. Before he could finish, Krieg shouted angrily, "Enough! This farce needs to end." Ron finally stood up from his seat, his movements slow, yet they made the air in the entire restaurant feel stagnant. Sanji keenly noticed that when this man stood up, Zoro's snoring briefly paused, and Luffy also stopped chewing for a moment. Farce. Ron's voice was soft yet clear to everyone's ears. It indeed should end. He walked slowly towards Krieg, his sea blue cloak swaying gently behind him. Sanji's pupils constricted slightly. With every step this man took, his aura grew stronger, as if a sleeping dragon was awakening. Krieg's forehead trickled with cold sweat. His hand holding the heavy machine gun trembled slightly. He forced himself to yell with false bravado, "Stop with the theatrics! Watch me turn you into a sieve." With that, he suddenly pulled the trigger. Tat 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 tat. Dense bullets poured out like a torrential rain, shattering the wooden floor of the restaurant, splinters flying everywhere. Yet Ron's figure flickered like a ghost. Every bullet brushed past the edge of his clothes without hitting him. How is this possible? Krieg's single eye widened, the muscles on his face twitching unnaturally, and he suddenly pulled out a specially made bomb from behind. Taste this. The bomb flew towards Ron with a piercing whistle. Just at that critical moment, Ron's right hand suddenly raised in a claw-like motion, fingers curving like dragon claws, and he firmly grasped the bomb that was about to explode in mid-air. The entire restaurant fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Even Luffy temporarily paused his chewing. Dragon Clou technique. Ron murmured softly, his fingertips applying slight pressure, and the bombshell was dented with 5 deep imprints. He looked up at Krieg's terrified expression, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Here you go. Whoosh! The bomb flew back at a speed even faster than it came. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Krieg and his subordinates were thrown into disarray. And when the smoke cleared, Krieg's once proud golden armor was covered in dust, and his subordinates lay sprawled across the floor. Ron looked at his right hand with satisfaction, a faint energy lingering at his knuckles. That brat Sabo really has talent. The Dragon Claw technique he just learned has such power. He felt the power flowing within him. After the tenfold return, it allowed me to master the complete Dragon Claw body technique directly. Chef Zeph's cigarette fell to the ground for the 3rd time. His gaze fixed on Ron's hand, the 5 claw marks left on the steel reminded him of a legendary technique. Could this be? Zoro, who had woken up at some point, was holding 3 swords deep in thought. Dragon Claw technique. Can I practice it in my dreams? I wonder if I can integrate it into my swordsmanship. Luffy finally swallowed his food and excitedly shouted, "Wow, Brother Ron is so amazing. Teach me." Usopp, hiding under the table with only half his head visible, said, I think I'd rather stick to long-range attacks," not knowing he had missed an opportunity to show off. Krieg struggled to get up, his golden armor creaking under the strain, fear finally showing in his eyes. Who are you? Just as Ron slowly approached Krieg, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Subsystem notification. Sabo's paid upgrade successful. Spent 500 million berries to purchase intermediate armament hockey. Tenfold return triggered. Host gains intermediate armament hockey. A warm current instantly coursed through Ron's body, and he could clearly feel a new power within him. Looking down at his right hand, he saw a layer of pitch-black substance spreading from his fingertips, quickly covering his entire palm and forearm. Just in time, Ron murmured softly, clenched his fist covered in armament hockey, feeling the powerful force contained within. At this point, Krieg had retreated to the corner, staring in horror at the strange black substance on Ron's hand. This is... As a pirate who had once entered the Grand Line, he knew all too well what this meant. Armament hockey. Krieg's voice trembled uncontrollably, a power possessed only by the monsters of the New World. Chapter 15. A rare opportunity. Let me sleep for 10 minutes. Ron smirked slightly. Not bad. He reached out and grabbed a piece of gold armor on Krieg's chest. But it was too late. Crack. The sturdy gold armor was easily crushed like a pancake under the reinforcement of his armed color. Krieg let out a scream that was not human, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. No, don't. Krieg shook his head frantically, fear evident in his single eye. I surrender. I admit defeat. Ron ignored him and continued to crush Krieg's proud golden armor piece by piece. the sound of each metal fragment hitting the ground ringing in Krieg's heart like a death knell. Crack! Crack! The restaurant fell silent, everyone holding their breath, watching this astonishing scene. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground again as he stared intently at Ron's dark arm. What is that? What kind of armed color hockey is that? Zoro's eyes burned with fighting spirit. One day, I will master this power too. Luffy, on the other hand, was excitedly dancing around. Ron Brother's hand turned black. Is he poisoned? So cool. When the last piece of chest armor was crushed, Krieg had already collapsed on the ground, a noticeable wet patch in his pants. This once invincible EC overlord now looked like a terrified mouse, curled up in the corner, shivering. Ron retracted his arm color and looked down at Krieg. Get lost. If I see you again in the EC. He didn't finish, but the threat was obvious. Krieg felt as if he had received a great pardon, crawling and rolling towards the door, not even caring about his unconscious subordinates. He stumbled as he crossed the threshold, disappearing from everyone's sight in a sorry state. The restaurant erupted in enthusiastic cheers, guests raising their glasses to toast Ron's astonishing performance. Usopp picked up the golden fragments while admiring Ron. Captain, that move was so cool. Can you teach me too? Ron shook his head with a smile. Teach you? Forget it. There are golden houses for showing off and beautiful faces for showing off. As long as you know how to show off, don't say arm color hockey. Even the rare Conqueror S hockey, you might have it too. Usopp was dumbfounded. Could it really be that strong? Show off. Yes, I must work harder to show off. Sanji took a deep breath and stepped forward. Hey, you guys. His gaze swept back and forth between Ron, Luffy, and Zoro, trying to figure out who they were. Luffy grinned and put his arm around Sanji's shoulder. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who'll become the Pirate King. He leaned closer to Sanji's ear and said mysteriously, and we have an amazing system person on our ship. Ron helplessly shook his head, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to the distance. He knew that as Sabo continued to grow stronger by spending money, the power he gained through tenfold returns would also grow stronger. As long as the subsystem host continued to complete tasks, he could receive tenfold rewards. Outside the Bartai restaurant, Krieg's shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the sea, and Luffy and the others' expressions changed drastically as they hurried out of the restaurant. Ron was the last to step out, his sea blue cloak billowing in the salty sea breeze. When everyone's gaze turned to the sea, a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. A pitifully small canoe was breaking through the waves. At the bow stood a tall man dressed in a black trench coat. He held a completely black long sword, each stroke of the water bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Most chilling was that the legendary Black Blade Yuru was being used as a paddle. Hawkeye my hawk. Krieg sat paralyzed on the deck, fragments of gold armor clattering to the ground. Why? Why did he chase me from the Grand Line to the East Sea to kill me? Mihawk slowly raised his head, his eagle-like sharp golden pupils sweeping across Krieg's pirate ship, just passing by. His voice was low and indifferent, just cleaning up some annoying trash. Zoro's breathing became rapid, his three swords trembling uneasily in their sheaths. His pupils constricted sharply, staring intently at the man standing on the canoe, the world's greatest swordsman. The target he had pursued all his life was now standing less than 100 meters away on the sea. Finally met you. Zoro's voice trembled with excitement, his right hand unconsciously gripping the hilt of Wado Ikamanji. He could feel that every cell in his body was screaming with a desire to fight. Ron keenly noticed Zoro's state and said softly, according to your dream system, as long as you witness his swordsmanship with your own eyes, you can perfectly replicate it in your dreams. Zoro's eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. This was the fastest way to become stronger. Mihawk seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to look towards the shore. His gaze passed over the panicking Krieg pirates, directly locking onto Zoro, who stood at the restaurant's entrance. Interesting eyes. Mihawk raised an eyebrow slightly. There's such a swordsman in the EC? Seeing this, Krieg shouted hysterically, Fire! Fire with all your might. Don't let him get close. Dozens of cannons roared simultaneously, cannonballs raining down on that fragile canoe. The sea fell into dead silence as the remnants of Krieg's pirate crew looked in terror at the man standing on the canoe. Mihawk slowly stood up, his black trench coat billowing in the sea breeze, his hand resting on the hilt of the legendary black blade Yoru behind his back. Noisy. Mihawk's voice was as cold as ice. It's time to end this. Clang. The instant the black blade was drawn, the world seemed to darken. Mihawk's movement was simple to the extreme, just a basic chopping motion, but this seemingly casual swing unleashed a green sword chi capable of tearing the heavens and the earth. Boom! Where the sword chi passed, all the ships of Krieg's pirate crew were neatly split in two like paper. Huge waves surged into the sky, the severed ship bodies slowly sinking, with countless wooden debris and terrified pirates falling into the water. The entire dock was silent. Luffy's straw hat was blown away by the shockwave, but he forgot to grab it. Usopp's long nose twitched unnaturally. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground. Even Ron's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. This is the strength of the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro's pupils constricted sharply, his muscles trembling with excitement. His brain functioning like the most precise instrument, deeply imprinting every detail of that chop into his memory. Mihawk's stance, the angle of the sword grip, the way he exerted force, even the rhythm of his breathing. Did you see? Zoro murmured, this is the path to becoming the strongest. He suddenly turned and grabbed Usopp's long nose. Help me by 10 minutes. Huh? Usopp was dumbfounded. What? What are you going to do? You're not going to sleep now, are you? That's right. A rare opportunity. Let me sleep for 10 minutes. Chapter 16. Reward Breakthrough. Can be stacked? Mel Usopp. A fierce fighting spirit burned in Zoro's eyes as he thought. I will recreate this strike in my dreams. In 10 minutes. I will challenge him. Usopp instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he saw Mihawk's eagle-like sharp gaze, a crazy thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Showing off in front of the world's greatest swordsman? If this succeeds, how generous will the system rewards be? His gaze unconsciously drifted to Ron, the captain, who was watching him with a half-smile, as if saying, go ahead, I'm here. All right. Usopp swallowed hard, steeling himself to step forward. Hey, you there? The one with the hat. Mihawk turned his gaze to the long-nosed boy, frowning slightly. Usopp forced himself to control his trembling legs and straighten his chest. I heard. You are one of the 7 warlords? The world's greatest swordsman? Mihawk furrowed his brow, unsure of what this seemingly foolish guy was trying to do. Ding. Super high-difficulty show-off situation detected. Reward breaking through the original bronze reward pool. Random extraction successful. Successful reward. Observation Haki Awakening. Long-range beginner. This prompt invigorated Usopp. Haki. It's actually Haki. He took a deep breath and began to boast endlessly. Since you are the world's greatest swordsman, you must have heard of my title as the strongest sniper in the world, right? Mihawk still frowned. Tried to recall, but realized he had indeed never heard of this title. Ignorant. Usopp coldly snorted. This scene completely shocked everyone present. After all, this man was one of the 7 warlords and the world's greatest swordsman. This guy dared to insult him to his face. Has he gone mad? Everyone was stunned by Usopp, and Ron nodded with a smile, indicating that Usopp was getting better at showing off. Meanwhile, Usopp heard the system's prompt in his mind. Detected host has shocked the entire venue with a show-off. Reward. Sniping Talent Awakening. Intermediate. Would you like to extract the reward? Note. The system detects the current scene. If not extracted, it can be accumulated for the next reward to be stacked, and the final reward will be doubled. Looking at the prompt in the system, Usopp gasped. The rewards could actually be stacked. Does that mean as long as he keeps accumulating, he could eventually get something big? He decided not to extract it. Usopp took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly sharp like a knife, his back straightened, and his checkered shirt rustled in the sea breeze. Even his iconic long nose seemed imposing at this moment. An invisible aura rose from him, causing the wooden planks beneath his feet to creak under the pressure. This show-off was so convincing, even he started to believe it. Mihawk's golden pupils slightly contracted, and the black sword Yoru glinted coldly in the sunlight. He took a serious look at this long-nosed boy for the first time. How about we make a bet? Usopp's voice was eerily calm as he lightly brushed his fingers over the slingshot at his waist. You let me take a shot, and I'll take a cut from you. Boom. This statement exploded like a bomb at the dock. Luffy's rubber jaw dropped to his chest. Usopp, are you serious? Sanji's cigarette burned down to his fingers without him noticing. Is this long-nosed guy insane? Zeph's wooden prosthetic leg cracked the deck. Are you joking? That's the world's greatest swordsman. Even Kuro, who was slumped in the ruins, struggled to lift his head. His eyes filled with disbelief. That kid is looking for death? The other pirates watching at the dock erupted in chaos. Who does he think he is? That's the eagle eye who can split waves. One cut from him would leave nothing behind. Ron's eyes flashed with surprise, then turned into an appreciative smile. He could clearly see that Usopp's left hand hidden behind him was trembling violently, but his expression remained as steady as a rock. Ding! Epic level show-off situation detected. Current shock value. 87. Estimated reward. Observation Haki Awakening. Long-range intermediate. Mihawk slowly raised his black sword, pointing the tip directly at Usopp's forehead. An interesting proposal. However, his voice suddenly turned cold. Are you sure you could take one of my cuts? Usopp's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, cold sweat soaking his back, but now the reward had risen to Observation Haki Awakening, and it's intermediate. He had to take a chance. As a man, bearing the hopes of Syrup Village, and with Kaya's expectations, he, Usopp, must keep this show-off going. Then his right hand steadily raised the slingshot. What? The world's greatest swordsman. Afraid of my sniping? This statement ignited the crowd. The onlookers gasped, and a few timid pirates even knelt down. Crazy. Completely crazy. He is provoking Eagle Eye. Something big is about to happen in the East Blue. Could he really be the god of sniping? The air seemed to solidify in his substance. All eyes focused on the man, wearing a black top hat adorned with fur. Mihawk's eagle-like golden pupils slightly contracted, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through Usopp entirely. The sea breeze swept past his chiseled face, the hem of his black coat fluttering in the wind, and his thumb unconsciously rubbed against the hilt of Yoru, producing a faint metallic sound. The world's strongest. Got a sniping? Mihawk's low voice carried a hint of amusement. His gaze moved from Usopp's trembling fingertips to the seemingly ordinary slingshot, finally locking onto those eyes, trying hard to appear calm. At the dock, a piece of broken wood fell from the broken mast, making a crisp sound in the silence. Mihawk's thoughts raced. This long-nosed boy had no aura of a strong person at all, but daring to face him with such a bet was either madness or real strength. Could it be that this weakest sea, the East Blue, truly harbors such a master? His gaze inadvertently swept over Ron, standing at the back. The man in the sea blue cloak standing with his arms crossed, a faint smile on his lips. It was a look of absolute trust in his companion. Interesting. Mihawk suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as the black sword being drawn. I accept your bet. Chapter 17. Legendary level show-off achieved. This sentence was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. Hawkeye actually agreed. What is that long-nosed guy's background? When did such a character emerge from the East Sea? Luffy jumped up excitedly. Wow. Usopp is so amazing. Zoro frowned in his sleep, as if sensing something. Sanji lit another cigarette, looking at Usopp's back with a complex expression. Mihawk slowly raised his black sword, the tip reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. Let me see the power of the so-called world's strongest sniper. Usopp's Adam's apple rolled up and down, his back completely soaked in cold sweat, but the prompt sound from the show-off system rang wildly in his mind. Ding! Epic level show-off detected. Current shock value, 95. Estimated reward. Observation Haki Awakening, long-range advanced huh? He had long studied the levels of system rewards, which are divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels, with advanced being the highest level of observation Haki. As long as he successfully shows off, he can obtain the top-level observation Haki, which is unique on the entire pirate ship. Surely even Captain Ron doesn't have this level of Haki, so this show-off must be done. He took a deep breath, the galaxy slingshot making a beautiful arc in his hand. This strike will be quick. His voice suddenly became steady and powerful, hoping the world's #1 swordsman can keep up. Mihawk's pupils suddenly constricted, and his muscles tensed instantly. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a tone. The sea breeze suddenly turned sharp, dark clouds obscuring the sunlight, and the entire dock was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. Everyone holding their breath, waiting for this seemingly unequal yet suspenseful duel. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Usopp's slingshot made a light popping sound, and an ordinary projectile slowly flew toward Mihawk. Its trajectory so smooth and its speed so slow that even seagulls could easily avoid it. Swish! The projectile softly hit Mihawk's black coat, leaving no crease, and fell limply onto the deck, making a few crisp bouncing sounds. Tulp, tulp, tulp. This sound was particularly piercing in the dead silence of the dock. Mihawk's golden pupils slightly widened, a rare hint of astonishment appearing on his usually indifferent face. He looked down at the projectile rolling at his feet, then looked up at Usopp, his brows gradually knitting together. This kind of attack. Can it even be called an attack? The crowd on the dock erupted into thunderous laughter after a brief moment of daze. Huh? Is this the world's strongest sniper? My 3-year-old nephew can throw stones harder than this. This is hilarious. Is he just tickling Hawkeye? Luffy's jaw dropped to the ground. Usopp. Where's your ultimate move? Sanji's mouth twitched. This idiot. Kurubi struggled to get up from the ruins, his eyes filled with disdain. I thought he was someone important. Turns out he's just a clown. Mihawk's gaze gradually turned cold, the black sword Yuru emitting a dangerous hum. He slowly raised his hand, the sword tip pointing directly at Usopp. Are you mocking me? An invisible killing intent surged like a tide. Usopp's calves began to tremble uncontrollably, but at this critical moment, Usopp slowly stepped forward, his long nose casting a shadow in the sunlight, just enough to cover his slightly upturned mouth. In the face of the crowd's ridicule and doubt, his eyes flashed with the light of a sage. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice suddenly became ethereal and distant, as if coming from a faraway horizon. Have you ever heard of the god's sniper? This sentence was like a thunderclap, cutting through the noisy waves on the dock. Usopp's fingers gently traced the patterns on the galaxy slingshot, his movements elegant like a true artist. Every bullet I shoot contains the essence of internal destruction. His gaze swept across everyone present. The seemingly ordinary projectile had already shocked the target's internal organs. On the dock, an old pirate suddenly clutched his chest and took 2 steps back. Internal destruction? Isn't that legendary? Usopp slightly nodded and continued in a dreamy tone. What's more deadly is that the onset time of this injury has absolute uncertainty. He extended a finger and shook it. It could happen in the next second, or it could be 12 hours later. But it will definitely not exceed 1 day. In the deathly silence, Usopp's voice was like the whisper of death. Imagine when he is fighting a strong enemy. The injury suddenly erupts. Hiss! A sound of gasping filled the dock. Several timid pirates had already weakened in their legs and knelt on the ground. Mihawk's golden pupils violently contracted. As a top-tier powerhouse, he understood better than anyone that in a life-and-death duel, even a moment's lapse could be fatal. His observation haki subconsciously swept over his entire body, but he was horrified to find he was actually doubting whether he had sustained internal injuries. At the same time, a sound rang in Usopp's mind, indicating the show-off completion. Ding! Legendary level show-off achieved. Reward. Observation haki, long-range advanced, has been issued. Current show-off level. Silver, 0-100. Each successful show-off grants 5. Level increases, and corresponding reward level will also increase. Usopp's vision suddenly became incredibly clear. He could see the patterns on a seagull's wings a kilometer away, perceive the heartbeat frequency of everyone present. And even through objects and numerous obstacles, he could still hear the heartbeat of others. He could even see their exact positions. But on the surface, he still maintained an inscrutable expression. Of course. Believe it or not is up to you. He turned to leave. Anyway, the truth will be revealed in a day. Wait, Mihawk suddenly spoke. I took a hit from you. You still owe me a slash. Upon hearing this, Usopp was stunned. If he took a slash from Hawkeye, he would either be dead or severely injured. He had to find a way to dodge this slash. The air was silent. Everyone looked at Usopp, anticipating this world-class battle. At this critical moment, a snoring sound broke the silence. Yes, Zoro was actually sitting cross-legged on the ground, 3 swords lying across his knees, already snoring. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Hey, Zoro, green algae head, sleeping dragon. Usopp was a bit anxious, wanted to wake Zoro up. Hurry and come save the day. Chapter 18, Zoro, Ive enlightened. Luffy suddenly burst into laughter. Zoro's sleeping system is activated. A hint of surprise flashed in Mihawk's golden eyes. Sleeping in front of the enemy? His voice carried a sense of amusement. An interesting swordsman. Ron leaned against the dock railing, watching this scene with great interest. He knew that Zoro was wildly simulating that sword strike from earlier in his dreams. And Usopp's show-off performance unexpectedly bought Zoro precious time. The sea breeze suddenly stopped, and even the waves seemed to freeze in midair. Just as Mihawk urged Usopp to take a hit from him, a steady snore abruptly interrupted the moment. Zoro's seated figure slightly moved, and his knife-like sharp eyes slowly opened, with sword light swirling in his pupils. "I've enlightened." These 3 words were as light as a feather, but weighed 1,000 pounds. All eyes on the dock were involuntarily drawn to him. Zoro slowly stood up, the sand-eye Kitetsu glimmering with a cold light under the sun. His movements were slow, yet carried a certain profound rhythm, as if every subtle movement resonated with the principles of swordsmanship. "The knife Usopp owes you." Zoro tied his bandana around his forehead, drawing all 3 swords simultaneously. "I'll take it." Mihawk's golden pupils slightly contracted. The moment Zoro stood up, he felt the breath of this green-haired swordsman undergo a tremendous change. If before he was like a drawn sword, now he was like a renowned blade returning to its sheath, with its sharpness restrained yet more dangerous. Interesting. Mihawk's black sword, Uru, traced a graceful arc in the air. 10 minutes of sleep has completely transformed you? Zoro did not respond. He simply held the famous sword, Tenryubito, to his lips and gently exhaled. The breath actually condensed into frost on the blade. This was the breathing technique he comprehended after countless duels with Mihawk in his dreams. Luffy suddenly burst into laughter. "Zoro, you're awake." Usopp took the opportunity to roll and crawl behind Ron. "B-Boss, the next part is up to Zoro." Sanji lit up another cigarette. Looking at Zoro's back with a complicated expression, this green algae head seems different. Mihawk slowly raised his black sword. "Let me see what you've comprehended." Zoro's lips curled into a proud arc, something that's enough to take your blow. Before the words fell, his figure suddenly split into 3, executing the ghostly 3-sword style he had simulated countless times in his dreams. Whoosh! Mihawk's black sword took the initiative for the first time, and the 2 figures instantly crossed over the sea. When the crowd regained their senses, they saw a blood arrow shoot from Zoro's shoulder, while a corner of Mihawk's cloak was neatly severed. "Wow!" The dock erupted in thunderous gasps. Mihawk looked down at his damaged cloak, and for the first time, battle intent ignited in his golden eyes. Not a bad dream. He had seen through Zoro's training methods, but a dream is ultimately a dream. "For the next blow, I will be serious." Zoro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, positioning his 3 swords in a new stance. "Then let this dream become reality." Immediately, Mihawk's black sword, Uru, finally drew out, a simple vertical slash containing the essence of returning to the fundamentals of swordsmanship. In Zoro's pupils, the trajectory of the slash was decomposed into countless frames, precisely the scenes he had repeatedly simulated in his dream system. 3-sword style, Ghost Slash. Zoro's 3 swords crossed in perfect angles to block, the frequency of the blade vibrations matching exactly with his dream training. Muscle memory driving his body to respond with utmost precision. The arc of Tenryubito, the angle of Sandai Kitetsu, even the rhythm of breathing, all reaching a state of perfection. However, when the black sword truly approached, Zoro's blood suddenly froze. The blade carried not only the power to crush, but also an overwhelming will that looked down upon the world. The form he had simulated countless times in his dreams now truly completed the spirit, a force forged through endless life and death battles, unique to the world's greatest swordsman. Crack! The blocking stance of the 3 swords was forcibly split apart, and a blood arrow shot from Zoro's chest. But more shocking than the physical pain was the impact on a soul level. At that moment, his heart went into a frenzy of alarm. Every cell in his body screaming in fear of death. "So that is how it is." Zoro suddenly smiled as he flew backward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was brighter than ever. The wound on his chest burned with pain, yet his mind surged with unprecedented clarity. Mihawk sheathed his sword, a hint of appreciation flashing in his golden pupils. Did you see it clearly? Zoro crashed heavily onto the deck, struggling to kneel on one knee. Blood pooled on the wooden planks, reflecting his fierce yet satisfied smile. Ah, I see it very clearly. In his mind, the scenes of countless dream simulations were being reorganized. Every block, every dodge, now glimmered with a new understanding. The momentum contained in Mihawk's strike was deeply etched into his martial instincts like a brand. Luffy pressed his straw hat tightly. Zoro. Usopp's sniper lens reflected the horrifying bloodstains. What the hell? But Ron showed a gratified smile. He could clearly see that the sword momentum on Zoro was undergoing a qualitative transformation. Still far from enough. Zoro used Tenryubito to support his body. Wobbling as he stood up, blood dripping from the sword tip, creating a crisp sound on the deck. But this path, I've already seen it. Mihawk turned and walked toward his canoe, his black coat fluttering in the sunset. Not bad, kid. I'll wait for you at the peak, Roronoa Zoro. The sea breeze carried the final dialogue. Next time we meet, I'll bring a sword that can wound you. I look forward to it. As the canoe disappeared over the horizon, Zoro finally collapsed, unconscious. Even in his unconsciousness, he continued to train, his bloodied fingers unconsciously sketching on the deck. A new starting stance that would integrate Mihawk's momentum into the three-sword style. With every breath, the wound on his chest throbbed. But this pain was the best marker leading to the peak. Meanwhile, Zoro's body in the dream was also recovering rapidly. In the evening, the afterglow of the sunset dyed the entire sea area red, marking the end of this thrilling duel. Hey, are you still alive? Sanji kicked open the restaurant door, holding a special nutritional meal. Don't die on the deck. It'll ruin the guests' appetites. Zoro laboriously gave a middle finger, saying, even if you die, I want tea, Sanji. Chapter 19, Tenfold Return. God's Perspective. Chef Zepp came out leaning on his wooden prosthetic, surveying the devastated dock, and suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. A remarkable young man. He turned and shouted to the kitchen, you little rascals. The banquet is starting. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the entire maritime restaurant came to life. Waiters swiftly moved long tables. Chefs carried whole roasted sheep onto the deck. And even the guests who had fainted moments ago rubbed their eyes awake. Meat. Luffy's rubber arm instantly stretched out, snatching 3 roast pigs in one go. Sanji, bring me 10 more. No, 20. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, kicked Luffy's sneaky hand away. Wait. First, make meals for the injured. Saying this, he placed a special seafood porridge in front of Zoro, enhanced with rum, so it won't kill you. Usopp slumped in his chair, his long nose still twitching. I actually survived against Mihawk. He suddenly jumped up. Wait. It was my divine sniper that intimidated him. Everyone. TCH. Ron leaned against the railing, his sea blue cloak bathed in the evening glow, took the cocktail handed to him by Sanji, and suddenly asked, want to join us on the Grand Line? Sanji paused for a moment, ash falling. Huh? There, you can realize your dream, all blue, your culinary skills. Ron shook his glass, the ice clinking pleasantly. Shouldn't he be buried in the East Sea? Sanji. In the distance, Luffy suddenly shouted, Sanji, be my chef. His mouth stuffed with food. He mumbled that Usopp's cooking was too terrible. Bastard. I'm still here. Usopp fumed, his long nose crooked with anger. Zoro forced himself to sit up, scooped a spoonful of seafood porridge into his mouth, and suddenly widened his eyes. This taste reminded him of the dojo in Frost Moon Village, and of the tea Kanao brewed. Chef Zepp stood on the second-floor terrace without anyone noticing, the dim light flickering in the twilight. Kid, if you want to go to sea, then roll along. As he turned, the wooden prosthetic creaked, don't die halfway. Sanji's cigarette suddenly went out. As the first star appeared, the lights of Bartai completely illuminated the night sky. The rich aroma of fine wine intertwined with the char of roasted meat. Joyful singing rose and fell with the waves. Zoro's snoring blended into the noise, particularly peaceful, as he dreamed of slashing through that green sword energy. Usopp boasted of the legend of the divine sniper to every listener. Luffy dashed back and forth among the tables, his belly puffed up like a balloon. Meanwhile, Ron and Sanji stood at the bow, gazing at the dark sea. In the distance, the outline of the Going Merry flickered under the moonlight, as if waiting for new companions to board. "All right, I'll go to sea with you." Sanji then walked over to join the banquet. The important thing was to say goodbye to Zepp. The clamor of the banquet gradually subsided, and Ron stood alone on the stern deck. The sea breeze stirring his sea blue cloak, moonlight spilling on the shimmering sea, stretching his shadow long. Suddenly, his pupils contracted slightly. Ding! Subsystem feedback. Host Usopp completed a legendary shocking mission. Tenfold return triggered. Reward. God's perspective. Ability description. Can perceive the heartbeat and precise location of all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius. A strange warmth spread from his forehead, and Ron's sensory world was instantly reconstructed, countless subtle presences igniting in his consciousness like starlight. In the nearby restaurant, Zoro's steady and powerful heartbeat as he slept. The thumping sound of Luffy rolling around below deck after eating too much. Even far away, the heartbeat of a few dolphins speeding up while playing. Most astonishingly, he could clearly perceive the calm and steady pulse of Mihawk, who had already sailed dozens of nautical miles away, beating at a unique frequency. It was as if he was standing high above, looking down at everything within 1,000 miles. This is God's perspective? Ron murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the ship's railing, each tap rhythmically coinciding with the nearest heartbeat. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Through this ability, he saw more. It was just the beginning. Ron looked up at the starry sky, his ambitions deeper than the night itself. He seemed to envision how high he would stand when more and more rewards returned tenfold. Suddenly, Luffy's mumblings from the cabin broke the silence. Meat. Huge chunks of meat, followed by Usopp's startled scream. Who is touching my long nose? Ron chuckled softly. The ability to sense 1,000 miles allowed him to see his companion's comical expressions even without turning around. This feeling of controlling everything reminded him of the thrill of using map hacks in his previous life as games. However, his gaze turned toward the direction of the Grand Line. The real challenge lay ahead. In the East Sea at dawn, as the horizon just began to lighten, the Going Merry quietly sailed away from the maritime restaurant. In the morning mist, the sails silently filled with the sea breeze. The sheephead figurehead's pupils reflected the gradually receding outline of Baratai. On the deck, Sanji took the first cigarette of the morning, his golden hair slightly curling in the damp sea breeze, frowning as he looked at the circle of people sitting around him. Luffy sat cross-legged on a wooden barrel, his straw hat pulled low. Zoro had 3 swords crossed on his knees, sleepily holding back yawns. Usopp swayed left and right with the rocking of the ship. Ron leaned against the helm, his sea blue cloak damp with morning dew. I say, Sanji exhaled a perfect smoke ring, cautiously crossing his arms. Even though I know I'm handsome, I don't like men. You don't need to act like this. Puff-ah! Luffy suddenly laughed so hard he nearly fell over, his rubber arm accidentally knocking over a nearby bucket of water. Sanji, you're too funny. Ron was also amused by this unexpected reaction. His low chuckle startled a few seagulls resting on the rigging. Zoro rubbed his temples helplessly, idiot with the curled eyebrows. Don't get carried away. Morning light pierced through the thin mist, casting mottled shadows on the deck. Zoro tapped the deck with his sword sheath, seriously stating, Listen, on this ship, he pointed her on. This one is the captain. Ron nodded slightly, his cloak glimmering in the morning light. This meat-loving idiot is the foolish captain. Zoro's sword sheath pointed again at Luffy, who was stealing breakfast meat. Hey, I'm not an idiot, Luffy protested, spitting out meat bits all over Usopp's face. I'm the little captain. Zoro proudly puffed out his chest, the 3 swords clinking in a crisp sound. Usopp jumped up, wiping the meat off his face. I'm the chief steward, in charge of all logistics on this ship. He proudly raised his chin, including supervising a certain green algae head not to get lost in the sea. Sanji's cigarette paused mid-air. Wait, what about me? The deck suddenly fell silent. Zoro dug in his ear, casually saying, You? Whatever. Chapter 20. Sanji, the Get Stronger by Taking Hits System bound. Ha ha ha. Usopp laughed wildly, slapping his thigh. Newbies are always like this. I started off doing whatever too. He mimicked Zoro's tone from back then. Long nose, you just take care of, whatever chores. Luffy rolled on the deck laughing, his straw hat rolling aside. Ron bent down to pick up the straw hat, a gentle smile in his eyes. Don't worry, chef. On this ship, his voice suddenly became profound. Everyone will eventually find the position that suits them best. Sanji's mouth twitched unnaturally. The cigarette between his fingers almost crushed. Just as he was about to say something, Ron suddenly raised his hand, the sea blue cloak fluttering gently in the morning breeze. It was just a joke, Ron implied. As a newcomer, there has to be a formal welcome ceremony. Usopp's long nose perked up excitedly, his eyes sparkling like he had discovered treasure. Could it be? You're giving Sanji a system? He jumped around, ecstatic. Great. Then we can get stronger together. System. System? Sanji's golden eyebrows furrowed together, the cigarette trembling slightly on his lips. What are you guys talking about? Luffy had already lost interest in explaining, focused intently on poking a piece of roast meat with his fork. Zoro sighed, rubbing his temples. This is so troublesome. To put it simply, everyone on the ship has a special ability system. He pointed to himself. I can get stronger by sleeping. Usopp immediately struck an exaggerated pose. My show-off system has already upgraded to silver level. As long as I successfully show off, I can get rewards. He then gave a very smug glance at Sanji, saying, this Lord Usopp is already a master haki. Stop. Sanji suddenly raised his hand, ash falling. Are you guys making up stories? What's sleeping to get stronger? Show off upgrades. His gaze swept across everyone's faces but only saw serious expressions. Zoro impatiently drew his sword. Watch closely. The blade suddenly glowed with a faint green aura. This is the sword chi resonance given by the dream system. Usopp, not to be outdone, raised his slingshot, the projectile tracing a strange arc in the air. Watch my ultimate move, tracking star. Gifted by the show-off system. Just need to show off a little. It's too easy. Luffy finally lifted his head from his food, his rubber arms stretching around the deck. My choice system is the best. Every time I choose right, I get meat. Sanji's cigarette fell onto his polished shoes, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Ron. What? What have you done to them? Ron smiled slightly, a swirling blue data stream suddenly appearing at his fingertips. System fruit user can grant other special growth systems. The data stream formed mini icons, sleeping green algae, boasting long nose, wolfing down straw hat. Sanji staggered back 2 steps, his back hitting the mast. Are you kidding me? This is absurd. His voice slightly cracked. How could a devil fruit have such? Stop getting hung up on scientific issues. Usopp hooked his arm around Sanji's shoulder. What's important is. He lowered his voice mysteriously. What system do you want? Chef system? Kicking technique system? Or? Sanji's pupils dilated slightly, and under the expectant gazes of everyone, he suddenly turned and rushed to the kitchen. I need a glass of rum to calm down. Laughter erupted on the deck. Ron watched Sanji's hurried retreat with a playful glimmer in his eyes, knowing that this blonde chef would soon come to him for a system. After all, on this sea, no one could resist the temptation to get stronger. The waves gently lapped against the ship's hull, the going merry sailing full speed ahead. While in the kitchen of the ship's cabin, Sanji stared at his trembling hands, for the first time doubting his own understanding. If what those madmen said was true, could his dream be realized? Sanji suddenly pushed open the kitchen door, his polished shoes making hurried sounds on the deck, his golden bangs blown wild by the sea breeze, his eyes flickering with determination. Everyone turned their heads in unison, still wearing mischievous smiles. I made up my mind. Sanji stood up straight, the smoke from his cigarette rising in the morning light. My dream is to gain the ability of the transparent fruit. His voice suddenly became solemn. His right hand pressed against his chest as he bowed to Ron. If Captain can help me realize this wish, I would be eternally grateful. The deck fell silent. Even Zoro temporarily stopped sharpening his sword. Ron's mouth twitched slightly. Well, he deliberately elongated his tone. The rewards from the system are varied. Who can say for sure what's inside? The transparent ability. Maybe it really exists. Sanji's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights, the cigarette falling from his open mouth. Really? Really? He dashed to Ron's side, slamming his hands on the ship's railing. "Please, Captain, give me the system. Right now." Usopp muttered from the side. "This change of face is quicker than my show-off." Luffy was digging his nose. "Transparent fruit? What is that? Can you eat it?" Zoro scoffed. "Definitely wanted to peep at the women's bathhouse, right? You looking for death, green algae head." Sanji's polished shoes kicked a dent beside Zoro's head, then immediately turned back to Ron with a flattering expression. "Captain." Ron suppressed his laughter, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. "As you wish." A pink data stream descended from the sky, enveloping Sanji, and a semi-transparent light screen appeared before him. Get stronger by taking hits system bound. Host, Sanji. System features. Get stronger by taking hits. Current toughness level. Rookie, 0-100. Today's task, take hits 3 times. Reward, kick power 15. Sanji's expression froze. He mechanically turned to Ron. What the hell is this system?" "Get stronger by taking hits system." Ron explained seriously. "As long as you take hits, you can get stronger. Different hits yield different rewards. Varying degrees yield different rewards." "What kind of joke is this?" Sanji's roar startled a flock of seagulls. "I'm a chef, not a punching bag." Usopp was already rolling on the deck with laughter. "Huh, perfect for you. A violent chef who fights all day." Zoro rarely showed a schadenfreude smile. "Do you want me to help you complete today's task right now?" Three-sword style, Love Edition. Chapter 21. Please, hit me. Hit me now. Luffy suddenly stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Sanji. "Don't worry. I'll hit you gently. Rubber, rubber, stop it." Sanji executed a whirlwind kick, sending everyone on the deck tumbling over. He angrily pointed at Ron. "Can this system be returned?" Ron leisurely adjusted his cape. "Once the system is bound, it cannot be returned." He suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. "But I heard that attacks from beautiful women count as special hits, right?" Sanji's anger instantly extinguished, and hearts appeared in his eyes. Don't use this to test a chef. What serious chef can withstand such an exam?" He had already seen the system's special note. Being hit by beautiful women doubles the rewards. Perhaps this system isn't so bad after all? Ha, great. Saying this, for some reason, Sanji thought of something, and suddenly a nosebleed gushed out, but his expression gradually became resolute. "I understand. This is a test." Zoro rolled his eyes. No saving him. At that moment, the sea breeze suddenly turned sharp. Zoro chuckled, and just as Sanji lowered his head to study the system interface, the sound of 3 swords being drawn simultaneously was perfectly masked by the waves. 3-sword style, /. 3 afterimages cut through the air, and Zoro's figure appeared like a ghost behind Sanji. The back of his sword heavily struck Sanji's back, producing a painful thud. Bang! Sanji flew out like a cannonball, crashing through 3 water storage barrels before stopping. Salty seawater and wood chips splattered all over him. His meticulously groomed suit instantly soaked. "Cough, cough. Green algae head, you're seeking death." Sanji struggled to get up, his blonde hair wet against his forehead. But the next second, his cursing abruptly stopped. The pain where he was hit was fading at an alarming rate, as if his muscle fibers were injected with some kind of energy, becoming tougher. Although his body was recovering, it still hurt. Ding. Task of being hit completed 1-3. Reward. Kick power increased by 5. Current resilience level. Rookie, 10-100. Sanji's pupils constricted sharply. He could clearly feel that the explosive power in his right leg had indeed increased. This wasn't an illusion. That system really. How about it? Zoro, holding his sword, had a look that seemed to be asking for trouble. Want to take a few more hits to make it a round number? Anger and surprise intertwined in Sanji's eyes. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a dangerous arc. Just right. "Let us test my new power on you." His dress shoes slid across the slippery deck, and Sanji's figure instantly vanished. Zoro's instincts just warned him, and a spinning kick wrapped in a fierce wind was already rushing towards him. First meet, System Special Version. Boom! Zoro hurriedly raised his twin swords to block, but was still kicked back by this sudden immense force, sliding several meters and carving 2 deep tracks on the deck. Hey! Zoro shook his numb arm. This power. The tip of Sanji's shoe was steaming, and he looked at his right leg in disbelief. It really got stronger? Ding. Detecting host actively being hit. Extra reward. Kick speed increased by 3. The System S prompt made Sanji's expression gradually turn grim. He tore off his soaked tie and struck a fighting pose, green algae head. Come again. Zoro's fighting spirit was also ignited as he placed Wado Ikamanji at his lips, just what I wanted. The deck was instantly filled with the clashing of blades and legs. Sanji's dress shoes collided with Zoro's swordback, sparks flying everywhere. With each hit, Sanji's system prompt happily chimed. Meanwhile, Zoro's dream system was silently recording the data of this duel. Bang! Kick accuracy 2 clang. Leg impact resistance 4. Usopp hid behind the mast, reporting in real time with binoculars. Now it's Sanji being hit for the 7th time. Oh my god, the 13th time being kicked in the face. Luffy sat on the Ram's head statue, eating meat and cheering. Good hit. Hit harder. Ron leaned against the ship's helm, his keen perception allowing him to clearly monitor the flow of energy within the two bodies. Sanji's kicking technique was evolving at a visible speed, while Zoro's swordsmanship was becoming more refined, just the effect he wanted. As the silhouette of the island appeared on the horizon, the battle on the deck finally came to an end. Sanji slumped on a pile of broken wood, his suit reduced to rags, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't hide the fact that his kick power had increased by 23. Zoro wasn't much better off. His forehead was swollen, but he was satisfied as he wiped his beloved sword. Not bad, curly brow, finally showing some progress. Don't get too cocky. Sanji gasped for breath. Lighting a new cigarette. Will continue tomorrow. In the morning mist, the Going Merry slowly approached the dock of Rogue Town. Sanji leaned against the ship's railing, smoking while checking the system interface, when suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. Ding. Hidden clause unlocked. Cumulative 100 hits can be exchanged for a transparent experience card. 1 hour. The cigarette fell on the deck with a thud, and Sanji's hand started to tremble uncontrollably. Wow, so great. He suddenly laughed wildly, scaring several seagulls away. Sure enough, getting hit can make you stronger. Getting hit is the most wonderful thing in the world. Zoro, who was sharpening his sword, twitched his hand and almost cut himself. His curly brow going crazy? Sanji suddenly slid to his knees in front of Zoro, hands clasped together, eyes sparkling with strange light. Please, hit me. Hit me now. Zoro was dumbfounded. The 3 swords clattered to the ground. He reached out and touched Sanji's forehead. You're not feverish. I'm serious. Sanji grabbed Zoro's collar and shook him. With your 3-sword style? Hit me here. He turned around, sticking out his butt and patting it. Everyone on the deck was stunned by this bizarre scene. Usopp's binoculars fell to the ground. It's over, the chef has been broken. Luffy tilted his head. Did Sanji get hit on the head by a sea king? Zoro took a deep breath and turned to Ron. Captain, does this count as a work injury? Ron suppressed his laughter. Meeting the reasonable requests of crew members is the captain's duty. All right. Zoro helplessly picked up his sword there. You all heard it. He asked me to hit him. I've never seen such a request in my life. The next moment, 3 swords were drawn simultaneously. 3-sword style, 108 troublesome winds. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of dense strikes rang out like firecrackers at the dock. Sanji was hit back and forth on the deck, but emitted strange cheers. Ha ha, come again. Hit harder. 10 minutes later, bruised and battered, Sanji lay on the ground, trembling as he checked the system interface. Why does it only count as 1 time? The system popped up an explanation. Single hit determination standard. Must have a clear start and end. Continuous attacks count as 1. Chapter 22 Bastard. You almost made me press it down. WH. What? Sanji's scream startled the seagulls on the dock. So I just took over 100 hits for nothing? Usopp was laughing so hard he rolled into the sea, while Luffy was rolling on the deck, holding his stomach. Sanji looks like a rubber ball. Zoro wiped his sweat. It only counts as 1 hit if my hands are sore. Ron coughed lightly, his sea blue cloak fluttering slightly in the morning light. Looks like I'm going to get hit again. Sanji lay collapsed on the deck, gazing at the azure sky, suddenly realizing a truth. The road to transparency is much bumpier than he had imagined. 3 days later, the Going Merry was sailing slowly on the sea. Sanji had fully grasped the system of getting stronger by taking hits, and at this moment he stood at the stern of the ship, his long legs glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. With a fierce whip kick, The air let out a piercing explosion. Boom! The testing iron barrel was kicked in half, the cross-section smooth as a mirror. Kick technique power 100. Sanji blew out a smoke ring, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This feeling was really good. However, when he turned to look at Zoro, who was napping under the mast, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. That green algae head was getting weirder and weirder lately. Every time he woke up, his kicking techniques seemed like child's play in front of him. The day before yesterday, he could barely manage a 50-50 fight. Yesterday, his chances dropped to only 30%. And this morning, he was completely suppressed. Damn sleeping system. Sanji gritted his teeth and crushed a cigarette, but he clearly remembered what Zoro had said this morning while yawning. Curly brow, I figured out the flaw on your 37th spinning kick in my dream last night. And I summarized 87 ways to counter it. That damn bastard. Does this mean he'll be taking hits forever in the future? Usopp poked his head out of the machinery room. Chef, do you want to try my new invention, the automatic hit machine? Get lost. Sanji kicked a nearby empty can away. But then his eyes lit up. Wait, what did you just say? Hit machine. Forget it. That thing was used before. And the system deemed it a failure. Usopp shook his head in disappointment. Then forget it. This is my great invention. Usopp's. Stop showing off on me. You've said that 13 times already. Then Sanji's gaze shifted to the system panel. Current transparency experience card progress. 9100. This number made Sanji's heart race. He was about to succeed. Although it was just a 1-hour experience card. With the first time, there would be a second time. Maybe the next experience card would last a day, a year. Or even permanently. Just 10 more times. Sanji stroked his chin, calculating as his gaze swept over his companions on the deck. Luffy was playing rock, paper, scissors with the figurehead, completely unreliable. Usopp's inventions didn't T-count, and he always liked to show off in front of him. Captain Ron, forget it. That pair of dragon claws that could crush steel was not something to mess with. Hey, green algae head. Sanji suddenly shouted, wake up. The great swordsman is here. Zoro's eyes shot open, and his 3 swords were already half drawn. Great swordsman? Where is the great swordsman? If you beat me, I'll tell you. Sanji struck a fighting pose, sparks flying from his shoes on the deck. Zoro couldn't find the great swordsman, but someone wanted to take a hit, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Want to rack up hits again? He stood up slowly, just right. The new moves he dreamed up last night needed practical testing. Cut the crap. Sanji's right leg glowed with an eerie red light. This was the system effect of reaching the peak of his kicking technique. Lamb shoot. 2 figures collided fiercely on the deck, blade light and leg shadows intertwining. While Usopp hid in the lookout counting, 1, 2, God, Sanji is getting beaten up so badly. 9. When the count reached 10, Sanji was already nosebleeding and sprawled on the deck, but his eyes burned with a fervent flame, his trembling fingers clicking on the system interface. Ding! Transparency experience card, 1 hour. Redeemed successfully. Usage instructions, click the use button to activate. Sanji's trembling fingers hovered over the use button on the system interface. The brilliance of the transparency experience card reflecting on his excited face. Finally, he could realize his dream. He swallowed. Visions of the hazy steam of a women's bathhouse already floating in his mind. Just at this holy moment, bang! A strange hand with webbed fingers suddenly grabbed the ship's railing, leaving wet marks on the deck as it retracted back into the sea. And Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground, staring dumbfounded at that hand as it swiftly disappeared into the water. What the hell? Before he could react, 2 webbed hands grabbed the ship's edge simultaneously, accompanied by the sound of a painful grind, a green-brown figure agilely leaping onto the deck. Water droplets rolling down its scaly skin, glistening with a strange oily sheen in the sunlight. The fishman grinned, exposing his sharp teeth. And with his gills opening and closing with his breath, he remarked, it's just a little human ship gonna make a fortune. Sanji's pupils constricted. As a former chef at a sea restaurant, he certainly recognized that iconic webbed hand, the gill slits on the neck, and that distinct smell of the sea. It was definitely a fishman. Moreover, judging by the jagged knife hanging from his waist, this newcomer didn't come with good intentions. Enemy attack. Usopp's scream shattered the tranquil sea, rolling and crawling up onto the deck. His observation Haki had sensed the intruder, but upon seeing the fishman's appearance, his face turned green. Ugh, that's just too ugly. What? The fishman's smile froze on his face. He was Crocodile, a cadre of the dragon pirates, who had been rampaging in the East Blue for many years, and no one had ever called him ugly to his face. You're looking for death, human. Crocodile's webbed hand moved toward the hilt of his knife. Talp, talp, talp. A slow but steady sound of footsteps approached, and Ron's sea blue cloak appeared at the cabin door, followed by a sleepy Zoro and a meat-chomping Luffy. Fishman? Zoro's 3 swords were already half-drawn, looking quite strong. Could he be tougher than Sanji? Luffy puffed his cheeks and mumbled. Can it be eaten? Crocodile was enraged by their reactions. You lowly creatures. Do you know who this is? He suddenly drew his jagged knife, declaring that a pass through here, you either pay a toll of 100,000 berries, or... Bang! A whip kick suddenly struck his face, sending Crocodile flying, crashing heavily into the mast, while Sanji maintained his kicking pose. Smoke rising from the tip of his shoes. Bastard, you almost made me press it down. Crocodile shook his head and got up, bloodshot eyes glaring. You dare to hit me? I am a cadre of the dragon pirates. Chapter 23. Hey, are you sure bleeding like this won't kill me? Hey, algae head. Sanji suddenly turned to Zoro. Can I borrow a lighter? Zoro rolled his eyes, but still tossed over a lighter. Sanji elegantly lit a new cigarette. Took a deep breath. I'll give you 3 seconds to jump into the sea by yourself. He glanced at the system interface, or I can help you. Crocodile's harsh laughter rang out. Damn, ignoring me. Just a mere human. 3. Sanji's figure suddenly vanished. 2. When he reappeared, he was already above Crocodile's head. 1. The burning leather shoe came crashing down. Fishman karate. Before Crocodile could finish his move, he was kicked into the sea, creating a huge splash. The deck fell silent for a few seconds. Usopp trembled and pointed at the sea. Did he just say he was going to collect a toll? Luffy finally swallowed the meat in his mouth. So that means there's a village ahead? Is there meat to eat? Zoro sheathed his sword. Idiot. Is that the point? Ron's long-range perception had already detected the anomaly on the distant island, with dozens of fishman presences and a familiar orange-haired girl. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Prepare to dock. It seems our navigator lady is in trouble. But Sanji was staring at the system interface, startled. That guy had suddenly jumped out, scaring him so much he almost clicked to use the transparency experience card. Damn it, that guy really damn it. Wait. It seemed he heard something. Navigator lady. Sanji's ears perked up instantly. Not even noticing the cigarette falling onto his shoe, he dashed to Ron's side. His eyes already transformed into exaggerated heart shapes. Captain, did you just say the words navigator lady? Ron's sea blue cape fluttered gently in the wind. A faint smile on his lips. That's right, on the island ahead is our future navigator, Miss Nami. Navigator, Nami, lady. Sanji swayed as if drunk, blood gushing from his nostrils. What a wonderful combination of words. Usopp's long nose twitched. Hey, are you sure bleeding like this won't kill you? That kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. Sanji suddenly straightened up, right hand on his chest performing a standard night salute. On the sea, beautiful ladies can board without any reason. That's common sense. Usopp looked in shock at the amount of blood Sanji was losing, exclaiming, the more you get hit, the stronger you become. System is great. It's like having a health hack. You can't die at all. Luffy hung upside down from the mast, his rubbery face close to Ron's. Brother Ron, do we have a new partner? His eyes sparkled. Is she like Sanji and can cook delicious food? Ron gently shook his head, his gaze turning towards the distant outline of the island. The navigator is a vital guide on the sea. Indispensable, but right now, our navigator lady is in a bit of trouble. What? Sanji's golden hair suddenly stood on end, flames of anger visibly igniting around him. How dare they put a beautiful lady in danger? He kicked the helm, full speed ahead. Rescuing the navigator is every knight's duty. Zoro's 3 swords clattered to the ground. This idiot. Acceleration device activated. Usopp frantically pulled down a lever. The ship's tail suddenly spewed exaggerated sparks. This was his latest invention, a super booster that only required 2 cannonballs to move at high speed. The Going Merry shot towards Windmill Village like an arrow. The waves created at the bow soared over 10 meters high. Luffy excitedly sat on the sheep's head statue. Wahaha! So thrilling. Ron's long-range perception locked onto the orange-haired figure on the island. He could see Nami surrounded by a group of fishmen, and he could hear her rapid heartbeat further away. The spire of Dragon Park glimmered with a cold light under the sun. Cocoa Village. Dragon Park. The scorching sun baked the central square of Dragon Park. Nami's orange hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to her pale cheeks. Her fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white, her nails digging deep into her palm. Yet she felt no pain. The empty box in front of her rattled in the sea breeze. It was her proof of freedom, earned through countless lies and blood over 8 years. Why? Nami's voice was hoarse. She had clearly saved up 100 million berries. She suddenly pointed to the iron box in the corner of the square. The money was clearly right here. Why was it gone? Dragon sat on a tall throne, his jagged nose glimmering coldly in the sunlight as he leisurely played with an orange emblem, the most treasured relic of Nami's adoptive mother, Bel-Em-Re. The voice of the little thief-cat dragon was like a dull knife cutting flesh. Do you think you've been the only one keeping track all these years? He suddenly crushed the emblem. Cocoa Village's annual protection fee interest is 20 compounded. Fishman accountant Little 8 timely handed over the ledger. You still owe me 380 million berries. You're talking nonsense. Nami trembled all over. The map pin slipped from her sleeve. It was clearly agreed upon that 100 million berries would. At that time, Dragon suddenly leaned forward, the shadow completely enveloping Nami. I also said that joining the Dragon Pirates means you can't leave. His sharp claws lifted Nami's chin. Your village has survived until now, all thanks to your hands that could draw sea charts. The surrounding fishmen burst into laughter. The kissing fishmen deliberately mimicked Nami's tone. I want to buy the village. Octopus Little 8 clumsily imitated counting money, drawing even more ridicule. Nami's vision blurred. Every sleepless night over the past 8 years, every scar left from stealing, every hypocritical smile practiced in front of the mirror, all turned to ashes. What if I insist on leaving? Nami suddenly looked up, the tears in her eyes evaporated by anger. Dragon's smile vanished. The air in the square instantly froze. The laughter of the fishmen abruptly stopped. Then let you watch closely. Dragon slowly stood up, his body casting a shadow of death. How I pinned no Jiko to the Cocoa Village sign. His jagged knife pointed towards the orange orchard. How to make Bel-Em-Re's orange trees bear the heads of the villagers. Nami's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. She seemed to return to that rainy day. Bel-Em-Re's warm blood mixed with the rainwater, seeping through her trembling fingers. So, clever little thief-cat dragon sat back down, tossing her a new contract. Keep drawing sea charts. This time, it's a lifetime contract. Chapter 24. Let's go through the process. Please start your performance. Nami mechanically bent down to pick up the pen, but at the moment she touched the barrel, she heard a deafening explosion from the direction of the port, and the iron fence of Dragon Park was kicked away. The steel gate twisted and deformed as it flew into the square, crashing heavily into the center of the fountain, sending up a huge splash of water. Through the smoke and dust, a tall figure walked slowly. The sound of his leather shoes crunching on the gravel was clearly audible. Tulp, tulp, tulp. Sanji's suit jacket fluttered slightly in the blast wave, the sparks from his cigarette flickering in and out of the shadows. Although his face was hidden in the darkness, the palpable killing intent made even the fiercest of the fishmen involuntarily take a step back. Nami stared blankly at this unfamiliar man, the contract in her hand slipping to the ground. She had never seen anyone dare to charge into Dragon Park alone, nor had she seen anyone maintain such a terrifying, oppressive aura in front of the dragon. The dragon's serrated nose twitched twice, and he suddenly grinned. Interesting. A human actually dares to. Hey, Sanji! A sudden shout interrupted the dragon's words. Usopp rushed into the square, panting, his backpack bouncing up and down as he ran. Didn't we agree? Let me show off first before you get hit. I'm serious. The process. Do you understand? How much system reward will we miss out on if we do this wrong? The scene fell into dead silence, and the fishmen exchanged glances, completely unable to understand what this long-nosed guy was babbling about. Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette, the ember instantly burning half of it away. seeing a beautiful lady being bullied. His leather shoes suddenly ignited with a strange red flame. I can't wait even a second. Usopp slapped his forehead and sighed deeply. It's over, this chance to show off is ruined again. Boom! Another loud explosion. Luffy crashed through the surrounding wall and flew in, his rubber arm wrapping around a flagpole to avoid a nasty fall. Sanji, wait for me. Then he looked up and saw Nami, his eyes brightening instantly. Are you the navigator my brother On mentioned? Come join my crew. The dragon's forehead bulged with veins. You bunch of bastards. How dare you ignore me? Please remain calm, Mr. Dragon. A gentle voice came from the front gate. Ron, draped in a sea blue cloak, walked in calmly. With each step, his aura grew stronger. Zoro, carrying 3 swords, followed behind, looking sleepy yet exuding a fierce killing intent. Nami's pupils constricted violently. These people, are they crazy? Don't they know how terrifying the dragon pirates are? Let's go through the process. Ron smiled at Usopp. Usopp, please start your performance. Usopp immediately straightened his back, his long nose held high. Hey, you bunch of small fry. Have you heard of the name of the god of sniping? Usopp-sama, his slingshot pointed at the dragon. If you know what's good for you, let that lady go immediately, or else. Enough. The dragon was too lazy to waste words with these trashy humans. He angrily smashed the armrest of the throne. Kill them. Fine. If the show-off fails and the process can't be completed, then let's skip it. Let's fight. Dozens of fishmen warriors rushed in simultaneously. I said long ago that these beasts can't understand human speech. Showing off to them is a waste of breath. But Sanji moved first, his figure instantly disappearing. In the next second, he appeared in front of Nami, his leather shoes making a sonic boom as he kicked a fishman several meters away. Don't be afraid, beautiful lady. Sanji turned and performed a standard knightly bow, his voice gentle, completely different from before. Can you tell me your name? Nami stared in shock at this man who was fierce one moment and suave the next, completely unable to react. Sanji was about to say something more to Nami when suddenly several sounds of slicing through the air came from behind him. His expression changed sharply, and he pushed Nami aside. Watch out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 fishmen warriors lunged at him from different directions, the wind from their webbed hands stinging their faces. Sanji's leather shoes sparked against the stone floor as he spun like a top. First meet, shoulder meet, back meet. Each kick landed precisely on the fishman's vital points. But the opponents only staggered a few steps before rushing back in. A spotted fishman took a spinning kick from Sanji, merely wiping his mouth. Is this the extent of human kicking techniques? TSK. Cold sweat broke out on Sanji's forehead. He could feel his leg bones aching. The fishman's naturally strong physique was indeed troublesome. Their thick-scaled skin was like natural armor, and a casual punch could shatter rocks. Ha ha ha. A human with skinny arms and legs. Another octopus fishman seized the opportunity to wrap around Sanji's left leg. Watch me twist your bones apart. Nami covered her mouth in terror. Be careful. At a critical moment, a strange red light suddenly flared up from Sanji's right leg, indicating that his kicking technique had reached 100 system effect. Devil wind kick, braised octopus. Boom! The entwining tentacles were instantly charred black by the high temperature, and the octopus fishman screamed and let go. Sanji took the chance to backflip and create distance, but he was immediately surrounded by other fishmen again. What a hassle. He lit a new cigarette, took a deep drag, and thought it seemed he had to use some real skills. On the other side, Zoro's battle presented a completely different scene. The 3 famous swords glimmered coldly in the sunlight, each slash spraying blood. The sound of Wado Ikemanji slicing through fish scales was painfully grating, while the famed sword Tengu greedily drank the blood. 3 sword style, demon slash. 3 arcs of light flashed, and 3 fishmen fell simultaneously, their scales crumbling like paper before the renowned swords. Too weak. Zoro flicked the blood off his blade and glanced over at the struggling Sanji, raising an eyebrow. Need help? Mind your own business, algae head. Sanji executed a side kick to push back a fishman who was sneaking up on him, but he was distracted and got hit in the back by another, grunting as he knelt on one knee. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Under the blazing sun, Luffy adjusted his straw hat, shadows obscuring his eyes. The massive body of the dragon cast a terrifying shadow over him, its serrated nose glinting coldly. Rubber, rubber. Luffy's arm had already stretched back, ready to launch an attack. Just then, a crisp system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! God-level choice triggered. Choice 1. Beat the dragon until he begs for mercy. Reward. See King-style barbecue feast for 3 months. Choice 2. Break the dragon's weapon. Reward. A pair of super alloy arm guards. Choice 3. Smash the dragon's nose and teeth until death. Reward. Awakening of armament hockey. Beginner. Luffy's eyes instantly turned into the shape of barbecue meat. 3 months worth of meat. It feels like I can already smell the aroma of grilled meat. I want to choose. Chapter 25. Blast the Dragon. I choose to awaken armament hockey. Luffy's voice suddenly came from not far away. He stood there, his sea blue cape gently swaying in the wind. Choose something to enhance your strength. I have a whole ship of special barbecued meat that hasn't been eaten. As the main system owner, he couldn't directly intervene in the choices of the subsystem hosts, but he could guide them indirectly. Luffy paused, tilted his head in thought, and suddenly grinned. A whole ship of meat? What Brother On says is always right. Without hesitation, he clicked on the third option. Then I'll choose to blow this guy up. The dragon was enraged by this nonsensical conversation. You lowly creatures dare to ignore me? His serrated sword slashed down with a sharp whoosh. Gum Gum Rocket. Luffy's arm stretched back like a drawn bowstring, and then shot forward with incredible speed. The dragon didn't dodge or evade, grinning as he took the hit to his chest. Bang! Amidst the dull impact, the dragon only staggered back half a step. Is that all the power you have? A fishman's skin is tougher than steel. Luffy's straw hat was lifted by the shockwave, revealing his serious eyes beneath. Then let's try this. His legs suddenly inflated. Gum Gum Axe. A massive foot came crashing down from above. The dragon hurriedly raised his serrated sword to block. But the sound of metal breaking echoed throughout the square as his longtime weapon was kicked cleanly in half. What? The dragon looked at the broken blade in his hand, shock flashing in his eyes for the first time. Luffy didn't give him a moment to breathe and shot up again the moment he landed. Gum Gum Machine Gun. Countless punches rained down like a torrential storm, and the thick scales of the dragon began to shed. However, the fishman's robust physique allowed him to quickly stabilize himself and counter with a heavy punch. Fishman Karate. Thousand-Tile Fist. Boom! Luffy was sent flying back by this punch, crashing through 3 walls before finally stopping. In the dust, he shook himself up and spat out a mouthful of blood. That hurts, but his mouth suddenly curled into a grin. Now this is interesting. Taking advantage of the moment, the dragon charged over, his broken weapon aimed straight at Luffy's heart. Die. At the critical moment, Luffy's body twisted like rubber, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, and his arms wrapped around the dragon's arm. Got you. Gum Gum Windmill. Whoosh. The dragon's massive body was swung around, and after drawing several circles in the air, crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the entire square, and cracking the stone floor like spider webs. Cough. The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, but Luffy was already leaping high. Knee aimed at his face. Gum Gum Stamp. Crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed as the dragon's signature serrated nose twisted and deformed. A few sharp teeth mixed with blood flying out. The final blow. Luffy stretched his fists back to their limits, and then released them violently. Gum Gum Super Pistol. This punch, accompanied by a sonic boom, hit the dragon's temple. His pupils dilated instantly, and then went blank. His massive body flew out like shattered stone, crashing through his shark-shaped throne before finally collapsing motionless in the ruins. Dead. Silence. The entire square was deathly quiet. The fishmen gaping in disbelief that their invincible leader had been defeated like this. Nami held her breath, fearing this was just a dream. Luffy gasped for breath as he stood up, picked up a straw hat, and put on. He turned to Ron, who was standing still. Brother, mission accomplished. Well done. Ron then walked over to Nami and extended his hand, inviting, now, can you join us as our partner, Miss Nami? These words seemed to flip a switch, first eliciting scattered sobs, then loud cries. The nightmare of being imprisoned for 8 years finally ended at this moment. The others, aware of Nami's plight, smiled, and quietly accompanied her. Just then, an out-of-place shout interrupted the touching atmosphere. "Brother on!" Luffy suddenly yelled. "Where's the meat? The ship full of meat you mentioned?" Zoro helplessly face-bombed. "Just finished a fight, and you're only thinking about food." Sanji had already eagerly leaned toward Nami. "Beautiful navigator. How you like your steak cooked?" Usopp posed triumphantly on top of the dragon. "Look, this is the fate of offending the commander of my 8,000 subordinates." Nami looked at this strange group of people, tears streaming down her face, but this time they were tears of joy. Thank you, everyone." As the dragon collapsed, a clear system notification suddenly rang in Luffy's mind. Ding. Mission complete. Reward. Armament Haki Awakening, Beginner. Luffy blinked and suddenly hugged his head. Wait. I suddenly have a lot of new things in my head. He shook his head like a piggy bank, it feels like. I know how to use that black thing now. Amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, Luffy suddenly grinned, clenched his right fist, and an astonishing scene unfolded. His fist began to glow with a metallic black sheen, the darkness spreading from his knuckles to the entire fist, gleaming coldly under the sunlight. This is... Zoro's 3 swords clattered to the ground. As a swordsman who had witnessed Mihawk's strength, he knew all too well what this represented. Sanji's cigarette fell from his gaping mouth. Armament Haki? Are you kidding me? Usopp directly knelt on the ground. The standard Haki for strong fighters in the second half of the Grand Line. And our captain learned it before even entering the Grand Line. Though Nami didn't understand what was happening, she could tell from the others' reactions that it was extraordinary. That black thing. Is it powerful? Ron wore a satisfied smile. This is one of the 3 types of Haki, Armament Haki, which can be used to increase attack power or enhance one's own defense. Nami shook her head, clearly unaware. Luffy curiously examined his darkened fist and suddenly clapped them together. So cool. It feels like my fist got a lot harder. He turned to Zoro. Mosshead, let me punch you to try it out. Get lost. Zoro quickly picked up his sword, looking for the cook to use as a punching bag. Sanji immediately exploded with rage. Why me? Chapter 26. Genetic Awakening of a Modified Human? The super luxurious starship. However, after thinking for a moment, Sanji obediently walked over because getting beaten makes him stronger, so let the storm come even fiercer. He took a deep breath and crushed half a cigarette hard against the sole of his shoe. Garlic bird, he murmured softly, adjusting his crooked tie, and walked towards Luffy with a death-defying stride. After all, getting beaten can make him stronger. Zoro, holding 3 swords, laughed from the side. Huh. Finally recognizing your punching bag nature? Shut up, Mosshead. Sanji's dress shoes sparked against the stone floor. Wait until I unlock my new skill. You're the first one I'll punch. Luffy was already eager, striking a pose, the dark armament Haki covering his right fist again. Sanji, I'm coming. Let's talk. Sanji took a defensive stance, slightly retracting his right leg. Remember to hit the left side. My right shoulder is still. Rubber armament. Direct punch. Boom. Before Sanji could finish his sentence, he was launched like a cannonball, his body tracing a beautiful parabola in the air, crashing through 3 coconut trees before heavily landing in an orange orchard. Cough, cough. Sanji crawled up from a pile of oranges, spitting out leaves from his mouth, feeling as if his organs were about to shatter. The intense pain was simply unbearable. Although his body could recover from any beating, the pain was real. At that moment, ding. Beaten task completed. Reward. 10 progress in leg modification, genetic awakening. Current awakening progress. To effect, bone density increased, muscle fibers reorganizing. A warm current suddenly surged from his spine to his legs, and Sanji was surprised to find that the pain from the earlier impact was rapidly fading. More amazingly, he could distinctly feel that his leg bones were undergoing some transformation, as if metal was flowing in his marrow. He tentatively kicked a nearby boulder. Boom! The half-man-high rock shattered on impact, yet his leg bore not a single bruise. Wow! Luffy stretched his neck to look over. Sanji, your legs are glowing. Indeed. A faint blue light was radiating from under Sanji's pants. He rolled up his pant leg and discovered strange mechanical patterns emerging on his calf skin, only to disappear in an instant. Zoro had also approached at some point, displaying a rare expression of interest. What's going on? Did your genes mutate from being punched by Luffy? No wonder your kicking talent is so abnormal. You're the abnormal one, Sanji retorted habitually, but then fell into deep thought. He recalled what his father had said during his childhood about being a failure, and the strange dreams he had as a child. Could it be that the modified genes of the Vinsmoke family were being activated by the beating system? Nami couldn't keep up with the rhythm. What are you guys talking about? Ron's voice came from behind the crowd. It seems our chef has many secrets yet to disclose. Sanji quickly rolled down his pant leg, lighting a new cigarette to cover his fluster. Stop prying into the chef's privacy. He turned to Luffy again, this time with full strength. Luffy nodded excitedly, covering both fists with armament hockey. Rubber, wait. Usopp suddenly interjected. Let me pose first. That way everyone can get rewards. Get lost. Zoro had already turned to walk away. I'm going to see if there are any straggling fishmen. The sunset dyed the sea golden as the group returned to the shore, chatting and laughing, only to suddenly freeze in place. Their beloved Going Merry was now tragically half sunk in the shallows, the main mast broken in two, the deck marred with charred scorch marks. And the cute little sheep statue at the bow had lost half of its face. What is going on? Is this our Merry? Usopp was dumbfounded. Meat. My meat. Luffy's eyes turned red. How could this happen? Nami covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. She had already agreed to join Ron's pirate crew. But now, with the ship gone, what was the point of joining? Usopp knelt on the ground, trembling as he touched the ship's wounds. It was the remnants of the dragon pirates, those despicable bastards. Zoro drew all three swords at once. I'm going to get them. Wait. Ron raised his hand to stop him, his sea blue cloak gently swaying in the evening breeze. No need. In the puzzled gazes of everyone, Ron walked to a flat rock by the shore, and his fingertips suddenly glowed with blue data streams as a semi-transparent system interface unfolded in the air. Ding! Extract. Super luxurious starship? Ron clicked confirm without hesitation, and in an instant, the harbor's water began to churn violently, a massive whirlpool appearing out of nowhere. With a deafening sound of mechanical operation, a giant silver-white ship slowly rose from the whirlpool. The streamlined hull reflected the sunset's brilliance, with 3 decks adorned with cannons, lookout towers, and open-air baths arranged in an orderly fashion. Most striking was the figurehead at the bow, a starboard poised to take flight, its eyes inlaid with dazzling sapphires. Most importantly, the entire ship gleamed. This is... Nami's navigator instincts kicked in, instantly calculating the specifications of the ship. 68 meters long displacement. This has far exceeded the realm of ordinary 2-masted sailing ships. Usopp's jaw dropped to the ground. Am I dreaming? The ship grew out of the sea? The captain's ability is terrifying. Sanji's cigarette dropped again. Captain. Luffy was already excitedly extending his arms, his rubber body fluttering like a flag on the main mast of the starship. So cool. It's 10 times bigger than Merry. How much meat can it hold? Ron smiled and said, It's filled with meat. Eat as much as you want. Wow. Brother Ron, you're the best. Luffy laughed and jumped straight onto the ship. Heading for the kitchen, Zoro was the only one still relatively calm, crossing his arms. As expected, the captain always conjures up strange things. Nami mechanically turned to Ron, her voice slightly altered. You just conjure a ship out of thin air? What kind of bizarre ability is this? It's too outrageous. Ron explained simply, just a little trick. He pointed at the starship. Want to come aboard and take a look? Miss Navigator? Dazed, Nami stepped onto the automatically lowering gangway. And as her palm touched the starship's teak deck, a holographic control panel suddenly rose from the ground. Welcome aboard. Miss Nami, this ship is equipped with magnetic field storage record pointer, weather prediction device, holographic nautical chart. Oh my God. Nami touched the precision instruments, her instincts as a navigator making her instantly understand the value of these devices. This ship was simply tailor-made for navigators. Chapter 27, the whole ship is made of diamonds. I'm setting sail. Usopp has already run up the ship to go on an adventure. Look, there's an automatic barbecue machine here. Wow. The medical room even has a fully automatic operating table. Sanji stands in the spacious kitchen, touching the shiny stainless steel stove. Moved to tears, this is where chef should be. Zoro, on the other hand, lies directly on the soft mat in the training room. Finally, I don't have to sleep on the deck anymore. Luffy runs from the bow to the stern, anxiously scratching his head. Where's the meat? Where's my meat? Nami lightly grazes her fingertips along the ship's railing, and in the afterglow of the sunset, a dazzling light suddenly stings her eyes. She squints and leans in to take a closer look, her breath momentarily stopping. This is diamonds? The edges of the entire ship's railing are inlaid with perfectly cut diamonds every few inches, sparkling with a mesmerizing glow in the twilight. Nami walks along the railing as if in a dream, discovering that not only the edges, but even the steering wheel handle, compass base, and even the decorative nails on the stair railing, any place that could reflect light, is inlaid with diamonds of various sizes. 1, 2, 3. Nami's voice begins to tremble, her orange short hair swaying with her rapid breathing. As a former little thief, she knows all too well the value of these diamonds. Just prying one off would be enough to buy a small ship. Usopp curiously leans over. Nami, your face is so red. Don't touch. Nami suddenly slaps Usopp's hand away, blocking the railing like a protective mother cat. These diamonds will fall. Luffy pokes his head out from the kitchen, his mouth stuffed with meat. Diamonds? Can you eat them? Sanji elegantly walks over with a tray. Miss Nami, dinner is ready. When he sees Nami obsessively touching the diamonds, his eyes instantly turn into hearts. Even her greedy look is so beautiful. Zoro leans against the training room door with a cold smile. Idiot chef. Your nosebleed is dripping into the lobster bisque. Ron appears on the upper deck at some point. How do you like this ship, Miss Navigator? Nami nods vigorously. I love it so much. Her eyes have completely turned into the symbol of berries. The whole ship is made of diamonds? Not entirely. Ron snaps his fingers, and the deck suddenly turns transparent, revealing a dazzling weapons storage below. Only the surface decoration used 5,000 carats of diamonds. After all, he glances meaningfully at Nami. We have to give our navigator a reason to stay. Nami's legs suddenly go weak, and she clings to the diamond-studded railing to avoid falling to her knees, her mind racing with calculations. 5,000 carats, at market price. If I secretly pry off a few, I advise you not to have any crooked ideas. Zoro stares at Nami's neck, half smiling. Every diamond on this ship is connected to an alarm system. He points to the crystal lamp overhead. Do you see that blue light? The captain said that anyone who dares to steal diamonds will be sent to the bottom of the sea at 10,000 meters by the alarm system. Nami's expression instantly freezes, but soon blossoms into a brilliant smile. How could that be? I'm now an official navigator. She affectionately links her arm with Ron's. Captain, where are we going next? Usopp mumbles quietly. Look, this is Nami's true face. Sanji's face distorts with jealousy. Let go of the captain. If you're going to hold someone, hold my hand. As night falls, the diamonds on the starship transform into a brilliant galaxy under the moonlight. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrates the orange groves of Windmill Village, Nami stands in front of Belmir's grave, lingering for a long time. She gently touches the tattoo on her left shoulder, which once bore the mark of the Arlong pirates, now replaced by the pattern of a windmill orange. Belmir, I have finally fulfilled our promise. The sea breeze brushes past her hair, carrying the familiar citrus scent of her hometown. At the dock, Nojiko carefully packs the meticulously organized nautical charts into Nami's bag. These are the East blue charts I've drawn over the years. They should be helpful. Her eyes are slightly red, yet she smiles stubbornly. Nami suddenly hugs this sister who always supports her silently tightly, feeling the warmth of the other's tears soaking her shoulder. It's time to set sail. Ron shouts from the deck of the starship. Usopp is frantically adjusting the sails. Sanji pokes his head out of the kitchen, holding a special orange pie. Nami takes a deep breath, glances back one last time at this village filled with laughter and tears, the orange grove shimmering golden in the morning sun, and the sound of the windmills turning seems to echo Belmir's gentle reminder. The moment the ropes are untied, Nami leaps onto the deck with agility. The sea breeze fills the sails, and her orange short hair flutters. Heading towards the Grand Line, she raises her arm, her eyes no longer filled with hesitation or fear, only boundless longing for the unknown voyage. Welcome aboard, Navigator Nami. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for what? This is what friends should do. 3 days later, at noon, on the main deck of the starship, The scorching sun pierces through the sea mist, reflecting colorful spots on the diamond-studded railings. All crew members stand in neat rows. Even Zoro, who usually sleeps in, shows up on time. Of course, he fell asleep standing up. Ahem. Usopp, wearing a judge's wig he found who knows where, solemnly taps a wooden barrel. Now, we will hold the new crew member induction ceremony and the financial handover. Nami, wearing a brand new navigator uniform, her orange short hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. Her eyes are fixed on the gilded ledger in Ron's hands, which is as thick as an encyclopedia. The word Starship Financial Record on the cover glittering under the diamond inlays. Ron lazily lounges in a sun chair, without moving a finger. The ledger floats up and lands steadily in Nami's hands. From now on, this will be your responsibility. Nami eagerly opens the ledger, her pupils instantly turning into the symbol of berries. Individual, 10, 100,000, 10,000. Billion, 10 billion. Her voice suddenly rises. The ledger shows 30 billion berries. Phew. Sanji, who was drinking tea, directly sprays it all over Zoro. How much? Zoro wipes the tea off his face, surprisingly not drawing his sword. After all, the captain can just conjure money out of thin air. Wrong. Ron raises a finger. It's the money earned by the subsystem host's hard work. He leisurely adjusts the angle of his sunglasses. I'm just an ordinary fun mover. By the way, he suddenly remembers something, snaps his fingers, and a sailor's hat inlaid with sapphires appears in his hand. Then he tosses it into the air, and it lands perfectly on Nami's head. A welcome gift. Nami touches the hat, suddenly stepping back warily. It won't also be deducted from my salary, will it? Chapter 28. Nami, the strongest treasure hunting system, activated. How could that be? Ron's smile was incredibly innocent. As long as you work hard, I'll give you one of the fleet's profits as a year-end bonus. Nami immediately took out a calculator and started pressing buttons excitedly, her eyes lighting up more and more until they turned into the shape of berry symbols. Wow, Captain, you're so nice. I love you. Saying this, she hugged Ron and pecked him hard on the cheek. Zoro, who had unknowingly opened his eyes, looked at Nami, who was immersed in happiness, then glanced at Ron, who was leisurely sunbathing, and muttered softly, "The captain is painting a pretty picture for the newcomers again." Ron grinned and clapped his hands. All right, jokes aside, let us start the real welcoming ceremony. Nami blinked, looking confused. The real welcoming ceremony? Was it just now one? At that moment, Usopp, with his arms crossed, wore an expression that said he had seen through everything and waved his hand nonchalantly. That was just a warm-up. Now comes the main event. Nami became even more puzzled, her gaze scanning back and forth among the group. What are you all talking about? Seeing that she still didn't understand, Zoro simply stated, to put it simply, the captain is going to give you a system to help you become stronger quickly. Otherwise, with your current strength, you won't be able to keep up with the rest of us on a ship. System? Nami tilted her head, the unfamiliar term making her even more confused. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, elegantly flicked the ash, and smiled as he explained, that's right, each of us has our own system. Simply put, it's a special ability that allows us to grow at an extraordinary speed. For example, he pointed to himself. My system is getting stronger by taking hits. As long as I get hit, I can become stronger. Nami's eyes widened. Getting stronger by getting hit? Does that mean the more I get beaten up, the stronger I become? Sanji's eyes instantly turned into hearts. Of course, Miss Nami. So after every battle, I become stronger. And I hope you can spur me on. Ugh. Get lost. Zoro crossed his arms and snorted coldly. My system is sleeping system. As long as I sleep, I can become stronger. Sleeping can make you stronger. Nami couldn't believe it. That was too ridiculous. Zoro replied nonchalantly, that's why I often sleep. I'm not being lazy. I'm training. Usopp puffed out his chest proudly, pointing his thumb at himself. My system is ultimate show-off system. As long as I successfully show off, I can earn various rewards. Show off. Nami's mouth twitched. So all those exaggerated boasts you make are actually making you stronger? Usopp laughed heartily. That's right. As long as others believe what I say, my strength will increase. And let me tell you a secret. My observation haki is the strongest on the ship. Keep showing off. Nami facepalmed, feeling her worldview being challenged. She then turned to Luffy. Luffy, what's your system? Luffy grinned. My system is God-level choice system. As long as I make a choice and complete it, I can eat meat. Choice. Nami asked curiously. Like what? Luffy spread his hands. For example, the system might give me 3 choices, each with different rewards. I choose one task to complete and get the reward. I see. Nami nodded thoughtfully. So each of you becomes stronger with your systems? Exactly. Usopp exclaimed excitedly. So now the captain is going to bind his system to you as well, making you a true system person. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes sparkled, her pupils instantly transforming into the shape of berry symbols as she jumped up as if electrocuted. Really? Then, can it make me rich? Her voice trembled with excitement, her fingers unconsciously rubbing together as if she could already feel piles of gold coins. Ron looked at Nami's greedy expression and couldn't help but nod with a smile. Of course. He snapped his fingers, and a golden light shot from his fingertips into Nami's forehead, then coalesced into a light screen in front of her. Strongest treasure hunting system bound. Host. Nami. System feature. Treasure hunting continuously. Current treasure hunting level. Bronze. 0-10. Today's task. Dig for treasure once. Reward. Quick storage magnetic pointer. Ron continued to explain. This is the strongest treasure hunting system. Every time we arrive at a new island, it will automatically generate a unique treasure map. Nami eagerly opened the sample scroll, and a detailed topographical map slowly appeared on it, with a prominent red X mark flickering enticingly. Ron continued, as long as you follow the treasure map's guidance and dig at the specified location, you can obtain unexpected rewards. However, he deliberately prolonged his tone, because the rewards are too outrageous and varied. You need to dig cautiously. Outrageous rewards? Nami didn't even hear the warning. She was completely focused on the treasure map, her cheeks flushing with excitement. The lines on the scroll seemed to come alive, sketching countless illusions of gold and silver treasures before her eyes. Suddenly, she hugged the scroll tightly, like a cat guarding its food. This is amazing. This system is tailor-made for me. Usopp leaned over to take a look, and Nami immediately turned around alertly. No peeking. This is my exclusive treasure map. I want to see too. Luffy's eyes sparkled. A treasure hunt adventure? What pirate wouldn't want that? Nami's eyes sparkled with the light of berry, and a sly smile crept onto her face. Captain Ron, when we set sail? I can't wait to dig for my first pot of gold. Zoro shook his head helplessly from the side. This woman completely changes when it comes to money. Sanji, meanwhile, was enamored, holding his face in awe. But this version of Miss Nami is so cute. Nami completely ignored her companion's reactions and began to calculate. According to the system's requirements, we need to head to the next island quickly. Let us set sail. Seeing this, Ron chuckled and patted her shoulder. Don't rush. The treasure map will always follow you. But remember, the more precious the treasure, the greater the risk. I know. Nami was now entirely focused on treasure and couldn't hear any more of this. Anyway, with you guys around, I'll leave the danger to you. I'll be responsible for treasure hunting. What are we waiting for? Let's set sail. I can already hear the gold calling me. Chapter 29. Treasure hunting cautiously. Cautiously treasure hunting. Under Nami's impatient urging, the deck of the starry sky quickly became lively, with people running around, checking nautical charts one moment and adjusting sails the next, continuously chanting, hurry up, faster. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth and a delicate lunchbox in hand, asked if Nami-san is in such a hurry. Should you try my special treasure hunting bento first? Without even looking, Nami snatched it from him. Thanks. No time to savor it now. Sanji was instantly frozen in place. Tears in his eyes, even Nami-san. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, lazily yawning. Nami, did you forget something? He meaningfully glanced towards the direction of Coco West Village. Nami suddenly stopped, her expression turning serious. She clenched the treasure map in her hand, her knuckles turning slightly white. Of course, I haven't forgotten. That bastard Colonel Mouse. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Before we officially start our treasure hunt, we need to deal with this menace first. Luffy was sitting at the bow, swinging his legs, and immediately perked up. Oh, are we going to fight? He excitedly adjusted his straw hat, just in time to see if there was an option. Usopp suddenly became nervous. Wait, the other side is a naval colonel. Are we just going to barge in? Shouldn't we come up with a plan? Like, let me show off first? The plan was simple. Ron walked out of the cabin, playing with a gold coin, directly approaching the base, giving them a beating, and then he flicked his finger, sending the coin arcing through the air, causing everyone who had swallowed it to spit it out. Nami showed a cunning smile. Besides, I have already collected evidence of his crimes. She pulled out a stack of documents from her pocket. The evidence of his collusion with Arlong over the years was enough to get him sent to a military court by the Navy headquarters. Usopp laughed heartily. We're pirates. What do we need this evidence for? Even if we have it, if we take out the Navy, we'll still be wanted. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Doesn't matter. But it seems Nami has been well prepared. Of course. Nami's expression softened. I can't leave any hidden dangers for the village. She turned to look at the gradually receding Cocoa West village, the sea breeze tousling her hair. This time, I must completely cut off all threats. Luffy suddenly stretched out his arms to put his hands around everyone's shoulders. Then it's settled. First, we take down Colonel Mouse, and then he grinned widely, revealing his signature bright smile, starting our treasure-hunting adventure. Oh, everyone echoed in unison. Ron was also very curious about what ridiculous things the treasure-hunting system would dig up. After all, he knew the subsystem's function introduction best, with the rewards section stating, various categories, mixed quality, treasure hunting cautiously treasure hunting. The starry sky carved a beautiful arc on the sea, changing course towards the Navy's 16th Division, with Nami standing at the bow, looking at the treasure map system before her. Her eyes filled with both anticipation for the future and determination to settle old scores. 2 days later, the starry sky quickly arrived at the sea area where the Navy's 16th Division was located. Usopp stood at the bow, on the ship's railing, holding a slingshot, aiming majestically at the base's main gate. Let you see the power of the king of snipers. He exaggeratedly shouted. An especially made powder star streaked across the sky. Under the terrified gazes of the Navy soldiers, the main gate of the base exploded with a loud bang, flames shooting into the sky. Listen up. Usopp stood with his hands on his hips, his voice booming. I have 30 pirate ships coming up behind me. Those who are sensible should surrender quickly. He deliberately emphasized the word 30 and turned back to glance at the empty sea. What? These guys actually dare to directly attack the Navy base. Damn it. I heard there are 30 pirate ships. Are we going to be done for today? Run for your lives. The recruits were so scared that their legs went weak, with some even dropping their weapons and turning to flee. Ding. Host successfully showed off. Reward, 100 enhanced bullets. 100 burning stars. Current show-off level. Silver, 5100. The system's prompt rang in Usopp's ears, and he proudly stroked his long nose. Muttering to himself, looks like I didn't brag enough this time. But these bullets are really nice. Sanji elegantly exhaled a puff of smoke and stepped forward. I don't want to get hit today. His eyes suddenly sharpened, wanting revenge. His shoes sparked against the ground for the beautiful Nami. Just then, Colonel Mouse rushed out with a team of elite soldiers. When he saw the newcomers, he was first shocked, his eyes wide open. Then his gaze fell on Nami, and his expression instantly twisted in delight. Ha ha ha. He laughed sharply. What 30 pirate ships? Just this bunch of trash? He pointed contemptuously at Nami. Especially you little thief cat. Instead of making money for me, you come here to seek death? Nami's face instantly darkened, her fists cracking as she was about to explode, when suddenly a clear, prompt sound rang in her mind. Ding! New location detected. Treasure map system activated. Current location, Navy's 16th Division. Treasure map generating. Treasure coordinates. Underground vault of the base. Special reminder. Digging can obtain special rewards. Nami's pupils suddenly constricted, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Colonel Mouse. It seems today I will settle both old and new scores. She slowly drew out the treasure scroll, and by the way, dig away my treasure. Colonel Mouse's little green bean-like eyes fixed on the treasure map in Nami's hand. His pupils instantly shrinking to the size of a pinhead, then bursting with greedy light. Well, you bold little thief cat, he screeched, his voice distorted with excitement. Daring to steal my treasure map. His skinny body trembled with anger, his mustache twitching. The Navy soldiers behind him, hearing this, all had shining eyes. What? There's actually treasure in the base? The colonel actually kept a treasure map hidden. Brothers, let us grab it back and split it. Charge! We're getting rich. The greedy desire instantly ignited this group of Navy scoundrels, and they rushed towards Nami. Just then, a system prompt suddenly rang in Luffy's mind. Ding! God-level choice system activated. Option A. Protect Nami from being harmed by soldiers. Reward 100 gene of special seafood rice from the EC. Option B. Directly defeat Colonel Mouse. Reward 100 gene of specialty fruits from the Grand Line. Option C. Keep an eye on Colonel Mouse to prevent him from escaping. Reward 100 gene of barbecued meat from the West Sea. Chapter 30. No way. Did we just dig into the underworld? Barbecue. Is it the special one from the West Sea? Luffy's eyes instantly turned starry, drooling. As he exclaimed, I choose C. Keep an eye on Captain Mouse. Ron helplessly facepalmed. This foodie. He smiled wryly and shook his head. As the system controller, he couldn't directly interfere with the choices of the subsystem hosts, but could guide them indirectly. However, these options were pretty similar, so he let Luffy choose. The battle erupted instantly. Sanji moved like a ghost into the enemy ranks, his shoes slicing through the air with a sharp arc. You beasts! Are you worthy of wearing Navy uniforms? Each kick landed precisely on a soldier's vital point, sending them flying. Zoro unleashed all three swords. The white moonlight glimmering like snow. Three-sword style, ghost slash. 3 beams of cold light flashed, and the weapons of the soldiers at the front snapped in response. They looked terrified at the broken swords in their hands, and before they could react, Zoro took them down. Dealing with you heartless scum, death is the only relief. Usopp stood on high ground, squinting one eye as his observation haki activated, locking onto the soldiers attempting to escape. Want to run? Have you asked my slingshot? Specially made projectiles whistled out, each one hitting an escaping soldier accurately, exploding instantly, leaving them lying on the ground. I told you I'm the god of sniping. You still think you can escape? Captain Mouse watched as his subordinates fell one by one, and then saw Luffy glaring at him, beads of sweat forming on his pale face. He trembled backward, but was grabbed by Luffy's extended rubber arm. No running. I'm still waiting for my barbecue reward. Nami approached step by step, the fury in her eyes almost materializing. The treasure map in her hand glowed mysteriously in the sunlight, seemingly echoing her resolve for revenge. Captain Mouse. Her voice was cold as ice. How much blood and sweat have you extracted from Cocoa West Village over the years? Today, I want you to repay it all with interest. Captain Mouse's legs went weak, and he sat on the ground, a wet patch forming in his pants. Wait. We can negotiate. That money. There's nothing to negotiate. Nami took a step forward, her long, beautiful leg lifted high, and with all the anger accumulated over the years, she kicked Captain Mouse's ugly face fiercely. Bang! With a muffled sound, Captain Mouse's bony body arched through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, he looked at Nami in terror. Spare me. Nami coldly looked down at the collapsed Captain Mouse, her orange hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Letting you die so easily is too cheap for you. She squatted down, her shoe tip firmly gripping Captain Mouse's greasy chin. I want you to watch as we take every single berry you've worked so hard to scrape together over the years. Captain Mouse's face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. No. That money, it's all mine. He trembled and reached out to grab Nami's pant leg, but was lifted by Luffy by the collar. Let us go. Time to see Nami dig for treasure. Luffy excitedly shook Captain Mouse, who let out a pitiful wail like a pig destined for slaughter. The group arrived at the underground vault deep within the base. Nami carefully compared the treasure map, and suddenly her eyes lit up. It's right here. As soon as she finished speaking, the treasure map in her hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, transforming into a shovel entirely made of gold before everyone's astonished eyes. Ding! You have arrived at the treasure location. The treasure map has automatically transformed into a golden shovel. Special effect. Can ignore any geological structure, making excavation easy. This is so considerate. Nami lovingly caressed the golden shovel, its body radiating a mysterious glow, and it's made of gold. It must be worth a lot. She then turned to look at Captain Mouse, who was being held by Luffy, his eyes wide with terror, muttering, Devil fruit user. This is definitely a devil fruit ability. Nami raised a cruel smile. Today, I will let you fall into complete despair. With that, she swung the golden shovel and plunged it into the ground, starting to dig. To everyone's surprise, when the final shovel hit the ground, bang, the expected golden light did not appear. Instead, a cold, ghostly green mist burst forth from the ground. What is this? Nami was taken aback and took a half step back. From the mist came faint, sorrowful wails, and the temperature in the entire basement dropped suddenly. As time passed, the mist grew thicker, eventually transforming into thousands of translucent, vengeful souls soaring into the sky. No way, do we just dig in the underworld? Nami retreated in fear. But it was clear that these vengeful souls were not coming for her. These vengeful souls had twisted faces, including the elderly, women, and children. They were all marked with horrifying wounds, glaring angrily at Captain Mouse, obviously the villagers he had harmed in life. Captain Mouse, pay with your life. I died so tragically. Give me back my daughter's life. The vengeful souls let out heart-wrenching cries, surging towards Captain Mouse like a tide. Luffy, frightened, released his grip, and Captain Mouse collapsed to the ground, his pants already soaked. No, it wasn't Team Me. Spare me. His pleas were drowned out by the furious roars of the vengeful souls. The most terrifying scene unfolded as the vengeful souls began to tear at Captain Mouse's flesh. Each bite took away a piece of flesh, yet strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Captain Mouse's screams gradually weakened, until eventually, even his bones were devoured, leaving nothing but dust. Once the vengeful souls calmed down, they turned towards Nami, their faces transforming into serene expressions. Thank you, kind girl. The leading vengeful soul deeply bowed. We can finally rest. As the words fell, thousands of vengeful souls turned into specks of light, dissipating into the air. Nami stood frozen in place, the golden shovel clattering to the ground as she mechanically turned her on, her voice trembling. Is this really the treasure digging system? She pointed at the lingering green mist on the ground. Does a legitimate treasure digging system dig out things like this? Ron awkwardly coughed. Well, the system description did mention unexpected rewards. Dig cautiously, dig cautiously. Usopp had already crouched down on the ground in fright. Covering his head, I knew it. I knew we would dig something incredible. Zoro frowned and poked the ground with his sword sheath, at least. It should be safe here now, right? Sanji lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. Miss Nami, next time you dig for treasure, do you want to buy us a protective charm first? Nami sighed and face-palmed. Is it too late to return this now? For this special scene's treasure digging reward, Ron anticipated that there would be no tenfold return reward, proving once again that one must be cautious when digging for treasure. Chapter 31 What? Nami's first bounty of 20 million. 3 days later, on a bright morning, the Thousand Sunnies sliced through the azure sea, leaving a silver trail in its wake. The sunlight glittered off the diamond-encrusted ship, reflecting dazzling rays. This luxurious pirate ship was heading towards the town of Lowtown, the place where the Pirate King Roger was born and died. Luffy excitedly hung from a mast, his straw hat flapping in the sea breeze, determined to see it. Usopp was on the deck counting his pouch, which held 10 million berries earned from his strongest boasting system. This time, I'm going to buy the most advanced sniper scope. He proudly shook his pouch, along with some special gunpowder, and Nami peeked her head out from the navigation room. Since you have plenty of money, I won't give you any pocket money this time. She winked mischievously, remembering to bring back some orange-scented perfume. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, was making a shopping list, fresh ingredients, new cooking utensils. Oh, and I need to buy sunscreen for Miss Nami. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, taking a nap, 3 swords neatly placed beside him. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and he opened his eyes. Something's coming. Everyone looked up and saw a news bird flapping its wings as it swooped down from the sky. When it spotted the glittering, luxurious pirate ship below, it clearly paused for a moment before excitedly diving down. Today's newspaper. Cuckoo. The news bird adjusted its bow tie with its beak and proudly puffed out its chest. Nami generously took out 1,000 berries. Here you go, no need for change. She received a thick stack of newspapers, and the news bird happily chirped once more before dropping a few special editions and flying away. Let me see what news there is lately. Nami unfolded the newspaper and suddenly widened her eyes. This is the front page headline: boldly red bounty notice for East Blue Rising Star Pirates, accompanied by their wanted photos. Wow, we have a bounty. Luffy flipped over and jumped down, snatching the newspaper. Let me see. Straw Hat Luffy, 30 million berries. Usopp hurriedly leaned over. What about me? What about me? Sniper King Usopp, 8 million berries. Amazing. He danced with excitement, finally becoming a wanted pirate. But it's only 8 million. Who does he look down on? I am a genuine Sniper King. Sanji elegantly blew a smoke ring. Blackleg Sanji, 12 million berries. Not bad. But upon seeing his photo with a silly expression, he instantly exploded in rage. Which bastard took this picture? Zoro frowned at his wanted notice. Pirate Hunter Zoro, 15 million berries. Oomph. As long as it's higher than the cook's. Nami's fingers trembled slightly as she incredulously confirmed the number on the newspaper. Cat Burglar Nami, 20 million berries. Her voice involuntarily rose by an octave. What is going on? The deck erupted in an uproar. Luffy's eyes widened. Wow. Nami is so amazing. Zoro raised an eyebrow. 5 million more than me? Sanji was also shocked, as expected of Miss Nami. Usopp's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Wait. This is not right. He pointed to his bounty notice. I am the Sniper King who has awakened observation haki. How am I only worth 8 million? Not even half of Nami's. He frantically tugged at his wild hair. This is just too much of a failure. Ron, deep in thought, stroked his chin. It seems the Navy considers you a devil fruit user. He pointed to the additional text on the newspaper, which stated, suspected of having the terrifying ability to control the undead. Nami then noticed the small description under the bounty notice. This criminal can summon an army of undead, which has led to the mysterious deaths of all personnel in the Navy's 16th Division. Her mouth twitched. What a joke. That was clearly from the treasure map system. Plus, I only took down a Colonel Mouse. This is just nonsense. Nami was quite confused, as all the blame was placed on her. But this explanation is quite reasonable. Zoro crossed his arms and said, after all the Navy present at the time died, and we were the only ones left. The Navy must have counted those souls against you. Sanji puffed out a smoke ring and looked at Usopp with schadenfreude, long nose. It seems your observation haki isn't prominent enough. Usopp, puffed up with anger, pulled out his slingshot. Do you believe I can show you my power right now? Sanji shot him an annoyed glance. Can you stop showing off in front of me? Usopp the Great. Is it that obvious? Usopp mumbled quietly. But Nami suddenly burst out laughing. 20 million berries. Her eyes gradually turned into the symbol of berries. With such a high bounty, doesn't that mean I'm very valuable now? You all better protect me well. Luffy laughed heartily. Of course, you're our navigator. But Nami, now that your bounty is so high, you'll need to be careful when buying things on shore. With a simple gesture, Nami took out a golden wig and sunglasses. I've already prepared my disguise props. Ron looked at the noisy crew and shook his head helplessly. All right, the amount of the bounty isn't important. Improving our strength is the foundation for standing tall on the sea. Oh, everyone replied in unison. Just then, Nami suddenly noticed something and quickly flipped through the newspaper. Why isn't there a bounty notice for Captain Ron? Everyone then realized that Ron S. was the only one missing from the entire page of wanted notices. Luffy scratched his head. Strange, Brother Ron is clearly the strongest. Zoro analyzed. Could it be that the captain hasn't made a move, so there's no corresponding assessment? Thus, no bounty notice was issued? It should be. Perhaps. Meanwhile, seeing a figure appear ahead, Usopp suddenly shouted with joy. I see land. Lowtown is right ahead. Everyone immediately forgot about the bounty notices and rushed to the bow of the ship. In the distance, a prosperous port town gradually appeared on the horizon, with a towering execution platform casting a long shadow in the sunlight. The town of the Pirate King. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, excitement shimmering in his eyes. We're here. Nami had already started calculating the nautical supplies to purchase, ensuring she would save money. Sanji was planning to replenish ingredients, emphasizing the importance of balanced nutrition while sailing on the sea. Usopp was mumbling about new gear to buy. My weapons need an upgrade. Too bad the system doesn't provide new ones. I'll just have to upgrade them myself. Only Ron stood at the bow, quietly gazing at the approaching log town, a slight smile on his lips. The town of beginnings and endings. Truly an interesting place. Chapter 32. High-profile, luxurious, grand, arrival at Rogue Town. After sailing on the sea for 3 days, as the super-luxury ship, the Starry Sky, slowly entered the port of Rogue Town, the entire dock erupted in excitement. Under the shining sun, this pirate ship, entirely gilded and adorned with jewels, radiated a dazzling light, with its railings coated in gold, shining brilliantly, luxurious, and ostentatious. Oh my god, which kingdom's royal yacht is this? Damn, are the celestial dragons here? No, look at that pirate flag. This is a pirate ship. How much would this be worth in berries? The crowd at the dock stopped in their tracks, mouths agape, gasping in astonishment, almost sucking the surrounding air into a vacuum. Some even dropped to their knees, speechless, overwhelmed by this luxurious sight. On the deck of the Starry Sky, Ron and the others stood in a line at the bow, enjoying the shocked gazes of the crowd below. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and flashed his signature grin. Zoro held 3 swords with a cool expression. Sanji elegantly blew smoke rings. Nami proudly puffed out her chest, her orange hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Only Ron leisurely leaned back in a deck chair, enjoying the sea breeze. Just then, Usopp suddenly stepped forward, looking down at the crowd on the dock, and deliberately spoke in a disdainful tone. Tiske, Teske, just this little ship has shocked you all like this? He exaggeratedly spread his arms. If the story of me, Usopp the Great, hitting the 7 warlords, the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, were to reach here, wouldn't you all be so shocked that your jaws would drop? As soon as he said this, the dock fell silent. Everyone's expressions froze as if the pause button had been pressed. A few seconds later, a louder uproar erupted. What? The Mihawk he mentioned is that Mihawk? Who else dares to call themselves Mihawk? The 7 warlords, the world's greatest swordsmen. A few days ago, there were indeed reports of Mihawk appearing in the East Blue. Could it be that mysterious person who fought Mihawk is him? The crowd began to whisper, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Usopp. Some merchants had even started calculating whether they should give this god of sniping a gift. Ding! Detected the successful activation of a little test of strength. Reward, silver slingshot net, attack power 30. Evaluation, powerful, the best choice for beginners. A system notification echoed in Usopp's mind, and his eyes lit up. A special silver glowing slingshot net appeared in his hands. He was so excited that he almost jumped. This is simply tailor-made for me. System, oh system. You are truly my favorite system. Nami rolled her eyes beside him. Here we go again. Zoro snorted coldly. No wonder it's the strongest show-off system. You get a reward for just 2 sentences. Sanji added with a smirk. The effect is indeed immediate. Luffy, completely uninterested in all this, eagerly stretched out his arm to grab the dock railing. I want to go see the execution platform. Before he could finish his sentence, he launched himself forward. Hey, wait for us, Nami shouted urgently, turning to Ron and saying, Captain, we need to hurry and catch up, or that idiot will cause trouble again. Just as everyone was preparing to disembark, Nami suddenly trembled, halting in her tracks. Her pupils dilated slightly as a semi-transparent golden treasure map appeared before her, clearly marking a flashing red that indicated the location of Roger's execution platform. Wait, Nami grabbed Ron's sleeve, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. My treasure hunting system has generated a new treasure map. She pointed towards the execution platform. It's right there, at Roger's execution platform. Ron frowned slightly upon hearing this, instinctively touching his chin. The scene of unearthing the vengeful souls at the Navy base was still fresh in his memory, and that eerie atmosphere still haunted him. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously said, let us stick to the plan and gather supplies first. He added, the execution platform ISNT going to run away. After we finish the planned tasks, we could go treasure hunting together. Nami pouted, unwillingly shaking the treasure map in her hand. But what if we dig up something incredible again? Ron lowered his voice, glancing meaningfully at the distant execution platform. I really don't know what we might dig up, and if we uncover something incredible, it will be good to have each other's backs. Zoro, holding his 3 swords, walked over and interjected. The captain is right. A place like the execution platform. His gaze sharpened. He felt there would be something unusual. Usopp immediately hid behind Sanji. Yes, yes. Those vengeful souls from last time were too scary. We need to be fully prepared. At least bring holy water, crosses, garlic. Sanji exhaled a smoke ring, shaking his head in exasperation. You idiot with a long nose. Do you think we're dealing with vampires? Seeing the worried expressions on her companions' faces, Nami compromised. All right. Let us go gather supplies first. Ron nodded, but secretly calculated. Given the ominous nature of Nami's treasure hunting system, what might be buried beneath the execution platform could be something even more terrifying. Perhaps Roger's soul or something like that, which isn't impossible. However, if Roger's soul were really unearthed, the three admirals would probably arrive quickly. Who knows, even those 5 old geezers might come to take a look. Just thinking about those 5 old geezers and behind them made Ron's heart flutter. TSK. Im's figure. No words needed. Let's go. Usopp had somehow already stood on the dock railing, excitedly waving his arms. First, let's go bye, then go treasure hunting. Meanwhile, in the Roguetown Navy branch office, smoke filled the air. Smoker leaned back in his chair, 2 fingers pinching a thick cigar. White smoke rings slowly spreading in the air. The sunlight outside filtered through the blinds, casting mottled light and shadow on his stern face. Report. Tashigi suddenly burst through the door, her eyes behind her glasses flashing with urgency. She held a stack of recently received intelligence, and without even saluting, she hurriedly said, "The Straw Hat Kid and his crew have already landed in Roguetown." Smoker slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Details. They're simply outrageous. Tashigi adjusted her slipping glasses, her voice incredulous. Their pirate ship is entirely encrusted with diamonds. The railings are gilded, and in the sunlight, it's blinding. According to eyewitness descriptions, the entire ship looked as if it were built from gold and diamonds. Chapter 33. It's time to dig for treasure. Smoker's brow twitched, the cigar quivering slightly between his fingers. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out towards the port. Continue. Currently, they were split into several groups. Tashigi was quickly flipping through intelligence reports. The long-nosed sniper and the green-haired swordsman had gone to the weapon shop. The blonde chef was making a big purchase at the ingredient market, and the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. She paused, heading alone to Roger's execution platform. Smoker suddenly turned around, biting down on his cigar, leaving a deep mark. What about the one named Ron? Tashigi shook her head, her bangs swaying. No significant movements for now. He is shopping for nautical supplies in the commercial street with cat burglar Nami, looking quite normal. She hesitated before adding, like an ordinary couple out shopping. The office fell into a brief silence. Smoker walked to the wanted poster on the wall, his finger heavily tapping on the blank space where Ron's photo should have been. Normal? Smoker scoffed, smoke billowing from his nostrils. Someone who can gild an entire ship. Someone who can make his subordinates follow him. Someone even the Navy's intelligence department hasn't gathered any information on. You call this normal? His voice grew heavier. A hidden opponent is far more terrifying than those flashy ones. He strode to the coat rack and took down the Navy cape, the words justice glimmering in the sunlight. Send my orders. Smoker's voice was as cold and hard as steel. Immediately mobilize the elite and seal off all exits from the city. Focus on the execution platform and the commercial street. He donned the cape, weapons gleaming at his waist. It was time to meet this group of reckless newcomers. Tashigi stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Colonel. But a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. However, the bounty on the Straw Hat crew. Smoker had already reached the door when he paused at her words. Bounty doesn't represent everything, Tashigi. His voice suddenly deepened. In these waters, the truly dangerous ones are often not those with a price on their heads. With that, he pushed open the door, blinding sunlight flooding into the office. Smoker's figure paused at the doorway. Remember, prioritize capturing Ron and Luffy. The others, act according to the situation. Tashigi watched the commanding officer's retreating figure, unconsciously tightening her grip on Shigure. Understood, Colonel Smoker. After finishing their shopping, the group sensed something unusual at the same time. Zoro stopped at the entrance of the weapons shop, having not bought any swords because there were no good ones here. The only decent one, the Sandai Kitetsu, had scared off the demon he met, so he left the store, intending to head to the execution platform, only to find himself lost. Sanji, carrying a bag full of fresh ingredients, keenly sensed the gaze from a corner of the market. Usopp, clutching his newly bought sniper equipment, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They had both noticed that Navy soldiers were secretly following them. TSK, we've been targeted. Zoro lowered his voice, casually adjusting the angle of his bandana, his sharp gaze sweeping over the shadows at the street corner. A few plainclothes Navy soldiers hurriedly ducked into an alley, but their clumsy disguise was no match for a swordsman's eyes. Should we capture a few Navy guys to ask for directions? On the other side, Sanji lit a cigarette, cursing softly as he exhaled. These Navy bugs. Luffy better not cause trouble right now. He quickened his pace, hurrying toward the execution platform. Meanwhile, in a boutique clothing store on the commercial street, Nami was admiring the newly refreshed Ron, the deep blue custom suit perfectly highlighting his tall figure. The silver-gray tie glimmered subtly in the sunlight, and the well-tailored fabric flowed elegantly with his movements, exuding a mature and composed charm. It suits you very well. Nami crossed her arms, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. Ron smoothed out a slight wrinkle in his cuffs, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Thank you. I didn't expect your taste to be this good. What is this? Nami waved her hand dismissively, her orange hair playfully swaying at her neck. Compared to the favor you did for saving our village, this doesn't even count as interest. She winked mischievously. Besides, it's all your money. Just as the two were joking, Nami suddenly noticed a few sneaky figures outside the window. She pretended to fix her hair, but through the reflection, she clearly saw their disguises. Although they were well hidden, their clumsy tracking techniques and weapons at their waists exposed their identities. Ron, Nami's voice suddenly tensed, her face turning pale. We've been targeted by the Navy. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the shopping bag, knuckles turning white. But Ron calmly adjusted his tie, not even raising an eyebrow. I know. His voice was as calm as if discussing the weather. From the moment we disembarked, I could sense the movements of every ant on this island. What? Nami turned her head sharply, her eyes wide with disbelief. You knew all along? Why didn't you tell us? Her voice was low but couldn't hide the panic. We need to notify the others to evacuate. Ron suddenly chuckled lightly, his laughter filled with absolute confidence and composure. He gently pressed his hand on Nami's shoulder. Why run away? A sharp glint flashed in his deep eyes. Do you think we would be afraid of these Navy soldiers now? This statement splashed cold water on Nami. She froze for a few seconds, then awkwardly scratched her head, a look of realization crossing her face. Ah, you're right. She laughed self-deprecatingly. It's become a reflex now. Seeing the Navy, and my first reaction is to run. Her gaze gradually grew firm as her fingers reached for the treasure map at her waist. I almost forgot. We are now cheat users with a system. Ron nodded in satisfaction, pushing open the store door. The afternoon sunlight poured down, casting a golden outline around him. He turned to look at Nami, a glint of battle intent in his eyes. Let's go, don't worry about them for now. It's time to dig for treasure. Chapter 30, for haven't heard the name? You must have heard my story, right? Treasure hunting is the big deal. Nami took a deep breath, straightened her back, and followed suit. The Navy soldiers at the street corner watched the two, suddenly radiating confidence, swallowing hard in unison. The leading officer trembled as he pressed the communicator. Report, report. The target seems to have discovered us. A deep voice from the communicator rang out. Since we can't hide, let's follow them openly. Keep an eye on them. Yes. The officer waved his hand, and the Navy soldiers hidden in the alleys immediately lined up neatly, brazenly following behind Ron and Nami. They maintained a distance of about 10 meters, their guns already loaded, the sound of metal clashing particularly jarring in the silent street. Nami glanced back, frowning slightly. Are they not trying to conceal it anymore? Ron smirked coldly. It seems they plan to confront us head-on. His gaze swept over the rooftops around, where several shadows were moving quickly, with snipers positioned on roofs. Meanwhile, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, scattered throughout the town, also noticed their tail. Zoro clicked his tongue impatiently, his 3 swords trembling slightly in their sheaths. Sanji blew out a smoke ring, grinding the heel of his shoe against the ground. while Usopp nervously swallowed but straightened his back at the thought of his newly acquired silver net bag. Moments later, the Navy base discovered that the Straw Hat crew's target was aligned, all heading towards Roger's execution platform. Immediately, they changed their plans. All units, attention. Smoker stood at the command center, staring at the town model in front of him. The targets are moving towards the execution platform. Repeat. All targets are converging on the execution platform. He slammed down the communicator button, and all teams immediately changed their routes, encircling from Zone C and Zone D, ensuring a net around the execution platform. Understood. The communicator echoed with responses. Dasky hurried to Smoker's side, the figure already drawn. Colonel, should we deploy the Special Operations Team? Smoker took the cigar from his mouth and crushed it in the ashtray. Everyone move out. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This time I want to personally meet that mysterious Ron. At this moment, Rodtown seemed to have transformed into a giant chessboard. On the streets, the Navy soldiers split into several small teams, taking shortcuts to reach the execution platform. On the rooftops, snipers were moving quickly, searching for the best shooting positions, while the members of the Straw Hat crew appeared to be nonchalantly advancing towards the same destination. Usopp jogged around a corner and suddenly bumped into Zoro. He lowered his voice. There are at least 20 Navy behind us. Zoro snorted coldly. I have a dozen or so over here too. He squinted at the towering execution platform ahead. It seemed they planned to net us there. On the other side, Sanji elegantly jumped over a low wall, landing right in front of Ron and Nami. Hey, you two make a good couple, but Miss Nami is still the prettier one. He teased, but his expression immediately turned serious. The Navy has set an ambush at the execution platform. Ron adjusted his suit cuffs, showing no signs of tension. I know. He looked up towards the execution platform, the sunlight causing him to squint slightly. Luffy should have arrived by now. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance. A panicked voice from a Navy soldier came through the communicator. Report. The Straw Hat Kid has already boarded the execution platform. Repeat, the Straw Hat Kid has. The communication cut off abruptly. Smoker suddenly stood up, his white cape fluttering behind him. Move out. Surrounding the execution platform, hundreds of elite Navy soldiers appeared simultaneously, armed with various weapons, surrounding the platform tightly. Snipers at high positions were already in place, their crosshairs firmly locked on every entrance below the platform. At the top of the execution platform, Luffy was sitting cross-legged, his straw hat obscuring his expression, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere around him. Focused only on the distant sea. Stahlhakit Luffy. Smoker's voice echoed across the square through a loudspeaker. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Only then did Luffy lift his head, revealing a radiant smile. Ah, you're here? He stood up, dusting off his pants. Just in time, my friends are almost here. As if to corroborate his words, shadows of Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Ron began to appear one after another in the alleys around the square. They stood casually but were perfectly gathered around the execution platform, and Smoker's pupils constricted. They were clearly well prepared. Ron walked slowly to the front, his brand new suit shining brightly in the sunlight. He looked up and met Smoker's gaze, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. White Hunter Smoker. I've long admired your name. The sea breeze swept across the square, stirring up a few fallen leaves. Smoker frowned tightly, white smoke wafting from the corner of his mouth. He coldly stared at Ron, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword. I don't know you. There is no need to get chummy with me. Then his voice turned as cold as ice. No matter what, today is your last day. The carefree life of pirates ends here. Spend the rest of your life regretting it in the underwater prison. Hearing this, Ron chuckled lightly, his laughter sounding particularly jarring in the grim square. He elegantly adjusted his suit cuffs, the sunlight reflecting dazzlingly off his diamond cufflinks. Life at sea is so wonderful. He raised his head, his eyes sparkling like stars. The vastness of the blue waves, the freedom of riding the wind and breaking the waves, and countless adventures and treasures. How could we miss out on such a life? After saying that, he slightly tilted his head towards Usopp behind him. Shall we go through the motions? Usopp immediately understood, his long nose proudly perking up. He walked with an air of indifference to the center of the standoff between the two sides. the silver net bag at his waist reflecting a cold gleam. With his arms crossed and chin held high, he looked down at Smoker with a condescending gaze. You. Usopp's voice suddenly became deep and magnetic. Have you heard my name? Smoker's brow furrowed even tighter. He scrutinized the pretentious, long-nosed man coldly. No. Usopp felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. Since you haven't heard my name, then you must have heard my story. Chapter 35. The God of Pressure, Usopp. Smoker's patience had clearly reached its limit, the veins on his forehead bulging. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Usopp's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he stepped forward. You dare frown in front of me? His voice suddenly rose by an octave. Even the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, wouldn't dare to be this arrogant. This sentence detonated like a bomb within the Navy ranks. Soldiers exchanging glances, whispers rising. What is he saying? Mihawk? That Mihawk from the Warlords of the Sea? Could it be? Usopp didn't give them time to react. He suddenly drew out a silver net bag from his waist, slicing through the air with a dazzling arc. It's time to take you down with one move. The Navy soldiers were completely stunned. They widened their eyes at this boastful, long-nosed man, some even unconsciously taking a step back. They knew that standing before them was the infamous White Hunter Smoker, a Logia-type smoke fruit user, the strongest guardian of the East Blue. Has this guy gone mad? Take down Colonel Smoker in one move? Who exactly is he? Even Tashigi couldn't help but grip her sword tightly, her eyes behind the glasses filled with doubt, quietly asking, Colonel, this person? Smoker suddenly laughed, a mocking smile appearing as he looked at the self-important clown. Interesting. White smoke began to rise from his entire body. Let's see how you plan to take me down in one move. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Usopp's forehead, but he maintained his arrogant demeanor on the surface. Huh. Usopp took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils seemed to flash with electric light, his observation hockey bursting forth, reaching its peak. On the southeast tower, 3 snipers lay in ambush. His voice suddenly became ethereal and precise, his finger pointing accurately into the distance. 2 of them used technologically advanced Hawkeye sniper rifles with a range of 500 meters. The other used an old-fashioned sniper rifle, the sight tilted 3 degrees to the right. The Navy soldiers gasped, some of the named snipers nearly falling from their hiding spots. This information was spot on. Usopp's steps did not stop as he continued to stroll around the square, each step seeming to tread on the nerves of the Navy. A total of 248 Navy soldiers are gathered here, including 5 junior officers and 23 petty officers. Your noses twitch slightly. You've brought, let me calculate, a total of 5,764 rounds of ammunition, including 6 special C-prism stone bullets. Tashigi's hand began to tremble involuntarily as she subconsciously pressed down on the ammunition pouch at her waist, which contained exactly 6 C-prism stone bullets. Smoker's expression grew increasingly grim. But Usopp's performance had just begun. He suddenly turned to Smoker, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Colonel Smoker, your heart is currently beating at 118 beats per minute. Your blood pressure has risen to 145/90. He shook his head as if regretful. Looks like you're quite nervous. As if to confirm his words, Smoker's heart suddenly thudded heavily. Every piece of data the long-nosed man mentioned was frighteningly accurate. He instinctively pressed a hand to his chest. For some reason, his heart was pounding uncontrollably. He believed it. What the other party said was true. The Navy ranks were thrown into chaos. How could he know all this? He even knows how many rounds are left in my gun. What kind of ability is this? Ding. Host successfully showed off, stunning the entire scene. Reward. Intermediate weapon, black bag. Current show-off level, silver, 10-100. Intermediate weapon, black bag. Range for 1,999 meters. Error 0. Damage bonus 50. Feature. Attacks using the black bag will add area damage. Miss. Usopp was shocked at the system's reward, his scalp tingling. He never expected to be rewarded with a weapon. And it's an intermediate one. Black bag. Instantly, he felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline, but he still maintained the appearance of someone who was putting on a show. He leisurely stroked the silver net bag, his voice suddenly lowering. Now, do you still think I'm just talking big? This sentence hit the Navy like a heavy hammer. The soldiers who had just mocked Usopp were now pale, some even unconsciously stepping back. Smoker's 10 hands trembled slightly. After years of battle, he had never encountered such an enigmatic opponent. Impossible. Tashiji's glasses slid down to the tip of her nose. This level of observation hockey. Even a rear admiral in the headquarters wouldn't. Usopp took a step forward at the right moment. Now, is there anyone who still doubts my strength? His voice wasn't loud, but it rendered the entire square silent. Luffy had somehow already stood at the edge of the execution platform, excitedly waving his arms. Usopp. So cool. Sanji chuckled, cigarette in mouth. The long-nosed guy is really putting on a good show this time. Zoro crossed his arms, nodding in rare approval. Though it's ridiculous, the effect is good. Nami quietly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Heaven knows how worried she was that Usopp would blow his cover. Usopp's back was turned to his companions. No one saw that his back was already soaked, but when he looked up again, his eyes still sparkled with confidence, as if everything was under control. Smoker, you are not yet qualified to spar with me. When you reach the level of the warlords of the Sea Mihawk, then I'll consider it. He slowly raised the silver net bag, but next time we meet, I won't go easy on you. Now, let my companions show you a thing or two. The entire square in Low Town seemed to be paused. The air felt thick enough to be cut. The Navy soldiers gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What a joke. Colonel Smoky isn't even qualified to spar. Are these guys really rookie pirates? This must be a trick. Just as the Navy was still immersed in the shock brought by Usopp, Zoro stepped out of the crowd, the sunlight gilding his green hair, and the three swords swayed gently with his movement. He stopped in the center of the square, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt. With a flash, three cold glimmers drew simultaneously, and Wad Ikamanji was clenched between his teeth, the blade glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Zoro slightly lowered his stance, the three swords striking a perfect attacking posture. Now, his voice resonated through the sword blades, carrying a metallic tremor. Who wants to fight? I'm here to accompany you. Almost at the same moment, Sanji also stepped forward gracefully, taking the cigarette out of his mouth, the tip of his leather shoe sparking against the ground. If anyone wants to stretch their muscles, come find me. Chapter 36. Shock the crowd. Did they dig Roger out? The Navy soldiers, who had just been intimidated by Usopp, were dealt another heavy blow. They were horrified to discover that the green-haired swordsman before them, with his three-sword style, exuded a terrifying killing intent. And that golden-haired chef's kicking technique. Was that burning flame for real? Wouldn't it burn his feet? Smoker's temples throbbed, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His grip on his 10 hands tightened, veins bulging. What kind of rookie pirate crew was this? They were clearly a group of monsters in sheep's clothing. With the troops he currently commanded, he feared they would truly be wiped out. Just as Smoker found himself in a dilemma, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from the execution platform. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. They saw Nami, who had somehow appeared on Roger's execution platform, her orange short hair flying in the sea breeze. The treasure map in her hand transformed into a streak of light, coalescing into a fully golden shovel before everyone's shocked eyes. Another ability user? Dasbonez exclaimed in disbelief. Shigure almost lost his grip again, and Smoker was also shaken. He stared wide-eyed at the golden shovel. What is this ability? His brain was struggling to process the amount of information today. What was she planning to do on the execution platform? Was she going to dismantle it? Nami, oblivious to the Navy's shock, excitedly waved the golden shovel. Everyone, I'm going to start digging for treasure. As soon as she finished speaking, the shovel plunged heavily into the wooden boards of the execution platform. Stop! Smoker finally snapped back to reality, white smoke erupting from his body. The execution platform must not be dismantled. Boom! The entire execution platform suddenly shook violently, and a dazzling golden beam shot up into the sky from where Nami was digging. A strong gust of wind blew the Navy soldiers off balance, and Smoker's smoke body was nearly dispersed. As the lights subsided, everyone was horrified to discover a bottomless black hole had appeared in the center of the execution platform. Even more terrifying was the ancient, heavy thumping sound emanating from the hole, as if something was awakening from deep underground. Ron had somehow appeared beside Nami, his suit unaffected by the energy storm, it seems. A grave expression crossed his eyes. We've dug up something extraordinary. Luffy excitedly leaned over the hole to look down. Wow. So deep. Could there be treasure? Usopp clung tightly to the railing of the execution platform. I think it's better for us to leave quickly. Zoro and Sanji instinctively assumed fighting stances, as they both sensed the chilling, oppressive aura coming from the depths. At this moment, Smoker had completely forgotten about the capture mission. He stared fixedly at the black hole, his scalp tingling. What on earth had these guys done? In this suffocating moment, a low, majestic laughter suddenly echoed from deep within the ground. Ha! Smoker trembled all over, his pupils suddenly shrinking to the size of pinpoints. He was all too familiar with that voice, 20 years ago at the world-famous execution site. The owner of that voice had spoken the words that ushered in the great pirate era before his death. Tall. Roger's voice. His voice distorted and changed pitch due to extreme shock. The Navy soldiers around the execution platform instantly fell into chaos. Some were paralyzed with fear on the ground. Others rubbed their eyes desperately, and many dropped their weapons without even noticing. Dasbone's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. What a joke. Smoker's white smoke body fluctuated violently. That guy had been dead for over 20 years. The golden light in midair suddenly gathered and condensed, and under everyone's horrified gaze, a phantom figure gradually took shape, with a signature captain's hat, rebellious beard, and that familiar red coat. Gold. Roger's phantom hovered above the execution platform. Sunlight passed through his body but did not cast a shadow on the ground. It was really the Pirate King. Usopp's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, but as the god of pressure, how could he kneel before King? Zoro furrowed his brow as well. This treasure-digging system was really out of control. Sanji's cigarette fell on his shoe, and even Luffy, rarely quiet, stared wide-eyed at this legendary man. The most chilling part was that Roger's phantom seemed completely unaware of the crowd. He laughed heartily to himself, ha ha, then raised his right hand, making that gesture that changed the world. Do you want my treasure? Nami unconsciously held her breath, her eyes turning into the shape of berries. Treasure. The Pirate King's treasure. Roger's phantom continued with a line that would go down in history. Then go find it. I left all my treasures there. After saying this, his right hand suddenly turned towards Nami, slowly opening, revealing an ancient-looking eternal pointer in his palm. This is... Nami's pupils constricted sharply. Her system interface suddenly popped up a prompt. Ding. Treasure digging task completed. Acquired. Raftel permanent record pointer. Item description. The eternal route leading to the final island. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. Smoker's white smoke body completely froze. He stared fixedly at the pointer, knowing all too well what this meant as a high-ranking Navy officer. This was the key to Raftel that even the world government was desperately searching for. Roger's phantom began to gradually dissipate, but before completely vanishing, he suddenly winked at the void, revealing a cunning smile, as if he had crossed time to see the current scene. As the last bit of golden light faded, the record pointer fell with a ding into Nami's hand. Nami's hand holding the pointer trembled slightly, her voice quivering with excitement. We got the permanent record pointer to the final island. Hey, Roger, Luffy suddenly shouted, interrupting Nami's thoughts. He had somehow stood at the edge of the execution platform, his eyes burning with fierce flames beneath his straw hat. Even without this pointer, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Smoker finally snapped back to reality from his shock, white smoke swelling. Attention everyone. At all costs, retrieve that pointer. His voice almost broke. That was a dangerous item that could overturn the world. At this tense moment, a crisp system prompt suddenly rang in Luffy's mind. Ding. God-level choice system activated. Option A. Keep the pointer and follow the map to Raftel. Reward. Ability to interpret historical texts. Option B. Hand the pointer to the Navy in exchange for bounty cancellation. Reward. Mastery of the Navy 6 styles. Option C. Crush the permanent record pointer. Reward. Second Tier Awakening. Chapter 37. Dreams should not be defined. Second Gear Awakening. Luffy's eyes suddenly became exceptionally clear. He raised his hand to press down on his straw hat, and a determined smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I choose C. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Luffy turned to Nami, his voice more serious than ever. Nami, dreams should not be defined. A fiery flame burned in his eyes. The sea is freedom. If we just follow someone else's path, even if we reach Laugh Tale, that would still be Roger's achievement. He extended his hand, the shadow of the straw hat covering half of his face. Since we chose to set sail, we must carve out our own route. With our own strength, we can find all the treasures. Nami stared blankly at Luffy. The eternal pointer in her hand suddenly became scorching hot. She recalled the orange groves of Cocoa Village, remembered Belmir's smile, and thought of her dream of drawing the world map. In the end, she smiled in relief and placed the pointer into Luffy's palm without hesitation. You're right, Captain. Smoker's body of white smoke trembled violently. Stop. Do you know what that is? Luffy grinned, his 5 fingers suddenly clenching. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed through the square. The legendary permanent record pointer of Laugh Tale turned into countless golden light spots in Luffy's hands. These light spots scattered with the wind, shining like countless tiny stars under the sunlight. Ding! Choice completed. Reward: Second Gear Awakening. Additional effect: Side effects removed. Luffy's body suddenly emitted a strange red glow, as if magma flowed through his veins. But he had no time to experience his new ability. Instead, he raised the shattered pointer high and shouted to all the Navy, "Look, this is our answer." Smoker, who was on the phone with Sengoku at Navy headquarters, was stunned. A worried voice came from the other end of the transponder snail, Sengoku asking urgently. After a moment, Smoker mechanically responded, "No, it's fine now. The permanent record pointer has been destroyed by Straw Hat Luffy himself." He hung up the phone, white smoke uncontrollably swirling around. The entire square fell silent, the expressions on the Navy soldiers' faces ranging from shock, confusion, admiration, to bewilderment. Dazbones even forgot to pick up the fallen Shiyu, just staring blankly at the dissipating golden light spots. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Ron's eyes as he murmured to himself, "This is the demeanor that a true pirate king should have." Usopp suddenly jumped up and cheered. "So cool, Luffy. This is worthy of being my partner." Usopp the Butcher. Sanji lit a new cigarette, smiling with great satisfaction. The idiot captain can occasionally say something decent. Zoro sheathed his sword, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Humph. Finally acting a bit like a captain. Nami wiped her eyes and suddenly remembered something, pulling out her climatact. "So, is it time to deal with the trouble at hand?" Luffy clenched his fists, the newly awakened second gear power surging through his veins. Of course. He grinned, revealing a brilliant smile. "Get ready to break through. Partners." Smoker finally snapped back to reality from his shock, white smoke instantly billowing. "All units, attention. We must not let them escape." But everyone could tell that the killing intent in his voice had diminished significantly. Ron stood on the execution platform, watching Luffy charge in the Navy like a cannonball, unable to help but shake his head and chuckle. With Luffy now mastering armament hockey and the awakening of second gear, dealing with the Smoker was more than enough. There was no need for any breakout. It seemed this naive captain still hadn't fully recognized his current strength. "We should go too." Ron turned to Nami and said, and before she could react, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist and leaped off the high execution platform. Nami screamed in surprise. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made her instinctively cling tightly to Ron, burying her face in his chest. Amidst the whistling wind, she could clearly hear Ron's powerful heartbeat, thinking to herself, indeed, following the great captain is the safest thing. On the other side, Sanji and Zoro had already plunged into the enemy ranks. Sanji's leather shoes drew sharp arcs in the air, each kick landing precisely on the joints of Navy soldiers, temporarily incapacitating them without being fatal. Zoro's 3 swords glimmered coldly in the sunlight, but he deliberately used the back of his blade to strike. These Navy stationed in Lowtown had a good reputation. He didn't need to kill. Bang! A Navy lieutenant was knocked out cold by the back of his blade on the neck. Just as Zoro was about to continue forward, a sharp sword energy suddenly struck. He quickly sidestepped, Shiyu's blade grazing past the tip of his nose. Former pirate hunter Zoro. How shameful that you become a pirate. Dasbones held her sword with both hands, her eyes burning with battle intent behind her lenses. I won't let you continue to hurt my subordinates. Zoro's pupils suddenly contracted. The features of the female swordsman before him resembled those of the old Goina by 7 or 8 points. In a daze, he seemed to return to the dojo, where that stubborn girl who always bested him stood before him again. Your sword. Zoro unconsciously assumed a more serious stance, reminding me of an old friend. Dasbones ignored his words. Shiyu transformed into a silver flash, directly piercing towards him. Stop talking nonsense. Clang. Zoro's wad, Ikamanji, firmly blocked the blow. The two blades clashing and sparking brilliantly. He felt the force transmitted through the blade and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Not bad. The two figures quickly intertwined on the battlefield. Amidst the flashes of blades, Zoro deliberately slowly gained the upper hand. Finally, he seized an opening. 3 blades unleashed their power simultaneously. 3-sword style, Tiger Hunt. Dasbones Shiyu was sent flying away, stumbling back a few steps before ultimately sitting on the ground. Zoro sheathed his sword, looking down at her from above. Your swordsmanship is impressive. His voice unusually carried a hint of gentleness. I look forward to meeting you again at the peak of the sword path. Dasbones trembled with anger, picking up Shiyu and pointing it at him. Go away. Who wants to meet you, a pirate at the peak? Her voice carried a reluctant cry. Next time we meet, I will definitely capture you and throw you in a prison. Zoro smiled noncommittally. Turning to leave, Dasbones' angry shouts echoed behind him. But he knew this female swordsman's future would not end here. Chapter 38. The slight shock brought by the little thief cat. At the same time, Luffy was already engaged in a direct confrontation with Smoker. Luffy was enveloped in red steam, and in his second gear state, his blood was boiling like lava. The pitch-black armament haki wrapped around his fists, glinting with a metallic sheen under the setting sun. Rubber, jet pistol. His fist shot out, breaking through the air so fast that it left a trail of afterimages. Smoker, in a panic, attempted to elementalize to dodge, but was horrified to find that the dark fist slammed solidly into his chest. Bang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of broken ribs, Smoker was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through 3 stone walls before finally stopping. Amidst the rubble, he struggled to prop himself up, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his white cloak covered in dirt. What a joke! Smoker wiped the blood from his mouth, filled with disbelief. Even newcomers from the East Blue can use haki? Luffy adjusted his straw hat and grinned widely. Now, can we leave? These words ignited Smoker's fury. He sprang to his feet, white smoke billowing like a raging tide. Arrogant brat. So what if he can use armament haki? Suddenly, a layer of pitch-black hue covered his 10 hands. I'm a Logia user and an elite of the Navy headquarters. With that, he transformed into a white afterimage and launched a surprise attack, his 10 hands striking directly at Luffy's face. Luffy calmly dodged to the side. The super speed reaction brought by second gear made his movements as fast as lightning. Bang! 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 The two fists collided fiercely in the air, with each clash producing deafening explosions. Smoker grew increasingly alarmed. This Straw Hat Kid's speed completely suppressed him. Even more terrifying was that the opponent's mastery of armament haki was impeccable. Every punch precisely predicted his elemental trajectory. Rubber, jet, Gatling. Luffy suddenly changed tactics, his fists transforming into countless afterimages, attacking from all directions. Smoker could only hurriedly cover his vital points, but he was immediately hit by dozens of heavy punches. The worst part was that all these punches were wrapped in armament haki, each strike landing solidly on him. Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. His proud Logia advantage vanished before armament haki, and in a physical contest, he was completely overpowered by Luffy's speed. Luffy didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, taking a step forward. His right fist pulled back to gather power. Rubber, jet rocket. This punch, carrying a howling gale, struck heavily at Smoker's abdomen. Smoker's eyes bulged, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the base of the execution platform, completely unconscious. As the dust settled, Luffy relaxed his stance, the steam around him gradually dissipating. He glanced at the unconscious smoker and turned to run towards his companions. Done. Let's go. The Navy soldiers, watching from a distance, were already terrified. Their invincible white hunter had been defeated head-on by a newcomer from the East Blue. It was unclear who dropped their weapon first, but soon the sound of clanging metal hitting the ground filled the air. They were done fighting. The Navy's encirclement had already collapsed, and Ron easily broke through while holding the still-shocked Nami. Usopp crazily shot from behind to provide cover, while Zoro and Sanji cleared the way on either side. After the last obstructing Navy soldier was blasted away by Usopp, the Straw Hat crew successfully returned to the Thousand Sunny. Set sail. Luffy shouted from the bow, the sea breeze making his red vest flap. Nami finally broke free from Ron's embrace. Her face flushed as she punched him hard. If you jump down like that again, I'll punch you to death. But her threat clearly had no deterrent effect, as the next second she turned around to adjust the sails. Ron shook his head with a smile, looking at the gradually receding low town, where the execution platform remained as a silhouette in the sunset. In the marshal's office at Navy headquarters, Sengoku had his hands crossed under his chin, his brows furrowed so tightly that they almost twisted into a knot. On the projection screen in front of him, the image of the golden silhouette of GOLD, Roger's iconic smile on the low-town execution platform, was vividly displayed. Crunch, crunch. The loud chewing sound broke the silence of the office. Garp was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, enjoying the senbei he had taken from Sengoku's drawer, crumbs falling onto his dog-patterned cloak as he moved. Hey, Sengoku, Garp said, taking a sip of tea and mumbling. Didn't that record pointer get crushed by that kid Luffy? Why are you so glum? He shook the senbei bag. Come on, eat some senbei to lighten your mood. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, sending the documents flying. The problem is not the record pointer at all. His roar made the windows rattle. It's why someone who's been dead for over 20 years is back. What kind of power does that girl Nami have? Not only did she summon Roger's silhouette, but she also made the illusion produce physical objects. This is completely beyond the common sense of devil fruits. Garp dug at his ear, shrugging nonchalantly. It's just a little girl. Why are you so scared? He yawned, stretched, and stood up. I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap. If you're really worried. He walked to the door, turned back with a sly smile. Why not send Kizaru to meet them? Get lost. Sengoku grabbed an ink bottle and threw it, but Garp nimbly dodged, leaving behind a string of carefree laughter in the corridor. After the office returned to silence, Sengoku wearily sat back in his chair. He pulled up the surveillance footage and replayed the segment where Roger's silhouette appeared. In the footage, the long-dead pirate king smiled into the void, as if crossing the river of time to gaze back at him. Sengoku's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, the rhythm growing faster. Not the soul fruit. Not the yomi fruit. He muttered, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Could it be some kind of ancient weapons power? Whatever it is, we absolutely cannot sit back and wait. Someone, Sengoku shouted sternly, contact Akiji and have him head towards Low Town to investigate the specifics of Roger's silhouette appearance. If necessary, capture the little thief cat Nami. Also, pull up all entries related to manifestation abilities in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The setting sun outside stretched a shadow long, casting it over the wanted posters on the table. Sengoku frowned at the image of Nami on the screen, a terrifying guess forming in his mind. This seemingly ordinary navigator might possess a power capable of overturning the world. Chapter 39, Can We Dig at Reverse Mountain? The Starlight ship sliced through the azure sea under the reflection of the morning sun, with the starboard statue at the bow shining brilliantly. As the journey progressed, a towering shadow gradually emerged on the distant horizon, which was the legendary Reverse Mountain, the natural barrier separating the four seas and the Grand Line. All hands on deck. Nami stood on the lookout, her orange short hair flying in the sea breeze. The entrance to Reverse Mountain was just ahead. Everyone, take your positions. Ron stood at the helm, his long fingers gently resting on the gilded steering wheel, his deep gaze piercing through the morning mist, staring at the waterway flowing upstream. It's truly amazing. The seawater is flowing backwards. Sanji was already preparing the special fixed ropes. Usopp was checking the hull reinforcement devices, and Zoro's 3 swords were already drawn, ready to respond to any emergencies. It's about to begin. Ron's deep voice echoed across the deck. The power core of the Starlight ship hummed, and a pair of colorful wings unfolded on both sides of the ship. This was a special modification granted by the system, and it would indeed be useful for crossing Reverse Mountain. As the ship entered the upstream waterway, it was suddenly lifted by the rushing water. The Starlight ship began to ascend at an almost vertical angle, the hull creaking painfully. Usopp clung tightly to the mainmast, his face pale. "We're going to fall. We are definitely going to fall. Shut up, long nose." Zoro kicked him in the butt. "Hold on tight." The Starlight ship continued to rise in the turbulent current, the hull almost at a vertical angle. Nami suddenly widened her eyes. Her treasure map system emitted a dazzling golden light, and a brand new treasure map automatically unfolded, with a red dot marking its location right at the summit of Reverse Mountain. "Captain Ron," Nami shouted excitedly, her voice almost drowning out the roaring water. "The treasure system has generated a new treasure map, and the location is at the summit." Ron raised an eyebrow, steadily controlling the steering wheel with one hand while brushing back his wind-blown hair with the other. The summit of Reverse Mountain? That's unexpected. He quickly made a decision. There would only be one opportunity, and they had to complete the digging at the moment they passed the peak. Nami nodded firmly, gripping the treasure map tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort. "I will seize the opportunity." Upon hearing this news, the others on the deck showed astonished expressions. Usopp clung tightly to the mast, his voice trembling. "Wait, we want to dig up any vengeful spirits this time, right? The last time those ghosts nearly scared me to death." Sanji's cigarette was blown out by the strong wind, and he squinted. "I think we might dig up a mountain god or something." "Shut up, you two." Zoro drew all three swords simultaneously. "No matter what we dig up, we'll chop it." As the Starlight ship continued to ascend, the air pressure became lower, and everyone felt a painful pressure in their eardrums, just as the bow of the ship was about to touch the summit. The treasure map in Nami's hands suddenly transformed into a shimmering golden shovel. Without hesitation, she leaped to the bow of the ship and forcefully plunged the golden shovel into the rocky layer of the summit at the crucial moment. "Die, die, die." Nami's shouts echoed through the mountains. Boom! A brilliant golden light burst forth from the shovel, illuminating the entire sky. In the strong light, a parchment with a strange sheen floated down, and Nami skillfully caught it mid-air. The moment she saw the content of the parchment, her pupils suddenly constricted, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. This is... Her voice changed pitch due to extreme shock. The parchment was intricately drawn with various complex meteorological symbols: spiral hurricanes, jagged lightning, wave-like ocean currents. At the top, it was labeled in gilded ancient script, "Weather map for the Grand Line within 100 miles." Even more astonishing, the patterns on the parchment were changing in real time, as if it could predict future weather. A weather map that could display the weather in a 100-mile radius? Nami exclaimed, her hands trembling uncontrollably. This was truly a divine tool tailor-made for navigators. Ron glanced at the parchment, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Looks like we've hit the jackpot this time." A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A product of the system, indeed extraordinary. Usopp leaned in, his long nose almost poking the parchment. "Wow. Does that mean we can avoid all storms in the future?" "Not just that." Nami excitedly pointed at a small whirlwind symbol on the parchment. "Look at this. It can show the precise location and movement trajectory of microcyclones. Even the duration is clearly marked." Zoro crossed his arms and snorted. Finally, a reliable find. Sanji's eyes sparkled. "Nami, you look so cute even when you're excited." Ron analyzed the nautical chart. "It is true that we can understand the weather conditions within 100 miles, but the weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable. It could rain on us at any moment. So, as long as we don't encounter any urgent situations that occur suddenly, we can generally avoid typical bad weather." Everyone nodded, realizing that was indeed the case. When the Starlight ship finally burst through the peak of Reverse Mountain, everyone held their breath. Before them, the unpredictable waters of the Grand Line spread out in the morning light. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, excitement sparkling in his eyes. "The Grand Line. All hands on deck." Ron suddenly raised his voice, prepared to dive. The wings of the Starlight ship fully unfolded, refracting a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. As the ship crossed the summit, it shot downwards like an arrow. The wild wind howled in their ears, and everyone couldn't help but shout in excitement. Bang! The ship landed heavily on the surface of the sea, splashing up waves dozens of meters high. As the mist of water dispersed, the Starlight ship was already floating steadily on the surface of the Grand Line, sailing smoothly. Suddenly, the sea surface ahead churned violently, and a massive shadow emerged from the deep sea. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant whale, comparable in size to an island, breached the water, sending a column of water soaring into the sky, forming a beautiful rainbow in the sunlight. Wow! Luffy's eyes instantly turned star-shaped, drooling as he leaned over the ship's railing. What a big fish. It looks super delicious. My arms are already stretching out to grab it. We can have a whole fish feast tonight. Rubber, stop. Ron quickly moved to hold Luffy's straw hat down. You can't eat that. His voice carried a rare seriousness. He's the most important friend of a future partner. The deck fell silent, and everyone exchanged glances. Usopp's long nose twitched. A future partner? Chapter 40 Commitment, to be upheld until death. Nami put away the weather map and looked thoughtfully at Ron. Are you saying we will meet the owner of this whale? Ron smiled, but did not answer. Just gently patted Luffy's head. You'll understand when you see Dr. Kuroka's. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Kuroka's? Who is that? Does he use a sword? No. He is an old ship's doctor, Ron explained. Sanji lit a cigarette, deep in thought. Even he knows about this. The captain's system is truly omnipotent. Luffy finally snapped out of his food fantasy and tilted his head to ask. So, this big fish is a friend of friend? You could say that. Ron looked at the whale that was hitting the red Earth continent with its head, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Its name is Laboon, and it has been waiting for its owner here for 50 years. Nami suddenly widened her eyes. Wait, you said it has been hitting the red Earth continent? Then that means... She hurriedly unfolded the weather map and indeed found that the currents in the nearby sea were a bit chaotic. Just as everyone was talking, Laboon let out another mournful cry, the sound shaking the mast of the Starlight. Luffy suddenly quieted down, rare seriousness on his face. It sounds so sad. Ron nodded. It is waiting for a promise to be fulfilled, as the Starlight slowly sailed into the harbor of Gemini Gorge. The whole ship shimmered with a dazzling golden light under the sun. The figurehead encrusted with diamonds, the gilded railing, and the gem-decorated mast all showcased extreme luxury. Bang! The telescope in Kuroka's hand on the lookout tower fell to the ground. His eyes widened, his jaw nearly dislocating. This well-traveled former ship's doctor of the Pirate King looked like a bumpkin who had never seen the world as he gaped. What? What kind of ship is this? He rubbed his eyes, fearing he was seeing things, having lived for most of his life. It was the first time he had seen such an extravagant pirate ship. Even Roger's Oro Jackson back in the day was not adorned so luxuriously. Kuroka's even doubted whether he was seeing things. Could those inlaid things on the ship's railing really be diamonds? The Starlight gracefully docked, lowering a gangway made of pure gold. Kuroka's quickly walked over, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out in surprise. Hey, are you guys really proper pirates? You can't be the royalty of some country out for a living experience, right? Luffy was the first to jump off the ship, his straw hat swaying gently in the sea breeze. He grinned widely. Hee, old man, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Of course, I'm a proper pirate. The moment Kuroka's gaze landed on that straw hat, his pupils slightly constricted. A hint of understanding flickered in his time-weathered eyes, as those long-buried memories surged forth. Once upon a time, a young man wearing a straw hat stood in front of him and said the same thing. I see. Kuroka's murmured softly, the surprise on his face gradually transforming into a kind smile. He reached out and patted Luffy's shoulder with enough force to make Luffy stumble. A young man chasing dreams is always free. Ron walked down the gangway at a leisurely pace, looking more like a noble than a pirate in his well-fitted suit. He politely bowed to Kuroka's. I have long admired your name, Dr. Kuroka's. Oh, Kuroka's raised his white eyebrows, surprised that today's young people still recognize this old man. Nami shook the weather map in her hand and interjected. We just saw Laboon. At the mention of Laboon, Kuroka's gaze softened immediately. That silly child. He turned and pointed to a small house. Since you're here, come in for a cup of tea. Just in time to tell me how you managed to calm that stubborn temper." Just then, Usopp suddenly pointed at the small house behind Kuroka's and exclaimed, "Wait, what's on that roof?" Everyone followed his pointing direction and saw on the roof of the small house a large pointer with a peculiar shape, exactly like the eternal pointer they had seen in Logtown. Kuroka's turned to look where everyone was pointing, suddenly bursting into laughter. "What? Interested in this?" He winked mysteriously. "This is something that records all the routes." "Forget it, old man, we're not interested." Luffy waved his hand casually, his expression beneath the straw hat indifferent. "I crushed the permanent pointer to Raftel just yesterday." "Ha ha!" Kuroka's laughed so hard that he doubled over, his beard shaking. "You little brat really knows how to tell stories to amuse an old man." He wiped away tears of laughter. "A permanent pointer? That thing has long been extinct, let alone one leading to the final island." Luffy merely shrugged, neither defending nor continuing the topic. He curiously looked around the desolate lighthouse and suddenly asked, "Old man, why are you staying in a place like this all alone?" Kuroka's smile gradually faded, his gaze turning toward Laboon, which was still ramming the red Earth continent in the distance, the sunset stretching his shadow long, making him appear especially lonely. "For a promise." The old man's voice grew low. "I am helping Laboon wait for its family to return." He slowly recounted the promise that spanned half a century. Decades ago, a pirate crew from the West Sea brought the young Laboon into the Grand Line, and because whales cannot cross Reverse Mountain, they promised to come back to pick it up after sailing around the world. As a result, this wait has lasted 50 years. Kuroka shook his head, the wrinkles on his face etched with the marks of time. There are very few pirate crews that can complete a circumnavigation and return to the starting point in the perilous Grand Line. He sighed. It has been so long since they returned, they probably... The sea breeze suddenly turned sharp, and Laboon's mournful cry came from afar. As if responding to the old man's words, the waves crashing against the shore made a lonely sound. Nami unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothing, tears streaming down her face. Laboon is too pitiful. Beside her, Usopp sniffed and held back his tears. Even Zoro fell silent. Only Luffy continued to stare directly into Kuroka's eyes, his gaze astonishingly clear. "They will definitely come back." Luffy suddenly shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the strait. "A promise is a promise." Kuroka's was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile. "Youth is wonderful. To still believe so naively." "It's not naive." Luffy pressed his straw hat down firmly, the sea breeze causing his red vest to flutter. "A promise to be upheld until death." This sentence struck Kuroka's heart like a heavy hammer. The old man's gaze became momentarily dazed, as if through Luffy he saw another figure with a straw hat. After a long while, he softly said, "If only everyone thought like you." Chapter 41. Who dares to provoke me will be destroyed. At this moment, Ron stepped forward slowly. The twilight glow of the setting sun cast over his tall figure as he gazed at Labu, who was still stubbornly crashing into the red Earth continent. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the entire bay. "Labu, your persistence is not wrong." Ron's voice seemed to carry a certain magic, causing the crazily crashing giant whale to suddenly quiet down. "The rum bar pirates you agreed to still have people alive." This sentence struck Kuroka's like a thunderbolt. The old man staggered back 2 steps, his wrinkled face filled with disbelief. What?" His trembling finger pointed at Ron. "How do you know this? And you even know about the Rumbar pirates?" Luffy rolled his eyes and looked at Kuroka's with disdain. "Old man, you've really never seen the world. My big brother Ron knows everything." Usopp also leaned in, his long nose almost poking Kuroka's face. "Exactly. If you don't even know this, you're really a country bumpkin, old man." He shook his head proudly. "Our captain is a man who can do anything." Kuroka's was left speechless, his old face turning beet red. He looked at these young people with confusion, wondering why they had such unwavering faith in this young man named Ron. That kind of unreserved trust was as if they had entrusted their lives to him. Labu let out a long cry, its huge eyes sparkling with expectation. Ron continued, "One day in the future, we will bring that survivor back here." He said solemnly, "This is a new promise. Nami quietly tugged at Ron's sleeve. Hey, is what you said true? Is there really someone alive in that pirate crew? Ron nodded slightly. The skeleton musician Brook is currently located in the Devil's Triangle. He whispered. When we get there, you'll find out. Kuroka's was still in shock, unable to collect himself. 50 years of waiting, 50 years of doubt. He had unexpectedly found hope in this mysterious young man today. If this is true, the old man's voice choked up. Labu could finally have its wish fulfilled. Luffy suddenly jumped onto the ship's railing and waved vigorously at Labu. Did you hear that, big guy? You have to wait for us this time. Labu let out a joyful long cry, its massive tail slapping the sea surface, sending up towering waves. It no longer crashed into the red Earth continent, but instead circled around the starlight, as if expressing gratitude. Kuroka's watched this warm scene, tears glistening in his cloudy eyes. He suddenly bowed deeply to Ron. No matter who you are, thank you for bringing hope to Labu. Ron helped the old man up, a mysterious smile on his lips. There's no need to thank us. This is just our promise. Kuroka's nodded slightly, and then Ron's voice continued. Mr. Kuroka's, his voice was casual, yet made the surrounding air come to a standstill. No matter what plans you have. Ron's long fingers gently tapped the ship's railing. Remember, don't provoke me or my crew. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure suddenly released. Kuroka's pupils constricted. This former ship doctor of the Pirate King, who had experienced countless storms, suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold creeping up his spine. Otherwise, Ron leisurely adjusted his cuff, his eyes reflecting a cold light. I don't care about the left hand of the Pirate King or the right wrist. He raised his head, a trace of crimson flashing in his eyes. They will all be destroyed. This sentence struck Kuroka's like a heavy hammer, causing his pupils to shrink and his wrinkled face to show shock. He looked incredulously at the young man before him, who not only knew the secrets of the Rumbar pirates, but also had information about the Pirate King's left and right hands. He's gone. The moment Ron turned around, that terrifying aura dissipated, as if everything just now had been an illusion. He casually waved his hand, and the engine of the Starlight let out a low hum. Luffy was the first to jump on board, his smile still bright under the straw hat. See you later, old man. Remember to wait for us to bring people back. Nami glanced thoughtfully at Kuroka's, who stood frozen in place, then turned to adjust the sails. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp also boarded the ship. The Starlight slowly sailed away from the bay, its hull shimmering in the sunset. Kuroka stood by the shore for a long time, until that dreamlike pirate ship became a small dot on the horizon. This Ron, the old man muttered to himself, his voice filled with an unprecedented seriousness. What exactly is his background? He suddenly realized that he might have just witnessed the beginning of a new era. The next day, morning, Nami stood at the bow of the Starlight, the magical weather navigation chart in her hand, radiating a faint glow in the sunlight. She carefully examined the constantly changing weather markers on the chart and lightly pointed to a certain position with her delicate finger. There's a thunderstorm ahead. She turned to Ron, who was steering the ship, her orange short hair fluttering in the sea breeze. But we can go around it from here. She pointed to a winding blue route on the chart. This current will perfectly help us avoid the storm and save at least half a day of travel. Zoro nodded and quickly turned the helm. The Starlight immediately adjusted its course, the gilded hull tracing a beautiful arc on the deep blue sea. This thing is really convenient, Usopp exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing, looking at the dark thunderclouds ahead. Not only can we avoid dangerous weather, but we can also find the best route. Sanji walked over with a cigarette in his mouth, handing Nami a cup of special orange juice. Miss Nami's navigation skills combined with this magical chart are simply unbeatable. Zoro leaned against the mast with 3 swords in hand, rarely nodding in agreement. It really saved a lot of trouble. Nami proudly waved the weather chart and extended her right hand, revealing a small, exquisite device. It was a crystal-clear recording pointer, with 7 colors of flowing light constantly circulating inside. You think this is it? She said excitedly. Look at this. A fast storage magnetic recording pointer. A system reward. Luffy stretched his neck over to take a look. What is this? It looks so pretty. In the Grand Line, Nami patiently explained, tapping the surface of the pointer, and instantly, star-like sparkles flowed on it. Every time we reach an island, We must wait for the recording pointer to store enough magnetic force before it can point to the next island. Usually this takes several days. Some islands even require a year of stay. Chapter 42, What a Joke! A Bicycle Can Fly. Nami deliberately paused, looking at her companion's curious expressions before continuing. But with this, we can complete the magnetic storage on any island in less than a day. What? Usopp exaggeratedly jumped up. That's cheating. Sanji also took a deep drag on a cigarette, so that means we can skip those boring islands and head straight for. Exactly. Nami snapped her fingers. We can choose to stop selectively, greatly shortening the sailing time. Ron chuckled softly and reached out to ruffle Nami's hair, a product of the system. It's definitely a premium. Just then, Usopp on the lookout shouted, "I see an island." Everyone rushed to the bow of the ship, and in the distance on the horizon, a uniquely shaped small island gradually appeared. As they got closer, the most eye-catching thing was a huge banner hanging at the entrance of the island, with bright red letters saying, "Warm welcome to all pirates." Luffy excitedly waved his arms. Wow, the people here are so enthusiastic. There must be endless feasts. Zoro frowned. Something's not right. This is too deliberate. A glint of amusement flashed in Ron's eyes. Interesting. It seems our first stop won't be boring. Nami also sensed something was off. Everyone be careful. She lowered her voice. There might be a trick here. But Luffy had already stretched out his arm to grab the ship's railing, impatiently shouting, "Who cares? Let's check it out first. As long as there's meat." When the starlight arrived at the dock of Whiskey Peak, the island erupted with enthusiastic cheers. Dozens of brightly dressed residents waved colorful flags and rushed forward, their faces beaming with exaggerated smiles. "Welcome, welcome, distinguished guests from afar. Please make sure to join our welcome banquet." Luffy excitedly stretched his neck and looked around, drooling. "Meat. I smell meat." Ron surveyed the enthusiastic residents with a knowing smile. Turning to his companions, "You all go have a feast, but," he emphasized, "be moderate." Then he looked at Nami. "I'll accompany Nami to dig for treasure, and we'll meet up with you after." At the mention of treasure digging, everyone except Luffy shuddered in unison. Usopp's face turned pale. Digging for treasure again? He recalled the previous two experiences of digging up ghosts. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Although they had dug up good things like weather maps, the probability of digging up ghosts was still not to be underestimated. Zoro showed little interest in treasure digging. "I choose to drink." Sanji lit a new cigarette, shaking his head. "I'll go see if there are any ladies in the kitchen who need help." Even Luffy, who was usually enthusiastic about treasure, shook his head, as if he had sworn off such adventurous activities, just staring longingly in the direction of the banquet hall. Nami put her hands on her hips and glared at her useless companions. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that?" She angrily shook the treasure map in her hand, saying that this time they might actually dig up real treasure. Ron chuckled, patting Nami on the shoulder. "Let's go, let them enjoy the banquet." He glanced around meaningfully. The show is about to begin. Luffy and the others cheered as they rushed towards the banquet hall, quickly surrounded by enthusiastic residents. Meanwhile, Ron and Nami quietly left the crowd, heading towards the treasure location marked by the system. They noticed several figures silently following behind. The leader was a man wearing a cowboy hat, who lowered his voice to his companions. "Follow those two. Digging for treasure? Humph, if there really is treasure, then we act early." He licked his lips, a greedy gleam in his eyes. Such a fat fish cannot be missed. Another masked person sneered. "Boss is brilliant. Once they dig up something good, we just, hee." The cowboy hat man made a throat-cutting gesture, and the group laughed silently, continuing to follow Ron and Nami, using the shadows of buildings. At this moment, Ron, walking ahead, suddenly tilted his head slightly and whispered to Nami, "There are 6 little mice following us." A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. "Should we play with them?" Nami shook her head, not in a hurry. "Digging for treasure is the most important. If it's something bad again, we could just give it to them. As you wish." The two exchanged smiles and deliberately quickened their pace, heading toward the most remote graveyard of Whiskey Peak, while the pursuers remained unaware that they were following something terrifying. In the waters of the Grand Line, Aokiji lazily rode his old bicycle, the sea breeze tousling his fluffy curls. He had just received an urgent communication from Admiral Sengoku. requesting him to investigate the special abilities of the little thief cat Nami and the truth behind the reappearance of Roger's phantom. What a hassle. Akiji yawned, pulling out a nautical chart from his pocket. Let me see. After crossing Reverse Mountain, the Straw Hat Crew's first stop should be. His fingers stopped at the location of Whiskey Peak. It's here. He leisurely adjusted his direction, and the moment the bicycle tires touched the surface of the sea, a thick layer of ice crystals immediately spread out, forming a straight ice path on the water. Akiji rode leisurely in the middle of the sea, leaving a long trail of ice behind him. To have Roger's phantom reappear, Akiji thoughtfully stroked his chin. If such an ability really exists, it's quite dangerous. Just when he thought this mission might be interesting, suddenly, his bicycle lit up with dazzling golden light without warning. Huh? Akiji rarely showed a surprised expression, and before he could react, the entire bicycle began to shake violently, as if being pulled by some invisible force, trying to fly into the sky. Hey, what kind of joke is this? The bicycle is going to fly. Akiji hurriedly gripped the handlebars tightly, but the bicycle had already taken him into the air. The ice path on the surface of the sea quickly melted as it lost its sustaining power, and Akiji was thus carried skyward by his own bicycle. He tried to activate his ice fruit abilities, but found he couldn't control this sudden flight at all. What the hell is going on? Akiji's sunglasses reflected the blinding golden light, and the usually lazy expression on his face was rarely replaced with panic. Just as he was about to fly into the clouds, the bicycle suddenly flashed with golden light, and both him and the bike vanished into thin air. The sea surface below returned to calm, as if nothing had happened, with only a few pieces of floating ice that had not completely melted, proving that a Navy admiral had passed through here. Chapter 43. No way. We dug out Admiral Akiji. A few minutes ago, in the back mountain area of Whiskey Peak, Ron and Nami passed through a dense forest of cacti and finally arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. The terrain here was hidden, surrounded by various wooden boxes and barrels, clearly a secret base. Coins and jewels were scattered on the ground, looking like a temporary loot-sharing spot for pirates. It seems we arrived just in time. Ron looked around and chuckled. This group of pirates has gone to welcome Luffy and the others, leaving not even a guard behind. Nami rubbed her hands excitedly, the golden shovel sparkling in the sunlight. Great. This time we can finally dig for treasure quietly. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion of footsteps came from behind. The 6 pirates who had been tailing them finally couldn't hold back and rushed out. The man in the cowboy hat raised his flintlock and shouted angrily, "Stop! That's our treasure. Hand over the treasure map." Nami was instantly furious, her orange short hair standing on end. What nonsense! This is clearly my treasure map. She recalled her previous experiences in Logtown and the Navy base, gritting her teeth and saying, "Why does everyone claim it as their own?" The man in the cowboy hat sneered and raised his weapon. "Stop talking. In Whiskey Peak, all treasures belong to us. Baroque works. Brothers, charge." Ron was about to take action, but Nami couldn't hold back any longer. Without saying a word, she swung the golden shovel and began to dig fiercely at the marked spot. "You bastards," Nami shouted while digging. "Watch me dig up all your treasure." This action completely enraged the pirates, and they roared as they charged forward, swords and flintlocks aimed at the two. The man in the cowboy hat pulled the trigger, and bullets whizzed out. At that critical moment, the ground that Nami had dug suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. A golden beam shot into the sky, deflecting all the incoming bullets. What the hell? The pirates backed away in fear. Suddenly, a clattering sound came from the golden light, and then a bicycle shot out from the beam at an incredible speed. The wheels were still spinning rapidly, and the bell hanging from the handlebars chimed. "Get out of the way!" A deep, panicked male voice came from the golden light. Before anyone could react, a tall figure tumbled out of the light, desperately holding onto the back of the bicycle. He rolled several times on the ground before stabilizing himself, his navy coat covered in dirt, and several blades of grass stuck in his fluffy, curly hair. As the golden light gradually faded, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Ron's pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized the tall figure struggling out of the pit, one of the Navy's top powers, Admiral Akiji. This unexpected event even caused the usually calm Ron to show a rare expression of shock. The treasure-digging system has gone crazy. It has no bottleneck at all. Nami, however, was completely stunned, the golden shovel clattering to the ground as she mechanically turned to Ron. Did I dig up something wrong? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Digging for treasure could bring out a living person? The bottom of the pit was indeed piled with shiny gold and silver treasures. But at this moment, who had the mind to care about those? Nami instinctively took 2 steps back. This treasure-digging system was becoming more and more absurd. Last time she dug up a ghost, and this time she directly dug up a living person, and he was wearing a Navy uniform. Clearly, she seemed to have gotten into trouble. The few Baroque Works agents who had followed them were now terrified. The man in the cowboy hat's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Hey, Admiral Akiji. His voice trembled uncontrollably. It's over, all over. His companions looked ashen, and someone even wet their pants in fear. Anyone familiar with the Grand Line knows what encountering an Admiral of the Navy means. It's definitely a situation of 10 deaths and no life. Hearing this, Nami's face instantly turned pale, her wide eyes filled with incredulous terror, her slender fingers trembling uncontrollably, and even her lips quivered slightly. Hey, Admiral of the Navy? Her voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, sounding particularly piercing in the quiet back mountain. What a joke. I actually dug up an Admiral of the Navy with 1 shovel. She ran towards Ron, grabbing his clothes in panic. What the hell is wrong with this broken system? Digging up a ghost last time was one thing, but this time I dug up a living person, and he's a top power of the Navy. Nami's voice carried a sobbing tone. Was there anything more absurd than this? Ron was dizzy from her shaking, but still maintained a calm expression. Calm down, Nami. Calm down. Nami released Ron, crouched down with her hands on her head. How could I possibly calm down? That's an Admiral of the Navy. She suddenly remembered something and looked at Akiji in terror. It's over, it's over. We're going to be taken to jail. That idiot Luffy is still in town eating and drinking. Akiji also had a bewildered expression. He patted the dirt off his head and looked around, la. Where's this? He looked down at his muddy navy coat, then glanced at the paralyzed pirates. You all look very familiar? The man in the cowboy hat suddenly shouted hysterically, Run. The few of them scrambled to escape. Although Akiji still hadn't figured out the situation, his instinct to capture pirates made him subconsciously raise his right hand. Ice Age. A bone-chilling cold swept over instantly, and the pirates who were still in the process of escaping were frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures, reflecting colorful light under the sunlight, creating a strangely beautiful sight. Nami gasped, instinctively hiding behind Ron. This was an Admiral of the Navy, a legendary monster-level power. Ron, however, had already regained his composure. He stepped forward, protecting Nami behind him. What a surprising encounter, Admiral Akiji. His tone held a hint of amusement. Wondering why the Navy's top power would emerge from the pit we dug? Akiji then noticed the 2 in front of him. His gaze lingered on Ron for a moment, then landed on Nami, seemingly understanding something. I see. Was it you 2 who did this? Chapter 44. Mission accomplished. What are you doing here? Shinji scratched his head, clearly confused. I was just on the way to investigate you. Suddenly ending up here, what an absurd ability, little thief cat. Nami was almost in tears, saying, I was just digging for treasure according to the treasure map, but I didn't expect to dig you out. Shinji looked at the gradually disappearing golden shovel in Nami's hand and realized it was some kind of devil fruit ability, just as Nami was about to speak. Ron nodded. That's right, it's some ability to dig for treasure, but what you dig up is uncertain. So that's how it is, an unintentional act. Which explains why you dug up Roger's phantom. Shinji's murmuring was not loud, but Ron and Nami heard it clearly. It turned out that the fact they had dug up Roger's phantom had already reached the ears of the Navy headquarters. Nami nervously looked at Ron, wondering what would happen if this admiral suddenly made a move. Wouldn't they be completely wiped out? Don't worry. Ron patted Nami's shoulder to comfort her, and Nami nodded, stepping back a bit behind Ron. At that moment, Shinji suddenly yawned. Ah, what a hassle. He turned and walked toward his bicycle, saying the mission was complete and he would take a nap first. He actually laid down on the bicycle, looking as if he was going to sleep. Nami was stunned. Why was this admiral not following the usual rules? Not going to capture them? Shinji lazily yawned again. slowly getting up from the ground and brushing off the dust from his coat. La. Today's young people are really noisy. He scratched his fluffy curly hair, saying, "Feel free, but rest assured I'm on vacation today," posing as an ordinary person. Nami's expression froze instantly. Vacation. Qingji pulled out a mask from somewhere and put on. That's right, I just happened to, fall down from the sky to here. He pointed at the glowing pit, saying, "By the way, your treasure-digging ability is quite interesting." Nami finally snapped back to reality and wearily stared at Qingji. You really won't capture us?" Qingji lay on the bicycle with his hands behind his head. "Capture you for what?" he said lazily. "The mission I received was just to investigate, and it didn't say I had to capture anyone. Now that the investigation is clear, the mission is complete." Saying that, he lay down and fell asleep, even starting to snore. At this moment, a loud explosion was heard from the town, and one could vaguely hear Zoro's roar and Sanji's curses. "Forget it. Let's go check on Luffy and the others." Nami looked at the sleeping Qingji and slowly retreated. Ra nodded. "I really don't know what this guy is up to. Let's go first." In the banquet hall of Whiskey Peak, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Luffy was sitting in the middle of a pile of empty plates, rubbing his round belly and letting out a satisfied burp. "Ah, so delicious. Is there more meat?" The surrounding pirates, disguised as townsfolk, could no longer maintain their hypocritical smiles. And a big man wearing a chef's hat had veins popping on his forehead, gripping his knife so tightly it creaked. This monster has already eaten 30 people's worth of food. "Boss," a subordinate leaned over to the leader and whispered, "Why isn't the drug we put in taken effect yet? These guys' appetites are only getting bigger." In the corner, Usopp was animatedly telling a group of townsfolk about his heroic deeds against a Navy colonel, completely unaware of the increasingly ugly expressions on his audience's faces. Zoro sat alone at the bar, having already finished several barrels of alcohol, yet his gaze was becoming clearer. Something's not right. The leader of the Baroque Works agents signaled secretly, ready to act early. After all, the drug would take effect sooner or later. Just as these disguised pirates were about to tear off their friendly masks, the door to the banquet hall was suddenly flung open. "Stop!" A blue-haired girl rushed in, followed by a tall man with curly hair. "This is a pirate trap. They put drugs in the food." The entire hall fell silent instantly. Luffy tilted his head, looking at the two newcomers. Who are you?" "I'm Vivi," the girl exclaimed anxiously. "You all need to escape? This is not a welcoming town for pirates. It's a base for Baroque Works." The pirate leader's expression darkened instantly. "I knew something was off with you two." He tore off his disguised apron, revealing combat gear underneath. "Since you've chosen to betray the organization, then you can go to hell with these fools. Attack!" With a command, dozens of disguised pirates drew their weapons at the same time, and suddenly hidden cannons opened up in the walls of the banquet hall. Princess Vivi's face turned pale. "It's over. There's no time." However, at that moment, Zoro suddenly stood up, 3 swords unsheathed without anyone noticing, finally not pretending anymore. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "I've been waiting impatiently for this." Luffy rubbed his belly and stood up. "So you guys are the bad guys?" His eyes suddenly became sharp. "Then there's no need to be polite." Usopp leaped onto a table. "I've seen through your tricks long ago." Using observation hockey, his slingshot was already aimed steadily at the most troublesome hidden sniper. The pirate leader stared in disbelief. "Impossible. Those drugs, how could they?" Zoro scoffed. "Back in the day, we were trained by the captain with even worse food every day." He assumed the 3-sword style stance. This level doesn't even count as an appetizer. With a loud crash, the battle officially began. Princess Vivi watched in shock as the scene unfolded. These seemingly thick-skinned pirates were all ridiculously strong, especially that Straw Hat boy, who knocked over a dozen enemies with a single punch. "Who exactly are they?" Vivi murmured, while the curly-haired man, Ikelam, said seriously beside her, "It seems we've encountered some extraordinary characters. Perhaps they are the turning point for our country." The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. It wasn't that these pirates were too weak, but rather that the Straw Hat crew was too strong. As the last Baroque Works agent was sent flying by Luffy's powerful punch, the entire banquet hall finally returned to calm, with shattered tables and scattered weapons, and dozens of unconscious enemies lying around. "Phew, done." Luffy clapped his hands, his smile under the straw hat still bright, as if the fierce battle just now was just a game. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Nami and Ron rushed in. Nami looked around, relieved to see her companions safe. Thank goodness you're okay. We were so worried. Chapter 45. I choose to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Usopp, as a Marine Admiral, I must act the part to the end. Nami's words suddenly halted, her gaze falling on Princess Vivi, who was anxiously standing in the corner, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, eyes filled with worry. Who are you? Vivi took a deep breath and stepped forward solemnly. Please, help Alabasta. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Our country is facing an unprecedented crisis. As Vivi recounted her story, a shocking conspiracy gradually came to light. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, was secretly manipulating the Baroque works, attempting to overthrow the Alabasta regime. He used dance powder to create droughts, inciting conflict between the people and the royal family, plunging the entire nation to the brink of civil war. The people are killing each other, and all of this is Crocodile's scheme. Tears welled up in Vivi's eyes. I truly don't know who else to turn to for help. Just as Luffy was listening earnestly, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. The God-level choice system is triggered. Option A. Hand Vivi over to the Marines. Reward. Bounty increased by 50 million berries. Option B. Ignore the request and continue sailing. Reward. A full feast of Sea King barbecue. Option C. Escort Vivi back to her country. Reward. Awakening of Conqueror's Haki, beginner. Luffy tilted his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly patted his stomach. I'm full now, so forget about the barbecue. He looked at Vivi, his eyes becoming unusually serious. That sand crocodile is actually making a country's people kill each other. His fists unconsciously clenched, and the flames of anger ignited in his eyes hidden beneath the straw hat. Unforgivable. So I choose C. Choice completed. Option C. Rewards will be distributed after task completion. Luffy suddenly raised his head, the shadow of the straw hat obscuring his expression. We will help you. That crocodile, I will definitely knock him out. Vivi's tears finally spilled over. Thank you. Usopp leaned over and patted her shoulder. Don't worry. With me, the Sniper King around, no 7 warlord is a problem, though his legs were still trembling. Zoro sheathed his 3 swords simultaneously, just in time to test my new moves on the 7 warlords. Sanji lit a cigarette. It's my honor to serve a beautiful princess. Nami was also very excited. Alabasta, I heard it's a vast place. I wonder what kind of treasures we could dig up. We must go. Ron stood aside, a faint smile on his lips, listening to Luffy's decision. A glint of approval flashed in his eyes. I support Luffy's decision. Crocodile's actions are indeed unforgivable. As the system host, the tenfold return reward he received would allow his Conqueror's Haki to directly advance to intermediate level. Thinking of this, Ron's fingertips unconsciously gathered an invisible pressure. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki is a considerable existence in the entire pirate world. It is known that even the world-ruling Sama and the legendary Joy Boy, their Conqueror's Haki only reach the advanced level. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, Ron assessed in his heart, should be enough to cope with the challenges of the new world. With my current strength, combined with Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, Ron's gaze swept over the partners who were enthusiastically discussing. Admiral-level combat power is not a problem. Nami seemed to notice his distraction and gently nudged him with her elbow. What are you thinking about? Ron came back to his senses, revealing a mysterious smile. I was thinking if there might be some special treasure hidden in the deserts of Alabasta. Really? Nami's eyes instantly turned into berry symbols, but then narrowed suspiciously. It wouldn't be something strange again, would it? It shouldn't be. Ron also couldn't be sure. After all, the treasure-digging system could dig up anything. And the awakening of Intermediate Conqueror's Haki meant he would truly have the capital to compete with Marine Admirals and Yonka-level powerhouses. Vivi looked at everyone agreeing to help Alabasta without hesitation, tears of gratitude glistening in her eyes. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed solemnly. Once we resolve Alabasta's crisis, the royal family will surely repay everyone's kindness. Nami's eyes lit up immediately. Raising a finger, you don't have to thank us with anything else. Just give us berries directly. She was already calculating in her heart how much compensation would be appropriate. Vivi couldn't help but chuckle, nodding seriously. I will make sure of it. Just as everyone was preparing to board the ship and pushed open the banquet hall door, a tall figure made everyone stop in their tracks. A man dressed in a white vest and draped in a marine coat was lazily leaning against a bicycle. He wore a green eye patch and seemed to be dozing off, only raising his head slowly upon hearing the door open. Alala. Are the discussions finally over? Akiji's languid voice rang out. Nami's face instantly turned pale, and she let out a scream, taking a quick step back to hide behind Ron, clutching his shirt tightly with both hands. Why, you said you wouldn't come catch us? Her voice trembled. Why did he follow them here? The other partners curiously examined this strange man. Usopp even boldly stepped forward, poking that old bicycle with a slingshot. You should really replace this bike. Usopp commented with feigned professionalism. The tires are worn down, and the brakes probably don't work well anymore, right? Nami almost fainted at the sight. Usopp, get away from him. She nearly screamed. He is one of the 3 Marine admirals. Akiji. What? Usopp's long nose instantly stiffened, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He mechanically turned his head and met Akiji's half-smiling eyes, instantly feeling a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. In this moment of extreme fear, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Usopp's mind. If he could pretend to be impressive at this time, it would definitely be extraordinary. Usopp suddenly straightened his back. The fear on his face swept away, replaced by an unfathomable calm. He stared into Akiji's eyes, his voice deep and powerful. So what if you're Marine Admiral? Usopp stepped forward slowly, each step seeming to resonate with a certain rhythm. In front of me, Sniper King Usopp, you are nothing. Ding! The ultimate pretending system is triggered. Epic pretending scene detected. Facing Marine Admiral Akiji. Completion reward. Strong physique of the Fishman tribe. Special effect. Can swim freely in the sea. Chapter 46. Accelerating the journey. Straight to Drum Island. Usopp's pupils suddenly contracted, and images of the rewards displayed by the system floated in his mind. He was swimming freely in the deep sea like a fish, with a strong physique that could even overturn a warship with his bare hands. This was the ability he had always dreamed of. With a gulp, he swallowed hard. Although his legs were still trembling, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. This was a chance to change his destiny. He had to act tough all the way. A Marine Admiral. Usopp suddenly ripped off his headscarf, letting his wild hair fly freely in the sea breeze. He deliberately looked down at Akiji with a condescending gaze. Back in the East Blue, I've knocked out 56 guys like you. Saying this, he swaggered over to Akiji's bicycle, plopped down on the back seat, and propped up his leg. This move nearly made Nami scream, and Zoro and the others were dumbfounded. There had to be a limit to acting cool. Akiji raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh? Do you know why my bounty is only 8 million berries? Usopp mysteriously lowered his voice, tapping his temple with his finger, because I've only shown 8 million berries worth of strength. He paused deliberately, letting the sea breeze rustle his cloak. Just like now, my observation hockey has covered the entire island, and I've seen the group of pirates on the other side of the island who were ready to escape but have already been frozen into ice sculptures. At this point, Akiji's expression finally became serious as he slowly removed his eye patch and stared directly at Usopp with his ice blue eyes. Interesting. It seems I've underestimated you. That group of pirates was indeed frozen by him, but when he acted, he had already used his observation hockey to sweep the surroundings and had not noticed any escaping pirates or anyone spying. So how did this long-nosed guy know? There was only one possibility. He was telling the truth. This guy's observation hockey really surpassed his. Is the Straw Hat crew really full of hidden talents? Just then, Usopp suddenly jumped down from the back seat, turned around, and waved his hand to Akiji. Let us go, partners. Now we're going to Alabasta to eliminate evil and uphold justice. Surely the righteous Marine Admiral 1T stop us. After saying that, he walked calmly towards the Going Merry, his back already soaked with cold sweat, but he still maintained an imposing demeanor. With every step, deep footprints were left in the soft sand. Ding! Mission completed. Reward issued. Fishman Physique Fusion in progress. Fusion complete. Usopp suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, screaming wildly in his heart. I hit the jackpot. Now I'm no longer the weakest in the crew. At this moment, Nami was completely stunned. She tugged at Ron's sleeve and whispered, Usopp. He can't really. Who knows? Maybe our sniper has always been hiding his strength? Akiji watched the backs of the group as they left, thoughtfully stroking his chin. The Straw Hat Pirates are much more interesting than the intelligence suggested. However, the situation in Alabasta and Crocodile must also be reported. But before that, Akiji then took out a Din Din Mushi and dialed a number. Moments later, the Din Din Mushi connected. Hello, Smoker. Send some people to clean up the mess. What? Kazan, are you making me clean up after you again? Quit the nonsense. You don't want the free accomplishments either. Just wait. The Going Merry carved a graceful path across the azure sea, the sunlight sparkling off its gilded hull. But beneath this calm surface, danger was quietly approaching. Ron, up ahead is the island. Nami unfolded the weather navigation chart, pointing to the marked island. According to the normal recording pointer, we need to stop here. Stop for a year to store magnetic power. That island is called Little Garden. Ron stood at the bow, his black coat flapping in the sea breeze, his deep gaze piercing through the sea mist, as if he could directly see the conspiracies unfolding on the island. Mr. 3 from Baroque Works and his partner Miss Valentine had already set a trap, and 2 manipulated giant warriors were waiting for their arrival. No, we're not going on the island, Ron suddenly said, his voice calm but decisive. Huh? Nami looked up in surprise. Why? Are we not treasure hunting this time? Ron lightly tapped the side of the ship, using the quick magnetic storage recording pointer. We only need to stay offshore for a day. He turned to Nami and explained, we 1T dig this time. We can come back to dig later because we have something more important to do. The crew gathered around, with Luffy tilting his head. What is more important? Besides, I want to go on the island. Maybe there will be interesting adventures. Ron's gaze swept across each of his crewmates' faces. We've already been targeted by the Marine headquarters. Akiji's appearance is a warning. His voice lowered. This time it is Akiji, who practices lazy justice. We're lucky. If next time it's Kizuru or Akaina, we 1TB, so lucky. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the danger. Zoro's 3 swords instinctively emitted a light, ringing sound. Sanji frowned in deep thought, and the cigarette in his hand burned down to his fingers without him noticing. More importantly, our current strength is still not enough to confront an admiral head-on. Huh, Ron, you can't do it either? Luffy looked up at Ron, hope in his eyes. Ron shook his head. I can match them, but I can't defeat them in a short time. Moreover, I'm not alone once we get entangled, and the Marines send reinforcements. I'll 1T be able to safely retreat all of you. This statement resonated with everyone. It was indeed true. Captain Ron has the strength to counter an admiral, but they are not alone, but a group of people, so once they are surrounded by the incoming Marines, they would definitely not escape. Ron looked towards the distant horizon, so we need to change our original route. We will only stop at Little Garden for necessary reasons, and then head directly to Drum Kingdom. A glimmer of depth flashed in his eyes. There are partners we need there. New partners. Luffy was the first to bounce up, his eyes shining under his straw hat. Who? Are they strong? Are they big? The deck suddenly became lively. Usopp's long nose twitched with excitement. Could it be a powerful sniper? Zoro, although silent, noticeably slowed his action of sheathing his swords, listening intently. Sanji elegantly blew a puff of smoke. I hope it's a beautiful lady. Chapter 47, Where is Everyone? Ron couldn't help but chuckle at the eager expressions of his companions. He's a reindeer named Chopper. Seeing everyone's surprised faces, he continued to explain, but don't underestimate him. He is an amazing doctor who ate the human fruit and can think and speak like a human. A ship's doctor? Nami clapped her hands in delight. That's great. We're finally going to have a proper doctor. She turned to Usopp. Before, we relied on your half-baked medical skills. And every time you bandaged me, it hurt like hell. Usopp scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I am not a professional, you know. Zoro nodded in rare agreement. Yeah, last time you stitched my wound, the thread was all knotted. Sanji couldn't help but comment, and the medicine you made was bitter enough to kill someone. Usopp's face turned red. You heartless guys. If it weren't for me, you would have. All right. Ron interrupted their bickering with a smile. The point is, Chopper is not only highly skilled, but can also develop special medicines. He pointed to the cabin, Our medical room has been empty, so it will come in handy when he arrives. Luffy was already bouncing excitedly on the deck. A reindeer doctor? So cool. Does he like to eat cotton candy? Ron nodded. Chopper does like cotton candy. Then his expression suddenly turned serious. But right now, Chopper's country is under threat from an evil king. Let's take him down. Luffy swung his fist without hesitation, fire igniting in his eyes. Anyone who bullies our new friend is absolutely unforgivable. Zoro's hand was already resting on his sword hilt. I could use a good fight. Sanji stomped out his cigarette. Those bastards who bully doctors are unforgivable. Even Usopp was flexing his muscles for the first time. My super strong fishman physique is perfect for a test. Nami spread out the navigation chart. Drum Island. At our current speed, we'll reach Little Garden in half a day, then spend a day storing magnetic power. And we should be able to reach Drum Island by noon the day after tomorrow. Vivi stood by, hesitating to speak, although she was anxious to return to Alabasta. She understood that it couldn't be rushed. She forced a smile. First, let's rescue Dr. Chopper, and we can wait on Alabasta. Ron noticed her unease and softly reassured her, don't worry, it won't take too long. Once we take care of Drum Island, we'll head straight to Alabasta. Thank you, Captain. On the blue sea, the Thousand Sunny slowly docked at the shore of Little Garden, its golden hull shimmering in the sunset, and the diamond decorations reflecting a brilliant light, making it look like a palace floating on the sea from a distance. In the dark jungle, Mr. 3 adjusted his 3-shaped glasses, and the wax fruit ability caused white wax to drip from his fingertips. They've finally arrived, he said with a cold smile, while Miss Valentine beside him held small parasol, also sporting a cruel smile. The Straw Hat Crew. Mr. 3 gritted his teeth. The disgrace of these pirates. They actually colluded with Admiral Akiji and destroyed our base on Whiskey Peak. Miss Valentine elegantly spun her parasol. Even worse, Miss Wednesday is actually Princess Vivi of Alabasta. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Mr. Zero has already ordered that she must be captured alive. The surrounding Baroque Works agents nodded, their weapons glinting ominously in the shadows of the trees. A burly man wearing a horned helmet grinned savagely. Let us deal with them right here on this island. Let these clueless newcomers see the cruelty of the Grand Line. However, as time passed second by second, the Thousand Sunny remained silent by the shore. Mr. 3 frowned. What is going on? Why haven't they disembarked yet? I don't know. Could it be that we've been exposed? Impossible. Our operation is absolutely secret. It can't be exposed. Maybe they're scared? Perhaps. Then let us wait a bit longer. As the sun set, when the last ray of sunlight disappeared below the horizon, a scene that ignited the fury of all the ambushers appeared on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. A bonfire was suddenly lit. The sound of sizzling meat faintly reached their ears, and the enticing aroma wafted through the jungle. Luffy's laughter, Usopp's exaggerated boasting, Sanji's graceful urging to drink, and even music could all be clearly heard. Hey, look! An agent swallowed hard as he pointed toward the Thousand Sunny. They're having a feast. On the deck, Luffy was happily devouring a whole roasted cow. Zoro was drinking fine wine. Sanji was elegantly pouring red wine for the ladies. Nami and Vivi were chatting and laughing by the bonfire. Even the usually serious Ron was leaning against the ship's railing, holding a goblet and enjoying the moonlight. Damn it! Mr. 3 was so furious that the wax dripped faster. We're here suffering in ambush, and they're enjoying themselves? Miss Valentine nearly crushed her parasol. This is the greatest insult to us. In the jungle, the hidden Baroque Works members' stomachs began to grumble in protest, the scent of roasted meat growing stronger, and some even started to drool. Can we have something to eat too? One person pitifully suggested. Shut up, Mr. 3 roared, but his own stomach also betrayed him with a growl. Even more infuriating was that Usopp seemed to have noticed their presence and deliberately waved a golden brown roasted leg of lamb towards the jungle. Ah, it smells so good. The crispy outside and tender inside. Bastard. An agent could no longer restrain himself and stood up. I've had enough. However, he was quickly pushed down. Get down, you idiot. Mr. 3 hurriedly pulled him back. Now is not the time to expose ourselves. When they're full and asleep, that's when we act. Everyone nodded fiercely, secretly vowing, "Wait for it, Straw Hat Kid." When the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the dense jungle of Little Garden, Mr. 3 rubbed his sore neck and climbed up from the ground. His glasses were askew, and his meticulously arranged hair was covered in leaves and dirt. The sudden drowsiness from last night had caused all of them to unconsciously fall asleep. He inhaled sharply, suddenly realizing something, and rushed to the shore. Where is everyone? Where is the Straw Hat Kid? The beach before him was empty. Only a few rocks that had been washed and pressed by the waves testified that a ship had once docked here. The Thousand Sunny's dazzling golden hull and diamond-decorated mast had completely vanished without a trace. No, where is everyone? Chapter 48. Want to fight? Do you have a new move? Just wait. This is impossible. Mr. 3 shouted hysterically, wax from his wax fruit powers uncontrollably forming unsightly lumps around him. How could they slip away right under our noses? Miss Valentine clumsily crawled out from the bushes, her little parasol covered in tree sap and bird droppings. Ah, disgusting. That damn Straw Hat Kid made us wait all night for nothing. Draw them away. Mr. 3 gritted his teeth, the lenses of his 3-shaped glasses reflecting an angry glint. Those bastards deliberately used the party to distract us, then took the opportunity to escape. Other agents gradually woke up, each looking disheveled, hair in disarray, and with dark circles under their eyes, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings, unable to believe the situation before them. We watched all night, and they had already run away? We didn't even notice when they left. Suddenly, an agent pointed at the sea. Look, there are words over there. Everyone turned to look in that direction and saw a line of words made from candles floating on the distant sea. You think you can ambush us? Sleep well, idiots. Usopp's message. Oh, Mr. 3 trembled with rage, wax dripping down like sweat. This is blatant mockery. Miss Valentine's face turned pale. Mr. Zoro will not forgive our failure. Meanwhile, far away on the Starlight ship, the sea breeze gently blew, and the morning sun cast golden light across the deck as everyone enjoyed a relaxed moment in the morning. Ha ha ha! Usopp laughed so hard he rolled on the deck, exaggeratedly waving his arms. You should have seen those guys' expressions. I purposely left a message on the rocks with special ink. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, polishing his sword, and a rare smile crept across his face. Those guys really have no perseverance. I hadn't even finished my drink when they all fell asleep. Their snoring was louder than a chef's cooking. What did you say, green algae head? Want to fight? Sanji exploded with rage. Oh, want to fight? Zoro grinned. I couldn't ask for more, but do you have a new move? Just wait. Nami carefully examined the treasure map in her hands and sighed regretfully. What a pity about the treasure in the little garden. I can only wait for another opportunity to dig it up. She carefully put away the treasure map. Ron stood at the helm, turned to Nami with a gentle smile. Don't be downcast. As long as we keep getting stronger, all the treasures of the sea are waiting for us to discover. With such a vast ocean and countless islands, we'll never run out of treasures to dig. Nami's eyes lit up instantly, her orange short hair bouncing joyfully in the sunlight. Really? She excitedly grabbed Ron's arm. Then it's a promise, Captain. You have to take me to dig up all the treasures in the ocean. Ron smiled and ruffled her hair. The affectionate gesture made Nami blush involuntarily. It's a deal. Luffy stretched out his arms and embraced both of their shoulders. I want to go too. Adventures are the most fun. Sanji lit a cigarette, elegantly blowing a smoke ring. I'll prepare the best treasure hunting bento. Usopp jumped up, waving a slingshot. My 8,000 subordinates will escort you. Zoro sheathed all 3 swords simultaneously, emitting a clear clink. Just try to practice my new moves. Vivi stood to the side, watching her energetic companions, envy unconsciously showing in her eyes, while Karu quacked excitedly at her feet, seemingly infected by the joyful atmosphere. Ron adjusted the helm, and the Starlight ship's engine emitted a pleasant hum. Everyone attention. Next stop, the Drum Kingdom. Oh. Everyone responded in unison. The golden sails fully unfurled in the morning breeze, and the Starlight ship sliced through the azure sea, heading at full speed towards the direction indicated by the compass. Under the sunlight, the figurehead of the ship, the Starbird statue, sparkled brightly. The Drum Kingdom. Perpetually covered in pure white snow, was swept by biting cold winds carrying ice crystals. The Starlight ship slowly docked at the frozen harbor, the hull colliding with the floating ice with a crisp crack. Achoo! Nami wrapped herself tightly in a thick coat, her nose turning bright red. It's so cold. If it weren't for Brother Ron preparing winter clothes in advance, we would freeze to death here. Zoro's breath crystallized in the air, a thin layer of frost forming on his 3 swords. This damn place is freezing. Sanji lit a cigarette, but found his lighter was too frozen to work well. Damn it, in this weather, I can't even smoke comfortably. Luffy was full of energy, bouncing around on the deck. Wow, it's snow. So interesting. He reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, but due to his rubber body, the snowflakes stuck directly to his hand. Usopp suddenly straightened up, proudly patting his chest. Ha ha ha, you weaklings, he boasted, wearing only a thin shirt. Thanks to my fishman physique, this little cold is nothing. Saying this, he performed a perfect somersault off the ship, landing steadily on the snow-covered dock, the snow crunching under his legs. The air is so fresh. Usopp exaggeratedly took a deep breath and turned back to wave at the ship. Hey, you all hurry down. His shout was abruptly cut off. Whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of arrows slicing through the air, dozens of arrows suddenly shot out from the surrounding snowdrifts, deeply embedded in the ice beside Usopp's feet. Who is it? Usopp stumbled back in fright, nearly falling into the snowdrift. From the snowy curtain, over 20 fully armed soldiers slowly emerged, dressed in heavy fur armor, wielding spears and bows. The bearded man at the front shouted sternly, "Outsiders! The Drum Kingdom does not welcome you. Leave immediately." The soldiers formed a circle, the sharp tips of their spears gleaming coldly in the snow light. Even more terrifying was that, in the distance on the snow slope, several cannons were vaguely visible, aimed directly at the Starlight ship. Nami immediately hid behind Ron. Oh no, we just got off the ship and this happens. Zoro had already drawn his 3 swords, the frost on the blades shattering under his overwhelming presence. Are we going to fight? Luffy pressed down his straw hat, a rare serious expression on his face. Don't act yet. We're just here to find a ship's doctor. Let's talk. The bearded soldier interrupted. Since Captain Dalton issued the ban, no foreign ships are allowed to dock. He raised his spear, giving one last warning, leave immediately, or else. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a sudden loud crash came from a distance. Everyone turned to look and saw the tallest peak of the Drum Kingdom, where a castle's spire collapsed with a thunderous sound. Thick black smoke rising starkly against the white, snow-capped mountain. Oh no, something's wrong. The soldiers immediately panicked. Not good. It's the castle where Dorairu lives. Ron calmly watched the black smoke rising in the distance and spoke steadily. It seems we've arrived just in time. He turned to the now chaotic soldiers, his voice steady and powerful. Listen, we can help. It's likely that Walpole has returned and is attacking that castle. What? The soldiers erupted in panic, their faces filled with fear and anger. They looked at each other, and someone trembled as they spoke. Captain Dalton isn't here. Could it really be that the castle is in trouble? At that moment, a soldier covered in snow stumbled from afar, breathless, shouting, "Not good. Walpole! Walpole has returned. That guy is destroying the castle. Captain Dalton, he might be killed." The sentence detonated like a bomb among the soldiers, and the previously hesitant soldiers instantly turned red with fury, shouting in anger, "That bastard king! How dare he come back? Hurry to save Captain Dalton." The leader, a soldier with a beard, suddenly turned around, no longer caring about Ron and the others, raising his spear and shouting, "Brothers, rescue Captain Dalton! Charge! Charge!" The soldiers echoed in unison, picking up their weapons and rushing through the thick snow towards the castle on a mountaintop. In the blink of an eye, only Ron and his group were left at the dock. Nami looked at the departing soldiers, somewhat at a loss, and turned to Ron. This is too sudden. What do we do now?" Ron's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Let's go, let's follow and see." He adjusted his collar, blown askew by the cold wind. It was time to rescue our future ship's doctor, Chopper the reindeer. Awesome. Luffy jumped up excitedly, snow falling from his straw hat. The adventure was starting. Zoro had his 3 swords ready, just right for a warm-up. Usopp also said he was good to go. Sanji lit a cigarette. Looking at Vivi and Nami, Never mind, beautiful Lady Vivi. Do you need me to carry you up the mountain? Stop wasting time. Nami grabbed Vivi's hand. Let's hurry and catch up. Ron took the lead, his cloak flapping in the wind and snow, his eyes shining with confidence. Everyone, pay attention. Target the mountaintop castle. Let's go. Chapter 49. The best method is not defense. The group quickly advanced along the thick snow, following the footprints left by the soldiers. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes struck their faces like knives, but everyone was full of fighting spirit. As the altitude increased, the wind and snow grew stronger, and the distant glow of the castle was particularly striking. They could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting and the deafening crashes of collapsing rubble. Just then, Nami suddenly stopped. The strongest treasure hunting system had generated a new treasure map. She took out the shimmering treasure map from the system interface, and the previously blurred lines on the map gradually became clear, finally converging into a prominent red mark, right at the castle on the mountaintop. What a coincidence! Nami's exclamation was blown away by the cold wind. She hurriedly caught up with Ron and held the treasure map in front of him. Ron, look, the new treasure point generated by the system is right at the castle. Ron glanced at the map, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes, as expected. He looked up at the mountaintop, where the outline of the castle was faintly visible through the wind and snow. It seemed that this time they could not only save Chopper, but also dig for treasure as a bonus. Usopp immediately perked up. What treasure? He leaned closer to the treasure map, his long nose almost poking the paper. It wouldn't be something scary again, would it? Who cares? Luffy stretched his neck to take a look and shouted excitedly, We're going to the castle anyway. And treasure is even better. Zoro snorted softly. I hope we find something decent this time and not some inexplicable ghost. Nami carefully put away the treasure map, her eyes shining with determination. No matter what, we are definitely going to the castle. She looked at Ron. This time you have to keep your word and help me dig for treasure. Ron chuckled lightly, reaching out to brush the snowflake from her hair. Of course. But right now, his gaze turned towards the mountaintop, where the glow of the castle reflected in his deep eyes. First, let's deal with that troublemaker, Walpo. When the group reached the mountaintop castle amidst the blizzard, the sight before them tightened their hearts. Injured soldiers were sprawled on the ground, blood spreading in the snow like glaring red. Dalton was half kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with a broken sword, a gaping wound on his chest bleeding profusely. Yet he still stood firm in front of everyone. Hurry, hurry, and leave. On the other side of the battlefield, a blue-nosed reindeer was confronting a stocky man. Chopper was covered in injuries, his fur scorched and blackened, one leg barely able to support him. Yet he stubbornly stood in front of the injured Dr. Kureha. Ha ha! Walpo's maniacal laughter echoed through the snowstorm. This country doesn't need doctors, although you're just a reindeer. Since you're a doctor, then go die. He opened his exaggerated mouth, and a cannonball whistled out. Chopper dodged with all his might, but was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion, dragging a long mark in the snow. Chopper, you little brat. Hurry and get out of here, Dr. Kureha exclaimed. Walpo wickedly laughed as he reloaded. This time, let's see how you dodge. At that critical moment, a shadow flashed like a ghost, and Ron had somehow stood in front of Chopper, his right arm enveloped in dark armed hockey. And he caught the cannonball shot at them with his bare hands. What? Walpo's eyes widened in disbelief. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Ron closed his fingers, and the cannonball was crushed in his grip. Boom! A loud bang echoed, smoke billowed, and flames erupted. Fool, fool! Walpo snapped back to reality, laughing maniacally. At this close distance, you will definitely be blown to pieces. However, when the smoke cleared, Ron remained standing, not a single part of his clothes harmed. He gently dusted off the ash from his shoulder and turned to look at the stunned Chopper. To deal with this kind of scum, Ron's voice was calm, yet filled with power. The best method is not defense. He slowly turned to Walpo, each step leaving deep footprints in the snow. But to knock him away, thoroughly beat him down, so he never dares to act recklessly again. Chopper's round eyes widened even more, tears welling up. Why you? Why? Ron did not answer, only continued to walk towards Walpo, his coat flapping in the wind and snow, an invisible pressure causing the surrounding snowflakes to freeze in place. Usopp on the side was also stunned. Crushing a cannonball with bare hands? It turns out the captain is even more impressive than I thought. Walpo finally panicked. Why you stay back? He frantically stuffed weapons into his mouth. I'm gonna blow you. Blow you. Away. He spun his barrel-like body, cannonballs whistling out from all angles. Everyone die. He screamed hysterically as cannonballs exploded in the snow, creating deep craters. However, Ron walked through the rain of cannonballs as if taking a leisurely stroll. His observation haki had already reached an intermediate level, and the trajectory of each cannonball was clearly visible to him. Sometimes he would just slightly lean to the side, and the cannonball would pass by. Other times, he would gently tilt his head, and the shock wave of the explosion wouldn't even disturb his hair. Too slow, Ron commented indifferently, a hint of boredom in his tone. Finally, he lost interest in dodging. When a cannonball came at him, he directly extended his hand, wrapped in armed haki, and firmly grasped the cannonball with his fingers like iron pincers. With a muffled bang, the cannonball exploded in his palm, but it left not a single mark. This is impossible. Walpo retreated in terror, his barrel-like body leaving deep marks in the snow. Ron stepped closer, casually catching 3 more cannonballs, crushing them as easily as cracking walnuts, the explosions illuminating his cold profile, his cloak fluttering in a shockwave. Had enough of playing? Ron suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing in front of Walpo. In the face of Walpo's terrified gaze, he picked up an unlaunched cannonball and stuffed it directly into Walpo's wide-open mouth. Ugh! Walpo's eyes bulged, his barrel-like body comically frozen in place. Swallow it and explode, Ron said calmly, applying a bit of force, pushing the cannonball down Walpo's throat. The next second, a muffled explosion came from within Walpo's body. Although his barrel-like body was not blown apart, the violent impact still caused his eyes to roll back, exaggerated lumps forming on the iron skin. And finally, with a crash, he collapsed into the snow, completely unconscious. The entire mountaintop instantly fell silent, with only the sound of the howling wind and snow. Chapter 50, Purple Light. Have we unearthed a super treasure? Chopper stood frozen in place, his round eyes filled with shock and admiration. He glanced at the unconscious Walpo and then at the unharmed Ron, his little hooves trembling involuntarily. Is this person the savior? Dalton struggled to stand up, ignoring the wound on his chest, and solemnly bowed to Ron. Thank you for your assistance. The Kingdom of Drum will forever remember your kindness. The soldiers around them also rose, each injured but casting grateful looks at Ron, feeling ashamed for having obstructed him earlier. Ron simply nodded gently and turned to Chopper. He squatted down in front of the little reindeer and pulled out a bottle of medicine. Your injury needs to be treated. Chopper stepped back in surprise, then mustered his courage to step forward. Thank you. He stammered, spinning in circles, suddenly recalling something and shouting, I'm a doctor. I can handle it myself. A gentle smile flashed in Ron's eyes. I know, and soon, you will be our ship's doctor. Chopper was completely stunned. With snowflakes still stuck to his blue nose, his round eyes widening even more. A ship? A ship's doctor? You want to invite me on board? His voice trembled as his little hooves unconsciously traced circles on the ground. No one had ever treated him as a true companion, let alone actively invited him on board. At that moment, he felt his heart racing, and his eyes began to moisten. Just then, Luffy and the others arrived, surrounding them. Luffy pressed down on his straw hat and flashed a brilliant smile. Hey, reindeer, come be our partner. Chopper spun around in confusion, looking for help at Doriel, who was standing to the side. Doriel, chewing on a cigarette, waved her hand impatiently. It's up to you, you little brat. I've been fed up with you for a long time, causing a ruckus in the castle all day. She put on a stern face. And now that someone was willing to take you in, you should hurry up and get lost. Doriel. Chopper's tears finally burst forth, and he began to cry loudly. He understood Doriel so well. This was clearly the deepest love. He wiped his tears vigorously and shouted, I will definitely come back to see you. Nonsense. Doriel turned and walked toward the castle, waving her hand to the crowd. Don't come back until you've become a renowned doctor. Chopper straightened his small body and nodded solemnly. I will definitely become the best doctor. Doriel's footsteps paused slightly, a barely noticeable smile tugging at her lips before she strode into the castle, the heavy wooden door slamming shut behind her. In the following time, Chopper held back his sadness at parting and used his excellent medical skills to treat Dalton and the soldier's wounds. His movements were skilled, showing no trace of the ferocity he had displayed in battle earlier. Seizing the moment, Nami quietly tugged on Ron's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, isn't it time to go treasure hunting? The treasure map shows the location is near the castle. Ron looked at Chopper, who was busy, and then at the towering castle in the distance, nodding gently. Let us go see what we can dig up this time. Treasure hunting? Luffy's ears perked up, instantly energized. He exchanged glances with Usopp and Sanji, their expressions shifting from hesitation to eagerness. It's been a long time since we've gone treasure hunting. How about we go take a look? Usopp rubbed his hands together, a rare excitement in his eyes. Since we have nothing else to do, why not check it out? What if we really dig up something valuable this time? Exactly. Luffy was already bouncing up and down. Say, maybe we'll dig up some super awesome meat. Zoro crossed his arms and snorted. Haven't we learned enough from the last time we dug up ghosts? But his eyes couldn't help but glance at Nami. Nami, hands on her hips, her orange short hair shimmering in the sunlight. This time, I will definitely dig up real treasure. And it's going to be a super treasure. She deliberately shot a challenging look at everyone, saying if you're scared, don't come. After that, she grabbed Ron's hand and headed out of the castle. Ron smiled helplessly and allowed her to pull him through the castle gates. Outside, Chopper was focused on bandaging Dalton's wounds, his little hooves skillfully wrapping the bandages. Seeing the two hurriedly pass by, he curiously looked up. Do you need help? No need. Nami waved her hand without looking back. You keep doing your thing. The two soon arrived 2 meters to the left of the castle gate, where the snow had been cleared away, revealing the hard frozen ground. Nami carefully unfolded the treasure map, confirming several times. It's right here. Luffy and the others, unable to resist their curiosity, stealthily followed behind, hiding behind nearby snow piles to watch. It's starting. Nami took a deep breath, and the treasure map in her hand suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, transforming into that familiar golden shovel. Under the watchful eyes of everyone holding their breath, Nami raised the golden shovel and forcefully plunged it into the frozen ground. Just as the tip entered the earth, a blinding purple light suddenly burst forth from the crack. What? Nami exclaimed, and the golden shovel in her hand dissipated into light points in the air. She stared in shock at the scene before her. Why is it purple light? Ron also showed an unusual expression of shock, instinctively stepping forward to protect Nami. The last time the golden light unearthed a general, what would this bizarre purple light bring? Luffy and the others, hiding behind the snow pile, were even more dumbfounded. Usopp's teeth chattered. Purple. Purple. Could it be something scarier than ghosts? The purple beam of light grew stronger, almost illuminating the entire front yard of the castle. Chopper and Dalton were also drawn to this phenomenon, forgetting about bandaging and rushing over to take a look. What? What is happening? Chopper's blue nose twitched, sensing an instinctive unease. Just when everyone was tense to the extreme, the purple light suddenly retracted, and a delicate scroll slowly rose from the ground. The scroll was engraved with ancient patterns, with purple gems embedded at both ends, emitting a soft glow. Nami trembled as she reached out her hand, the mysterious scroll gently landing in her palm. The moment she touched it, detailed information about the purple scroll appeared on the system's blue screen. Devil Fruit Ability Transfer Scroll. Function: can transfer the abilities of the devil fruit possessed by the target. Note: one-time consumable. Chapter 51. Keeping it? No need. I already have 10 of these scrolls. Nami's pupils shrank violently, and her hands trembled slightly as she held the scroll, emitting a purple-golden glow. She looked again at the text that appeared on the scroll and, confirming it was correct, exclaimed again, This? How is this possible? Ron, brother Ron, come quickly and take a look. I've already seen it. It's definitely a treasure. Oh my God. Nami suddenly looked up at Ron, her voice trembling with excitement. This scroll can actually transfer someone else's devil fruit ability. This is too ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing existing in the world. Ron took the scroll and examined it carefully, a glint flashing in his deep eyes. This time, we really struck gold. His long fingers gently traced the ancient patterns on the scroll, transferring devil fruit abilities. It's somewhat similar to Blackbeard's dark fruit. However, when he saw the note stating it was a one-time consumable, his brow furrowed. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. Just then, he suddenly heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Rare item acquisition detected in subsystem. Triggered tenfold return reward. Acquired. Devil fruit ability transfer scroll x10. Ron's heart skipped a beat. It finally came, the tenfold reward. How rare. Previously, it was either a ghost or a pointer given by a ghost. Or digging out an admiral. Ron had doubted he could get a tenfold return from Nami, but unexpectedly, it finally came. He had originally thought to keep this precious scroll that Nami dug up well. Now he didn't have to worry at all. With such a heaven-defying item, he had 10 on hand. What's wrong? Nami noticed the change in Ron's expression and curiously asked. Ron smiled mysteriously. It's nothing, I just think. This scroll is unnecessary to keep. Converting it into strength is the best choice. Meanwhile, Chopper, who had just finished bandaging Dalton's wounds, curiously approached. He tiptoed, his little blue nose sniffing. What is this? It looks so beautiful. Nami squatted down, excitedly showing Chopper the purple golden scroll. This is an incredibly powerful treasure. She lowered her voice and said mysteriously, it can transfer someone else's devil fruit ability. What? Chopper stepped back in fright, covering his mouth with his little hooves. Transferring devil fruit abilities? His big eyes were filled with disbelief. That means it could also take away my ability. Chopper was shocked. If his ability was taken away, he would really turn back into a reindeer that couldn't speak. Ron looked at Chopper's exaggerated reaction and couldn't help but chuckle. He lifted his gaze to the gradually clearing sky in the distance, already beginning to calculate the best timing to use these scrolls. With these heaven-defying items, the future journey would be much smoother. However, at the moment, there was already a good ability. Nami suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Chopper. By the way, Chopper, have you packed your things? We're about to set off. Chopper suddenly woke up from his daze and hurriedly ran towards the castle. I'll go get it right now. After running a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped, turned back with a flushed face, and shouted, It's not because I want to go with you guys that I'm in such a hurry. Idiot. Just then Luffy, Vivi, and the others, who had been hiding behind a snowbank and eavesdropping, could no longer contain themselves and rushed over in a swarm. Hey, we all heard that. Luffy stretched his neck to get closer to Nami, his rubber face almost touching the purple golden scroll. A scroll that can steal someone else's devil fruit ability? Is that true? Usopp's long nose exaggeratedly wiggled, his eyes almost popping out. Oh my god. Does that mean if I want someone else's ability, I can just take it directly? That's too unfair. Vivi looked at the scroll in Nami's hand in shock. What an outrageous ability. It's too amazing. Nami proudly waved the scroll in her hand. That's right. As long as you use this scroll, you can transfer any ability from an ability user to yourself. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground with a thud. He stared intently at the scroll in Nami's hand, his eyes shining with unprecedented light. Miss Nami, you mean it could be anyone's ability? Sanji became extremely excited, because his dream was to master the transparent fruit ability. But he had always worried about it being obtained by someone else, so he had been anxious, but now everything had changed. The transparent fruit. His voice trembled with excitement as he looked at Nami to confirm again. So the transparent fruit that I've always dreamed of, no matter who eats it. I could take it back. Nami mischievously winked. Theoretically, it is indeed possible. Zoro appeared calm on the surface, but tightened his grip on his sword unconsciously. If I encounter a suitable swordsman fruit, I wouldn't mind trying it. However, the next second, Sanji suddenly deflated like a deflated balloon. But Miss Nami only has one scroll, right? He clutched his golden hair in agony. So many people want it. Nami nodded. There is indeed only one, and it's a one-time use. Sigh. Sanji drooped his head and picked up the cigarette, but on the ground. Looks like I'll just have to continue getting beaten up and hope to get more transparent ability experience cards. Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, Ron suddenly chuckled. Who said there's only one? Then a system light curtain appeared in front of him, and after a tap, he revealed 10 purple golden scrolls in his hand. Under the sunlight, the 10 scrolls emitting a mysterious purple light were neatly stacked in his hand, radiating a heart-pounding purple glow. So enticing. This time the reward is doubled. Ron's mouth curled into a smile. While Nami obtained the scroll, I also got 10 here. WH what? Everyone exclaimed in unison, their voices shaking the snow on the castle roof. Sanji's reaction was the most exaggerated. He directly knelt on the ground, holding his heart with both hands. Eyes filled with love. Captain Ron, I love you to death. He was about to rush over to kiss Ron's boots. Get away. Ron kicked him away in disgust, but with a smile in his eyes. Luffy, Chopper, those with devil fruit abilities can forget it. Nami has her own, and the others can each get one at most. The rest will be kept for emergencies. Usopp excitedly waved his hands. Awesome. I'm going to find the most powerful devil fruit ability. Luffy tilted his head and thought, I still like my rubber fruit. Zoro cautiously took the scroll. This thing has to be used carefully. Vivi also looked at the scroll in her hand in shock, excitedly looking at Ron. Do I have one too? Chapter 52. Who said you have to use your mouth? Nami swallows everything. Ron nodded. Of course, we are friends, aren't we? Friends. Vivi's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she gazed blankly at the scroll in her hands, feeling deeply moved. Yes, we are friends, friends for life. Seeing Vivi's touched expression, his goal had been achieved. Regardless of whether she would agree to come aboard later, it was all considered an investment. Just then, Chopper, who had finished packing his belongings, ran over with a small bundle. I'm ready. Seeing everyone gathered together, holding the purple gold scroll, he said with a lingering fear, it really is a terrifying scroll. Just as Nami was about to put the purple gold scroll into her pocket, Ron gently pressed on her wrist. He turned to look at Valpo, who was tied up and unconscious, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Don't be in a hurry to put it away. There's a ready-made ability right here to transfer. Huh? Nami followed his gaze and wrinkled her nose in disgust. You mean this disgusting barrel man? His ability. She recalled the scene of Valpo swallowing a cannon with his large mouth, and couldn't help but shudder. Having to use his mouth to eat various strange things was too gross. I don't want to. Ron couldn't help but laugh. Who told you that you have to use your mouth? He pointed to Valpo's exaggerated barrel-like body. He just habitually uses his mouth to devour. In fact, a user of the devour fruit can use any part of their body to consume items. Seeing that Nami was still half convinced, Ron lowered his voice and threw out a highly tempting condition. Moreover, with this ability, you'll never have to worry about gaining weight. He looked meaningfully at Nami. The user can devour themselves to eliminate excess fat and maintain the perfect figure at all times. Nami's eyes instantly lit up as if she had seen a pile of treasure. What? Such a good thing exists. She clenched the purple gold scroll tightly and rushed towards Valpo, declaring, I want this ability. No one could snatch it away. Usopp muttered behind. She changes her mind faster than flipping a book. Nami unhesitatingly unfolded the purple gold scroll and, following the instructions, pressed it against Valpo's forehead. A golden light immediately burst forth, and the ancient runes on the scroll began to wriggle like living creatures, crawling along Valpo's body. It has begun. Ron reminded, concentrate and imagine the process of ability transfer. Nami closed her eyes tightly, gripping the scroll. She saw strands of purple energy being drawn from Valpo's body and slowly flowing into her own through the scroll. Valpo twitched in pain while unconscious, and his barrel-like body visibly began to return to normal. When the last strand of energy was transferred, the purple gold scroll turned to ashes with a pop, and Nami slowly opened her eyes, feeling a new power surging inside her. Is it successful? Nami hesitantly extended her slender right hand and gently touched a piece of rubble on the ground. At the moment of contact, a shocking scene occurred. The stone melted away like chocolate under high heat, quickly flowing along her fingertip and being absorbed into her body. Even more astonishingly, her right hand immediately took on a gray-white stone-like sheen, and her entire palm became as hard as rock, fully possessing the properties of stone. Oh my God! Nami exclaimed, trying to strike the ground with her petrified right hand, producing a dull thud without feeling any pain. She excitedly swung her stone fist and punched a nearby tree trunk, which cracked in response, while her hand remained unscathed. This is amazing. Nami twirled in place with excitement, her orange short hair drawing a joyful arc in the sunlight. She then lifted her left foot and gently tapped a dry twig with her toes. Similarly, the twig decomposed and was absorbed by an invisible force, and her toes immediately took on a wooden texture, displaying the characteristics of the branch. Sure enough, you can do it without using your mouth. Nami proudly lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She alternated between looking at her petrified right hand and wooden left foot, thinking this ability was incredibly convenient. Not only could she devour items, but she could also gain their properties. She eagerly tried various combinations, devouring a piece of iron to metallicize her arm, absorbing a piece of glass to turn her skin transparent. Ron stood by, watching Nami skillfully master her new ability with satisfaction. It seems you adapt very quickly. Nami suddenly thought of something, her eyes brightening. Wait, if I can devour different materials. She quickly pulled out a gold coin and a diamond from her pocket, absorbing them with each hand. Instantly, her hands gleamed with a metallic luster. Her right hand sparkled with gold, while her left refracted a dazzling rainbow of colors. This is amazing. Nami clapped her hands together excitedly, the clash of gold and silver producing a pleasant sound. In the future, if I encounter danger, I can turn into copper walls and iron bastions at any time. Usopp stared in shock. This is too unfair, right? Sanji looked astonished. To be able to devour everything and master everything this. Zoro rarely agreed. It is indeed a practical ability. Vivi was also shocked. This is incredible. She can actually master the abilities of the devoured items. Ron nodded in satisfaction. Now, shall we try reshaping your figure? Nami understood and pressed her hand against her waist, devouring the excess fat. Her figure began to change subtly. Her waist became slimmer, and her curves more perfect. When she opened her eyes again, she radiated a dazzling brilliance. This ability is amazing. Nami gazed at her hands lovingly, suddenly thinking of something and her eyes brightening. Wait, if that's the case. She looked slyly at Ron. When I find treasure, can I just swallow it and take it away? Ron chuckled. Indeed, you can, and you can also separate it intact from your body, which is very convenient. Great. Now I don't have to worry about not being able to take those treasures away in the future. Chopper had already been stunned, covering his mouth and exclaiming, "It actually has no damage to the body. A medical miracle." Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, and he gushed. Miss Nami, who is already perfect, has become even more perfect. A body that never gains weight. How enviable. Vivi genuinely envied. What girl wouldn't he want to eat without gaining weight forever? Nami was also surprised as she looked at her hands. So this is the power of the devil fruit. It really is powerful. The ability of the devour fruit has many uses. It can also combine various materials to create entirely new things. In short, as long as it is developed, there will be many wonderful applications. Yes, thank you. Brother Ron. Nami smiled sweetly. If it weren't for Brother Ron's explanation, she might have really missed out on this ability. Chapter 53. Get stronger, get stronger. The stronger you are, the stronger I become. Just as everyone was cheering with joy, the unconscious Walpo suddenly woke up with convulsions. He opened his eyes to see the celebratory scene in front of him and immediately flew into a rage, his face turning iron blue as he roared, "Shut up, all of you. I will swallow you all." He instinctively opened his huge mouth, looking down to bite the ropes that bound him. However, after biting for a long time, the ropes didn't budge at all, and his expected devouring ability failed to activate completely. Walpo was stunned, unable to believe it, and tried a few more times, only to end up with a mouthful of hemp rope. What is going on? He raised his head in confusion, meeting the gazes of those watching the spectacle, and panicked. Where's my ability? Where did my munch fruit ability go? He howled hysterically. What have you bastards done to me? Nami stood with her hands on her hips, her orange short hair swaying gently in the wind, a slight smirk on her lips. What do you mean your ability? It's mine now. She elegantly raised her right hand, and a unique swirling ripple appeared in her palm, characteristic of devouring matter. Please call it by its new name, Nami's ability. Before Walpo could react, Nami stepped forward, grabbing his collar with her left hand while pressing her right hand against a towering ancient tree nearby. In an instant, her right hand turned into wood, merging with the tree. Devour fusion. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Walpo's body was pulled in by an invisible force, slowly sinking into the thick trunk. He struggled in terror, but could only watch helplessly as his limbs and torso gradually merged with the tree. No, stop. I am a king. I command you. Walpo's shouting abruptly ceased, leaving only his head exposed outside the trunk, forming a human tree sculpture. Dalton and Chopper gaped at this scene, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, while the surrounding villagers gathered around, unable to believe their eyes. Nami clapped her hands, admiring her masterpiece. From now on, the Drum Kingdom will no longer have this tyrant Walpo. She turned to the crowd, adding, now we have an exhibition piece, Walpo the Tree. Anyone can come here and scorn this evil king. The scene fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into earth-shattering cheers. We are free. We are finally free. Thank you, Miss Nami. This tree should be preserved as a tourist attraction. Dalton, with tears in his eyes, knelt on one knee to bow to Nami. You've given the Drum Kingdom a new life. Chopper covered his mouth with his little hooves, his eyes brimming with tears. Nami, you're so cool. Walpo, embedded in the tree, was still futilely shouting, let me out. I am a king. You lowly peasants, shut up. A villager threw a snowball that hit him squarely in the face. Soon, more snowballs and rotten fruits came flying, making Walpo look utterly pathetic. Ron watched this scene with a slight smile, turning to the excited villagers. Remember, feed him and give him water every day. Don't let him die. Amidst puzzled looks from the crowd, he added meaningfully, sometimes living to accept punishment is more painful than death. The villagers collectively shivered. It seemed that compared to the little thief cat, this seemingly cultured captain was the real tough character. As the sun set, the golden sails of the Starry Sky ship shimmered in the evening glow. The Straw Hat Pirates, with their new companion Chopper, slowly sailed away from the port amidst the cheers of the Drum Kingdom's people. On the shore, the Walpo tree would become a symbol of freedom for this country, forever warning future generations. The next morning, golden sunlight spilled onto the gilded railings of the Starry Sky ship, refracting dazzling light. Chopper excitedly leaned against the ship's railing, his round eyes sparkling with surprise, his little blue nose twitching as if trying to remember every detail of this dream ship. This is too luxurious. Chopper carefully touched the gem-encrusted handrails, afraid of damaging the priceless decorations. When he was taken to the medical room, he was even more astonished, his mouth agape. The spacious and bright room was equipped with all kinds of advanced medical equipment, from precision microscopes to a full set of surgical instruments, and even a shiny professional operating table. Are these all for me? Chopper's voice trembled as he turned to Ron and bowed deeply, his little hooves nervously clutching his pink hat. Thank you so much. I never imagined I would see such professional medical equipment on a pirate ship. Ron smiled and helped Chopper up. No need to be so polite. Since you're on the ship, you are our most important companion. He ruffled Chopper's furry head. Treating companions like this was only right. Hey, Chopper. Luffy suddenly lunged from behind, wrapping his rubber arm around the little reindeer's neck. Forget about those bottles and jars. Let's have a barbecue. I caught a super big fish. As soon as Chopper heard the words barbecue, his ears perked up and his eyes sparkled. Really? Are we going to barbecue now? Although he tried to maintain his composure, his little tail wagging betrayed his excitement. Of course. Luffy laughed and dragged Chopper toward the deck. Sanji has already prepared the seasonings. Before long, a barbecue grill was set up on the deck. Sanji elegantly flipped the fish, occasionally sprinkling special spices, and the enticing aroma filled the entire cabin. Usopp was animatedly recounting their previous adventures to Chopper, who looked shocked, while Zoro leaned against the mast, drinking and watching the lively scene. However, he occasionally muttered, "All right, you've shown off enough around Chopper." Usopp's face turned red. Hey, don't say that. My observation haki is really strong. Princess Vivi was also infected by the joyful atmosphere, showing no signs of royal reserve as she actively helped prepare the utensils. Her long blue hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her face radiated a genuine smile. This is truly an incredible pirate crew, completely different from any other pirate crew I've seen. Nami was using her new ability to chill drinks for everyone, having devoured some ice to keep her arm at a low temperature. Ron sat on the ship's side, watching his playful companions with great satisfaction, thinking, get stronger quickly. The stronger you are, the stronger I become. Time to eat, Sanji shouted, and everyone immediately gathered around the makeshift long table. Luffy eagerly grabbed a grilled fish and stuffed it into his mouth, burning himself but refusing to let go, while Chopper imitated him, only to get burned and tear up, making everyone laugh heartily. Cheers! Ron raised his cup, welcoming their new ship doctor, Tony Chopper. Cheers! Everyone echoed, clinking their cups together with a crisp sound. Chopper was moved to tears, his little blue nose twitching. Thank you. Everyone, I will definitely become the best ship doctor. After saying that, he quickly added, not that I said that because I was moved. You idiots. Chapter 54, Chopper. Sunbathing, strengthening system bound. The afterglow of the sunset spilled onto the deck, and the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Usopp bit into a large piece of grilled meat, grease dripping down the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away casually, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Speaking of that adventure at the Navy branch, his voice suddenly dropped, and he looked around mysteriously, causing Chopper and Vivi to unconsciously lean in closer. Nami. She actually dug through the underworld with a shovel. Usopp slapped his thighs suddenly, startling Chopper so much that he almost jumped out of his chair. In an instant, the whole sky turned blood red. Countless ghosts surged from the ground, letting out mournful wails. He gesticulated wildly. That wicked Colonel Mouse was torn to shreds by the ghosts on the spot. Chopper's blue nose twitched, his little hooves tightly gripping Vivi's sleeve. Really? That's so scary. His large eyes were filled with terror, yet sparkled with curiosity. Vivi couldn't help but swallow nervously, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. That's not all. Usopp lowered his voice mysteriously. You know Road Town, the place where Pirate King Roger was born and died, on his execution platform. Nami directly dug out Roger's ghost. He deliberately prolonged his tone. Guess what happened? Everyone on site was shocked. What? Chopper and Vivi exclaimed in unison, attracting the curious gaze of Luffy, who was savoring his meal. Usopp vividly described. Roger's phantom said that this permanent pointer can take you directly to Raftel. He paused deliberately, watching the two listeners hold their breath in suspense. But that idiot Luffy suddenly snatched it away and crushed it. Chopper's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and Vivi covered her mouth in shock. That's the great treasure pursued by countless people. The guy even stood up and shouted some stupid words like dreams should not be defined. Usopp spread his hands helplessly, although it was very cool. But that was the great treasure. He shook his head in anguish, as if he could still hear the sound of gold coins slipping through his fingers. Just then, Luffy suddenly interjected. Meat. Eat meat. You guys hurry up and eat. It's so good. He held up a bone, shiny with grease, making everyone burst into laughter. Then he talked about the twin cape and the whale laboon. And Usopp's voice gradually softened. That big fool has been waiting for us to come back. His gaze drifted far away. We promised that after circling the world once, we would definitely go back to see it. Tears were already welling up in Chopper's eyes, and Vivi's eyes were also red. It has been waiting for 50 years. Usopp said softly, but now it won't crash into the red Earth continent anymore. It has a new promise waiting for it. Woo-woo. Chopper finally couldn't hold back and cried out, his furry little face buried in Vivi's embrace. While Vivi quietly wiped her tears, her voice a bit choked. Your story is really touching. Just as Usopp was excitedly preparing to recount their thrilling experience of digging out Vice Admiral Aokiji from the Navy, Ron suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him. Stop. If you keep going, I'm afraid our little reindeer doctor will want to flee back to Drum Kingdom overnight. At this moment, Chopper had curled up into a ball, his hooves tightly covering his ears, his big eyes full of terror. Dig out a Vice Admiral? What is a Vice Admiral? Is there a lot of fur? Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Luffy doubled over laughing while slapping his straw hat. Zoro leaned against the railing smirking. and even the usually elegant Sanji couldn't help but chuckle with a cigarette in his mouth. Ron wiped away the tears of laughter and clapped his hands. All right, the farce ends here. Chopper, the newcomer welcome ceremony officially begins. Usopp, Nami, and others immediately excitedly surrounded him, their eyes sparkling. Chopper, congratulations. You are about to become a system person. System person? Chopper tilted his head, his balloon nose twitching, completely not understanding the situation. Ron smiled and explained. In simple terms, each of us has bound a unique subsystem within us, which can help us rapidly become stronger in our respective fields. For example, Nami's treasure digging system. You've already seen it. Ron pointed at the navigator. Although sometimes it digs up some strange things. Nami proudly raised her chin. It's a top-tier system that can dig up anything. Chopper's eyes lit up, his little hooves excitedly waving. So amazing, I want one too. Sanji, however, lazily let out a smoke ring first and said, my system is getting stronger from beatings. I get stronger every time I get hit. He shot a glance at Zoro, who was much better than that green-haired guy who only sleeps. Zoro snorted coldly, crossing his arms. Humph, my dream system can automatically train swordsmanship while I sleep. I can get stronger just lying down. He provocatively looked at Sanji, much better than that guy who gets beaten up all day. What did you say? Sanji's eyebrows instantly twisted into an angry spiral. Usopp quickly jumped in, proudly patting his chest. And I, Captain Usopp, possess the strongest pretending system. As long as I successfully bluff others, I can gain corresponding ability boosts. He struck an exaggerated pose. How about that? Impressive, right? Chopper listened, dumbfounded, his mouth agape. So amazing. So you all became stronger because of your systems? Ron smiled and ruffled Chopper's hat. So now, it's time to reveal your system. Chopper nervously swallowed. The entire reindeer tensed up. Sunbathing strengthening system bound. Host, Chopper. System characteristics. Get stronger from sunbathing. Current sunbathing duration, 0-12. Each total sunbathing duration will increase with the number of completed tasks. And the reward level will also rise. Chopper, your system is getting stronger from sunbathing. Sunday. Sunbathing. Chopper's little hooves unconsciously touched his blue nose. His round eyes filled with disbelief. Just sunbathing can make him stronger? This is too happy. The surrounding partners all showed envious expressions. This is too much of a cheat. Usopp was the first to exclaim, dramatically holding his head. Just sunbathing can gain such powerful abilities? Sanji almost dropped the cigarette he was holding. Chopper, your system is too enviable. Just thinking about his system getting stronger from beatings. Wait, it seems he hasn't been hit by Miss Nami or Miss Vivi yet. How about find a chance to try it? Chapter 55. I will definitely work hard to sunbathe and master transformation potions. Zoro crossed his arms, showing a rare look of surprise. Just lying in the sun can make you stronger. This is easier than my sleep system. I've been sleeping a lot lately, and now I can't sleep. I need to hit something to vent. Damn, green algae head. What are you looking at me for? What? You call me green algae head? Pervert chef. Pervert chef? Sanji was about to explode, but he quickly calmed down as he saw Zoro had already drawn 3 swords. Even if it was the back of the blades, this guy clearly wanted to hit him to vent his energy. Just you wait. I'll hit you next time. I need to study my techniques first. Zoro. On the other side, Nami's eyes sparkled as her professional instincts kicked in. Chopper. Sunbathing to get stronger is perfect for you. There's no danger at all. Luffy excitedly hugged Chopper. That's awesome. This way Chopper can become even stronger. His rubber arm was squeezing Chopper so tightly he could hardly breathe. Then Ron looked at Chopper. Chopper, quickly check if there are any system tasks. Oh, okay. Chopper hurriedly looked at the system panel, and at that moment, a sound echoed in his mind. System reward task triggered. Sunbathe for a total of 12 hours. Reward. Mastery of transformation potions. Chopper stared in shock at the potion knowledge on the system panel. Various potion effects flashed by like a revolving lantern. He stood there dumbfounded, mouth agape. Mastery of transformation potions. I can create fur-enhancing potions, giant potions, judo potions. And there are absolutely no side effects? Oh my god. Chopper suddenly jumped up excitedly, his little hooves waving nonstop. This is amazing. I can make all sorts of enhancement potions in the future. Tears of excitement sparkled in his eyes. This way, I can better protect everyone. At this, the deck fell silent for a moment. Only the sound of waves gently lapping against the ship was heard. This is too suitable for Chopper, right? Usopp was the first to break the silence. His eyes wide open, exaggeratingly gesturing, being both a doctor and able to develop transformation potions. This system is tailor-made for him. Nami rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Indeed, compared to our weird systems, Chopper's is both practical and safe. She suddenly brightened. Wait, can the rest of us use these transformation potions? This question immediately piqued everyone's interest. Luffy jumped up first. I want the giant potion. Turning into a super big version must be really cool. He stretched his arms out to demonstrate, nearly knocking Zoro off the ship. Zoro steadied himself, showing a rare expression of interest. Is there a swordsman potion? One that's suitable for swordsmen? It seems there isn't, Chopper mumbled softly. Just as everyone was discussing, Sanji's eyes suddenly sparkled with an incredible light. He darted at Chopper, pressing both hands heavily on Chopper's shoulders. Chopper, can you develop a transparent potion? You know the kind. You know what I mean? Chopper was startled by Sanji's sudden enthusiasm, his balloon nose twitching involuntarily. Transparent potion? He tilted his head in thought. Currently, there isn't a formula for that in his knowledge. Sanji's expression instantly fell, as if his soul had been sucked away. But Chopper immediately puffed out his chest, confidently assuring, but I will work hard to sunbathe. I will definitely develop it soon. This sentence acted like a shot of adrenaline. Sanji instantly perked up. He affectionately patted Chopper's head, his voice softened a few notches. Good job, Chopper. From today on, whatever you want to eat, just say it. I will definitely make you the best dishes. Really? Chopper's eyes instantly lit up, happily spinning in place. Then I want cotton candy. Lots and lots of cotton candy. No problem. Sanji agreed generously, then lowered his voice to add, but about that transparent potion. Ron shook his head, watching from the side. Sanji, you're going to spoil Chopper like this. Usopp stroked his chin, deep in thought. A transparent potion. If it can be developed, sneaking into the girls' bathhouse would be a breeze. Bang. Nami's fist silenced the long-nosed sniper. Don't spoil Chopper. Luffy was completely oblivious to all this, still excitedly shouting, I want to try the giant potion first. Chopper, when can you make it? Chopper scratched his head shyly. I need to sunbathe enough first. Right. Let us get Chopper sunbathing quickly. Usopp was the first to react, hurriedly starting to clear the deck of clutter. At least 12 hours of sunbathing is needed. But I still need to prepare the herbs, those tools. Luffy stretched his arm, moving all of Chopper's potion-making tools to the sunniest part of the ship's bow. This is the best spot for sunlight. Chopper can make potions here. Zoro didn't say anything but silently put away the sunshade, while Sanji thoughtfully brought over a glass of ice juice and placed it beside Chopper. Vitamin D helps with calcium absorption, Chopper. Chopper's eyes became misty with emotion, his little hooves tightly gripping the mortar. Everyone, I will definitely work hard. He enthusiastically started working, occasionally glancing at the countdown on the system panel in his mind. 11:59, 23. 11:59, 22. Vivi watched everything in awe. Under the sunlight, Chopper seemed to be coated with a layer of golden edges. His potion-making actions were much faster than usual. She whispered, is this the power of the system? Although she still didn't fully understand what the system was, everything happening before her had already surpassed her comprehension. To be able to allow a doctor to gain potion-making abilities while sunbathing, and the potions he develops can dramatically increase the entire team's strength. This is definitely not something an ordinary person can achieve. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Ron. The young man with black hair under the sunlight was smiling at the busy Chopper. His profile appeared particularly deep in the interplay of light and shadow. Vivi's heartbeat suddenly quickened, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mix of shock and hope. If even this can be achieved, Vivi unconsciously tightened her grip on the railing, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Then solving crocodile? This thought made her tremble all over. Ron seemed to sense her gaze, turning to meet her eyes. Those smiling black eyes seemed to see through her heart, making Vivi's cheeks instantly flush. What's wrong, Vivi? Ron asked gently. Nothing, nothing. Vivi hurriedly shook her head, but the excitement in her heart was already uncontrollable. Chapter 56. Vivi, the strongest faith system bound. Vivi took a deep breath and solemnly performed a royal salute of Alabasta to Ron. Mr. Ron, on behalf of the people of Alabasta, thank you in advance for your help. You're too polite. It's not too late to thank me after the job is done, Ron replied. Vivi nodded earnestly. At that moment, she was finally convinced that this mysterious young man could definitely help them defeat Crocodile. The gloom that had weighed on her heart for days was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented hope. That's great, Vivi murmured softly, as the sea breeze caressed her blue hair. Our country is finally saved. As the sun set, golden rays of light scattered across the sea. Chopper had been basking in the sun on the deck all day and was currently tidying up his medical tools to return to the infirmary. Dr. Chopper, I've sorted all these herbs for you. Vivi squatted beside him, her slender fingers neatly arranging the last bundle of herbs into the basket. She had beads of sweat on her forehead, clearly having helped out a lot that day. Thank you, Vivi, Chopper said, touched, hugging the basket. His blue nose twitched slightly with excitement. You've really helped me a lot. Vivi smiled gently and reached out to ruffle Chopper's furry head. I'm happy to help. Let's go back. There's no sunlight left. Watching Chopper's departing figure, Vivi walked alone to the side of the ship. The evening breeze brushed through her blue hair as she gazed blankly at the shimmering sea in the distance. The deserts of Alabasta, the palaces, and the faces of her people all floated before her eyes, and her fingers instinctively tightened around the railing. Missing home? A gentle voice came from behind her. Vivi turned around to see Ron leaning against a nearby mast, the moonlight quietly climbing onto his shoulders. Vivi nodded slightly, her voice a bit choked. I don't know how things are back home right now. Ron walked over to her side, and they both looked towards the horizon. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up. Vivi, would you like to officially join us? Huh? Vivi turned in surprise, meeting Ron's serious gaze. Become our partner, Ron smiled. Just like Chopper and Nami. Vivi's pupils trembled slightly, a blush creeping up her cheeks. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. I want to join you, but... My country. I understand. Ron gently interrupted her. After we deal with Crocodile, you can decide. Under the moonlight, Vivi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She lifted her head, her sea blue eyes filled with gratitude. Ron, thank you. Don't be so polite. Ron waved his hand casually. Ron, Vivi suddenly called out to him. Ron noticed she was showing the brightest smile since boarding the ship. No matter the outcome, meeting you all is really wonderful. Thank you for helping me. Ron was taken aback for a moment, then smiled back. Here we go again. You can say that after we help you take back your country. Vivi nodded gently, the sea breeze blowing through her blue hair, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Ron looked at her stubborn yet fragile profile and suddenly made a decision. Vivi, he pondered for a moment. I want to give you a system. Are you willing? What? Vivi looked up abruptly, her eyes wide with surprise. But, don't you need to officially join the pirate crew to have a system? Her voice trembled slightly with astonishment. Ron smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. Who says so? He stepped forward, the moonlight stretching his shadow long. We are friends, aren't we? Whether you join the pirate crew or not, this friendship won't change. His words acted like a key, instantly unlocking the tight defenses around Vivi's heart. Her eyes quickly turned red, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Ron, her voice was choked, almost unable to speak, her slender shoulders trembling lightly. Seeing this, Ron kindly stepped forward and patted her shoulder. Unexpectedly, this action became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Vivi suddenly leaped into his arms, burying her face deep in his chest. Thank you. Really thank you. Her voice was muffled, filled with heavy nasal tones. It's been a long time. A long time since anyone cared for me like this. Tears quickly soaked Ron's clothing. Since the rebellion began, everyone treated her as a princess, as a pawn. Only you held me selflessly. Ron could feel the girl in his arms trembling slightly, like a wounded little kitten. He gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders, allowing her to release the emotions that had been pent up for so long. Just then, Vivi suddenly lifted her head. Under the moonlight, Her tear-filled blue eyes sparkled brightly. Before Ron could react, a soft, feather-like kiss landed on his cheek. "Thank you, Captain Ron," she said in a voice as soft as a whisper. Then, like a startled rabbit, she quickly buried her head back in his chest, her entire face flushed red, even the tips of her ears turning a cute pink. Ron was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. He deliberately teased her. Hey, that's going to cost you." Vivi stomped her feet in embarrassment, clenching her small fists and hitting him lightly. "Why you stop that?" At that moment, she looked nothing like a princess, but rather an ordinary girl who was shy and flustered. Then Ron looked at the system, which detected that Vivi met the binding conditions for the subsystem and could be bound. Soon, a light blue system interface appeared before Ron, and lines of text floated up like flowing water. Detected bindable target. Nefertari Vivi. Identity. Princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Meets subsystem binding conditions. Concern for the citizens. Possesses kingly qualities. Bindable system type. Strongest faith system. Collecting territorial faith values will increase strength. The corners of Ron's mouth slightly lifted. This system was simply tailor-made for Vivi. He turned to the still, blushing Vivi and softly asked, "Are you ready?" Vivi looked up, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. But she saw Ron's fingertips suddenly glow with a golden light, the light seeming to have a life of its own. "This is—" Vivi widened her eyes in surprise. "Strongest faith system binding." In an instant, that golden symbol array transformed into countless light points, swirling around Vivi like fireflies on a summer night. Vivi felt a warm power surge in her body, and a cold electronic voice echoed in her mind. Binding strongest faith system. Detected host identity. Princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi, initial binding territory. Kingdom of Alabasta confirm. Vivi's pupils slightly contracted, and she looked at Ron in disbelief. Is this real? Can I really have a system? Chapter 57, Want to Become Stronger? Expand your territory. Ron nodded with a smile. Try to respond to it in your heart. Vivi took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and silently recited, "Confirm binding." Ding. Binding successful. Current faith value, 0. Territory status. In rebellion, faith value acquisition efficiency reduced by 50. Beginner gift package has been issued. Primary healing aura can slightly heal nearby injured individuals. Vivi suddenly opened her eyes, feeling a wonderful power flowing within her. She raised her hand, and a faint green halo appeared in her palm. I really have a system now. Vivi's voice trembled with excitement as she repeatedly looked at her palm. This halo, I can use it to heal the injured citizens. Under the moonlight, a brilliant smile blossomed on Vivi's face, and a light of hope reignited in her sapphire-like eyes. She suddenly turned around and gave Ron a big hug. "Ron, I don't know how to thank you." Her voice muffled against Ron's shoulder. "I will definitely use this system to save my country." Ron gently patted her back. "This is the Vivi princess I know." He paused, "But remember, the system is just a tool. What can truly save Alabasta is your love and responsibility for the citizens." Vivi nodded vigorously, the moonlight casting a silver outline around her. At this moment, she was no longer the lost and helpless fallen princess, but a true ruler ready to bear the fate of her nation. In the distance, the first ray of morning light quietly appeared on the horizon. A new day was about to begin, and Vivi's brand new life was also beginning at this moment. The next morning, when everyone learned that Vivi had also obtained a system, the entire starship was in an uproar. "What? Vivi has a system too?" Usopp exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, causing the wrench in his hand to clatter onto the deck. Nami clapped her hands in delight. "Great. This gives us more confidence in dealing with Crocodile." However, when Vivi showcased her strongest faith system, everyone showed confused expressions. Luffy tilted his head, his rubbery face filled with question marks. "Faith? Value? What is that? Can it be eaten?" "Idiot." Nami smacked Luffy on the head, as if to say he only knows about eating. Vivi chuckled and explained. "Simply put, it requires gaining the trust and admiration of the citizens. The deeper the citizens' faith in me, the more faith value I can acquire." Excitement sparkled in her eyes. "And the system shop has various good things that can be exchanged for faith value." She pulled up the system interface, adjusting it to a view that others could see, and everyone immediately gathered around. The virtual screen displayed a dazzling array of products. Desert Irrigation System, 10,000 Faith Values. Royal Guard Special Training Manual, 5,000 Faith Values. Fully Automatic Medical Pod, 20,000 Faith Values. Beginner Tutorial for Armament Hockey, 8,000 Faith Values. Wow. Chopper pointed at the medical equipment with his little hoof. These devices are even more advanced than those in the Drum Kingdom. Sanji blew a smoke ring, pondering. It seems this system can not only make you stronger, but can directly enhance the power of the entire country. Zoro, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. I understand. He crossed his arms, his eyes sparkling with sharp light. This is a positive cycle. You gain faith value by helping the citizens. Then use that faith value to exchange for more items to help the citizens, thus gaining even more faith value. Exactly. Vivi nodded excitedly, and as the territory expands and the number of citizens increases, the speed of acquiring faith value will also increase. Usopp stroked his chin, suddenly inspired. Isn't this just like the management games we played as kids? Princess Vivi is the player, and the country is the city that needs to be managed. More accurately, Ron added with a smile, Vivi will become the goddess of this country. The citizens' faith is her source of power. Luffy suddenly laughed heartily. This is so interesting. Then Vivi will be Goddess Vivi in the future. But on our ship, you will always be our companion, Vivi. Vivi's eyes slightly reddened, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. I will definitely use this power to save my country, but she looked at everyone a bit sadly. But I can't continue to adventure with you. Adventure doesn't necessarily mean going to sea, Ron said with a smile. As long as there are dreams, anything you do anywhere at any time is part of the adventurous journey. Yes, I will work hard. Vivi nodded firmly. Just then, Chopper suddenly cried out, his furry little face scrunched up. Then, does that mean Vivi won't be able to go to sea with us in the future? His blue nose twitched, and big tears rolled down his cheeks. This statement was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly freezing the joyful atmosphere on the deck. Everyone looked at each other, realizing this just hit them. As a princess of a nation, Vivi ultimately has to return to her kingdom. Nami was the first to come back to her senses. She crouched down and gently wiped away Chopper's tears, saying softly, Chopper, Vivi has responsibilities she must bear. But, Chopper sobbed, his little hooves tightly gripping Vivi's skirt, as if afraid she would disappear the next moment. Zoro leaned against the mast, rarely softening his tone. Silly Chopper, it's not like we want to see her forever. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, remarkably not arguing with Zoro. Yes, as long as Vivi is doing well, we should be happy for her. He looked at Vivi, his eyes filled with gentle smiles, no matter when. You are our important friend. Luffy suddenly laughed heartily, patting Chopper's back. Don't cry. We promised to meet again. His straw hat shone in the sunlight. And once Vivi manages her country well, who knows, she might even want to go out to sea for adventures. Ron looked at his emotional companions and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Why are you all so sentimental? He walked to Vivi's side. Looking into her eyes, this is just a temporary farewell. Once Vivi resolves Alabastus issues, to become stronger, she will need to expand her territory, and at that time, she will still need our help. Then Ron looked at Vivi. Vivi, if you want to become stronger, expand your territory, and collect more faith value. Many countries on this sea are in worse situations than Alabasta, and they are all waiting for you to save them. Yes, Brother Ron. I will definitely become stronger and continuously expand my territory. We will help too. Chopper suddenly jumped up, his tears not yet dry, as he excitedly waved his little hooves. I will use the latest developed potions to help Vivi's army. Usopp also became spirited, puffing out his chest. That's right. My long-range sniping will definitely come in handy. Vivi looked at her partners who were thinking of her, tears welling in her eyes. She took a deep breath and revealed a bright smile. Thank you all. I promise, once Alabasta stabilizes, I will definitely come to find you. The sunlight spilled onto the deck, stretching everyone's shadows long. In this warm glow, the sadness of parting was diluted, replaced by anticipation for the future. The sea breeze gently brushed, and the sails of the starship rustled softly, bearing witness to this promise. Chapter 58. The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. A day later, As the starry sky slowly docked at the port of Alabasta, a scorching wave of desert heat hit them. Vivi stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the familiar land with a determined light in her eyes. "Everyone, I'm going ahead," Vivi turned to her companions and said, her sea blue hair fluttering in the hot wind. "I must find the rebel leader Koza as soon as possible and tell them the truth." Ron nodded, his gaze reassuring. "We'll split into 2 groups. You go to pacify the rebels and win the people's hearts. This way, we can stop the civil war and quickly accumulate faith value. We'll go directly to find Crocodile." Luffy adjusted his straw hat and grinned. "Don't worry, Vivi. Once we beat that sand crocodile, your country will be safe." "Wait." Chopper suddenly pulled out a bunch of potions from the medical kit. "These are my newly developed heat resistance potions and emergency medicines. Vivi, you take them." Nami stepped forward and gave Vivi a big hug, worriedly saying, "You must be careful, Vivi." Vivi accepted her companion's gifts, touched to the point of being speechless. She took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes shimmering. "I swear in the name of the Nefertari family, I will stop this senseless war." "Hey, why so serious?" Sanji puffed out smoke rings, though his eyes were filled with concern. "Remember to take care of yourself, Princess Vivi." Zoro, holding 3 swords, rarely gave a reminder. "If you run into trouble, signal us, and we'll come right away." Usopp patted his chest. "That's right. If you encounter danger, just shout my name as the king of snipers." Vivi smiled through her tears. She took one last look at her companions' faces, then turned and leaped off the ship's railing, riding Karu the duck and kicking up a cloud of dust as she sped away. Soon, just as Vivi's figure disappeared into the heat of the desert, the group was preparing to discuss their next move. Luffy scratched his head in frustration. The desert is so big. Where would that guy Crocodile be hiding? Usopp had already pulled out a crumpled map and was bumping heads with Nami to study it. Just as Ron was about to speak, he suddenly frowned, his gaze shooting like lightning toward the sand dunes ahead, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "No need to look. The enemy has come to us." The others immediately became alert, with Zoro's hand already resting on the hilt of his sword and Sanji's cigarette turning halfway in his mouth. On the sand dune ahead, 2 figures slowly emerged. The man in the front sported an exaggerated afro and wore sunglasses on his nose. It was Mr. Five from the Baroque Works. Beside him floated a blonde woman holding an umbrella, Miss Valentine's Day, who could manipulate weight. "How convenient," Mr. Five drawled in an unsettling tone. "We were ordered by the president to hunt down the defected princess, and we didn't expect you pirates to meddle in Baroque Works affairs." Miss Valentine's Day twirled elegantly in the air, her umbrella swaying. "Today, you will learn the cost of ruining our plans." The deck fell into a brief silence, and Chopper hid behind Sanji's leg, whispering they looked so scary. Ron frowned. These 2 were so confident. Just as Ron was about to speak, Luffy's exaggerated shout suddenly rang out on the deck. "Wah! I completed my God-level selection mission." Everyone was startled by this sudden shout and turned to look at Luffy. He was wide-eyed, disbelief written all over his face, hands still in an exaggerated pose as if holding his head, carefully listening to the system's voice. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed in Luffy's mind. God-level selection mission completed. Reward: Awakening of Conqueror's Haki, beginner. In an instant, an unprecedented power surged into Luffy's body like a tidal wave. His pupils slightly contracted, and a wealth of knowledge about the use of Conqueror's Haki suddenly flooded his mind. How to release it, how to control it, how to target it. This is Conqueror's Haki? Luffy looked down at his hands, his voice trembling with shock. "I can actually use it this way?" Zoro keenly sensed the change in Luffy and frowned, asking, "Hey Luffy, are you okay?" Luffy suddenly looked up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "I've awakened Conqueror's Haki. It's only beginner level, but..." He gestured animatedly. "I can knock out those with weak wills just by using Haki. Or those weaker guys. But some stronger ones can't be knocked out." The deck fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the usually calm Ron showed a look of surprise. "Wow, what?" Usopp's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. "Just by relying on will. This feels too unfair." Nami covered her mouth. "Conqueror's Haki, a 1 in a million talent." "Luffy, you actually awakened it?" Chopper's little hooves trembled incessantly. So amazing. No wonder it's Luffy." Sanji nearly dropped his cigarette. Hey, does that mean we won't even need to lift a finger against the mooks anymore? Ron also experienced a tenfold return and awakened Conqueror's Haki. However, it was not beginner level, but intermediate. Ron quickly familiarized himself with the level of his Haki and master techniques like Haki wrapping. Conqueror's Haki, indeed befitting a captain, Ron thoughtfully added. But at the beginner level, it should still be unable to precisely control range and targets. Luffy scratched his head and laughed heartily. Haha, Ron, you're the real captain, but the system says I can only knock out some weaker guys for now. He suddenly clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes, but I will definitely get stronger. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day had dark expressions, staring straight at this group of people who were excitedly discussing Conqueror's Haki. The veins on their foreheads bulged, and their faces grew increasingly grim. Hey, you bastards! Mr. Five's afro shook with anger, his bloodshot eyes behind his sunglasses glaring at them. How dare you completely ignore the elites of Baroque works? Chapter 59 Ace. I'm a flame man who ate the flame fruit. Miss Valentine's golden hair stood on end, her delicate face twisted in rage. Unforgivable. You will pay the price for underestimating us. She suddenly opened her umbrella, ready to unleash a 1-ton pressure. Mr. Five was also crazily sniffling, preparing to launch explosive boogers. Die. Hey, Luffy suddenly blocked in front of everyone, his eyes sharp under the straw hat. Leave these two weaklings to me. Before the two could react, a suffocating pressure erupted from Luffy's body. In an instant, the entire starship trembled slightly, and the dust on the deck was swept up by an invisible force, forming a small whirlwind. Conqueror's Haki, like a tangible force, the Haki transformed into a hurricane, roaring towards the two agents. Mr. Five's explosive hair was instantly blown straight up, his sunglasses shattered with a crack. Miss Valentine's golden hair was all standing upright, and her umbrella was torn to shreds. What is this? Mr. Five's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. He felt a heavy weight pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Miss Valentine directly knelt on the ground, her delicate makeup stained with cold sweat. No. Impossible. What kind of ability is this? The faces of the two turned pale at a visible speed, their eyeballs rolling uncontrollably. Finally, with two thuds, they collapsed on the deck like two puddles of mud, completely unconscious. Silence. The deck was silent, only the sound of the sea breeze moving the canvas. Wow. Usopp was the first to break the silence, cautiously poking the unconscious duo with his toes. Really? Instantly killed? Chopper's blue nose kept twitching. So powerful. Not even a hand was raised. Zoro crossed his arms, rarely showing an appreciative expression. Not bad, although they're just weaklings. Nami's eyes sparkled as she took out her notebook. This ability is so practical. In the future, when we encounter fodder, we can just let Luffy use Haki, saving time and effort. Sanji exhaled a smoke ring, shaking his head with a smile. Looks like the captain is finally acting like a captain, but still not as composed as the big captain. Ron stepped forward and patted Luffy's shoulder. Good control. You didn't T-affect anyone on the ship. He glanced at the unconscious agents. But next he needed to think of a way to wake them up. They still needed them to lead the way. Luffy had already returned to his usual silly grin, patting his belly and shouting, I'm so hungry after the fight. Sanji, I want to eat meat. Meanwhile, Usopp had already taken out the sea stone handcuffs he had obtained from the Navy branch in Rogue Town, handcuffing one hand of each of them. Just as everyone was discussing, Nami suddenly pulled out the previous treasure map from her bosom, excitedly grabbing Ron's sleeve. Ron, let's go treasure hunting. Her finger excitedly pointed to the flashing light on the map. The treasure map has pinpointed the treasure's location, but her voice suddenly hesitated, as a location looked unfamiliar. Ron leaned in to take a closer look, his brows gradually furrowing. This is the royal square of Alabasta? He looked up to meet Nami's gaze, and both saw confusion in each other's eyes. Digging for treasure under everyone's watchful eyes? This is too. Nami bit her lip, her orange hair fluttering in the desert heat. So what should we do now? After thinking, she held up two fingers. We have two choices now. One is to go directly to Rain Base to deal with Crocodile, and the other is to go treasure hunting in the royal capital first. Just as Ron was pondering, a groan came from the deck. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine slowly woke up, and when they saw the crowd surrounding them, they immediately hugged each other in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. No, impossible. Mr. Five's voice trembled severely. We actually got killed in an instant. Miss Valentine was even paler, her meticulously styled golden hair now looking like a bird's nest. What kind of monsters are you? Ron squatted down, staring directly into the eyes of the two. Crocodile is currently at the Casino Rain Banquet and Rain base, right? Upon hearing this, both of them trembled, their pupils contracting sharply. This slight reaction said it all. No need to ask further. Ron stood up, about to say to let one person go back to report, when Usopp suddenly shouted from the lookout. No, not good. 3 Navy warships have appeared behind us. Everyone instantly rushed to the ship's railing. They saw 3 imposing warships speeding across the azure sea, with the seagull emblem on the bow shining in the sunlight. That is. Zoro squinted his one eye and recognized the white-haired man standing at the bow of the ship. Smoker, Nami exclaimed. He actually chased us to Alabasta. The white hunter Smoker stood on the deck of the warship, the smoke from his cigar swirling around him, the jit in his hand glinting coldly in the sunlight. His eyes sharp as a hawk locked onto the luxurious starship. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, revealing an excited smile. Wow, it's that smoking guy. Is he here to get beaten up? Now I can use Conqueror's Haki. Just as the Going Merry and the Navy warships faced off nervously, a blazing line of fire suddenly cut through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a figure wearing an orange cowboy hat descending through the flames, landing steadily on the deck. Yo, Luffy. Ron. Ace took off his hat, revealing a bright smile, his signature freckles particularly striking in the sunlight. It's so great to run into you here. Ace. Luffy excitedly turned into a rubber spring and lunged at his brother. How did you get here? Ace laughed heartily as he caught Luffy, ruffling his straw hat. If I hadn't run into that blue-haired girl, I might have missed you guys. Ron raised an eyebrow. Blue-haired girl? Is it Vivi? He stepped forward quickly. Have you seen Vivi? Oh, that's right. Ace nodded. Casually patting out the flames, still burning on his shoulder, she was being chased by a weird guy who can make candles. I happened to pass by and saved her. He scratched his face a bit embarrassed, but that candle user was too weak. I didn't even have to try hard, and his candles just melted. Melted? Everyone asked in unison, their faces filled with confusion. Ace then realized, bursting into laughter. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. He ignited a ball of blazing fire in his right hand, casually playing with it under the surprised gazes of everyone. I am the Flame Man who ate the Flame fruit, able to freely control flames. Chapter 60. Alabasta isn't your home. Can I follow you? The deck erupted in chaos. What? A Mara no Mi? Nami gasped, covering her mouth, her orange hair billowing in the heat waves. Isn't that the legendary Logia-type devil fruit? Usopp's jaw nearly dropped to the deck. It can turn to flames? That's just cheating. A flicker of battle intent flashed in Zoro's eyes. Logia. No wonder it could easily melt the candles. The deck fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Usopp laughed, slapping his thigh. Poor Mr. 3. Encountering the Mara no Mi is like hitting a brick wall. Nami wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. Candles meeting fire. That's just tragic. Ron couldn't help but chuckle. This is truly a case of one thing overcoming another. Mr. 3 probably can't even cry now, especially since even the candles have been melted. Zoro rarely smiled. It seems Vivi is quite lucky. Chopper looked up at Ace, stars in his eyes. Wow, are you Luffy's brother? Just then, Smoker on the warship had completed his elemental transformation, turning into a cloud of white smoke and rapidly approaching. Ace glanced over, his smile unwavering. Looks like you have a guest. Luffy excitedly grabbed Ace's hand. Ace, let's fight together. Hey, Ace smiled helplessly, but the battle intent in his eyes had already ignited. He really couldn't do anything about you. He turned to Ron. Big brother, you don't mind if I join in, right? Ron gestured for him to go ahead. I couldn't ask for more. It's just right for this white hunter to see the power of Fire Fist. Ace put his cowboy hat back on, his gaze sharpening under the brim. Flames ignited in his hands, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. Then, fire fist. A massive torrent of flames roared out, clashing violently with Smoker's white smoke in midair, creating a mist of steam. Smoker took advantage of the momentum to retreat, landing steadily on the ground, his expression fluctuating. He bit down harder on his cigar, gazing at the fiery figure ahead. Fire Fist Ace. Smoker murmured the name, white smoke swirling around him. I didn't expect to meet you here. Ace pushed his hat up, flames dancing at his fingertips. Do you want to continue fighting, White Hunter? To everyone's surprise, Smoker suddenly raised his hand to signal the Navy to stop attacking. No need. I didn't come to Alabasta to fight this time. Ron frowned, sensing something was off. This was completely deviating from the original plot. Normally, Smoker should be relentlessly pursuing Luffy. He instinctively took a half step forward. Then what is your purpose? Smoker's gaze passed over everyone, finally landing on Nami. He slowly raised his right hand, his index finger pointing directly at the orange-haired navigator. For her. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Nami's heart sank. She pointed at herself in disbelief. Me? Rapidly recalling the past, she couldn't understand why she was being targeted. Ron's eyes turned sharp as a knife, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. He speculated that Nami's treasure hunting system might indeed attract the attention of the Navy high-ups, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Smoker exhaled a smoke ring, looking at Nami with a complicated expression. Last time you dug out Admiral Akiji at whiskey. The deck fell silent. Akiji specifically told me. Smoker continued, to keep an eye on you and not let you cause any more trouble. He rubbed his temples. After all, no one knows what you'll dig out next. Nami opened her mouth. So that's why? She looked at Ron for help, who was deep in thought. No wonder Smoker was acting out of character and gave up chasing Luffy. He was worried about what Nami might unearth. Just then, Ace suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Digging out Akiji? That's too funny. He gave Nami a thumbs up. Well done. Smoker's face darkened. Fire Fist. This has nothing to do with you. How does it not? Ace's smile suddenly faded, flames rising around him. She's my big brother's partner. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Hey, Smolkamon. Luffy suddenly rolled up his sleeves, his rubber arms snapping out to prop against the deck, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. You want to fight, right? I'm in for the long haul. Before he could finish, an overwhelming oppressive force suddenly erupted. Conqueror's haki swept out like a tangible force, creating unnatural ripples on the sea's surface. Smoker's white hair was blown back by this momentum, ash from the cigar falling like snow. This is... Smoker's pupils constricted, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Conqueror's haki. What a joke. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Luffy. How could this kid possibly? The soldiers on the warship were already slumped on the ground. Even Tashigi had to lean against the railing to steady herself. She pushed up her slipping glasses, incredulous at the scene before her. Smoker's expression shifted between different emotions, turmoil raging inside him. Damn it. I couldn't win before and now. He suddenly slumped his 10 hands onto his shoulder. I won't fight, okay? Huh. Luffy's momentum faltered, his rubbery face showing a confused expression. Alabasta isn't your home. Smoker argued defiantly. I can't follow along. Isn't it normal for the Navy to patrol the waters of a member state? This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. Ron's mouth twitched, momentarily speechless. Ace's flames extinguished with a puff, staring at this suddenly changed naval colonel. Zoro's 3 swords nearly dropped to the ground. Nami and Usopp exchanged glances, and Chopper rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. The most shocked was Tashigi. She adjusted her sliding glasses, stuttering to herself. Is this really Colonel Smoker? The officer who was once stern and just, now acting like a rogue? Hey. Sanji's cigarette fell to the deck. What kind of development is this? Smoker completely ignored the shocked expressions of his subordinates, standing there on his own, ready to follow Ron and the others. Seeing that they weren't in a hurry, he even had someone bring over a chair, sitting down casually and continuing to smoke a cigar, as if to say, what can you do about me following you? Chapter 61. Desert Irrigation Mega Drill. Absurd. Faced with Smoker's unexpected rogue behavior, everyone looked at each other, unsure how to respond. This is too outrageous, right? Usopp angrily pointed at Smoker, a dignified Navy colonel, who was actually clinging like a follower and refusing to leave. Nami, with one hand on her hip, shook her head helplessly. Forget it, he can't beat us anyway. If he wants to follow, let him. Instantly, Smoker felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. The verbal attack was no less painful than a real one. Ace couldn't help but laugh, patting Luffy on the shoulder. This guy is quite interesting. Luffy scratched his head, looking confused. Are we not fighting? He glanced at Smoker, who was lounging on a deck chair in the distance, scratching his head, wondering what was going on. Zoro sheathed his 3 swords back at his waist and snorted. Boring. Law also ignored Smoker and instead gazed towards Alabasta, saying solemnly, since he wants to follow, let him. We are leaving. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Thus, in the strange atmosphere, Smoker and the Straw Hat crew maintained a subtle distance, moving towards Alabasta one after the other. Dashiki followed behind, her face flushed. Colonel, this is too un-Navy-like. But Smoker calmly puffed on his cigar and waved her off. Chopper walked along, curiously observing the Navy behind them. They're really just following us like this. Sanji lit a new cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. Let them be. As long as they don't interfere with our plans, it's fine. As they ventured deeper into the desert, the scorching desert air hit them. In the rain, in a secret room beneath the casino, a figure wrapped in bandages was moaning in pain. It was Mr. 3, who had nearly lost his life to Ace's flames. His wax fruit powers were utterly powerless against the extreme heat, and he was currently soaking in a potion receiving treatment. President, I will take revenge, he weakly vowed, but his trembling voice was filled with fear. At that moment, on the top floor of the casino, Crocodile crushed the wine glass in his hand, the crimson liquid flowing down his golden hook, staining the expensive carpet a dark red. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. His furious roar shook the crystal chandelier. Mr. 3, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine Day. My carefully trained agents are being taken out one after another. The temperature in the office suddenly dropped, and sand swirled around Crocodile. He suddenly swept all the documents off his desk, gritting his teeth. Straw Hat Kid, Fire Fist Ace, and that mysterious Ron. With each name he uttered, the scar on his face twisted a little more. My plans have been completely ruined. Ha ha. In the corner, Nico Robin elegantly crossed her legs, flipping through the latest bounty notices. When she saw the surnames of Ron and Luffy, a strange light flickered in her deep, beautiful eyes. D, really? She whispered softly, her slender fingers gently tracing the names on the bounty notice. The candlelight casting flickering shadows on her delicate face, obscuring her expression. What are you looking at? Crocodile suddenly turned his head, his cold gaze slicing through the air. Robin calmly tucked away the bounty notice, revealing a professional smile. Just studying our opponents. She added pointedly, especially this Mr. Ron. His information is surprisingly scarce. Crocodile snorted coldly and poured another glass of wine. No matter who they are, in the desert of Alabasta. He raised his glass, looking out at the blazing sun through the blood-red liquid. I am God. Robin smiled slightly, lifted her coffee cup, and took a sip, but her gaze involuntarily drifted back to the bounty notice hidden under the book. Thinking to herself, a man who can make the Navy so wary and possesses the name D is truly intriguing. Just then, the heavy office door was suddenly pushed open, and Mr. 1, Daz Bones, quickly walked in, a rare look of suspicion on his usually cold face. President, the latest intelligence. His deep voice carried an unnatural tone. The Revolutionary Army has suddenly stopped resisting. Crocodile's golden hook pierced the desk. What did you say? Even more bizarre, Mr. One's metal face twitched slightly. They have made peace with the Royal Army. According to informants, it was Princess Vivi who suddenly appeared, and no one knows what method she used. Impossible. Crocodile overturned the desk, sand swirling violently around him. How could those stubborn rebels? And there's something even more bizarre. Mr. 1 took out a stack of photos from his pocket. Someone captured this. In the photos, Vivi stood in the middle of the desert, in front of a huge metal drill device. The next photo showed the device automatically unfolding into a giant drill nearly 10 meters in diameter, roaring as it drilled deep into the sand. In the last few photos, clear water gushed from the pipes connected to the drill, and the surrounding crowd, knelt in celebration. What? What the hell is this? Crocodile's golden hook trembled. They call it the Desert Irrigation Megadrill. Mr. One's voice grew quieter. According to eyewitnesses, Princess Vivi conjured this device out of thin air. Like magic. Absurd. The office fell into silence. Robin had stood up at some point, carefully examining the photos, her eyes sparkling with scholarly curiosity. Vegapunk's latest invention? Crocodile guessed darkly. Robin shook her head gently. If the world government had such technology, they would have used it to control the desert kingdom long ago. She added thoughtfully, and besides, the design of this device is completely different from the Navy's scientific units. Moreover, they wouldn't have the time or interest for this. Damn it! Crocodile slammed his fist into the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse in his sand instantly. No matter what trick that girl used, my plans cannot be ruined by her. He abruptly turned around, the crocodile skin coat rustling behind him. Immediately summon all senior agents. Since the plan of sowing discord has failed, the golden hook glinted coldly in the sunlight. Then let's directly wash the palace in blood. Robin looked at the furious crocodile, then glanced down at Vivi's confident smile in the photo, her red lips curling into a meaningful arc. The Princess of Alabasta. Seems to be more interesting than imagined. Chapter 62. Let's find some fun. Mr. One looked at the murderous crocodile, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and he dared not say another word. President, there's something worth noting. According to the intel, Princess Vivi was traveling with the Straw Hat Pirates all along, and it was only after parting from them that she suddenly acquired that miraculous irrigation equipment. Before he finished speaking, the temperature in the office seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Crocodile's face twisted in the shadows, the cigar between his teeth cracking ominously. Straw Hat Pirates. No further explanation was needed. Everyone present understood the connection. Those damned pirates not only defeated the agents he sent, but now even helped Princess Vivi sabotage his meticulously planned conspiracy over the years. Very well. Crocodile's voice was low like a rattlesnake in the desert, his golden hook glinting dangerously under the light. It was clear that this was now a life-or-death situation between them. Suddenly, a ringing sound from a snail phone interrupted Crocodile's threatening words. Robin took out a delicate golden snail phone from her bosom, and after answering for a moment, her deep eyes widened slightly. Interesting. She put down the snail phone, her red lips curling into a playful smile. The Navy was joining the fray as well. Crocodile snorted dismissively, the smoke from his cigar swirling in the air. So what if the Navy is involved? Don't forget, we are the warlords of the sea under the protection of the world government. Even if an admiral shows up, they can't touch us as long as we haven't committed any crimes. He twirled his golden hook, his tone full of mockery. That group of Navy soldiers were merely watchdogs raised by the world government. Robin gently shook her head, her black hair cascading over her shoulders. The situation may not be that simple. She spread out the intelligence report in her hand. According to her informants, the Navy was following the Straw Hat Pirates like attendants, maintaining a subtle distance. Moreover, her slender finger pointed at the map. The Straw Hat crew was not heading towards Rain Base, but was headed directly towards Alabasta's capital. What? Crocodile turned around, confused. This didn't make sense. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine should have known I was in Rain Base. The office fell into an eerie silence. Crocodile furrowed his brow, slowly puffing on his cigar, the smoke rising and swirling around the ceiling. He couldn't understand why those straw hats, who had disrupted his plans, were ignoring him, the warlord, and heading straight for the capital instead. Damn it! He suddenly slammed his fist on the table in anger. Did they look down on me? His crocodile skin coat rustled with his movements. Since they disrupted my plans, even if they don't come looking for me, I will personally go meet them. Crocodile strode towards the door, his golden hook glinting coldly in the light. Mr. One, gather all senior agents immediately. Set off for Alabasta's capital at once. Robin elegantly closed the book. As for the Navy, don't mind them. Crocodile pushed the door open without looking back. A mere smoker wasn't worth my attention. Suddenly, the sky outside darkened, and a rare sandstorm was brewing over Rain Base. Robin stood by the window, watching Crocodile's departing figure, then glanced down at the bounty poster of the Straw Hat crew in her hand. A meaningful smile creeping on her lips. This is getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Ron and his crew were traversing the vast desert of Alabasta. Why not go directly to Rain Base to find Crocodile? Zoro wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked. Ron was riding on the back of a giant sand crab, squinting into the distance. The crocodile is right there. It won't grow legs and run away. A confident smile appeared on his lips. We disrupted his plans. The one who should be anxious is him. Instead of taking the initiative, it's better to wait for him to come. Nami sat on another sand crab, the pointer in her hand flickering with a faint light. Ron is right. Digging for treasure in the capital is the priority. She wiped her sweat-soaked bangs. I can't wait to dig for treasure. Despite finding a few giant sand crabs for transport, the heat of the desert was still unbearable. The sun was blazing, and the sand particles reflected blinding white light, the heat waves distorting the distant landscape. So hot. Chopper panted, his furry body slumping on the crab shell. I feel like I'm about to turn into roasted reindeer. Usopp's long nose was turning red from the sun, and he weakly complained, "This damn temperature. Even smoke is about to come out of my nose." Luffy, on the other hand, was full of energy, his rubber body seemingly resistant to the heat. Haha, you guys are so weak. Look at me. He suddenly stretched his arm to grab a passing vulture. If I fly higher, it won't be hot. Idiot. Get down. Sanji kicked at Luffy, but because of the heat, his movements were a beat slow. Do you want to get sunburned like rubber? Ace sat at the front, surrounded by faint flames. Surprisingly, these flames did not intensify the heat, but instead regulated the temperature around him just right. Behind them, the Navy troops led by Smoker maintained a not too close, not too far distance, always trailing behind the Starry Sky crew. The White Hunter stood on a giant crab, the smoke from his cigar twisting and dissipating in the heat waves. He squinted at the direction of the advancing crew, his frown growing tighter. Finally, Smoker could not hold back any longer. White smoke bursting from his feet as he flew to Ron's side. Hey, his deep voice was particularly clear in the desert. Aren't you supposed to be going to settle the score with Crocodile? Why are you heading straight for Alabasta's capital? Ron didn't turn his head, a playful smile on his lips. Crocodile? What's there to find? He looked to the side, his smile widening. Now let me take you to find something fun. Fun? Smoker was taken aback, nearly dropping his cigar. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something terrifying, his pupils suddenly constricting, and his face turned ashen. Wait. You guys aren't planning to. Before he could finish, he saw Nami's excited expression. Those sparkling eyes he was all too familiar with. That was the particular fervor in her gaze when preparing to dig for treasure. Damn it. Smoker's forehead bulged with veins. White smoke uncontrollably pouring from his body. Can't you all behave a little? Is finding Rogers, Spectre, not enough? What the hell are you planning to dig up this time? Chapter 63. Big Brother, my sign-in system is acting strange. Ron laughed heartily, patting Smoker on the shoulder. Relax, Smoker. Maybe this time, we can dig up something useful for the Navy. He winked, like designs for ancient weapons? Smoker's expression froze instantly. He knew this group of lunatics could really do such a thing. What was even scarier was that he actually started to seriously consider whether to continue following them. If they really unearthed ancient weapons, the Navy would indeed need to take control of the situation at the first opportunity. Damn it. Smoker gritted his teeth and cursed, but he couldn't help but follow along. He turned to Das Bonez behind him and shouted, "Notify headquarters. Just say we might have discovered clues about ancient weapons." Das Bonez pushed his glasses up, looking confused from a distance. Is the colonel looking for an excuse to keep following them? Forget it. Let's not notify them yet. After all, we haven't dug anything up yet. If it's nothing, we'd be reporting false information. Oh, okay. Nami couldn't help but burst out laughing at Smoker's tense demeanor. Ha ha ha. Colonel Smoker, why are you so nervous? We're going to dig for treasure. With the Navy escorting us, this time will definitely go more smoothly. Usopp also laughed as he chimed in. And with the Navy around, even if we do dig up something incredible, it's your negligence and supervision, and it has nothing to do with us. Exactly. Sanji elegantly puffed out smoke, raising his glass towards Smoker. This time, we might as well thank the Navy gentlemen for being our bodyguards. Zoro, who had been leaning against a sand crab and pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. You guys have made me awake with all this commotion. His eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Just tried to find someone to test the sword techniques he comprehended in his dreams. He meaningfully glanced in Smoker's direction. Ha ha! Ace's hearty laughter echoed in the desert. It seems my brother's companions have become super strong. Smoker stood in the heat waves, nearly biting his cigar in half. He widened his eyes at this reckless group, the veins on his forehead bulging. Are these lunatics really sane? He muttered to Das Bonez beside him. We're here to monitor them. How did it turn into us being their bodyguards? Das Bonez pushed up his glasses and muttered softly, Colonel. Wasn't it you who said to follow them? Everyone ignored Smoker's awkward state and continued forward. Ace suddenly approached Ron, showing a rare look of distress and lowering his voice. Big brother, there's something I want to tell you. My sign-in system has been acting a bit strange lately. Ron raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's strange about it? Ace scratched his head, recalling the recent odd happenings, and slowly began. At first, the armed color hockey I got from signing in at Dad's hometown was really powerful. Though it was basic, it was very practical. His expression gradually became strange. But the recent sign-in rewards have been getting weirder. The sign-in reward was a gale buff that made my speed 3 times faster. But I nearly broke the mast of the Moby Dick. Then it was an eagle-eye buff that made me see too clearly and ended up making my eyes water from the sunlight. The last one was even more ridiculous. Ace's voice grew quieter, and his face turned extremely awkward. Ron became interested. Oh, what was it? Ace looked around to ensure no one was paying attention and whispered. It was a buff called Invisible Man. Not only did I turn invisible, but my clothes also fell right off. He raked his hair in frustration. Thank goodness I was invisible, or I would have been completely exposed. And this state lasted an entire day. If I hadn't been able to elementalize and make my flames visible, Marco and the others would have thought I was missing. After listening, Ron's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He struggled to hold back his laughter as he patted Ace's shoulder and started to make up nonsense. This might be the system helping you develop other uses for your fruit abilities. Big brother, you're joking at a time like this. Ace's flames suddenly surged higher. I'm serious. These random buffs have made me afraid to sign in at all. Don't worry, it's fine. Ron reassured him again. Those buffs don't last long. Luffy, walking in front, suddenly turned around. Ace, what are you two whispering about? His rubber neck stretched as he curiously leaned closer. Nothing. Ace hurriedly waved his hands. Once Luffy's curiosity passed, Ron thoughtfully stroked his chin and asked, Ace, can't you control these temporary buffs yourself? Ace spread his hands helplessly, flames flickering in his palms. That's the problem. These temporary buffs are completely out of my control. He looked frustrated, like that invisible state. It was clearly embarrassing, but it lasted an entire day. Even Marco couldn't find me with the Phoenix Flames. Just as Ron was about to ask more, a golden figure suddenly swooped in like a whirlwind. Ace-kun! Sanji's eyes turned into exaggerated heart shapes as he clung tightly to Ace's leg. Please, tell me what it feels like to be an invisible man. His voice trembled with overexcitement. Can you freely enter the women's bathhouse? The women's changing room? Ace was startled by this sudden enthusiasm and took a step back, flames uncontrollably erupting from his body. Hey, calm down, curly brows. He frantically tried to pry Sanji's hands off. This is dangerous. For this power of invisibility, a mere burn is nothing. Sanji clung on tightly, tears and snot all over his face. Asikon, can we swap systems? My getting stronger by taking hit system is yours. Zoro snorted from the side. The Color River Toad really has no hope. After much effort, Ace finally pried Sanji off his leg, awkwardly scratching his face. Actually, it doesn't feel particularly special. Just feels a bit chilly down there. Ha. Usopp was the first to crack, laughing so hard he rolled onto the sand. Nami held her stomach, tears streaming down her face as she laughed. A bit chilly down there. Ha. Chopper, though not quite understanding what everyone was laughing at, also started giggling, his furry body shaking. Even the usually aloof Ron couldn't help but turn his face away, his shoulders suspiciously shaking. You guys, Ace, embarrassed and angry, instantly wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in and not come out for a year. Sanji was still lost in his fantasies, kneeling on the sand, murmuring a chilly feeling. Is this the cost of invisibility? But for the beautiful ladies, this cost is nothing. Smoker watched this chaotic group of pirates from a distance, the veins on his forehead bulging. Are these guys really here to stir up trouble in Alabasta? He began to doubt whether he had followed the wrong crowd. Dasbones pushed up his glasses and softly commented, "Colonel, I feel like there are more here too." Have fun. Chapter 64. You really are the king of show-offs after a long trek through the desert. Ron and his group finally arrived at the capital of Alabasta. The sight before them left everyone in shock. On the originally parched and cracked land, new water channels crisscrossed, with clear water continuously irrigating the thirsty fields. A huge metal drill stood in the center, emitting a deep rumble as it drew water from deep underground. Is that Vivi? Nami squinted, pointing to a busy blue figure in the distance. There stood Vivi, commanding the people to adjust the direction of the water channels. She wore a white headscarf, her once magnificent princess dress replaced with simple attire for ease of movement. Though her face was smeared with dirt, she radiated an unprecedented vitality. Ron, everyone! Vivi spotted them and immediately ran over, her blue hair flowing behind her. Her face was filled with joy, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. I can hardly believe it went so smoothly. Vivi clasped her hands in front of her chest, her voice trembling with excitement. The root of Alabasta's problems has always been water scarcity. When I explained the truth to Crocodile, he chose to believe me. She pointed to the rebels in the distance who were helping to build the water channels. After I promised to lead everyone in solving the water issue, the people trusted me even more. At this point, she brought up the system interface, the faith value numbers continuously rising. I exchanged my faith value for this desert irrigation system, and I never expected the results to be so good. Ron listened quietly as Vivi spoke, her eyes reflecting memories. At first, I was worried that people wouldn't believe me. After all, the conflicts accumulated over the years are too deep. Her voice gradually choked up. Suddenly, Vivi turned to Ron, gripping his hands tightly, her eyes shining with almost reverent light. I owe everything to you, Brother Ron. If it weren't for the system you gave me, and your help. Her voice was soft yet firm. You are the savior of Alabasta. The reverence and gratitude in her gaze made Ron slightly shake his head. Don't say that. This is the result of your own hard work. The surrounding crowd noticed what was happening and began to gather around. It's Princess Vivi's friends. They brought hope. Thank you for saving Alabasta. Cheers erupted, and people spontaneously kneeled in reverence. Smoker stood at a distance, watching this incredible scene, almost dropping his cigar. This group of pirates is really saving country? He muttered to himself, his worldview seemingly shaken. Among the lined-up Navy soldiers at the back, a young sailor couldn't help but whisper, the ruler of a country is actually publicly thanking pirates. What kind of country is this? Before he could finish, a sharp gaze pierced towards him like a blade. Smoker had turned around without them noticing, the smoke from his cigar swirling around his pale face. He quickly approached the young sailor, towering over him. You brat. Smoker's voice was low but filled with a chilling anger. If you can speak, then say something useful. Are you itching for a beating? He grabbed the sailor by the collar, almost lifting him off the ground. What good is saying this nonsense, other than getting yourself beaten up? The sailor was so frightened that his legs went weak, his face pale. Yes, I'm sorry, Colonel. I won't dare again. Smoker coldly snorted, released his grip, and turned to look at Ron's group surrounded by the crowd. His gaze sweeping back and forth between Vivi and Ron, his brow furrowing tighter. Listen, Smoker suddenly lowered his voice to his subordinates. No matter what you think, keep your mouth shut for now. He pointed to the celebrating crowd, looking at the smiles on the people's faces. That is what matters most. As for the rest, he bit down on his cigar. We'll discuss it when we get back. The Navy soldiers exchanged glances, but wisely remained silent. The talkative sailor shrank to the back of the line, no longer daring to speak. Smoker took a deep breath, exhaling white smoke through his nostrils. He gazed at this extraordinary scene before him, feeling a mix of emotions. As a Navy officer, he should arrest these pirates. But as a soldier, he couldn't deny that this group of rogues had indeed saved the country. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, unsure whether he was cursing the absurd reality or his own wavering stance. At this moment, Usopp puffed out his chest proudly, his long nose pointing high. Ha! Our captain is truly amazing. Crocodile's plot is completely ruined now. He placed his hands on his hips, exaggeratingly shaking his head. That guy must be so furious he's about to come kill us himself. Bang! Before he could finish, Nami delivered a punch to Usopp's head. You jinx! Can't you say something more auspicious? However, in the next second, a cold laugh echoed from behind everyone. The long-nosed kid guessed correctly. Everyone turned around abruptly to see Crocodile as figure slowly emerging from the swirling yellow sand, draped in his signature crocodile skin coat, the golden hook glinting ominously in the sunlight. His scarred face twisted with rage. I have come to take your lives. He gritted his teeth, daring to ruin my meticulously planned scheme. You will regret being born into this world. Smoker immediately transformed into white smoke, blocking the way. Crocodile, your attempt to subvert the allied nation is unforgivable. Crimes? Where's the evidence? Crocodile mocked, curling his lips. Without evidence, step aside, White Hunter. Smoker was momentarily speechless, his expression darkening. Vivi anxiously called out, the evidence is at Whiskey Peak. We didn't have time to take it with us when we escaped. Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed loudly, the sand and dust swirling around him, forming a small tornado. Now, I'm a dignified warlord of the sea. It's reasonable to exterminate a few pirates. He glanced disdainfully at Smoker. If you Navy don't want to be accidentally hurt, just obediently stand aside and wait for me to clean up the battlefield. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Smoker's face fluctuated between dark and light, and he finally gritted his teeth and ordered, all Navy personnel, retreat. But stay alert. He fixed his gaze on Crocodile. If you dare to harm the civilians. Umph. A cold snort broke the tense atmosphere. Usopp stepped forward with the black bag. Haha, you're so loud. In front of me, Sniper King Usopp, you dare to be so arrogant, truly fearless. Crocodile's golden hook flashed with a cold light, a mocking arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Oh, so you really are the king of show-offs. He waved his hand dismissively. Go away. I'm not interested in hearing your nonsense. Chapter 65, How to Fight? My version hasn't been updated yet. WH. What? Usopp was struck like lightning, his long nose stiff with shock. Damn, when was I exposed? He looked around in a panic, only to find his companions wearing expressions that said they already knew. Luffy stepped forward, his black armament haki instantly covering his right arm. Crocodile, I'm gonna knock you out. Interesting. A cruel light flashed in Crocodile's eyes. I'll take out you first, kid, then Fire Fist Ace, and after that, you trash. His golden hook pointed at Ron. Let your brother taste the feeling of losing one sibling after another. Ron shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever, do as you please. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth and smoke swirling around him, scoffed quietly. This fool. He thought these people were just ordinary rookie pirates? His gaze then swept over Luffy, Ace, and Zoro, who were all ready for action. There would be a good show to watch soon. Crocodile completely dismissed everyone's reactions, grinning as he raised his golden hook. Sandstorm. A massive sand blade came slicing through the air, but Luffy remained motionless. His black fist meeting the sand blade head-on. Rubber rubber. Armament. Rocket launcher. Boom. The sand blade crumbled to pieces against the armament haki. Crocodile's pupils contracted. Armament haki? Hiv hiv. Luffy grinned. There's something even more powerful. Crocodile's expression finally changed. He has armament haki? How to fight? My version hasn't been updated yet. Crocodile's face darkened ominously, veins bulging on his forehead as he stared fiercely at this group of people. Especially that straw hat-wearing kid who could use armament haki so skillfully. Just a rookie. He gritted his teeth, the golden hook gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Don't think just because you can use armament haki, you can act tough in front of me. Although he was shocked inside, his pride as a warlord of the sea wouldn't allow him to back down. Crocodile suddenly swung his hand, and a violent sandstorm quickly coalesced into a massive sandstorm. Desert Diamond Blade. The overwhelming sand blades howled towards Luffy, but he faced them fearlessly. His black fist meeting the attack. Rubber rubber. Armament. Machine gun. Bang bang bang. Countless fists enveloped in armament haki collided with the sand blades, creating a deafening roar. As the dust settled, Luffy had a few cuts on his arms, but his gaze was even more resolute. Not bad. Crocodile sneered. suddenly vanishing and elementalizing behind Luffy, but too naive. The golden hook lunged straight for Luffy's back. "Luffy, watch out!" Usopp shouted in alarm. In the nick of time, Luffy's body twisted in an unusual way, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. He countered with a back kick covered in armament haki. Rubber, rubber. Armament. Whip. Bang. Crocodile was kicked away, sliding several meters on the sand before stabilizing himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A flicker of surprise in his eyes. This kid. Such strong battle instincts? The battle intensified. Crocodile kept changing tactics, sometimes attacking from a distance with sandstorms, sometimes engaging in close combat. His rich battle experience made Luffy suffer quite a bit, and soon he was covered in wounds. "Useless," Crocodile sneered. Suddenly, a strange purple hue covered the golden hook. Poison hook. Luffy barely dodged it, but his clothes were torn, immediately turning an abnormal purple, followed by a sizzling sound as they vaporized. "Luffy!" Chopper shouted anxiously from a distance. "I'm fine." Luffy gritted his teeth and tore off his sleeve, revealing his skin that had already returned to normal. His resistance to toxins was part of his training. Crocodile's pupils constricted. What? Taking advantage of his distraction, Luffy suddenly took a deep breath, his body swelling like a balloon. Rubber, rubber. Armament. Giant stamp. A huge black foot descended from the sky. Crocodile hurriedly elementalized to dodge, but was still grazed on the shoulder, blood gushing out. "Damn kid," he roared, unleashing his strongest move, Sandstorm. Burial. The entire desert seemed to boil, the sky-darkening sandstorm enveloping the two. Those outside could only hear the continuous sounds of collision and Crocodile's furious shouts. "Die. Why can't I take you down? You monster." Finally, as the dust settled, when visibility returned, everyone saw a shocking scene. Luffy was covered in blood but still standing firm, with his fist deeply embedded in Crocodile's abdomen, the latter's eyes rolling back, blood spilling from his mouth as he slowly knelt on the ground. "I told you." Luffy gasped for breath, revealing a victorious smile. "I'm going to knock you out." The last thing Crocodile heard was the crisp sound of his golden hook hitting the ground and the distant gasps of the Navy, and before sinking into darkness, one thought filled his mind. Is this really a rookie pirate? With Crocodile's thunderous defeat, Smoker immediately stepped forward, the smoke from his cigar swirling at the corner of his mouth. "Weren't you pretty arrogant just now?" Soldiers quickly cuffed the unconscious Crocodile with C-Prism stone handcuffs. "Now he's fallen in my hands." On the other side, Chopper and Usopp were facing off against Mr. Four and Miss Christmas. Chopper's little hooves clutched 2 bottles of potions, Judo Potion and Strength Potion, although other potions hadn't been developed due to a lack of materials. He took a deep breath, but these 2 should be enough. Just then, Chopper stepped back. Usopp suddenly reached out to stop him, casting an exaggerated shadow in the sunlight with his long nose. "Leave this small scene to me, Usopp the Great." "WH. What?" Chopper's blue nose twitched. His big eyes filled with shock. "There were 2 people on the other side. Can you handle it?" Usopp's lips curled up as he slowly raised his sniper rifle, the gun body wrapped in a faint aura of observation haki. Guaranteed hit. Enhanced version Stardust. Miss Christmas was still digging around in the sand, laughing sharply. "Long-nosed kid, do you think this toy can hit?" Before she finished speaking, Usopp's bullet traced a strange arc, accurately piercing through the sandstorm created by Miss Christmas, directly hitting Mr. Four's forehead. Bang! Mr. Four's massive body crashed to the ground, his 4-ton bat clanging as it hit the ground. "WH. What?" Miss Christmas poked her head out of the sand, her rat-like face filled with disbelief. "Bebop." Chopper's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Usopp, when did you become this strong?" Usopp spun his gun with flair, his long nose held high. "This is the power of the king of snipers." He deliberately lowered his voice. Observation haki locked in. There's nowhere to run. Host successfully showboating. Showboating rewards accumulating. Chapter 66. Shocking the audience. Reward. The quotes of bravado come true. Hearing the system's prompt, Usopp immediately perked up, while Mississippi Christmas on the opposite side was completely panicked. Her rat-like face twisted in fear. She frantically dug into the sand, her plump body burrowing underground at an astonishing speed, leaving only her hysterical screams behind. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Trying to escape? Usopp stood his ground, a cold smirk of victory on his lips. He leisurely loaded a special bullet into his black pocket sniper rifle, which gleamed coldly under the sunlight, even though the opponent had completely burrowed underground. His expression remained calm and unhurried. Chopper was jumping up and down in anxiety. Usopp. She has gone underground. Don't worry. Usopp closed one eye, his observation haki spreading out like ripples. In his sight, Mississippi Christmas's panicked figure was clearly visible, like a firefly in the night, unable to hide. In front of my observation haki, no matter how deep she digs, it's useless. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp suddenly released the black pocket. Whoosh! The specially made drilling bullet whistled out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, accurately drilling into the sandy hole where Mississippi Christmas had disappeared. A muffled sound came from underground, followed by Mississippi Christmas's piercing scream. After a few tremors, the sand returned to stillness, and a wisp of blue smoke rose from the bullet hole. Chopper's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his little hooves trembling as he pointed at the smoking bullet hole. This is too exaggerated, right? His big eyes were filled with shock. Usopp, when did you become this powerful? Usopp instinctively wanted to put his hands on his hips, but restrained himself, feeling that would be too uncool. He then casually replied, It's nothing, just a bit of hardship. Chopper. Smoker stared intently at Usopp in the center of the battlefield, his cigar trembling slightly at the corner of his mouth, his sharp eyes wide open as he finally saw this long-nosed sniper clearly. What a joke. Smoker squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. This guy who always brags actually has some real skills? Tashiji's glasses slid down to the tip of her nose as she mechanically adjusted her frames. See, Colonel, that use of observation haki. Even elite snipers from the Navy headquarters might not be able to achieve this level. The opponent really has strength. The battlefield fell silent in an instant, everyone looking at Usopp with incredulous eyes. Those Marines who had heard his exaggerated stories of 8,000 subordinates all had their mouths agape. It turns out, Usopp the Bravado King was telling the truth? I knew it. The title of King of Snipers can't possibly be fake. Feeling the astonished gazes from all directions, Usopp's inner pride was about to overflow. He pretended to clear his throat, maintaining a deep demeanor. Ahem, basic skills, don't underestimate them. Smoker took a deep breath, beginning to seriously recall information about this long-nosed sniper. Could it be that the Navy's intelligence department missed some key information? Tashiji, he ordered in a deep voice, immediately reinvestigate all members of the Straw Hat crew when we return. His gaze swept across everyone who had just displayed their skills on the battlefield, especially this king of snipers. Just as Usopp was basking in the astonished gazes, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed an epic act of bravado. Bravado target. Navy Colonel Smoker, Tashiji, and all Navy personnel, the citizens of Alabasta, Baroque Works remnants, bravado effect, shocking the entire audience. Usopp gasped sharply, almost thinking he was hearing things, but then even more shocking system prompts followed. Reward upgrade. Obtained passive skill. Bravado comes true. At moments of bravado, quotes of bravado will be randomly probability realized. Wow, what? Usopp's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an orange, and he instinctively pinched his own face, the sharp pain confirming that this wasn't a dream. Chopper noticed his abnormality. Usopp, what's wrong? Usopp suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with excitement. Ahem, it's nothing. Although it was just random probability, it was already impressive as long as it could come true. He deliberately straightened his back and announced in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. I was just thinking about whether to showcase my 8,000 subordinates. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt rang again. Ding. Detected a bravado occasion. Randomly realizing the quote. Realization result. 800 subordinates. Duration 1 hour. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose at the edge of the desert. To the astonished gazes of everyone, hundreds of warriors dressed in bizarre outfits marched out from behind the sand dunes, shouting in unison, Lord Usopp, your loyal subordinates are here to report. Smoker's cigar fell to the ground with a thud. This is impossible. It must be fake. Tashiji's glasses shattered into pieces. The 8,000 subordinates are real, but where did they come from? Even Luffy jumped up in surprise, completely unconcerned about his injuries. Wow. Usopp, you really have 8,000 subordinates. That's awesome. Usopp himself was also quite shocked, but quickly regained his composure, immediately putting on a knowing expression. Humph, the others are on their way. You all go clean up the remnants of Baroque works. Yes, understood. Ron, who had just been pulled by Nami to dig for treasure, saw this scene and immediately held his forehead. Here we go again with the weird abilities. Weird abilities. 1 can't return tenfold rewards. 2, completely incomprehensible as to what would come out. Meanwhile, in Usopp's mind, the system prompt continued. The effects of bravado realized during the process are not counted. Friendly reminder, please speak cautiously in bravado occasions, as every boastful word you say may come true. Usopp swallowed hard, suddenly realizing he had gained a powerful yet dangerous ability. He cautiously touched his nose, secretly deciding, from now on, he must watch his words, unless, of course, he thought of an even cooler idea for bravado. Chapter 67. Digging up history with a shovel. Great! Nami clapped her hands excitedly, her orange hair fluttering in the hot desert wind. Now that Crocodile has been dealt with, no one can stop us from digging for treasure in square. She eagerly grabbed Ron's arm and dragged him toward the center of the square. Hurry up! I can't wait any longer. Vivi blinked her sea-blue eyes in confusion. Wait. Is there treasure under my square? She turned to the ministers from Alabasta, including Koza. Do you know about this? Koza and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads. The old minister Ikelam stroked his beard and muttered, I've served the royal family for decades and have never heard of anything buried beneath the square. Smoker watched the group about to start digging for treasure, his temples throbbing. He irritably scratched his white hair. Just finished dealing with the 7 warlords, and now I have to watch this bunch of crazies dig for treasure. But he helplessly waved his hand, ordering, all Navy personnel, stay alert, surround the square. Daz Bonez quietly reminded, Colonel, aren't we here to stop them? Smoker grunted while biting his cigar. Can you stop them? He glanced at Ace and Luffy, who were eagerly rubbing their fists, and thought it was better to keep an eye on them than to waste effort. They shouldn't unearth anything terrifying again. In the center of the square, Nami could hardly contain her excitement as she arrived at the exact spot according to the treasure map. This is it. The treasure map in her hand suddenly transformed into a glittering golden shovel. Ron nodded, mentally preparing himself. Then let's begin. He looked at Vivi, Your Highness. We might need to temporarily damage the square's surface. Vivi hurriedly waved her hand, very generously. Please, go ahead. Compared to what you all have done for Alabasta, this little thing is nothing. The people of Alabasta were enthusiastic, all wanting to get closer to witness this thrilling moment of treasure digging. Many had squeezed to the front row, stretching their necks to get a better look. Make way. Let me see. Is there really treasure? If there is treasure, it will be a reward for these benefactors. Yes, they deserve it. However, unexpectedly, several members of the Straw Hat crew oddly retreated to the edge of the square. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, had moved 50 meters away. Zoro, holding his sword, leaned against the farthest stone pillar. Even Usopp, who usually loved to join in the fun, was currently hiding behind a thick wall, with only half of his head peeking out. Hey, your companions are digging for treasure. Why are you all running so far away? A young man from Alabasta shouted in confusion. Sanji blew a smoke ring, saying meaningfully, Kid, I advise you to keep your distance too. He pointed at the excited Nami. Who knows what they might dig up this time? What if it's an ancient bomb? You won't have time to run. Zoro coldly added, Last time they dug up a vengeful spirit. Even thinking about that scene in the desert gives me chills. As soon as this was said, the crowd that had been crowded at the front row immediately stirred. Seeing this, Smoker quickly commanded the Navy to maintain order. Everyone, step back. Keep a safe distance. He released white smoke to form a barrier. This is not a joke. At first, a few young people were unconvinced. What are you afraid of? What danger could there be? Before he finished speaking, Nami had already dug down with her shovel. Boom! The ground began to shake violently, and without needing to be told, all the people scrambled to run back. The scene became quite chaotic. Vivi, watching from a distance, couldn't help but laugh and cry. Everyone, don't panic. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Just then, a dazzling red light burst forth like a surging flood, so intense that it dyed half the sky red with this sudden brilliance. The treasure was about to reveal itself. Everyone held their breath. Even Usopp, who had hidden the farthest, couldn't help but lean out halfway. The air was filled with a tense yet expectant atmosphere. Even the hot desert wind had stilled. Amidst this mesmerizing red light, a gigantic black stone tablet slowly emerged from the glow. The black stone tablet exuded a profound and solemn pressure, quietly hovering in mid-air, sunlight shining on it. Its dark surface gleaming under the sun, and on its surface, some ancient characters were vaguely visible, as if they had traveled through time from a distant past. Mysterious and ancient. Some of the characters were clear, but were partially covered by moss, as if shrouded in a mysterious veil. It was the historical text. This is... Smoker's pupils contracted sharply. The cigar fell from his mouth unnoticed, and he trembled as he shouted, "Immediately connect to Admiral Sengoku. Hurry!" Daz Bonez also widened her beautiful eyes, unable to believe what was happening before her hands trembling as she took out her transponder snail to call, and used a projection transponder snail to broadcast the historical text. Princess Vivi covered her mouth, her sea blue eyes reflecting the weathered stone tablet. The historical text? There's actually something like this hidden beneath the palace square in Alabasta. Robin had quietly stood directly beneath the stone tablet, looking up, her slender fingers tracing the floating ancient characters in the air, her eyes shimmering with a scholar's unique fervor. This is incredible. Its preservation state is simply perfect. Ron was not surprised by Robin's appearance. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The historical text was precisely the bait that could attract this archaeologist. Huh? What the heck? Nami stomped her foot in frustration, hands on her hips. After all this effort to dig up a broken stone, I thought we'd at least find a few boxes of gold and jewels. Ron chuckled and shook his head. The value of this thing is far more precious than a few boxes of gold. He turned to the stone tablet. But it couldn't be taken away. Nami, hurry up and make a rubbing of it. No need. Robin's voice came gently yet firmly. These characters have already been imprinted in my mind. Ron turned to look at Robin, who was giving him a meaningful smile. Sunlight filtered through the hovering stone tablet, casting mottled shadows on her delicate face. "Mr. Ron, I hope you don't mind if I study this historical text?" Looking at the familiar glimmer of obsession for the truth of history in Robin's eyes, Ron nodded knowingly. "Go ahead." However, he pointed meaningfully at Smoker, who was frantically making phone calls. "Our time may be limited." Chapter 68. Isn't there still 10 pieces of historical texts? Robin nodded in understanding and turned back to focus on studying the stone tablet. The sudden appearance of a massive stone in midair caused an uproar at the scene. The people of Alabasta, though not understanding what it was, were awestruck by the ancient aura emanating from the tablet and unconsciously took a few steps back. Hey, this is not good." Usopp's long nose stiffened in fear. Did we just uncover something terrible again? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Smoker's expression. This thing is probably more troublesome than Roger's Phantom. Zoro had all three of his swords drawn, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The Navy is probably going to go crazy. Sure enough, Smoker was already in chaos, receiving shocking news over the transponder snail. "What? You say this records the whereabouts of ancient weapons?" "Yes. I will immediately seal off the site." He hung up the transponder snail, his expression filled with tension. All Navy personnel, Level 1 alert. Ron, however, stood calmly beside the stone tablet, observing everything, and looked at the shocked Nami. "So, are you satisfied with this treasure?" Nami mechanically turned her head. "Ron, did we cause another disaster?" Crocodile had already regained consciousness at some point, his sinister eyes fixed on the historical text stone tablet in Robin's hand. His breathing became rapid, the golden hook on his finger trembling slightly from excessive force. For what was recorded on it was the location of the ancient weapon he had longed for, Pluton. This was supposed to be his treasure, the ultimate goal he had painstakingly managed for years, even going so far as to incite a civil war in Alabasta. However, now everything was ruined due to the sudden intervention of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the flames of anger burned in his chest. Damn Straw Hat Kid. He gritted his teeth and growled. No one paid attention to Crocodile's impotent fury. The calm voice of Sengoku came through the transponder snail in Smoker's hand. Secure the site. Do not panic, Akiji is on his way. Smoker's expression suddenly became subtle, his grip on the transponder snail tightening as he thought to himself. It doesn't help to panic. I can't beat the other side, and Crocodile is still being helped by them. He subconsciously glanced at Ron and his group, who were studying the stone tablet, and felt somewhat relieved when he saw they had not moved. However, when the term Admiral Akiji entered everyone's ears, the atmosphere in the square suddenly tensed. Nami's face turned pale, and her climax almost fell. Again, it's Akiji. The terrifying experience of accidentally digging him up last time was still fresh in her mind. Usopp's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. What are you afraid of? With me around, there won't be any accidents. Ace also frowned, realizing it was a historical text. This time it was serious. The Navy headquarters would definitely send someone, but he didn't expect it to be Akiji. Robin paused slightly, but soon continued her work of interpretation, her speed noticeably quickening. Vivi, sensing the group's unease, anxiously twisted her fingers. It's actually Admiral Akiji. Ron gently patted Vivi's shoulder, but his gaze remained fixed on the stone tablet. Last time, Nami accidentally dug him up from underground. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. It seemed this admiral was unforgettable for us. In the distance, the Navy soldiers straightened their backs upon hearing that Akiji was coming, their tense expressions dissipating, with a few even defiantly tilting their chins towards the Straw Hat crew. Just then, Nami suddenly furrowed her brow, looking curiously at the lingering red light. Strange. Why is this red light lasting so long this time? Ron also noticed something unusual, narrowing his eyes and staring at the increasingly intense light. Something's not right. Before he could finish his sentence, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening explosions echoed through the sky, and black shadows shot out from the red light in succession. Each shadow carried an ancient and heavy aura, tracing bizarre trajectories in the sky before hovering above the square. This is impossible. Robin's scholar glasses fell to the ground with a clatter, her usually calm voice trembling at this moment. 10 pieces. A full 10 pieces of historical texts. They floated above the square like 10 dazzling suns, their surfaces glowing with an eerie red light. The mysterious ancient characters flickering in the glow, as if telling the secrets sealed for 1,000 years. Among them, even 2 pieces of historical text were a different color. Actually red. Am I dreaming? Usopp pinched his long nose hard, jumping in pain. 10 pieces of historical texts. How many pieces are there in total? Smoker had completely lost his ability to speak, his cigar dropping from his gaping mouth, his whole being stunned by the shock of the 10 historical texts. He mechanically picked up the transponder snail, but even his dialing finger trembled. General, Admiral Sengoku. The situation has changed. It's not 1 piece. It's 10 pieces, 10 historical texts. The Navy soldiers collectively turned to stone, some even collapsing to the ground, while Das Bones' glasses shattered everywhere, and he could only blankly repeat, 10 pieces. 10 pieces. Smoker looked up in shock. This is serious. There are a total of 30 pieces of historical texts. Originally, 1 piece wouldn't mean much, but now 10 pieces have appeared all at once. This represents a third of the history of the blank century, which is about to come to light today. It seems that the heavens are about to change. Vivi and the people of Alabasta may not fully understand what this means, but they were also rendered speechless by the shocking scene, as if the entire royal capital had been muted, leaving only the historical text quietly floating in the air. Ron took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Now, things have really escalated. In the distance, Akiji, who was on his way, suddenly stopped his bicycle upon hearing the information coming from the transponder snail, his lazy expression becoming serious for the first time. Hey, this is really something big. At this moment, Ron came back to his senses, turned to look at Robin, who was still in shock, and hurriedly shouted, Robin, don't daze. Quickly write down all this content. There is likely to be a major upheaval here. Robin snapped back to reality, immediately focused her mind, and quickly shifted her gaze back to the texts, scanning each piece of historical text. Those obscure ancient characters flowed into her mind like a stream, being imprinted in her consciousness. The third piece on the left, the fifth piece at the back right. Robin murmured to herself, using her fruit ability. Her arms overlapping, and an eye grew from her palm, her hands swiftly gliding over each piece of text. Chapter 69. The Five Elder Stars Intervene. The Demon-Slaying Order. Crocodile, handcuffed with sea stone, slumped on the ground, his bloodshot eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at the shocking scene. 10 pieces. 10 pieces of historical text. His voice was hoarse, his golden hook hanging limply by his side, feeling like he had wasted 20 years, only to not get even one piece. And that little girl just dug up 10 with one scoop. Crocodile felt a sharp pain in his chest, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering a glaring red mark on the sand. His face instantly turned ashen, and he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. President, the captured members of Baroque Works exclaimed from a distance. Smoker glanced at the bloodied crocodile, feeling pleased, then added insult to injury. Is that enough to make you spit blood? If you knew the contents of these historical texts, you might just die from anger. I heard they record the Pluton. Crocodile was so enraged that he fainted. How infuriating. Smoker then looked up at the 10 pieces of historical text in the air, his expression darkening as he sighed and called Sengoku again. As soon as the call connected, he tried to stay calm and said, Marshal, 10 pieces of historical text have appeared, right here in Alabasta. On the other end of the line, there was a loud crash. Clearly Sengoku had suddenly stood up and knocked over his desk. What did you say? Sengoku's voice changed dramatically. 10 pieces of historical text? Smoker, this is not a joke. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters conference room, Carp, who was eating rice crackers, suddenly froze. Crumbs falling from his open mouth. T10 pieces? This naval hero stuttered for the first time in his life. I've lived more than half my life and have never seen 2 pieces appear together. The teacup in Tsuru's hand smashed to the ground. Hot tea splattering on her pants without her noticing. Impossible. She shook her head in disbelief. It must be a forgery, or some kind of illusion created by devil fruit. At that moment, a Den Mushi from Daz Bonez transmitted a live image. When the 10 pieces of historical text stood majestically in the air, especially the 2 pieces of special red historical text appearing on the screen, the entire office fell silent. Sengoku gasped, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He stared at the 2 red historical texts, his voice terrifyingly dry. Red, landmark historical text. Carp's fists clenched involuntarily, cracking sounds echoing from his knuckles. This time, something really big is about to happen. Tsuru's expression turned unusually grave as she slowly stood up. Immediately activate the highest level of alert. Should we inform the higher-ups? In the image, the 10 pieces of historical text quietly hovered in the sky above Alabasta. Even without any movement, it was still breathtaking. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, causing the Den Mushi to jump. Smoker, control the scene at all costs. How long until Akiji arrives? At least half a day. Smoker's voice was tense. Marshal, if the enemy attacks, we might not last until then. Sengoku's face turned iron gray. He knew too well what the 2 pieces of red historical text represented. They were the landmarks leading to the final island, Raftel. The appearance of each piece of red historical text was enough to trigger chaos in the Great Pirate Era, and now 2 appeared at once. Contact Kizaru immediately. Sengoku roared at the messenger, his voice shaking the office glass. Have him rush to Alabasta as fast as possible. We must control the historical text. His fist slammed heavily on the wooden desk, cracking it like a spider web. We absolutely cannot let these historical texts fall into the hands of pirates, especially those 2 red ones. Just then, Sengoku's Den Mushi suddenly emitted an urgent ringing. This direct line was from Mariehua. Sengoku took a deep breath, trembling as he picked up the receiver. The cold, emotionless voice of the 5 Elder Stars came through. Sengoku, immediately execute the highest order. First, recover all historical texts at all costs, especially the red landmarks. Second, Anyone who has come into contact with the historical text contents. Eliminate without mercy. Third, if necessary. The voice of the 5 elder stars paused, delivering a chilling 3 words: demon-slaying order. Sengoku's pupils constricted violently, his back drenched in cold sweat. But there are tens of millions of civilians in Alabasta. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable to maintain the authority of the world government. The voice of the 5 elder stars was as cold as ice. Those who have seen a third of the blank century of history have no reason to exist. Sengoku's hand trembled violently around the den mushi. His knuckles turning white from the strain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice almost a shout. Please wait. Alabasta is a superpower with over 10 million people. Not a small island that can be wiped out at will. He forced himself to suppress the turmoil within, trying to maintain a calm tone. Moreover, scholars who can interpret the historical texts are nearly extinct. The contents will never leak. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Carp and Tsuru held their breath, having never seen Sengoku so out of control. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, so long that Sengoku thought the connection had been cut off. Finally, the cold voice of the 5 elder stars rang out again, each word like a sharp blade. The demon-slaying order can be postponed. This brief statement made Sengoku breathe a sigh of relief. But the following words sent him into an icy abyss. But if even a hint of the historical text contents leaks, Sengoku immediately straightened his back. Voice firm. I guarantee in the name of the Marine Admiral that I will not allow the contents of the historical text to leak. After the call ended, Sengoku's military uniform was completely soaked through. He staggered back 2 steps and collapsed into his chair. Immediately contact Kizaru. He suddenly looked up, eyes shining with determination. At all costs, seal the scene. Also notify Akiji. Prepare. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. Carp rarely put away his playful expression, asking in a deep voice, do we really have to go that far? Sengoku closed his eyes in pain. If it really comes to that, for the sake of more lives, we can only activate the demon-slaying order. The leak of the landmark historical text will drive all the pirates across the sea into madness. Tsuru. Chapter 70. Auntie is stunned. Where's my stone? Everyone is on edge. In the cake castle of Totland, Big Mom is comfortably sitting on her throne, enjoying freshly baked desserts. The humming of the homies fills the castle. Wedding cake, wedding cake. Suddenly, Perospero bursts through the door in a panic, tumbling into the hall. Mom, something big has happened. His candy cane falls to the ground, syrup dripping down his forehead. Big Mom glances at him impatiently. Perospero, can't you see I'm having afternoon tea? The secret chamber. Something happened in the secret chamber. Perospero's voice trembles. Our 3 pieces of historical text suddenly disappeared. With a snap, Big Mom crushes the dessert fork in her hand. She slowly stands up, a terrifying pressure engulfing the entire hall. What did you say? Perospero kneels on the ground, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Just now a blinding red light erupted in the secret chamber, and then the 3 pieces of historical text were swallowed by the red light, right before my eyes. Boom! Big Mom smashes the entire dining table with a punch. Cream and cake splattering everywhere, her eyes bloodshot, hair wildly dancing as if alive. What a joke. Stealing in my territory? The entire cake island begins to tremble violently, and the homies flee in terror. Big Mom's roar echoes through the skies. Immediately seal off the entire territory of Totland. Not even an ant is allowed to escape. She grabs the snail phone on the table. Katakuri. Bruli. Everyone listen to me. Some idiot has stolen our historical text. Turn Totland upside down to find him. Prometheus and Zeus stir uneasily above her head, and the skies over the Totland sea darken, thunder rumbling. Perospero adds cautiously, Mom, that red light. It didn't seem like it was from a devil fruit user. Shut up. Big Mom kicks the nearby dessert tower away. It must be some damn fruit user. When I catch him, I'll make him know what it means to wish he were dead. On Zo Island, sunlight filters through the treetops onto the buildings of the Mink Kingdom. Duke Inuarashi is resting in a rattan chair under the whale tree, his sword neatly placed beside him. As a guardian, he rests near the historical text every night, a vow he made to the Kazuki family. Suddenly, A blinding red light pierces through his eyelids. Inuyasha jolts awake, his thick fur standing on end. What is? The sight before him is like a lightning strike. The red historical text they have guarded for generations, slowly rising amidst the red light. Inuyasha rushes forward, but misses. Within just a few seconds, the stone tablet, which holds the secrets of Wano for 1,000 years, vanishes before his eyes. No, it's impossible. Inuyasha's claws dig deep into the ground. His fur standing on end, trembling as he reaches out to touch the air, still faintly glowing red. It's really gone. Someone. Quick, someone. Inuyasha's roar shatters the tranquility of the forest, and the mink kingdom instantly becomes lively. He grabs his sword and rushes towards the residence of the cat viper. Cat viper. Something big has happened. Inuyasha kicks open the door, startling cat viper, who is counting money. You stupid dog. What are you going crazy for in broad daylight? Cat viper flicks his tail in annoyance, but upon seeing Inuyasha's pale face, he realizes the seriousness of the situation. The historical text has disappeared right in front of me. Inuyasha's voice is hoarse and terrifying, a flash of red light, and it was gone. Cat Viper's single eye bulges wide. The money bag in his hand drops to the floor. What did you say? Within 10 minutes, urgent alarm bells ring across Zo Island. Inuyasha and Cat Viper stand side by side on top of the whale tree, issuing orders to all the mink tribe. Seal all exits. Search every inch of land. We must retrieve the historical text. The members of the firearms team weave through the forest. The ninjas of the samurai group leap between rooftops. Even a usually lazy King Bardo swings a branch, helping to search suspicious places. Inuyasha stands high, looking at the chaotic Zo, his fists cracking. Lord Kazuki Odin. I'm sorry. His voice chokes. I couldn't protect the treasures you entrusted to us. Cat Viper, unusually, does not mock his old rival, but silently pats his shoulder. Both leaders know that being able to steal the historical text right under their noses is likely the work of an extremely terrifying entity. In the vast blue sky island, Enel lazily leans against his golden throne, propping his chin on one hand, casually surveying the enormous golden bell before him, sunlight glinting off it, casting dazzling golden rays. Such a large piece of gold. He lightly taps the armrest of the throne with his finger, producing a crisp metallic sound, should it be used to decorate the ark or melted down to make weapons. Just as he is lost in pleasant thoughts, an unexpected change occurs. Buzz. A strange vibration emanates from beneath the golden bell. Enel frowns, and before he can react, the large stone base suddenly erupts with blinding red light. The crimson glow rides like a living thing, instantly engulfing the entire stone tablet. What the hell? Enel jumps up from his throne, his trident appearing in his hand in an instant. He stares wide-eyed, unable to believe that the historical text is being consumed by the red light. Gradually engulfed in red, it completely disappears. It's gone. Enel's jaw nearly drops to the ground. He rubs his eyes vigorously, but beneath the golden bell, there is nothing left, only a square indentation. My network. He immediately activates his observation hockey, electromagnetic waves expanding from him to cover the entire sky island. However, the feedback information leaves him even more shocked. No abnormal energy fluctuations. No signs of an intruder. That stones seem to have evaporated into thin air. This is impossible. Enel's forehead veins bulge, lightning crackling uncontrollably around him. He glares at the golden bell, suddenly feeling a chill. If even such a large stone can disappear mysteriously, then my Arkansas. Thinking of this, he immediately dismisses the idea of using the gold from the golden bell. No way if one day his ark also disappears like that. How will he go to the endless land? Someone. Enel roars angrily, shaking the clouds. Turn the sky, island upside down. It must be some blind idiot who stole my stone. The divine soldiers hurriedly gather, beginning a thorough search. Enel hovers in the air with a dark expression, lightning flickering at his fingertips. Don't let me catch that thief. Otherwise, I'll make him taste the wrath of the thunder. Chapter 71. Robin joins. The super colossal desert irrigation drill. 10 pieces of historical text hovered in the air above the square, and Robin's fingertips quickly traced the ancient characters. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her eyes sparkled with an almost obsessive focus, but time was clearly running out. Mr. Ron. Robin suddenly looked up, her usually calm voice trembling slightly. Can you help me buy some time? She tightly clutched the hem of her clothes. These historical texts are the ideal I pursue my whole life. Ron looked down at this rarely flustered archaeologist, pretending to frown slightly. Delaying is not difficult. He raised his eyes to the naval forces gathering in the distance, but they were from the Navy headquarters, and a general was coming later. It wasn't worth it to confront the world government over a few stones. Clearly, Ron was putting on an act. His intentions were obvious. Robin's breathing quickened. She suddenly released her grip, took a step back, and spoke in front of everyone. Please let me join you. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. I can interpret historical texts, understand multiple languages, and am familiar with ruins all over the world. I want to be your partner. Nami was surprised and covered her mouth. Wow, that's so straightforward. But Luffy had already burst into laughter. Great. Welcome aboard. We just happen to need an archaeologist. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, both instinctively smiling. As the earliest members to follow Ron, they understood this feeling of resonance too well. Just like when Ron invited them, it was the aura of destined partners. Sanji elegantly bowed. A beautiful lady wants to join. I wholeheartedly support it. Zoro nodded slightly while holding his sword. A partner approved by the captain can't be wrong. Ron looked at Robin's eyes filled with longing, and then glanced at the expectant Robin, suddenly chuckling, since everyone agrees, then welcome to the Starlight Pirates, our archaeologist, miss. He then reached out to help Robin up, and her eyes instantly sparkled with dazzling light. She quickly stood up, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Thank you, everyone. Before she finished speaking, her hands crossed in front of her chest, and a myriad of arms grew from the ground, simultaneously recording quickly on different historical texts. Robin's main body stood in front of the central red historical text, her eyes scanning each character like a scanner. Give me 30 minutes. No, 20 minutes will be enough. Her voice trembled slightly with concentration. This content is too astonishing. Sure, interpret as much as you want. Don't worry about the rest. Hearing Ron's reassurance, Robin felt relieved and then focused entirely on interpreting the historical texts. Afterwards, Ron looked around and noticed that the people of Alabasta were still gathering around the square, unwilling to leave, and frowned slightly. He turned to Vivi, speaking seriously. Vivi, let everyone disperse quickly. A battle is about to break out here. It's too dangerous. Vivi bit her lip, looking distressed at the farmers eagerly waiting in the distance, but everyone is waiting to irrigate the fields. She pointed to the half-dug water channels. The project was only halfway through and would take several more hours to complete. Ron sighed and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. I was going to wait until things were over to give you a surprise. He shook his head, but it seems it has to be done earlier. What surprise? Vivi blinked her sea-blue eyes in confusion. Ron casually clicked on the system panel a couple of times, and the next moment, the sky darkened. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, a colossal object descended from the sky. The super-colossal desert irrigation drill, with a diameter of 20 meters, crashed heavily onto the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. This super version of the device was more than 10 times larger than what Vivi had used before. Its surface covered with futuristic armor plates, with various indicator lights flashing blue. This is... Vivi's beautiful eyes widened, completely stunned. A super irrigation system. The colossal desert irrigation drill. Ron casually introduced as he pressed the start button. Buzz! The giant drill began to spin at an astonishing speed, shaking the entire ground as it plunged into the earth with unstoppable force, drilling a passage over 100 meters deep in just a few seconds. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Boom! Like a reservoir bursting, a massive column of water shot into the sky, forming a spectacular water curtain 100 meters high, with clear underground water gushing out like wild horses, instantly spreading across the desert. Step back. Ron pulled Vivi back as they leaped away. The water spread at an incredible speed, quickly forming a massive lake with a diameter of 100 meters. The water's surface sparkled in the sunlight, and the surrounding sandy ground visibly became moist. The people of Alabasta were all stunned, some even kneeling on the ground, trembling as they scooped up the clear lake water. Water. It's really water. So amazing. Kusha exclaimed excitedly. This is enough to irrigate the entire capital's fields. Vivi's eyes instantly welled up with tears as she turned to Ron. Her voice choked. Is this the surprise you were talking about? Ron solemnly handed the control device to Vivi, pointing at the operation interface as he explained, this knob adjusts the lake's area. This controls the water depth. And here is the irrigation mode. He demonstrated the simple operation, and the lake's water level immediately changed accordingly. With this, Alabasta would forever bid farewell to the troubles of water scarcity. The entire Alabasta erupted in deafening cheers, the people tearfully raising their hands and shouting, "Long live Lord Ron! Long live Princess Vivi! Alabasta is saved!" Vivi trembled with excitement, her sea blue hair fluttering in the wind. She suddenly opened her arms and gave Ron a firm hug, her tears dampening his shoulder. "Thank you. Really thank you." Her voice was choked. "You've given our country a new life." Smoker stood by, dumbfounded, especially by that astonishing drill and the lake formed in the desert. Damn. Where on earth did they get these high-tech gadgets? Are they even pirates? Ron gently patted Vivi's back, then said seriously, "Now, take your people and evacuate immediately." He looked up at the historical texts quietly floating in the sky. The secrets on those stones were too serious. Even if they couldn't understand them, if someone recorded them privately, it would be a disaster for all of Alabasta. Chapter 72. Kizaru has arrived. Of course he chooses to fight. Upon hearing this, Vivi instantly woke up, recalling the extreme attitude of the world government towards the historical texts. Her face turned pale, and she immediately turned to Koza and ordered, "Evacuate all civilians immediately. Announce a city-wide curfew in the name of the royal family. No one is to approach the square." Koza nodded solemnly, blew the emergency evacuation whistle, and the well-trained royal army quickly sprang into action, guiding the civilians to evacuate in an orderly manner. Smoker stood in the center of the evacuating crowd, white smoke swirling around him like a warning line. He instructed Tashigi in a deep voice, "Carefully check every evacuating civilian to ensure no one records any information about the historical texts." Tashigi pushed up her glasses, somewhat confused. "Colonel, is it really necessary to go this far? No one can understand the writing on those stones." "Shut up." Smoker unusually scolded sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. "Do you know who Admiral Sengoku sent?" He bit down on his cigar, his voice dropping low. "It's Kizura Borsalino and Akiji Kazan. 2 admirals. Just for these stones." Tashiji's pupils suddenly constricted, and the shigure in her hand nearly fell. T2 admirals? She finally realized the gravity of the situation, her face turning pale in an instant. Smoker looked around to ensure no civilians could hear their conversation before continuing. These historical texts record the taboo history of the blank century. His voice was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. If there is any leak, those people would not hesitate to use the demon-slaying order. Demon-slaying order? Tashigi instinctively repeated, then suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. Smoker grimly nodded. If even a trace of content leaks, the entire Alabasta. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear enough. Tashigi's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and she finally understood why even the usually calm Smoker was so tense. The demon-slaying order meant that the entire island would be completely erased by the Navy fleet, and civilization would turn to ashes in the cannon fire. I'll handle it immediately." Tashigi's voice trembled as she turned to rush towards the evacuating crowd, almost hysterically ordering, "All soldiers, listen up. Thoroughly check every civilian's personal belongings. Confiscate any recording devices." The Navy soldiers, although confused, immediately realized the seriousness of the situation upon seeing Major Tashigi so out of sorts, and quickly took action. They checked civilians' notebooks and even the papers they carried, fearing any possible records would be overlooked. Just as Robin was focused on interpreting the 8th historical text, a blinding golden light suddenly flashed across the sky. Whoosh! A scorching laser beam descended without warning, aimed straight at Robin's back. The speed was so fast that even the air smelled burnt. "Watch out!" Ron's figure appeared like a ghost, his dark haki instantly covering his back. He stepped forward and blocked this deadly strike with his back. Boom! A violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, and Ron's feet gouged deep trenches in the ground. When the dust settled, his back was torn and tattered, revealing a skin that shimmered with a metallic sheen, with wisps of smoke rising from it. Alala! Such a flamboyant sound from the air. Today's youth really are terrifying. Kizaru slowly descended, stepping on golden light spots, his yellow striped suit fluttering in the wind. He adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over Crocodile, who was shackled with sea stone, his eyebrows slightly raised. Oh, isn't this our warlord? Smoker immediately stepped forward to report. Admiral Kizaru, Crocodile is suspected of subverting the regime of a member country and has been arrested. He paused and added, he was defeated by the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Kizaru's lips curled into a playful arc. What an impressive newcomer. His gaze locked back on Ron. However, could you please hand over that archaeologist lady? What she's looking at is quite dangerous. Ron moved his shoulders. His back, which had just been hit by the laser, still felt numb. Sorry, Admiral, but a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. She's our ship's archaeologist now, and we can't just hand her over. Kizaru's smile gradually faded, the reflection in his sunglasses turning cold. Is that so? His body began to turn into shimmering golden light. Then I guess I have no choice but to enforce it. Just as Kizaru was about to act, a notification sound suddenly rang in Luffy's mind. Ding. God-level choice system activated. Option 1. The opponent is an admiral. Retreat immediately if you can't win. Reward. 1 invisibility potion. Option 2. Raise a white flag and surrender, willingly getting handcuffed with sea stone for your companions. Reward. Advanced Busashoka Haki. Option 3. Fight to the end until Akiji arrives. Reward. Secret technique. Life return. Can convert 100 of food energy into stamina. No side effects. Without thinking, Luffy slammed his rubber fist into his palm. I choose 3. Fight. His eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. I want to be the Pirate King. How can I run away here? Hey, Admiral Kizaru. Luffy suddenly stretched his neck and shouted at the airborne Kizaru. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. This roar echoed throughout the square. Even Robin, who was interpreting the historical texts, couldn't help but look up. Kizaru est mut twitched en naturali. Alala. He adjusted his sunglasses, recalling the freedom fighter that Kuma once mentioned. Is this the kid Kuma talked about? He seems a bit slow in the head. Before he finished speaking, Kizaru's figure suddenly transformed into golden light and vanished. The next second, he appeared behind Luffy, his long legs shining with golden light, raised high. Kid, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Bang! Luffy didn't have time to react. He was kicked away like a cannonball, crashing through 3 thick walls before finally stopping. Luffy! Chopper shouted in panic, about to rush over to heal him, but was stopped by a rubber arm extending from the dust. I'm Fine. Luffy crawled out from the rubble, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his smile remained undiminished. This level is still far from enough. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're quite tough. His fingertips gathered dazzling golden light. How about this move? Shaku KG. Countless light bullets rained down like a storm. Luffy desperately dodged, but was still battered and bruised. Yet every time he fell, he gritted his teeth and got back up, his fighting spirit growing stronger. Rubber. Rocket. Luffy seized an opening to counterattack, but Kizaru easily elementalized and dodged. Useless. Kizaru's figure reassembled in the light spots. Logia is not so easily. Chapter 73, Tenfold Return. Ultimate Understanding Life Instinct. Kizaru suddenly noticed that Luffy's fists were covered with a layer of pitch-black haki. Bang! This punch landed squarely on Kizaru's face, knocking him back several steps. The Marine Admiral touched his slightly reddened cheek, and his smile finally disappeared. Truly, a terrifying newcomer. Has he already mastered haki? This is interesting. The battle intensified. Although Luffy was completely suppressed, he grew braver with each fight, continuing to do sit-ups every time he was knocked down. Come on. Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, his rubbery arms swelling once again. I will definitely hold on until the end. Kizaru's expression gradually became serious. He didn't expect this seemingly reckless kid to be so troublesome. Just as he was about to get serious, snowflakes suddenly began to drift down from the sky. Ding! Mission complete. Reward: understanding life return. No side effects. Luffy suddenly felt a warm current surging within him. All the food he had eaten before transformed into overwhelming stamina, and he grinned, feeling energized once more. At that moment, the snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly became dense, and the temperature dropped sharply. A giant bird swooped down, and Akiji lazily jumped off its back, casually patting the giant bird's wing. Thanks. The giant bird let out a long cry and flapped its wings, flying off into the distance. Only then did Akiji turn his gaze to the battlefield. When he saw Luffy fiercely battling Kizaru, he shook his head helplessly. It seems it's not too late. However, when he looked up at the 10 massive stone tablets in the sky, his lazy expression instantly froze, his pupils constricted violently, and he even held his breath. 1, 2, 3. He counted in disbelief. 10. Akiji's throat rolled, and his usually calm voice trembled slightly. Things are much more serious than I imagined. He originally thought it was just an ordinary historical text, at most just one red milestone stone level. But now, 10 historical texts had appeared simultaneously, including 2 red milestone historical texts, which far exceeded the serious level and directly rose to a level that the world government would take seriously. Akiji's hands unconsciously clenched and then relaxed. Just as the battlefield fell into chaos, a prompt sound suddenly echoed in Ron's mind. Ding! Detection subsystem host completed the mission. Triggered tenfold return reward. Gained. Ultimate understanding life instinct. Can convert stamina into life energy, recover injuries, and achieve rapid regeneration of the body. Ron's pupils suddenly constricted, and an unprecedented warm current instantly swept through his body. He clearly felt as if a brand new energy circulation system had emerged within him. As long as he focused, his stamina would convert into vigorous life force, surging toward his limbs and bones like a tide. This ability, Ron was secretly astonished. He tried to cut a wound on his arm, and he saw the wound heal at a visible speed, recovering instantly and only consuming a negligible amount of stamina. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened. This was simply an incredible skill, according to the system's understanding. Even fatal injuries like severed limbs or damaged organs could be instantly healed as long as there was enough stamina. This meant that in battle, he was almost equivalent to having an immortal body. Ron's excitement surged. This sudden surprise completely changed the balance of the battle. The instinct of life is to continuously evolve and surpass. At this moment, this instinct was boiling within him. On the other side, in the marine camp, no one noticed Ron's change. Kizaru saw Akiji arrive and exaggeratedly stretched. Ah, Akiji, you finally made it. He pretended to wipe non-existent sweat. These newcomers are too terrifying. Even this old body of mine is about to fall apart. Akiji ignored Kizaru's antics. His gaze locked onto Robin, who was frantically interpreting the last historical text. When he saw her rapidly recording the ancient characters, Akiji's expression suddenly turned cold. According to a special decree from the world government, Akiji's voice was as piercing as a polar wind. Anyone attempting to study the blank 100 years of history will be arrested immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against the sand. Ice Age. Crack. A terrifying chill erupted from him, spreading rapidly like a living thing. The crystalline ice layer spread quickly, freezing everything in its path at an astonishing speed, covering the entire square in the blink of an eye. Approaching Robin's position, sweat beads formed on Robin's forehead as her fingers moved rapidly over the last historical text. Just a little more. Give me some time. Her eyes sparkled with an almost obsessive focus, completely disregarding the lethal cold approaching her. Ron's expression hardened, just as he was about to take action. A hand wrapped in a scarf blocked his way. Captain, Zoro had somehow already stood at the forefront, slowly drawing 3 swords. Leave this level of opponent to me. His eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. After resting for so long, it was time to stretch his muscles. Ron looked at Zoro's back, but still comforted him. Don't push yourself too hard. After all, he's an admiral. Zoro didn't respond, only biting down on the Wado Ikamanji. holding Shusui and Enma in both hands. Facing the overwhelming Ice Age, he took a deep breath, tightening all his muscles like steel. Three-sword style black rope, great tornado. 3 slashes howled out, intertwining in the air to form a pitch-black tornado. This slash not only contained all of Zoro's swordsmanship, but also incorporated a new realm he understood in the dream system. Boom! The clash of sword energy and ice caused a deafening explosion. Akiji's Ice Age was forcibly cut open, a massive gap created, and the shattered ice blocks were sent soaring into the sky, their frozen trajectory forcibly altered. Akiji's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh, this swordsman has become stronger since the last time we met. Kizaru also put away his playful smile. Ah, another terrifying newcomer. Zoro maintained his sword-drawing posture. The white breath he exhaled particularly visible in the cold wind. If you want to touch our archaeologist, his 3 swords gleamed with cold light. First ask my swords. Robin's fingers finally left the last historical text, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Done. Then her vision went dark as she fainted from exhaustion. Robin, Nami, and Chopper immediately rushed forward to carry her away from the danger zone. Chapter 74. Inception Awakening. Cook Sanji, help me take a hit. Akiji looked at the shattered ice blocks, his gaze still as calm as a deep pool. He nodded slightly. The kid with the knife has improved quite a bit since the last time we met. Before his voice faded, his figure suddenly vanished. In almost the same instant, Akiji appeared in front of Zoro, his fist wrapped in bone-chilling cold aimed straight at Zoro's face. Zoro crossed his 3 swords to block, the blades clashing with the ice, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Useless. Akiji's voice carried a hint of lazy mockery. Your swords can't cut the intangible of the Logia. Gritting his teeth, Zoro retreated, his 3 swords dancing in a dense formation. Yet he could never reach Akiji's true form. Ice crystals splattered between the blades, the cold spreading up Zoro's arms, gradually covering them with a layer of frost. Akiji suddenly stopped his assault, hands in pockets. Shaking his head, I thought everyone in the Straw Hat crew would have haki. It seems I was mistaken. This sentence was like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into Zoro's heart, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger, the swords in his mouth creaking. Then let us play. Akiji suddenly changed his fighting style, actively dropping his elemental form, his right fist covered in a pitch-black armament haki, striking straight forwardly. Bang! Zoro hurriedly raised his sword to block, but was still shaken to numbness in his hands from the impact. Akiji's attacks came like a blizzard, every punch landing accurately on the sword, forcing Zoro to retreat step by step. Too slow, wrong. The angle is off, too bad. Not enough strength, worse. Akiji commented while attacking, combining physical attacks with magical ones, making Zoro's expression grim. It was a blatant humiliation. The final spinning kick, wrapped in armament haki, heavily struck Zoro's abdomen, sending him flying like a broken kite, crashing through 3 walls before stopping, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Akiji adjusted his slightly disheveled justice coat, his tone indifferent. The strength of an admiral can't be crossed just by passion. Amidst the dust, Zoro propped himself up with his sword, trembling as he stood, blood sliding from the corner of his mouth, leaving a glaring red mark on the blade. But in his eyes burned an unprecedented fighting spirit, sharper than ever before. Armament haki, it seems I really need to master it, Zoro muttered, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. At that moment, he understood his shortcomings more clearly than ever. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected the host's strong will to become stronger. Sleep Dream System activates special mode. Inception Space. Inception Space. Dream training time. Flow rate changed. Comprehension enhanced. Inception Space current level first layer. 1 minute in reality equals 12 minutes in the dream. Note. Firmal can unlock the next layer. Zoro's pupils slightly contracted. It was a time flow dream. Although he could only enter the first layer now, this time difference was already astonishing. And what does this so-called enhanced comprehension mean? Can it increase my understanding? He turned without hesitation to look at Sanji, who was dealing with the Navy fodder. Hey, Cook. Zoro's expression was unusually serious. Help me take a hit for a bit. I'll sleep for 10 minutes. Sanji elegantly kicked a Navy soldier away, leisurely lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, slowly exhaling smoke rings, then suddenly looked up and shouted, "Damn it, green algae head, can't you ask for help properly?" Zoro's face darkened like a pop bottom, but under the pressure of the situation, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly say, "Please, take a hit for me." Sanji was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly executed a spinning kick that cleared the surrounding Navy soldiers. He adjusted his tie and walked towards Zoro. "Remember, this is what you owe me." After saying that, he turned to face Aokiji, his right leg igniting with intense flames. "Hey, ice block uncle, your opponent has changed." Without a word, Zoro directly leaned against the broken wall, laying his 3 swords across his knees, and instantly fell asleep. To others, he seemed to be napping inappropriately on the battlefield. But only Zoro knew that in the dream world, he would begin his special training in armament hockey. He had to seize the time to master it. Aokiji raised an eyebrow, looking at this strange algae-headed swordsman. Sleeping before battle? He shook his head. The newcomers really were getting harder to understand. Do they think they can become stronger just by taking a nap? Unrealistic. Sanji took a deep puff of smoke, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp. "Don't underestimate him, Admiral. The flames on his right leg burn hotter. Before that guy wakes up, let me have some fun with you. I'm quite good at fighting, taking hits," Sanji said casually with a cigarette in his mouth. Aokiji clearly froze for a moment, a rare look of astonishment appearing. "Do you know what you're saying? Actively asking to take hits?" Sanji shrugged, spat out the cigarette butt, and walked towards Aokiji with his hands in his pockets. "Doesn't matter. As long as I can get stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji made his move, but Aokiji was faster. Aokiji's ice fist slammed heavily into Sanji's abdomen. Bang! Sanji's entire body curled like a shrimp, flying out and crashing through half a wall. But the next second, he staggered back to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. "Let's go again." Aokiji's eyes flashed with surprise. This punch was enough to incapacitate an ordinary Navy petty officer. Yet this cook could still stand? Ice Age. Bone-chilling cold instantly froze Sanji into an ice sculpture. But just 7 or 8 seconds later, flames suddenly ignited from his legs, and with a crack the ice layer shattered, Sanji shivering but still standing. Is this all you've got?" Aokiji finally got serious, no longer holding back, his armament-covered fists raining down like raindrops. Bang! Crack! Boom! Every punch landed solidly on Sanji. The sound of bones breaking clearly audible, yet strangely, this blonde cook seemed like an unkillable cockroach, getting back up every time he fell down. Sanji swayed as he stood up, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a cocky smile. "I'm quite good at fighting. Taking hits. Doesn't matter." Sanji spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, resetting his battle stance. "Come on, let's continue." Before he could finish, Aokiji's ice fist was already whistling toward him. Sanji had no time to evade and could only take the hit with his body. Crack! The sound of broken ribs was clear, and Sanji was blasted away, carving a long mark in the sand. But he gritted his teeth and stood up once more. Not done yet. Sanji gasped for breath. Although the pain was excruciating, it felt like he had unlocked a blood rage, always hanging on to life. "Are you even human?" Aokiji was starting to lose his composure. Chapter 75. Taking the hardest hits, Cyborg Gene Awakening 100. Aokiji's assault came like a blizzard, but each time, the golden-haired figure would struggle to rise again. Cough! Bring it on! Sanji spat out a mouthful of blood, the fire in his eyes never extinguished. Aokiji's expression gradually became serious. As an admiral, he had seen countless tough men, but this was the first time he encountered someone who got more energized the more they were hit. Sanji's body was clearly at its limit. Yet he miraculously stood up each time, and it seemed his defense was improving after every rise. These new recruits, Aokiji exhaled a puff of white breath. Are they all this relentless? Bang! Another heavy punch. Sanji's knees slammed hard against the ground, but he used his last strength to hold himself up, not completely falling down. "I told you." Sanji grinned, blood seeping from between his teeth. "I can really take a beating." Sanji was drenched in blood, his suit in tatters, his exposed skin covered in bruises and horrifying wounds, his golden hair soaked in blood, sticking to his pale cheeks, yet his eyes shone astonishingly bright. He swayed as he stood up, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and the flames on his right leg reignited with intense heat. "Bring it on. Ice block, uncle." Sanji grinned with his blood-stained mouth, revealing a crazed smile. Akiji's brows furrowed tightly. A sharp ice blade swept out, sending Sanji flying dozens of meters away. Sanji's body rolled on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. But just when Akiji thought he wouldn't be able to stand again, the shiny black shoes stubbornly stomped onto the sand. "Oh!" Sanji let out a painful roar. Although he was not dead, the pain from every punch was real. At this moment, he still staggered forward. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded continuously. Ding. Cyborg Gene Awakening Progress 5. Ding. Cyborg Gene Awakening Progress 7. Ding. Cyborg Gene Awakening Progress 10. Each heavy hit felt like forging a piece of fine steel. Sanji could clearly feel the dormant cyborg genes within him being activated little by little. The scientific power of Germa 66 Awakening. Ha ha! Sanji suddenly laughed to the sky, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. Exhilarating. Bring it on. Akiji's expression completely froze. He had seen countless fearless pirates, but encountering a madman who screamed in pain while laughing and begging for more was truly a first. The temples of this admiral throbbed. For a moment, he was at a loss. This guy has gone insane? Akiji muttered, but his actions did not pause, delivering another ice age that completely encased Sanji in ice. However, just 3 seconds later, the ice cracked with a snap, and Sanji emerged, his body steaming. The flames on his right leg turning into a strange blue. "Thank you for the hospitality. The cold can't freeze my passionate heart. Now, it's my turn to return the favor." Akiji's pupils suddenly constricted. This madman's aura was more than double what it was before. Sanji's legs erupted with a ghostly blue flame, the intense heat distorting the air around him. He stomped the ground fiercely, flames surged and erupted, devil wind foot. Finishing touch. The blue flames tore through the sky, directly penetrating Akiji's icy defenses, landing a heavy kick on his shoulder. Akiji grunted, staggering back 2 steps. A charred hole burned in the justice coat on his shoulder. Interesting. Fire and ice. Is it a counter? Akiji squinted, looking at the smoking wound on his shoulder, realizing he could touch the natural type without using haki. But in the next second, Akiji's figure suddenly vanished, delivering a heavy punch wrapped in haki straight to Sanji's abdomen, sending him flying. Bang! Sanji crashed into the distant city wall like a cannonball, causing the entire stone wall to collapse. But amidst the dust, that blue flame ignited once more. Current cyborg gene awakening progress, 90. Cough cough. It's not over yet. Sanji spat out a mouthful of blood. The cyborg gene had awakened to 90. His body visibly healing from injuries at a rapid pace. The blue flames on his legs growing more intense. The surrounding sand seemingly on the verge of melting. Akiji's assault became increasingly fierce, each strike carrying a bone-chilling cold and the black light of haki. Although Sanji could barely retaliate, the significant gap in physical prowess still sent him flying repeatedly. The entire battlefield was littered with deep craters from his impacts, leaving trails of burning blue on the desert. Bang! Boom! Crack! However, strangely, no matter how many hits he took, Sanji always managed to shakily stand up, his body seemingly transformed into a bottomless pit, converting all damage into nutrients for awakening the cyborg genes. Kizaru sat on a point of light in midair, arms crossed, watching the show. Hey, Kazan, he teased. If you keep holding back, this desert is going to be flooded with your ice water. Akiji's expression grew increasingly grim. Clearly, he had used 7/10 of his strength. Yet this unkillable cockroach was getting stronger in battle and clinging to him like a sticky plaster, making it impossible to shake off. Ice Age. Akiji finally stopped holding back, pressing both hands to the ground, the terrifying cold instantly turning the area within 100 meters into a frigid hell. Sanji's body was completely encased in ice, becoming a lifelike ice sculpture. But just as Akiji breathed a sigh of relief, crack. The first crack appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, followed by the second. Third, the ghostly blue flames erupted from the cracks. "Thank you for the hospitality." Sanji's voice came from within the ice. Filled with an unprecedented sense of power, the cyborg gene had finally awakened completely. Boom! The ice exploded, and a figure engulfed in blue flames slowly emerged. Sanji's golden hair danced in the heat waves, his eyes like two burning blue sapphires. At this moment, the technology of Germa 66 and Sanji's will finally merge perfectly. Cyborg Gene 100. Super Recovery unlocked. Steel Body unlocked. This feeling, I can't feel any pain at all. Immediately, Sanji charged towards Aokiji. The time delay had already surpassed 20 minutes, but now he felt an endless surge of power throughout his body, wanting nothing more than to fight madly. Kizaru stood on a point of light in midair, adjusting his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting the fierce battle below, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, now these new recruits are truly remarkable. His gaze swept over Sanji, who was entangled with Aokiji, then glanced at Zoro, who was sound asleep, surprisingly able to last this long under the Admiral's hand. Chapter 76. Chopper, Captain, I feel something is off with my body. Meanwhile, Chopper and Nami carefully placed the unconscious Robin behind a safe piece of rubble. Usopp also ran over, panting and sweating. How is Robin? Just exhausted, Chopper quickly checked her, his small hoof gently resting on Robin's pulse. She should wake up after a little rest. Nami looked worriedly at the battlefield, but the current situation, her gaze swept over the frozen square and the watchful Kizaru in the sky, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her clothes. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced himself to calm down. Don't worry. He stole a glance at Ron, who remained as steady as a mountain. Look, the captain isn't anxious at all. He must have already thought of a strategy. Indeed, in the center of the battlefield, Ron stood motionless like an anchor. He crossed his arms, calmly observing the developments, and even had a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, his relaxed demeanor suggesting that this was merely an interesting performance rather than a life-and-death battle. Seeing the captain like this, Usopp's heart instantly relaxed by a large margin. He knew this captain very well. Whenever Ron showed this expression, it meant that everything was under control and there was absolutely no problem. Hey, Usopp! Luffy suddenly bounced over from a distance, his rubbery arm stained with blood. Is Robin okay? She is fine for now, Usopp quickly replied, then lowered his voice. Luffy, does the captain have a plan? He doesn't seem nervous at all. Luffy grinned, showing his white teeth. Hee, Brother Ron definitely has a way. We just need to protect Robin. Just then, Smoker, leading Tashigi and a team of elite Navy soldiers, approached, surrounded by white smoke. He spoke with a grim expression. Straw Hat Kid, although your nature isn't bad. His gaze swept over the unconscious Robin. But this woman shouldn't be allowed on the ship. Her identity is the Devil's Child, Nico Robin. Luffy suddenly stood up, his eyes under the straw hat colder than ever. What Devil's Child? All I know is she's a partner recognized by my brother. Before he finished speaking, Luffy's rubber arm shot towards Smoker like a cannonball. Gum Gum Rocket. Smoker quickly elementalized, white smoke scattering and then converging, stubborn. His 10 hands covered in haki collided with Luffy, and a fierce battle ensued. Tashigi, seeing this, immediately drew her famous sword, Shigure, for justice. She cried out, pointing her sword directly at Usopp. Wait. Usopp flusteredly raised his slingshot. Why me? Although he shouted this, his hands didn't slow down at all. Deadly move, Gunpowder Star. Tashigi skillfully dodged the explosion, her sword light raining down like raindrops. Usopp rolled awkwardly to avoid it, his face turning pale. Although he was strong, deep down he always believed he was weak. Hey, I'm a sniper. How can I fight this close? However, after fighting for a while, he noticed that his speed seemed to be faster than his opponent's. I actually forgot that I seem to be quite strong. Let us have a proper fight with the god of sniping. On the other side, the battle between Luffy and Smoker grew more intense. Every swing of Smoker's 10 hands brought a sound of breaking air, while Luffy's haki-imbued punches became more and more skilled. You don't understand her danger at all, Smoker shouted angrily, and white smoke transformed into a giant python, wrapping around Luffy. Luffy performed a backflip to dodge. His gaze firm. I don't care about her past. His fist was covered in thicker haki. Right now, Robin is our partner. The two fists and 10 hands collided violently, resulting in a deafening roar, the shockwave toppling nearby Navy soldiers, forcing even Tashigi and Usopp to temporarily retreat. Nami looked at the chaotic battlefield, thinking how strong these guys were. Chopper, yet scary. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Kizaru, who had been watching from the sidelines, stretched lazily and stood up from the light point. Ah, I've rested enough. He adjusted his sunglasses, scanning the battlefield to choose which lucky one to end this farce. Just as Kizaru was about to casually pick a target, Ace suddenly stepped forward, blocking his way. Admiral Kizaru. He lowered the brim of his hat, a hint of battle intent in his smile. I haven't fought with an admiral yet. How about giving me a chance? Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Fire Fist Ace? The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Capturing you would be a great achievement. In the moment of confrontation, Ron whispered a few words in Ace's ear. Hearing this, Ace was taken aback. Is that possible? Ron gave him a reassuring look, and Ace's mouth twitched. Okay. The next second, Ace's entire body erupted in brilliant flames, charging towards Kizaru like a meteor. Fire Fist. Kizaru unhurriedly raised his hand. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless light bullets poured down like a torrential rain. Ace didn't dodge. Flames formed a massive shield in front of him, blocking all the explosive light bullets. Just as the battlefield was about to erupt, Chopper suddenly trembled all over, his originally round eyes widening suddenly, and his nose twitched unnaturally twice. Ugh, I feel so uncomfortable. He muttered softly, his hooves unconsciously scratching his furry body. But that strange feeling not only didn't diminish, it surged like a tide. Hey Chopper, what is wrong with you? Nami was the first to notice his abnormality and came over with concern. Mifine. Chopper forced himself to shake his head, but his body twisted uncontrollably, even his antlers trembled. I might need to step away for a bit. After saying this, he quietly shrank his body and stealthily slipped over Ron while everyone was focused on the struggle for the stone tablet. Captain, Chopper lowered his voice, his claws nervously gripping Ron's clothes. I feel something is off with my body. Ron was taken aback and looked down at this usually energetic little reindeer, now looking listless. He couldn't help but reach out to feel his forehead. Normal temperature. No fever. What is uncomfortable? It's not a fever. Chopper scratched the back of his neck in distress, his voice getting lower. Ever since that shiny guy Kizaru showed up, I felt uncomfortable all over. It's like there are 1,000 ants crawling all over me. Chapter 77. Getting stronger from sunbathing. Can sunbathing with Kizaru make you stronger? Chopper said as he twisted his body, his soft fur fluffed up, and I always feel like his light is special. It makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Upon hearing this, Ron looked up thoughtfully at Kizaru, who was facing off against Akiji in the distance. That guy was shining all over, looking like a human-shaped sun. Wait, a sun? Getting stronger from sunbathing? Sunbathing with Kizaru can also make you stronger. Just as he was speculating, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot from the edge of the battlefield, heading straight for Chopper, who was taking care of Robin. Chopper's pupils suddenly constricted, instinctively wanting to dodge, but the intense, strange feeling in his body made him feel as if he were welded to the spot. Chopper, danger! Get out of the way! Nami's scream echoed from a distance. Boom! The light beam hit Chopper squarely, engulfing him in blinding light. Everyone thought Chopper would be heavily injured and fall, but unexpectedly, Chopper stood firmly in place, emitting a faint golden glow. Ding! Detected super strong solar energy. Physical awakening. Super strong light energy absorption. Passive effect. Any light energy can be quickly absorbed. Sunbathing time shortened. Current sunbathing duration. 3. 5H. Complete sunbathing for 48 hours to receive reward. Wild growth. Chopper stared blankly at his little hooves, which were flowing with a strange halo. He tried to move his body. Not only was he unharmed, but he also felt extremely comfortable, as if soaking in warm sunlight. This is Chopper's blue nose twitched, and he suddenly jumped up excitedly, getting stronger quickly. It can shorten the sunbathing time. In the distance, Kizaru raised an eyebrow. No, no, no. The little raccoon is actually fine. He looked at Chopper with great interest. What a strange ability. Chopper was so excited that he spun in circles on the spot, his fluffy little hooves waving nonstop. This is amazing. I can now directly absorb pure light energy. He excitedly took out a small notebook he carried, quickly recording the energy from that light beam, equivalent to 2.5 hours of sunbathing. Nami also ran over, her beautiful eyes wide. What? She looked at Chopper in disbelief. Are you saying that instead of sunbathing all day, I could just take a few hits from light beams to level up? Usopp also knocked Daz Bones back with a killing blow, then looked at Chopper in surprise. Hey, this is too absurd. Chopper nodded excitedly. That's right. And this pure light energy greatly shortens the sunbathing time. What originally required 3 days of sunbathing to complete now only needs. He sneakily glanced at Kizaru, who was firing light beams in the distance. Maybe just a few dozen more light beams would do. Nami facepalmed and sighed. Although it's amazing. It's too dangerous. What if? No problem. Chopper clenched his little hoof into a fist. As long as it's light, I can absorb it. My body is completely fine. Just then, another stray beam flew over, and Chopper not only didn't dodge, but instead excitedly welcomed it. Come on. Let the light beams come stronger. Chopper, don't be reckless. Nami exclaimed. Boom! The moment the light beam hit Chopper, he absorbed it directly, his entire body covered in golden light. The time displayed on the system decreased by another 2.5 hours. Chopper excitedly looked at himself, still emitting a faint golden glow. This is great. I can also fight to protect everyone now. Ron looked at Chopper, who was shining all over, his eyebrows involuntarily raising. He subconsciously waited for the system's tenfold return prompt, but found his mind silent. Nothing. Ron murmured to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. When it comes to the subsystem host itself, it does not trigger the tenfold return. Only when obtaining extra rewards outside of oneself is there a tenfold return. He carefully observed Chopper's state, seeing Chopper excitedly standing in place, his eyes searching for stray light beams. Could it be? Ron rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Does Chopper's bloodline have something special about it? Is it possible that Chopper isn't the human fruit, model, commoner that everyone talks about? Does his bloodline also have an origin? Thinking of Chopper's unique blue nose, Ron speculated. Perhaps he was never just an ordinary little reindeer. On the other side, Kizaru caught a glimpse of Chopper's anomaly during the battle and casually pushed up his sunglasses. Ah, the little raccoon is quite tough. Huh? He naturally attributed this to the raccoon's special physique or some kind of defensive ability, completely failing to consider the bizarre direction of absorbing attacks. After all, during his years as an admiral, his attacks had never been absorbed. Hey, Kizaru. Ace unleashed another fiery punch. And getting distracted during a battle is not good. No, what a terrifying newcomer. Kizaru's figure suddenly transformed into countless golden photons, elegantly scattering and reassembling in the air. He pushed up his sunglasses, his tone suddenly becoming serious. It's already been too long. It's time to end this farce. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kizaru's speed suddenly increased several times. His figure transformed into a golden beam, instantly appearing in front of Ace, and kicked towards Ace's chest with his armed-colored military boots. Bang! Ace hastily blocked with flames but was still knocked back, plowing a deep trench in the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking up in shock. This speed. He was holding back all this time. Kizaru's figure flickered in midair, countless light beams pouring down like a torrential rain. Yada no Kagami. This time, the density and power of the attack far exceeded the previous ones, and Ace's flame defense was shattered to pieces. At this critical moment, a small figure suddenly rushed in front of Ace. Ace, grab my legs. Ace looked closely and was stunned to find Chopper, who was glowing with golden light. The little reindeer stood upside down, a determined look on his face, with his hind hooves pointing up. Use me as a weapon. Fight with all your might. Huh. Ace was dumbfounded. Don't joke around. How could this work? Absolutely can. Chopper's blue nose twitched in excitement. This is my wish. Please, Ace. Ace was still hesitating. And Chopper quickly explained in a low voice, "My system is to get stronger from sunbathing, and it just mutated. Now I can absorb all light energy. The stronger Kizaru's attacks are, the stronger I become." Chapter 78. The sky is dark. Why aren't you sleeping until dawn? Ace's eyes instantly lit up. Ha! Got it. Without a second thought, he grabbed Chopper's hind leg and held the furry shield in front of him. Chopper. Ace. Chopper shield, here I come. Seeing this, Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Ah, what a strange combination. Do you look down on me? He casually shot a light bullet, bang. The light bullet hit Chopper's body, but the expected scream did not occur. Instead, Chopper's golden glow intensified, and he excitedly shouted, "Awesome." It shortened the sunshine duration by another 2.5 hours. Ace felt the surging energy coming from the shield in his hand and grinned. Interesting. He swung Chopper around like a meteor hammer and charged at Kizaru. Flame Chopper Whirlwind. Wait, don't move too. Chopper's scream echoed in the air. I'm dizzy. Kizaru caught off guard. Was hit squarely by this sudden human weapon. What shocked him even more was that when he instinctively fired a light bullet to counterattack, all the energy was absorbed by that strange little reindeer. What a bizarre combination skill. Kizaru was a bit dumbfounded, but he didn't stop his attack. A Shaku Jewel. Kizaru crossed his hands, and countless dazzling light bullets poured down like a torrential rain. However, to his shock, the opponent didn't dodge, but charged straight towards his attack. The light points indeed hit the little reindeer, but the other side seemed completely unharmed. How? How is this possible? Kizaru's lazy expression changed for the first time. He pushed up his sunglasses. Is this a joke? Ace blocked Chopper in front of him, grinning from ear to ear. Great job, Chopper. Interesting. Kizaru's mouth curled into a dangerous arc, and a blinding golden light gathered at his fingertips. How about this move? Laze. A dazzling laser beam sliced through the sky, aiming straight for Chopper's forehead. Chopper shield impeccable. Ace leaped out, holding Chopper with one hand, and slammed down on the deadly laser. It hit instantly, but to everyone's confusion, there was no explosive energy wave. Hey, Kizaru's expression completely froze. What the hell? What species is that reindeer to actually be immune to my attack? Chopper, trapped under Ace's armpit, trembled with anger, his little hooves flailing wildly in the air. I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. You jerk. This roar even made the surrounding battlefield fall silent. Kizaru rarely showed a dumbfounded expression, his sunglasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. A reindeer? Is there really such a powerful reindeer? Shut up. Chopper angrily turned his head to shout, but then shyly twisted around. Even if you praise me, I'll be happy. But I'm really not a raccoon. This dramatic scene plunged the entire area into silence, revealing an unprecedented serious expression, it seems. I have to treat a raccoon seriously today. I already said I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. All right, raccoon. On the other side, Zoro slowly opened his eyes. He had slept from noon until sunset, a full 5 hours, but in the first layer of the dream space. He had spent 2.5 days in intense training. Zoro exhaled deeply. His whole aura suddenly changed. The originally sharp sword intent was now reined in like a deep abyss, yet still concealed sharpness. He moved his neck, making cracking sounds. Armament hockey. Finally mastered the basics. Zoro looked down at his arm, and with a thought, the pitch-black hockey flowed over him like water. Even more astonishing was that every second in the dream he practiced repeatedly against Hawkeye's shocking sword strike, and his understanding of that slash was now thorough. Zoro's gaze turned to Sanji, who was covered in blood not far away, leisurely smoking a cigarette, but his blue flames flickered, clearly at the limit of his stamina. But Akiji also stood on the ice with a grim expression. What is wrong with this monster? Can't even kill it. Hey, Cook. Zoro stepped forward slowly. Drawing 3 swords at once, it's time to switch. Sanji glanced at him and surprisingly didn't retort. Slept enough? The sky is dark. Why didn't you sleep until dawn? Sorry. This guy is quite the punch. Be careful. Sanji finally had some free time, lit a cigarette, and slowly took a puff, blowing out smoke rings. Akiji observed the awakened Zoro, and his aura seemed to have grown stronger. Then a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, What a monster can really get stronger just by sleeping. He waved his hand, and several ice spears shot out. Let me see how much you've improved. Zoro did not dodge or evade, crossing 3 swords in front of his chest. 3-sword-style demon slash. The pitch-black haki coiled around the blade, and the sword energy transformed into 3 ghostly sword lights. The ice spears shattered upon contact, and the momentum surged towards Aokiji. Interesting. Aokiji's pupils constricted, and he immediately raised several thick ice walls in front of him. Boom! The ice walls shattered layer by layer, and Aokiji was pushed back more than 10 steps before stabilizing his stance. A neat cut appeared on his coat, and for the first time, he showed a look of surprise. He actually mastered armament haki. Zoro maintained his sword-drawing posture, his eyes burning with intense battle intent. This slash is to thank Hawkeye. He slowly adopted a new starting stance. The next slash will be for you. Aokiji patted his slash coat, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Then let me see how far you can go. The entire battlefield was captivated by this stunning slash. Ron looked at Zoro from a distance, nodding in satisfaction. If the dream system's dream space is developed to the 3rd layer, it really would be 1 day in the dream, nearly 5 years in reality. Zoro slowly sheathed the Kitetsu and Akatsuki, leaving only Wad Ikamanji in his right hand. He closed his eyes and concentrated, replaying every angle of Hawkeye's earth-shattering slash in his mind, every ounce of force. Even the trajectory of the blade, slicing through the air, became incredibly clear at this moment. One sword style. Zoro suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze bursting with brilliance. His right arm's muscles tightened like steel, and the pitch-black armament haki on Wad Ikamanji flowed like a living thing. Seeing this, Aokiji immediately erected several heavy ice walls in front of him, simultaneously covering himself with armament haki. Ice Age. Zoro's sword moved. No flashy moves, just the simplest vertical cut. But the moment the blade descended, a ghostly green 100-meter sword energy erupted violently. Chapter 79. Kizaru is stunned. Is he being scammed? The sword energy was like ghostly fire from the underworld, leaving eerie green cracks in the air as it passed. Boom! At the moment the sword energy collided with the ice wall, the solid ice layer was torn apart like thin paper. Kizaru crossed his arms to block, but the armed haki and sword energy clashed violently, causing his arms to go numb. The ice surface beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and he was forced back several dozen meters, plowing 2 deep trenches in the desert. The residual sword energy swept past Kizaru, slicing toward the distant sand dune. With a light sound, the sand dune several 100 meters away suddenly split in 2, the cut surface smooth as a mirror, and the sand particles glimmered with a strange green light under the sunset, lingering for a long time. Kizaru shook his numb arm, and for once, a serious expression appeared on his ice-like face. I can't take it head-on. He adjusted his sunglasses, his tone carrying a hint of shock. It seems you've grasped something extraordinary. Zoro sheathed his sword and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Not enough. He looked at his slightly trembling right hand, still far from that strike. But everyone knew that this strike was already stunning enough. The sunset stretched Zoro's silhouette long. That figure standing in the desert already bore some resemblance to a future great swordsman. Kizaru moved his shoulders, the coldness around him becoming increasingly fierce, it seems. I have to treat this seriously. Kizaru launched another attack. Countless sharp ice spears condensed and surged toward Zoro. But Sanji suddenly stepped in front. Uncle, your opponent is me. Bang, bang, bang. The ice spears slammed against Sanji one after another, but he remained unmoved. Instead, grinning. Not bad, bring it on. In the gap of Kizaru's attack, Zoro seized the opportunity for another downward slash, identical to the previous one. The ghostly green sword energy shot through the air, so fast that Kizaru had to defend again. Damn, that strike again. Kizaru couldn't help but curse, you sword-wielding brat. Is that all you can do? Zoro replied expressionlessly as he sheathed his sword. I've only learned this strike for now. Kizaru's forehead bulged with veins. He had never encountered such a troublesome combination of opponents. One an unkillable cockroach dedicated to taking hits. The other a weird swordsman who only repeated the same move, and that move's power was only getting stronger. What drove Kizaru mad was that this rookie Zoro, just a few hours ago, couldn't he use armed hockey, and now, after a nap, suddenly mastered it? What kind of monstrous talent is this? Ridiculous. Ice World. Kizaru activated his ultimate move again, turning the area within 100 meters into a frigid hell. Sanji was instantly frozen into an ice statue, but broke free in less than 3 seconds. Zoro stood firmly on the ice surface, the armed hockey on his blade becoming increasingly solid. Useless, the ice block uncle. Sanji exhaled a breath of cold air, the blue flames on him growing more vigorous. Your ice can't freeze me. Zoro silently assumed the same starting stance, clearly preparing for another identical slash. Kizaru was on the verge of breaking down. You two monsters. You can't kill us or freeze us. He rubbed his painfully numbed arm, and what frustrated him the most was that Zoro's sword could now injure him, although each strike was only a light wound. They added up, and with Sanji, this unkillable punching bag, constantly distracting him, Kizaru felt like he wasn't fighting, but being worn down to death by two lunatics. Kizaru grabbed his hair, completely losing the demeanor of a Navy admiral. How did I end up with you two monsters? Sanji and Zoro exchanged a glance, and surprisingly, they both revealed a provocative smile at the same time. One was drenched in blood, yet grew more courageous with each battle, and the other only knew one move but struck with deadly precision. This pair's coordination made Kizaru, one of the highest combat powers in the Navy, feel utterly defeated. On the other side of the battlefield, Kizaru wielded the brilliant Amatsukagami sword, the golden light blade tracing a dazzling arc in the twilight. But every strike was blocked by that golden little reindeer with its body. Bang! Another light bullet was perfectly absorbed by Chopper, and Ace took the opportunity to peek out from behind Chopper, launching a fire punch wrapped in armed hockey straight at Kizaru's face. This is really troublesome. Kizaru elementally dodged, his brows furrowing beneath his sunglasses. He realized he had fallen into a strange loop. Whenever he relaxed slightly, Ace would suddenly launch a sneak attack. And when he attacked seriously, Ace would immediately retreat behind that strange little raccoon, using it as a meat shield to block all his attacks. Ace. Another hour's worth of sunlight absorbed. Chopper excitedly reported, very satisfied with being used as a living shield. Good job. Ace grinned and hid behind Chopper again. Bring on a few more. Kizaru's forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat. He had no idea that Chopper could only absorb light energy attacks and had no resistance to armed hockey. But the problem was, he had always relied on fruit abilities to attack, long accustomed to solving everything with light speed and lasers, rarely using pure armed hockey close combat skills. Truly, utterly troublesome. Kizaru's attacks began to become perfunctory. He didn't want to fight seriously anyway, and now he was even less motivated. As long as he ensured the historical text wasn't taken away, he could report back saying only Nico Robin had seen the content, and no one else had a chance to touch it. This way, he could cover his bases without having to clash head-on with this troublesome group of rookies. More importantly, he could still pocket some business travel pay. With this thought, Kizaru's attacks became even more careless, occasionally firing light bullets that accidentally hit Chopper, watching the little raccoon cheer again, and deep down, he had already regarded the little raccoon as a madman, then symbolically exchanged a few moves with Ace, looking like he was performing a poorly staged play. Yada, no Kagami Kizaru lazily released light bullets, most of which he deliberately missed. Missed again? That's impossible. Ace hurried to chase those light bullets, causing Chopper to be hit hard. To this, Kizaru became even more convinced that these rookies' brains were definitely not normal. The two sides exchanged blows, creating a dazzling display like fireworks, but in reality, they were just stalling for time. Only Chopper, the simple little reindeer, was still seriously counting the absorbed light energy. Ace, I've already absorbed a lot of sunlight. I still want to take more hits. Kizaru. Just then, Chopper's body shone brightly, and a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. 48-hour sunbathing task completed. Reward. Barbaric growth. Barbaric growth can temporarily break through size limits and gain the ability to grow larger. Note, the size of the growth is proportional to stamina consumption. The larger the body, the greater the stamina consumption. Hey, stop. I completed my task. Chopper shouted excitedly. Ace, seeing this, gently placed Chopper on the ground. Well done, Chopper. He then turned to Kizaru, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth now. It's time to implement my plan. Huh? Ace has a plan too. Do you need help? Thank you, Chopper, but no need. I can handle myself. You go to a safe place first. Oh, okay. At this moment, Kizaru was calculating how to gracefully end this farce when he suddenly saw Ace stumble, dramatically clutching his chest, and then fall stiffly in front of him. I'm seriously injured. Ace's scream was so exaggerated it was infuriating. Kizaru the Admiral is too strong. I surrender. Kizaru's sunglasses slipped to the tip of his nose, revealing his wide-open eyes. He looked at his Amatsukumi sword, which he hadn't even touched Ace with, and then at the barely breathing 2nd Division captain of the White Beard Pirates, completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Is it a setup? Kizaru's voice changed pitch. Pirates setting up the Navy? This is impossible not to catch. They've surrendered right in front of you. Kizaru stood there in a daze, but my sword is clearly still 3 meters away from you. What drove Kizaru even crazier was that Smoker had already come over with seastone handcuffs. Upon seeing this, Ace immediately weakly raised his hand. No handcuffs. I want to turn over a new leaf. Smoker looked confused until Ace leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear, causing the cigarette smoker's expression to change dramatically, but he still put regular handcuffs on Ace with a stern face. Hey, Smoker. Kizaru was so angry he jumped up. What are you doing? This guy is obviously faking it. There must be a trick. Are you acting with handcuffs? Smoker replied expressionlessly. Report to the Admiral. The prisoner has lost the ability to resist. After saying that, he added meaningfully, this is for world peace. Kizaru's face darkened like a pop bottom, his heart racing. Now that old man Whitebeard is going to go all out against me, right? This is terrible. What is the point of risking my life for a month for this? What is worse is that Ace, while being escorted, even turned back and waved goodbye to Ron, showing no signs of being captured at all. What a sin. Kizaru sighed to the heavens. What kind of sin have I committed? Chapter 80. The crumbling youth, the dark-faced Kizaru, and the ecstatic Smoker, just as Smoker was escorting Ace to retreat. Luffy stretched out his rubber arm and forcefully grabbed Smoker's cloak. Hey, White Smoke guy, why are you running? Fight me to the end. When he saw Ace's handcuffed hands, Luffy's rubber face instantly turned red with anger. You dare to capture my brother? Let Ace go. His fists were already coated with haki, ready to strike. Ace hurriedly blinked wildly, trying to signal him, his eyebrows almost flying off. Although Luffy was a bit dense, seeing Ace like this made him suddenly halt his punch. Huh? Luffy, run. Ron's voice came from behind. The Navy fleet is surrounding us. The group looked in the direction Ron was pointing and saw 10 Navy warships lining up in a battle formation, closing in on Alabasta. The intimidating display and the cannons raised in threat. Demon-slaying order. Big brother. Don't go yet. Ace. Ace has been captured. Luffy was still in a daze when Ron had already dashed to his side, pulling him away while whispering. Ace volunteered to be captured. He has his own plan. Saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Ace, who was frantically signaling Luffy. Huh? Luffy tilted his head, a myriad of question marks floating above. He looked at Ron's calm face, then back at Ace, who was making exaggerated gestures, and finally scratched his head. I really don't understand you guys. Forget it. Let's go. Hey, everyone, Luffy suddenly shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The Navy's demon-slaying order is here, run. This shout was like thunder, instantly alerting the partners who were fighting. Zoro forced back Aokiji with a slash and sheathed his sword. Humph, you're lucky. He turned around to retreat, not forgetting to pull up a nearly exhausted Sanji. Green algae head. I can walk by myself. Sanji protested, but he was still being dragged away by Zoro, his blue flames extinguished, covered in injuries, yet still stubbornly insisting. Wait until I recover my strength. I'll kick you to death. Chopper transformed back into his reindeer form, galloping. Everyone hurry up. He ran while pulling out some potions from his bag. I have recovery potions that can speed up recovery. Nami picked up the recently awakened and still dazed Robin. Hold on tight. Usopp ran while looking back, shooting a series of special smoke bombs. Ultimate move. Cover star. The colorful smoke instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Robin weakly opened her eyes, seeing her partners desperately protecting her, a faint warm smile appearing on her pale face. Thank you. Everyone, we are partners. Ahead, Luffy ran while muttering, that idiot Ace. How can he be so happy after being captured? I really don't know what he's thinking. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked at Ron with confusion. Wait, Ron, big brother. Ace isn't going to Navy headquarters for a free meal, right? Ron. Nami punched Luffy on the head, causing him to hold his head in pain. Idiot, who would be captured and taken to the Navy headquarters for a free meal. Ow, that hurts. As Ron quickly led Luffy and the others to evacuate the battlefield. Strangely, there was no sign of pursuers behind them. Looking back, Aokiji and Kizaru stood in place, showing no intention of pursuing. Akiji's face was dark, arms crossed on his chest, a chilling aura uncontrollably radiating around him. He watched the Straw Hat's retreating figures, wishing they would hurry up and leave. Finally, they're gone. He rubbed his still numb and aching arm, recalling Zoro's one-trick swordsmanship and Sanji's relentless resilience. His temples throbbing. If this keeps up, my bones will fall apart. On the other side, Kizaru's expression was even worse than Akiji's. He took off his sunglasses and wearily rubbed his forehead. This is bad. Just thinking about having captured the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates made him feel weak all over. That old man Whitebeard would definitely be on high alert. He wouldn't be able to relax for a second since that old man seemed very protective of his crew. The more Kizaru thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to resist kicking a nearby ice chunk. Damn, what kind of sin have I committed? He looked up at the sky, as if he could already see Whitebeard chasing after him with his weapon, thinking about his meager salary. I might as well take sick leave. Smoker walked over, escorting Ace, and seeing Kizaru's expression, wisely chose not to speak. Ace, on the other hand, was in high spirits, thinking about how to implement his plan step by step. Seeing Ace's eager face, Kizaru's expression darkened further. In the distance, the Navy soldiers on the warship exchanged glances, completely bewildered by what had happened. Clearly, they had captured a major criminal, the second-in-command of Whitebeard's crew, yet why did both admirals look like they had eaten flies? Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, wore a serious expression, trying to suppress his laughter, but inside he was already incredibly excited. Today was truly his lucky day. Not only had he successfully captured the warlord Crocodile, but he had unexpectedly also captured Ace, the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates. Even more incredible was that the 10 priceless pieces of historical text had not been lost. They had safely fallen into the hands of the Navy. These were all great achievements. Smoker looked at the 10 stone tablets floating in mid-air, secretly pleased. He knew the value of these historical texts all too well. In the past, these tablets were either hidden deep within the territories of the 4 emperors or found in secret ancient ruins. Want to obtain them? Unless you engage in full-scale war with the 4 emperors. Thinking of this, Smoker couldn't help but smile. What did it mean to go to war with the 4 emperors? It meant the Navy would pay a heavy price, that the new world would fall into chaos, and that countless soldiers would sacrifice their lives. Yet now, these hot potatoes had come to hand without any effort. Cough, cough. Smoker cleared his throat, trying to maintain a serious expression. But the smile at the corners of his mouth was hard to hide. Under the brilliant leadership of the 2 admirals, we have successfully completed our mission. Kizaru and Aokiji simultaneously shot him murderous glares, but Smoker selectively ignored them. He was already calculating how many ranks he could rise from this. Perhaps even directly promoted to Rear Admiral, and above that, Admiral. However, seeing Kizaru and Aokiji, maybe being an admiral was pushing it. The Straw Hat crew really was my lucky star. Smoker thought happily. Ever since Lowtown, every time he encountered these guys, he would forcefully gain benefits. Last time he captured Crocodile in Alabasta, and this time he directly obtained 10 pieces of historical text. Tashigi looked at her superior's expression and couldn't help but quietly remind him, Colonel, you can't hide your smile. Smoker finally snapped back to reality and quickly put on a serious face. Everyone attention. Immediately seal off the scene. Not a single piece of historical text can be lost. He paused and added, by the way, separate Crocodile and Ace for confinement. Chapter 81 report. Just in time for my subordinate, as the sun set. Golden rays spilled over the coastline of Alabasta. Ron and his companions arrived at a hidden harbor where the Starlight was quietly docked, its diamond-studded, gilded hull shimmering luxuriously in the evening glow. Vivi stood on the shore, her blue hair blowing in the sea breeze, tears of reluctance welling in her eyes. But a determined smile lingered on her lips. Brother Ron, Luffy, everyone. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Why need to expand my territory? You all must come help me. Ron stood at the ship's rail, his robe billowing in the wind, and smiled gently. Of course we are friends. This seemingly light-hearted remark made Vivi's tears flow uncontrollably. Luffy waved his arms excitedly. Your adventure will definitely be interesting. Nami wiped her eyes and pretended to be fierce as she shouted. Hey, don't get my weather chart wet. That's a super navigation treasure that can predict storms. Nami had previously gifted the weather chart to Vivi, and although she now hung it from her mouth, it was clear to everyone how much she would miss Vivi. Zoro leaned against the mast with his sword, rarely speaking. Next time we meet, let me see how much your swordsmanship has improved. Sanji gazed into the distance, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Surprisingly, those Marines didn't chase us. Goodbye, Princess Vivi, we are partners. Usopp and Chopper were already in tears, leaning over the ship's rail to wave goodbye to Vivi. Yeah, goodbye, everyone. The anchor of the Starlight slowly rose, and the sails unfurled in the sunset. Vivi stood on the dock, her vision blurred by tears, but she still waved her arms vigorously. We must meet again. Ron stood at the stern, watching the gradually shrinking blue figure, softly promising, definitely. The sea breeze filled the sails, and the Starlight sailed towards the shimmering depths of the ocean, carrying everyone's dreams and promises. Vivi's figure finally disappeared over the horizon, but that bond would shine eternally like the stars. A new adventure has now set sail. In the plaza of Alabastus Royal Palace, 10 historical texts were neatly arranged in a circle, emanating a faint glow. Soldiers carefully secured these precious stone tablets with special shockproof devices, each one guarded by designated personnel. Kizaru stood by board, playing with his sunglasses. Kazan, these stones are up to you to escort. He couldn't wait to distance himself from this hot potato. He had to, chase down fugitives. Akiji's face darkened, an uncontrollable chill spreading from his feet. Cut it out. He glanced at Crocodile, tightly bound, and the obedient Ace, his temples throbbing. With such a significant accomplishment, how could he enjoy it all alone? Smoker, however, was full of energy, clearing his throat at the right moment. Cough, cough. Report to the 2 admirals. I happen to have nothing to do and request to lead the pursuit of the Straw Hat crew. He saluted with righteous indignation. They were ruthless pirates and could not be let go just like that. Kizaru and Akiji exchanged glances, reaching an agreement. I'll go on then. Kizaru waved his hand, and with Akiji accompanying him, he could avoid a few scoldings. Remember, be careful. Smoker immediately boarded the warship with Tashigi and a team of elite Marines. Tashigi quietly asked, Colonel, are we really going to chase them? Of course. Smoker lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness. Just put on a show. Those guys are my lucky stars. Maybe next time we can catch an even bigger fish. The warship slowly left the harbor, gradually heading in the direction of the Starlight. Smoker stood at the bow, pretentiously holding a telescope. Full speed ahead. We must capture the Straw Hat crew. The next morning, with the flapping of the news bird's wings, shocking news swept through the Grand Line like a hurricane. The front page headline of the World Economic News boldly printed a startling title. Astonishing discovery. 10 historical texts appear in Alabasta, including 2 red road signs. Accompanying the article were clear photos. 10 large stone tablets arranged in a circle in Alabasta Square, with 2 special tablets glowing ominously red. Even more shocking was the small print below. Personally escorted by Admirals Kizaru and Akiji, each guarding 5 on their way to Marineford. What a joke. In a shabby tavern on a deserted island in the New World, the bounty of 320 million berries, Bazel the Bonebreaker slammed the newspaper onto the wooden table, causing several empty bottles to clink. His scarred face twisted in anger, eyes burning with jealousy. I've searched the New World with my crew for a whole 20 years. He grabbed the newspaper, his thick fingers almost puncturing the photo of the historical text, having traversed over 40 islands, lost 3 ships, and not seen a single fragment of a stone tablet. The tavern fell silent. Other pirates shrank their necks, though some looked at him with disdain. Their eyes filled with mockery, just watching him boast. Bazel took a large gulp from his bottle, liquor dripping down his beard. And now it turns out, 10 have suddenly appeared in Alabasta. And there are 2 red road sign texts. In a corner, a young pirate muttered, "I heard it was dug up by a kid called Straw Hat." "Shut the hell up." Bazel kicked over the table in front of him, with shavings flying everywhere. The Navy must have secretly collected them long ago. Now, they're deliberately releasing it to fish for us. He breathed heavily, suddenly revealing a sinister grin, but since it's out in the open. The first mate hurriedly leaned in. "Boss, what do you mean?" Bazel pulled out a crumpled sea chart from his pocket, marked with dozens of red crosses. "Send the order down, gather the whole crew." He licked his dry lips. Since the Navy dares to transport 10 historical texts back to Marineford. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. "Then we'll hijack it halfway." The pirates in the tavern gasped in shock. Robbing a naval admiral's escorted ship? That was simply courting death. But Bazel had already fallen into a frenzy. 20 years of fruitless searching had driven him insane. "I'm sick of living like a nobody in the 4 emperors' territory." He drew his serrated knife. "With the historical texts, I will be the next pirate king." Meanwhile, the same scene was playing out across the New World. Countless pirate crews, blinded by greed, began to gather, swarming towards the Navy's anticipated route like sharks sensing blood. Chapter 82. The World Trembles, Big Mom. "These 3 pieces are mine." In a certain sea area, the Red Force slowly sails. Shanks, with his red hair, unconsciously tightens the edge of the newspaper in his hand, the paper making a faint crinkling sound in his palm. Standing at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze messes up his iconic red hair. But his eyes are fixed on every word on the newspaper. This time, something big is about to happen. His voice is so low, it is almost drowned out by the sound of the waves. But Ben Beckman beside him still keenly senses the captain's rare loss of composure. Shanks slowly raises his head, his gaze crossing the turbulent sea, as if he can penetrate time and space to see the storm about to erupt. Not only do 10 pieces of historical text appear at once, his Adam's apple rolls, his voice carrying an unprecedented weight. Even Ace and Crocodile have been captured. Shank's hand unconsciously touches the stump on his left arm, that old stubborn white beard. Must be going crazy. Beckman lights a cigarette, the smoke quickly dissipating in the wind. The Navy has gone too far this time. 2 pieces of red marker historical text, enough to drive all powers in the New World mad. Shanks suddenly crumples the newspaper into a ball and turns to the crew, shouting, "Full speed ahead. Destination, Whitebeard Sea. We must meet Whitebeard before things spiral out of control." Jesus Burgess wipes his beloved gun, unusually putting away his smile. "Are we going to war, boss?" "Worse than war." A hint of worry flashes in Shank's eyes. This is going to be catastrophic. He looks towards the distant horizon of the sea, already envisioning the scene of the Whitebeard pirates emerging in full force. That old man who values family the most will never sit idly by while Ace is captured. Lucky munches on a chicken leg, muttering. But the newspaper says Ace surrendered voluntarily. That's exactly why it's more dangerous. Shanks suddenly turns around, his eyes shining with intensity. This means someone is playing a big game behind the scenes. He tightens his grip on the griffin at his waist, and the pieces have already been placed on Whitebeard's chessboard. The Red Force suddenly accelerates, cutting through the waves as it heads deep into the New World. Shanks stands at the bow, letting the waves soak his cloak. He knows the rules of this sea too well. The news of 10 historical texts appearing is like pouring a bucket of water into a boiling pot of oil. It will surely trigger a chain reaction. On the Moby Dick, on the wide deck, Marco drops a medicine bottle which shatters on the ground, the light blue liquid spreading across the wooden deck. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, his voice trembles slightly with shock. 10 historical texts. And Ace has been captured. Old man, I'm going to get people right now. Gwaha! Whitebeard's laughter interrupts Marco. The world's strongest man leisurely sits in a specially made chair, not even putting down his wine bowl. Don't rush, that kid is clever. Whitebeard's gaze moves away from the newspaper, looking towards the distant horizon. deep as the sea. This news has problems. Marco is stunned. Problems? He picks up the newspaper from the ground and examines it carefully, but this photo clearly. Look at Ace's expression. Whitebeard points to a blurry photo in the corner of the newspaper with the edge of his wine bowl. In the image, Ace, being escorted by the Navy, not only shows no signs of despair, but instead smiles brighter than anyone, even secretly giving a victory sign to the camera. Marco's eyes widen. This is... You can't see such an obvious signal. Whitebeard takes another big gulp of wine, the liquid dripping down his crescent mustache. Gwahaha, that kid is telling us. He's fine, don't act rashly. The captains on the deck exchange glances. Jozu scratches his bald head. Wait, old man, are you saying Ace was captured on purpose? Of course. Whitebeard slams his wine bowl heavily on the armrest. My son would be caught so easily. He points to the photo of the Navy ship in the newspaper. Look at this lineup. Both Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akiji are present. Yet they only sent Smoker to escort Ace. Even the sea-stone handcuffs weren't used. Vista strokes his curled mustache, pondering. Indeed, too deliberate. Marco still seems hesitant, but why would Ace? Whitebeard suddenly sobers, his gaze sharp. Ace would never do this on his own, since this has happened. There must be someone playing a big game behind him. His massive body leans forward slightly, and my foolish son has willingly become one of the pieces. The sea breeze suddenly becomes fierce, causing the sails of the Moby Dick to whistle. Whitebeard looks at the surging sea and says in a low voice, "Send the word down. The entire crew is on alert, but do not move out yet." He rubs the hilt of his sword, waiting for Ace's next signal. Marco finally shows a look of realization. So, we hold our position? In Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin is enjoying her afternoon tea. Suddenly, the homies rush into the hall in a panic, clutching the latest issue of the World Economic News. Mama, something big has happened. They tremble as they hand over the newspaper. Big Mom's thick fingers pinch the newspaper, and when her gaze falls on the front page photo, the whole castle begins to shake. The photo prominently displays 3 pieces of historical text, and although they all look the same, she recognizes at a glance that 3 of them are hers. Mama. The laughter that erupts is explosive, but this time it carries a chilling anger. The teacup shatters in her hand, scalding hot red tea flowing down her bulging veins. Those little bugs in the Navy actually stole my historical texts. Her pupils constrict violently. Her conqueror's hockey uncontrollably erupts, causing dozens of homies in the castle to faint instantly. What nonsense digging up garbage plans. Do they think this can prove the historical texts are theirs? The aura around Big Mom becomes increasingly dangerous. The surrounding homies have long hidden far away. Fearing to be affected, Parasparrow approaches trembling. Mama, maybe we should investigate first. Shut up. Big Mom roars as she stands up. The sky over Cake Island instantly darkening with clouds. This is not just a matter of historical texts. She yells as she grabs Napoleon. This is a matter of the dignity of the big MOM pirates. She strides out of the palace, each step shaking the ground, leaving cracked footprints behind. Prepare the pirate ships. Notify all the commanders to assemble immediately. She grins, revealing her gleaming white teeth. I want the Navy to know what will happen if they touch my things. Chapter 83 Kaido. One Piece is just one step away. Katakuri silently followed behind, knowing that Mom was truly angry this time. The 3 pieces of historical texts not only pertain to the ambition of dominating the Grand Line, but also symbolize the face of the 4 emperors. The Navy's action was equivalent to slapping the entire big MOM pirates in the face. This face must be regained. In Wano country, Onigashima, Kaido was leaning against his enormous sake gourd, drunkenly dozing off when suddenly the figure of Jin descended like black lightning in front of him, tightly holding a copy of the latest World Economic News. Mr. Kaido, you need to see this. Jin's voice was deep and serious as he handed over the newspaper. Kaido lazily opened one eye, his gaze sweeping over the photos on the newspaper. 10 pieces of historical texts, 2 of which were actually the legendary road poneglyphs. His drunkenness instantly vanished, his eyes widened, and a fervent fire ignited in his pupils. Waha! His deafening laughter echoed throughout Onigashima, scattering some of the dark clouds in the sky. He suddenly stood up, his massive body casting a shadow as he casually tossed aside the sake gourd. Smashing a large rock, road poneglyphs, and other historical texts. This is heaven sent. Kaido's voice boomed like thunder, excitement bordering on madness. He already had one road poneglyph, and with 3 more, he could reach Laugh Tale, and now the Navy had delivered 2 right to his doorstep. As long as he got the final piece, he could head to Laugh Tale and step onto the throne of the Pirate King. Jin calmly reminded Mr. Kaido, since the Navy dares to make it public, they must be prepared. Prepared? Kaido grinned, revealing his white fangs. I'm the strongest creature in the world. A mere Navy can't stop me. He grabbed the kanabo from the ground, his eyes gleaming with greed. Jin, gather the Flying Six and prepare the ships. Kaido strode toward the edge of Onigashima, looking down at the raging waves below. Since the Navy dares to display the historical texts, then I will personally retrieve them. Jin unfurled his dark wings and asked in a low voice, should we inform Lord Yamato? Kaido snorted, that unfilial child. No need to bother with him. The faster we act, the better. I don't want that madwoman Big Mom to get ahead of me. With Kaido's orders, the beast pirates quickly took action. Massive warships departing from Onigashima, heading toward the Grand Line. Kaido stood at the bow of the ship, the cold wind whipping around him. His eyes filled with ambition that was bound to be fulfilled. One Piece is just one step away. It will finally fall into my hands. Waha! At the headquarters of the World Economic News, Morgans was lounging with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping coffee while flipping through the latest articles sent by his reporters. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and his capable assistant burst into the office, clutching an urgent intelligence report that had just arrived. President, big news. The 4 emperors are on the move. Puffed. Morgan spat out his coffee, the white feathers instantly turning brown. Without bothering to wipe it, he snatched the intelligence, his sharp eagle eyes quickly scanning the content. This is. His pupils suddenly contracted, and then all the feathers on his body slightly fluffed up with excitement. Red-haired is searching for Whitebeard. Big Mom and Kaido are moving simultaneously. His voice trembled with excitement, and his sharp beak cracked into an almost mad grin. This is simply a century-level headline. He slammed his hands on the desk, scattering documents everywhere. The Navy, the 4 emperors' historical texts. The forces of the entire world will be drawn into this storm. Morgans paced back and forth in his office, nearly flying with excitement. War, conflict, power struggles. This is the essence of news. His assistant timidly asked, President, what should we do next? Wait. Morgans laughed maniacally. Wait for the moment the 4 emperors and the Navy meet. That'll be the big news. Morgans became more and more excited, unable to contain his inner joy. Wonderful. This is the kind of event that every journalist dreams of. His eyes sparkled with greed. Once the war broke out, the sales of the World Economic News would soar. Waha, I am a true king of news. Then Morgans looked at his assistant, immediately spread the news about the historical texts. Whoever gets the historical text gets 1 piece. The assistant hesitated, but, President, 1T this worsen the original timeline? After all, too many people will know. Morgans abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze piercing like a knife into the assistant, his voice suddenly turning cold. Worsen? No. This is called the course of history. A journalist's duty is to make the world burn brighter. He turned to look out the window, the sky gradually becoming overcast. 2 admirals. 2 4 emperors. Who will win? Who will fall? The world order will be rewritten because of this. Morgans laughed loudly. I can't wait to see that day's newspaper. The whole world, rise up. On the azure sea, the Star Chaser was cutting through the waves. The outline of Gaia Island was becoming clearer, with lush forests and towering town buildings shimmering under the sunlight. Ron, look ahead is Gaia Island. Nami stood at the bow, the sea breeze blowing through her orange short hair, the log pointer steadily pointing toward the island. Ron leaned against the side of the ship, smiling. We finally arrived. I heard the golden legend here is quite interesting. Before he could finish, a news bird flapped its wings and swooped down from the sky, dropping several newspapers onto the deck with a thud. Today's news? Ron bent down to pick it up and casually unfolded the newspaper. Robin and Usopp also picked up the newspapers to read, and the next moment, a group of people gasped in shock. Shocking. The Navy and the four emperors are about to go to war. Historical texts trigger turmoil in the New World. The massive headline nearly filled the entire front page, with images below prominently displaying 10 pieces of historical texts. Even more shocking was that in the photo, two Navy admirals were standing by the historical texts, fully prepared, while the inside pages of the newspaper detailed the simultaneous movements of the big MOM pirates and the Beast pirates. This, Robin said with a wry smile. It seems we have poked a hornet's nest. Usopp also said in confusion, "Isn't this the historical text we dug up? How did it turn into the Navy's thing?" Chapter 84. Robin, bind the attribute collection system to become stronger. Looking at the analysis in the newspaper, it seems that the Navy has taken the blame for us. Moreover, Robin pointed at several pieces, saying that Big MOM claimed these 3 pieces were hers. What? Nami snatched the newspaper, and after reading it carefully, her face suddenly turned pale. Wait, did we actually dig up a Yonko's treasure? Nami's voice became softer, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the edge of the newspaper. The deck fell into silence. Ron, seeing Nami's worried expression, suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair, comforting her. It's okay, no matter how big the fuss, it has nothing to do with us now. But, Nami raised her head, her eyes filled with unease. No buts. Ron smiled slightly. If anyone should have a headache, it should be the Navy and a Yonko. Besides, he turned and pointed to the approaching Gaia Island. We still have adventures to continue. We don't have time to worry about their mess. All right. Nami suddenly became excited, her mood flipping faster than turning a page. The island ahead means we can dig for treasure again. As the sun set on the deck of the starry ship, Ron raised his glass, the amber liquid sparkling in the sunlight. The crew formed a circle around him, all wearing excited smiles. Let's welcome our new partner, archaeologist Nico Robin. The welcome party officially began. Usopp, not knowing where he pulled it from, put on a ridiculous party hat and started the first item. Becoming a system person, Robin elegantly sat in a specially prepared chair, her long legs crossed, wearing a polite yet confused smile. System person? That's right. Nami came to Robin's side, lowering her voice mysteriously. This is our biggest secret. Every new member gets a special system granted by the captain. Robin was somewhat confused. What does system person mean? Is it some strange devil fruit ability? Waha, let the great Usopp explain it to you. Usopp said proudly, hands on his hips. Each of us has a system. This is Captain Ron's special ability. With a system, we can gain unimaginable mysterious powers. Hearing this, Robin thought of the 10 historical texts from before, her heart suddenly racing. She quickly regained her composure and understood within seconds, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She looked thoughtfully at everyone. So, those historical texts. That's right. Nami stuck out her tongue shyly. My treasure hunting system sometimes digs up strange things, but I really didn't know it would dig up historical texts. Usopp immediately chimed in, excitedly saying, "What's that?" Last time, Nami directly dug up Roger. The whole ocean was stirred up. Robin gently nodded. I've heard about that incident. I thought it was fake news. I was surprised for a long time. Now you believe it, right? Sanji approached with a carefully crafted cocktail. Miss Robin, this is specially prepared for you. Archaeologist's special. Zoro leaned against the mast with his arms crossed, impatiently interrupting. It's always the same story. Hey, long nose, do you have to repeat this every time? My ears are going to get calloused. He turned directly to Robin. I have the sleep to get stronger system. That pervert chef has the hit to get stronger system. Nami has the treasure hunting system. And Usopp has the show off to get stronger system, although I think he doesn't even need a system to show off. Hey, green algae head, what do you mean by that? Usopp jumped up angrily. Chopper excitedly raised his small hoof. I have the sunbathing to get stronger system. As long as I sunbathe, I can get stronger. But, he tilted his head and thought for a moment, I recently found out that I get stronger faster when I sunbathe with Kizuru. Laughter erupted on the deck. Chopper's face turned red from embarrassment as he hid behind the mast. Woo. Don't laugh at me. What I said is true. Robin elegantly covered her mouth and chuckled, then turned her gaze to Ron, her eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. So, what will my system be, Captain? Ron closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system space. Countless light screens flashing before his eyes. Combat system, support system, growth system. Finally, a system glowing with dark golden light appeared. A tribute collection system to become stronger. Death time limit. System time rewind of 2.5 years. Within 2.5 years, as long as I am a place where someone has died, I can collect the attributes they left behind to become stronger. The collected attributes can perfectly merge with myself. No side effects. Ron opened his eyes, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Found it. He waved his hand, and a dark golden light surged from his palm, swirling around Robin like a flowing galaxy, finally merging into her body. Ding! Attribute collection system to become stronger, successfully bound. A mechanical prompt sounded in Robin's mind, and at the same time, lines of data streams suddenly appeared in her vision, as if the information of the entire world had been parsed into readable code. Robin rarely showed a shocked expression, looking down at her hands as if she could feel a new kind of power flowing within her. How is it? Nami leaned over, curiously asking, what is Robin's system? Robin took a deep breath, slowly raising her head, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Attribute collection system to become stronger. As long as I am in a place where someone has died, I can collect the attributes they left behind to become stronger. Wow, that sounds amazing. Chopper peeked out from behind the mast, his eyes shining brightly. Sanji stroked his chin, deep in thought. So that means Robin can collect attributes everywhere. Just like picking up shells? Exactly. Robin nodded gently, and the system's time rewind is 2.5 years. Which means as long as it's a place where someone died within the last 2.5 years, I can go collect attributes. Zoro raised an eyebrow. This ability suits you well. Robin smiled faintly, her gaze profound. Indeed. As an archaeologist, I often visit ancient ruins and battlefields, and those places are often the ones with the strongest aura of death. The atmosphere on the deck suddenly became a bit heavy. Usopp scratched his head, unable to help but ask, wait, Robin, what exactly do you mean by attributes? Robin clasped her hands on her knees, thought for a moment, and explained, it's like breaking down a person's abilities into strength, speed, reaction, observation hockey, and even battle experience. All of these can become collectible attributes. Wow. Chopper's eyes widened in disbelief. Does that mean Robin can collect all kinds of powerful abilities? Chapter 85. The Marshals, all 4 emperors are mobilized. Zoro crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Sounds much better than some long-nosed guy who only knows how to boast. Hey, Zoro, what do you mean by that? Usopp immediately jumped up but then shrank back, but people have to die to collect attributes. Won't there be a lot of ghosts there? Should I, Usopp the Great, hold a ritual to drive away the evil spirits? Bang! Nami slammed her fist on Usopp's head, angrily saying, stop talking nonsense. That hurts. Usopp rolled on the deck, holding his head. Nami, you hit too hard. I'm about to start acting tough. It doesn't hurt at all, not one bit. Usopp strongly hypnotized himself. Luffy rarely frowned, lowering his straw hat. But someone has to die to gain attributes. Wouldn't that mean many people have to die? Ron walked over to Luffy and rubbed his curly hair. In this sea, when is there a day without deaths? His voice was gentle, yet carried the weight of seeing the world. Even if we do nothing, R&T, there's still many who want our lives. He pointed towards the distant sea. Just because we dug up a few stones, the Navy is already hunting us down, and the 4 emperors are also stirring. Luffy lifted his head, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipating. Shanks said that those who go to sea must be responsible for their choices. Exactly. Ron's gaze swept over each crew member. We are not the active villains who harm others, but we can protect ourselves with our own hands. In the sea, the law of the jungle is the most basic rule. Robin softly added, just like the scholars of O'Hara, they did nothing wrong, yet ended up completely destroyed. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, unusually serious. Rather than getting tangled up in these thoughts, it's better to think about how to survive. Only by living can we realize our dreams. Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. The path of the strong is inherently bloody. What matters is the heart of the one wielding the sword. Ron nodded in approval. Exactly, as long as we have no regrets in our hearts. What is wrong with using the resources available to grow stronger? I understand now. Luffy suddenly grinned, regaining his usual vitality. We need to become stronger, so we can protect our friends. Oh, Chopper raised his little hoof in response. Usopp got up from the ground, rubbing his head and muttering, although it still sounded a bit scary. But since it's Robin's ability, then it's fine. Robin looked at everyone, a faint smile appearing on her lips. This time, she was no longer alone. With this group of companions and this special ability, she could finally live truly. So what are we waiting for? Usopp suddenly jumped up excitedly, waving his arms exaggeratedly. Let's head back to Road Town. That's where the Pirate King, Roger, died. Collecting the attributes of the Pirate King, just thinking about it gets me excited. As soon as he finished speaking, Robin gently shook her head to interrupt. The system has a time limit. Only those who died within 2.5 years will drop attributes. All right. Usopp instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, forgetting in his excitement. The deck fell into a brief silence. Only the sound of the waves crashing against the ship. Actually, there's no need to look for it deliberately. Nami suddenly linked her arm with Robin's, winking. Even if we can't quickly become stronger, it's okay. I'm still here. Robin, do you want to go treasure hunting with me? Maybe we can dig up some dead bodies? The entire deck instantly fell into an eerie silence. The air seemed to freeze. Naval Headquarters Supreme Command Meeting Hall. Sengoku relaxed his furrowed brow upon learning that the 10 pieces of the poneglyph were being escorted back by Kizaru and Akainu. Thankfully, they brought back every piece. Otherwise, Alabasta would really be doomed. Beside him, Tsuru was about to speak when a messenger burst through the door, nearly slamming it open. Trembling with his voice, "Marshal, urgent military situation. All members of the Beast Pirates led by Kaido are mobilizing and breaking through the New World defense line." The temperature in the meeting hall suddenly dropped, and Tsuru's brows knitted together. Before Sengoku could respond, another messenger rushed in. The Big Mom Pirates are also on the move. Queen Mama Scream has already sailed out of Tato land. Tsuru snapped the pen in her hand, quickly walking to the strategic sea map. The intersection of the two routes is exactly the passage the poneglyph transport ship must take. Sengoku's face turned ashen. But worse news followed. The red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates are approaching each other. It's suspected they are conspiring something big. The intelligence officer's voice trembled with fear. Kong slammed his fist onto the conference table, instantly shattering the solid wood surface. What are those two bastards trying to do? I see. Tsuru slowly removed her glasses, her voice deep as she analyzed. Whitebeard is very protective of his crew, especially since. She cast a meaningful glance at Carp. Ace is his most cherished son. Carp's expression darkened, his fists cracking with tension. That brat Ace. How could he be captured so easily? His roar shook the chandelier. Sengoku's mouth twitched. Vice Admiral Carp, please mind the occasion. The problem now is all 4 emperors are acting simultaneously. This is the first time in the Great Pirate era. He then looked at the waiting adjutant and issued orders. Immediately initiate red alert, recall all vacationing officers, and inform the scientific units to prepare for battle. This is likely to be a tough fight. Gaia Island. The port was filled with all kinds of pirate ships, tattered sails displaying menacing skull flags, the hulls reflecting the blinding sunlight, and even a few oddly shaped modified warships. The air was thick with a rich aroma of rum, the smell of roasted meat, and the unique salty scent of the sea breeze. Wow, it's so lively. Luffy stretched his neck, his straw hat blown back by the sea breeze, eyes sparkling. There are so many pirates, and so much meat. Zoro, holding 3 swords, scanned the port with sharp eyes. A mixed bag of fish and dragons. His gaze lingered on a few pirates with swords at their waists, a hint of battle intent curling at the corners of his mouth. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, elegantly adjusting his suit collar. I heard the seafood here is quite famous. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, would you like to join me for a taste? He instantly switched to heart-shaped eyes, eagerly leaning towards the 2 ladies. Don't interrupt. Let Robin go with you. I still want to go treasure hunting with Brother Ron. Chapter 86. Sanji, boo-hoo. I'd rather not have such a reward. Robin smiled and politely rejected Sanji. Sorry. Sanji, I want to go treasure hunting too. Sanji's heart shattered with a crack, kneeling on both knees. Having been rejected by two beautiful women, he instantly suffered 1,000 points of damage. Feeling despondent, detected that the host S-Heart has suffered 1,000 points of torment. Female bonus, reward double. Reward, martial arts, void step. Martial arts, void step, can move quickly in the air as if walking on solid ground. Stamina consumption is normal. Sanji, boo-hoo. I'd rather not have such a reward. Nami was not interested in Sanji's suggestion. At this moment, she was carefully studying the treasure map she had just obtained. According to the map, the treasure was located at the highest peak. A symbol of berries flashed in Nami's eyes, and she suddenly turned alert. Luffy. No running around. But it was too late. Meat. Super huge roasted meat. Luffy had already stretched his rubber arm and grabbed a giant beast leg from a distant barbecue stall, swiftly retracting it amidst the stall owner's furious shouts. And, with a crunch, he bit off half of it. Hey, idiot. You haven't paid yet. Usopp frantically pulled out his wallet, but was grabbed by Chopper at the corner of his clothes. Usopp, there's an old man over there who looks like he's about to die. The little reindeer doctor hid behind the long-nosed figure, his blue nose shaking. The port area was bustling with noise, various vendors shouting. Top-quality South Sea rum. Only 500,000 berries for a barrel. New-style flintlock guns. Guaranteed to take down the Navy. Latest bounty posters. Information on the 4 Emperor's officers for sale. A few drunken pirates bumped into them, and Sanji sidestepped to stand in front of the ladies. His leather shoes slightly raised, while Zoro's hand rested on the Wado Ikemonji. But the drunks just laughed and walked around, continuing their revelry. Truly, a place with too much freedom. Robin observed her surroundings with a light laugh, suddenly noticing a few figures trading in the shadows. But they were hiding quite a few secrets. Luffy bounced back with grease all over his mouth. Everyone, let's go eat first, then find the gold, and then we need to replenish supplies. Nami punched the captain on the head, counting on her fingers. Food, medicine, navigational equipment. Aren't those all on the ship? Ron asked curiously. We still need to replenish. What if one day we run out? Won't we starve to death? Ron was momentarily speechless, and then said, Then let us replenish. Just then, the port suddenly became restless. A group of fierce-looking new pirates was landing, and the burly leader kicked over a stall that was in the way. Get out of the way. We, the Golden Axe Pirates, want the best berth. Zoro narrowed his eyes. Are we going to make a move? Sanji lit a cigarette. Don't cause trouble. But Luffy had already jumped up excitedly. Oh? They look strong. Nami sighed. Great, we're going to fight again. Chopper and Usopp clung to each other. Why does it always have to be like this when we land? The sun on Gaia Island was still bright, and the noise of the pirates echoed. The burly man from the Golden Axe Pirates kicked over a barrel of wine by the roadside and grinned as he walked towards the Straw Hat crew. Hey, brats. This port is my territory, if you want to live. Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. Boom! The terrifying Conqueror's haki erupted from Ron like a tsunami. The air twisted in an instant, and the rubble on the ground trembled slightly, a visible shockwave sweeping out. This is... The captain of the Golden Axe Pirates' pupils contracted sharply, and the grin on his face froze instantly. It was as if he saw an ancient, ferocious beast awakening behind Ron, its cold eyes gazing down at him, and the suffocating feeling of death gripped his throat. Ugh! Thud! 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 The pirates who had been arrogant just a second ago fell down in droves, like wheat being harvested. Their faces turned pale, eyes rolled back. Frothing at the mouth, their weapons clattering to the ground. In just one encounter, the entire Golden Axe Pirates were annihilated. The port fell into silence in an instant. The once noisy Gaia Island dock was now silent. Whether it was the vendors, the drinking pirates, or the black market merchants observing from the shadows, all widened their eyes. Staring fixedly at Ron and his group, their faces filled with horror. What just happened? A pirate stammered. Didn't he do anything? Why did the Golden Axe Pirates all fall down? Was it poison? Or a devil fruit ability? Obviously, this group had no idea what Conqueror's haki was. In paradise, few had witnessed such power. On the Straw Hat side, Luffy's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit a whole roast. Wow, Big brother. You have Conqueror's Haki too. Zoro crosses arms, looking nonchalant. Humph. Isn't that obvious? Sanji exhaled a smoke ring, the corner of his mouth curling up. If you don't even have this little ability, what kind of captain are you? Nami then pulled Ron's arm, her eyes sparkling with symbols of berries. Forget about those small fries. Ron, let us go treasure hunting quickly. I heard there's a lot of gold on Gaia Island. Wait, we need to assign necessary tasks first. Ron told Nami not to rush, then looked at everyone. All right, next we need to head to Sky Island. Sky Island. Usopp's nose extended in fright. Recalling the knowledge about Sky Island he had learned earlier, he worriedly asked, do those floating islands in the sky really exist? Ron smiled slightly and continued to explain. To reach Sky Island, we need to harness the power of the knock-up stream. And to find the knock-up stream, we must first locate the South Bird. Nami tilted her head and asked, so we're going to look for that bird now? Exactly. Ron nodded. I suggest we split up. Nami and I will go treasure hunting first. I want to go too. Robin suddenly spoke up, elegantly adjusting her glasses. As an archaeologist, I'm very interested in the ruins of Gaia Island. Ron thought for a moment, scanning everyone. How about this? Those who want to go treasure hunting come with us. The others will be responsible for gathering information on the South Bird. The scene fell silent. Chopper timidly raised his little hoof. Can I go treasure hunting too? Of course. On the other side, Luffy had already jumped up impatiently. Treasure hunting is too boring. I want to find meat. Exactly. Usopp nodded repeatedly. Treasure hunting is too dangerous. What if we dig up something terrible? Chapter 87 Bellamy. I'm Little Calamity. So what are you? Sanji puffed out a smoke ring. I still need to buy ingredients and see if there are any beautiful, useful clues. Zoro crossed his arms. I'll go with them to the tavern to gather information. Ron looked at the few who were obviously looking for excuses and smiled helplessly. All right, it's decided then. Soon, the team split into two groups. Ron led the eager Nami, the expectant Robin, and the tightly clutching medical bag, Chopper, towards the ruins on the island. Be careful. Usopp shouted from behind, don't dig up anything weird again. Hey, Luffy, don't run so fast. Sanji chased after the already darting Luffy. Zoro, meanwhile, stood still, frowning at the map in his hand. Hey, don't run off. Go gather information first. Two groups acting separately. Moments later, the originally scattered group unexpectedly found themselves at the tavern entrance. Zoro pushed open the broken wooden door of the tavern, and a strong smell of alcohol and noisy chatter hit him. Under the dim light, various pirates were drinking heartily and laughing loudly. Old man, do you know where I can find a South Bird? Luffy tentatively asked. Seeing the old man didn't hear him, he took a deep breath and shouted, Hey, old man, do you know where I can find a South Bird? The tavern instantly fell silent. The old man looked up calmly at Luffy, shook his head, and the group fell speechless. Just then, a scar-faced bartender wiping a glass asked, Hey, I heard you're looking for a South Bird? Luffy immediately leaned over the bar, excitedly saying, Yes, we're going to Sky Island. The tavern suddenly fell silent again, followed by bursts of laughter. Ha ha ha. What's this kid saying? Sky Island? Another fool dreaming in broad daylight. In a corner, a man with short golden hair and a floral shirt slowly stood up. Bellamy shook his glass with a sarcastic smile on his face. Hey, did I hear that wrong? There are still people who believe in the legend of Sky Island? His subordinates immediately laughed in agreement. Bellamy walked up to Luffy, looking down at the Straw Hat Kid. Kid, Sky Island doesn't exist at all. Instead of dreaming these unrealistic dreams, that's just ignorant tricks. Dreaming is just a coward-esque excuse. He suddenly smashed his glass on the ground, glass shards flying everywhere. Why not come with me? Look at my territory. There's money if you want money, and people if you want people. The pirates in the tavern instantly quieted down, everyone waiting to see the show. Zoro's hand was already on the handle of his sword. Sanji's expression was tense, but Luffy just calmly looked at Bellamy, his eyes clear and firm. My dream doesn't need your evaluation. Bellamy's expression darkened instantly. Looks like you're too full, dreaming such a daytime dream. He flexed his wrist, knuckles cracking. Let me wake you up today. Spring sniper. Bellamy's arm suddenly compressed like a spring, then shot towards Luffy at an incredible speed. Bang! To everyone's surprise, Luffy merely tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the attack, leaving Bellamy stunned and his subordinates wide-eyed. I said, Luffy adjusted his straw hat, his voice dropping a bit. Don't casually mock other people's dreams. You're really asking for it, looking for death. Bellamy roared in anger, being mocked by these newbie pirates. Damn, I'm Bellamy. Why don't you go find out who I am? Inside the tavern, the atmosphere instantly froze. Sanji's eyes burned with anger, his shoe already lifted, ready to kick. Looking for death, bastard. However, Usopp suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait, Sanji. Usopp's voice was low and calm, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Dealing with this type, doesn't he require you to intervene? Bellamy and his subordinates were taken aback, then burst into laughter. Huh, what is this long-nosed guy saying? Does he think he is impressive? Usopp slowly raised his head, a mysterious smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He placed one hand on his hip, the other gently adjusting his sniper scope, striking an extremely pretentious pose. Heh. A mere crew of less than 20 little calamity pirates dares to shout here? Bellamy's laughter abruptly stopped, his face darkening. I'm Little Calamity. So what are you? Usopp slightly closed his eyes, as if lost in distant memories. It's been how many years since anyone dared to ask my name? His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a sense of desolation, long enough that even I was about to forget my real name. The tavern's lights seemed to dim at that moment, all eyes unconsciously focused on him. I only remember. Usopp suddenly opened his eyes wide, his aura exploding. The world calls me the king of snipers. Each word sounded like thunder, shaking the tavern's glass to vibrate. Bellamy's subordinates unconsciously took a step back. Even Bellamy himself's pupils contracted. Usopp continued in an oppressive tone. I come from the legendary Sniper Island, with 8,000 elite subordinates, roaming the seas, undefeated. The scene fell silent. Luffy's eyes widened, whispering, wow, Usopp is so cool. Zoro's mouth twitched. This guy has started again. Sanji. Bellamy's expression fluctuated. He stared hard at Usopp, trying to find a flaw on the other's face, but Usopp maintained an inscrutable expression, even carrying a hint of pity in his eyes, as if looking at a group of unaware ants. Ha ha! Sniper Island? King of snipers? He held his stomach, laughing until tears almost came out. Have you watched too many fairy tales? Such nonsense might fool a 3-year-old. His subordinates laughed along, some even banging on the table to egg him on. Exactly 8,000 subordinates? If you really have 8,000 subordinates, I'll stand on my head and take a dump right here. Usopp stood his ground, showing no fear, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. Because the system's voice had sounded. Ding. Détecting à potentielle occasion. Random quote redemption in progress. Redemption result. 8,000 subordinates. Existence duration 3 minutes. Chapter 88. The 8,000 elite have arrived. Welcome the Sniper King back to his position. In the next moment, the wooden door of the tavern was slammed open. Report, Sniper King. The first sniper team is fully assembled. The second sniper team is in position. The third team is on standby. A multitude of figures surged into the tavern like a tide, all fully armed, draped in sniper cloaks, their eyes sharp as eagles. In just a few seconds, the entire tavern was packed to the brim, with people even filling the street outside. 8,000 elite snipers lined up neatly, shouting in unison. The 8,000 elite have arrived, welcoming the Sniper King back to his position. Bellamy's expression froze instantly. His mouth agape, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. What? His subordinates were even more terrified, some directly collapsing to their knees. Are you kidding? How many people is this? Did 8,000 really come? The other pirates in the tavern were dumbfounded, their eyes wide. The alcohol in their hands suddenly losing its appeal. Usopp crossed his arms, standing in the center of the crowd, looking down at Bellamy with a commanding presence. You said I was bragging? Denying my title as the Sniper King? Bellamy's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. Luffy jumped up excitedly. Wow. Usopp, you're so cool. Zoro's eye twitched. When did this guy get such skills? Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth. 8,000 subordinates. Is this guy serious? Outside the tavern, pedestrians on the street stopped to watch, discussing among themselves. Hey, whose pirate crew is that? I heard it's the Sniper King. So terrifying. When did such a big shot come to Guy Island? Bellamy finally snapped back to reality, trembling as he took 2 steps back, his voice changing pitch. Wait. It was all a misunderstanding. Usopp sneered, slowly raising his hand. Now you know fear? Sniper team, listen up. The 8,000 elites simultaneously raised their guns. The dark muzzles aimed squarely at Bellamy and his crew. Bellamy collapsed directly to the ground, his pants instantly soaked. Spare me. His subordinates cried out in desperation, kneeling and begging. Lord Sniper King, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Usopp looked at their pathetic state, nodding in satisfaction. Remember, don't mock other people's dreams casually in the future. After saying that, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Retreat. The 8,000 subordinates responded in unison. Yes. Sniper King. Then, they retreated like a tide, disappearing without a trace in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Bellamy and his subordinates scrambled out of the tavern, their pants soaked, their faces filled with terror. They didn't even dare to say harsh words, just desperately rushing outside, fearing that those 8,000 snipers would suddenly return. What face, what dignity, was nothing in the face of life. Damn it. This guy really has 8,000 subordinates? Bellamy cursed as he ran, his voice trembling. What kind of monster is this? Inside the tavern, Usopp stood with his hands on his hips, sighing deeply. My title as Sniper King has been silent for too long. I didn't expect to return to the scene today, still sharp as ever. Zoro's temples throbbed, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. This idiot. I should just cut him down now, right? Sanji's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his cigarette bitten in half. Hey, there should be a limit to showing off. Only Luffy's eyes sparkled, excitedly circling around Usopp. Wow, Usopp, you really are the god of sniping. So amazing. Teach me. Teach me. Sanji, Zoro. In this chaotic atmosphere, a rough laugh suddenly came from the corner of the tavern. Ha ha ha, what an exciting encounter. Everyone turned to look, seeing a strangely built man with a few missing teeth sitting in the shadows, surrounded by cherry pies and rum, his grin wide, revealing uneven teeth, exuding a dangerous aura. Blackbeard, Marshal de Teach. He raised his glass, the murky liquid gleaming strangely in the light. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting guy in a place like this. Sniper King? Ha ha ha. The temperature in the tavern seemed to drop several degrees instantly. Zoro and Sanji's expressions turned serious simultaneously. Even Luffy stopped his noise, looking thoughtfully at the man. Usopp's cold sweat started to pour down. He stiffly turned his head, whispering, should we get out of here? Blackbeard downed the drink in his cup, slamming the glass heavily on the table. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. How about having a drink with me? He looked at Usopp, his rough fingers excitedly tapping the wooden table. Ha ha ha. A pirate who can command 8,000 subordinates. Your bounty must be astonishing, right? He licked his lips, revealing a greedy smile. Just what I want. Usopp's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Why is he licking his lips at him? Does he want to eat him? At this life-threatening moment, scared to the core but still trying to play it cool, he straightened his back and deliberately lowered his voice. Humph. You have good eyes. I am a super pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, the Sniper King Usopp. Ding. Detected a show-off occasion. Random quote redemption in progress. Redemption result. 10 successful. The tavern erupted 1 billion. ISNT that higher than the 7 warlords. No wonder he has 8,000 subordinates. Just as tensions were high, the tavern door was suddenly pushed open violently. Latest bounty notice. Special edition from the World Economic News. The newsboy shouted loudly. A newspaper floated right to Blackbeard's feet. He bent down to pick it up, his gaze sweeping over the headline. Sniper King Usopp's bounty surpasses 1 billion berries. With a picture of Usopp. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard suddenly burst into wild laughter. 1 billion berries. Just enough. He excitedly slapped the newspaper, as long as he caught a pirate with a bounty over 1 billion to present to the Navy. Ha ha ha. Usopp's face turned pale instantly. He mechanically turned to his companions, his lips trembling as he mouthed. Help, help. Chapter 89. Sudden earthquake? What have they dug up again? Zoro's 3 swords had quietly unsheathed 3 inches. Sanji's leather shoes slightly adjusted their angle, and Luffy lowered his straw hat, his expression serious. The noise in the tavern abruptly stopped, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the latest bounty notice. Hey, you guys look at this? A pirate with a scarred face trembled as he raised the newspaper. Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Bounty of 300 million berries. What? 300 million? The tavern erupted into chaos, the sound of shattered glasses ringing out, but even more explosive news followed. Roronoa Zoro. 250 million berries. Blackleg Sanji. 240 million berries. Zoro raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smirk on his face. Humph, that's reasonable. Sanji, you get a higher bounty just for taking a nap. He then exhaled a puff of smoke. The Navy must have made a mistake. They didn't see my potential. But the real bombshell was yet to come. In Nami. The pirate reading the newspaper's voice suddenly shot up an octave. 500 million berries. Uffed. Zoro, who was drinking, spat out his drink. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground, and even Luffy's eyes went wide. Nami's bounty is higher than mine. What? The tavern fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looking at the Straw Hat crew as if they were monsters. Are you kidding me? A pirate slammed the table. The crew's bounties are higher than the captain's? What kind of pirate crew is this? Perverts. A bunch of perverts. Blackbeard Teach looked at the bounty amounts in the newspaper, feeling his scalp tingle. These guys had such high bounties. Could he really catch them? He squinted, his rough fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Although this group of young people seemed careless, the bounty notice was no joke. Capturing any one of them would be enough to elevate him to the warlords of the sea. Hiv. I'll see what you little punks with over 100 million can do. Just as Teach was about to make a move, boom. The entire tavern suddenly shook violently, the wooden beams groaning under the strain, and bottles crashing down from the shelves. An earthquake? No, wait. This tremor is strange. The pirates in the tavern looked around in shock, and all rushed outside in a frenzy. Zoro and Sanji's faces changed simultaneously, having experienced many abnormal treasure-digging situations. They instantly realized this was no ordinary earthquake. Usopp's face turned pale. Oh no. Could it be that Nami and the others really dug something up? It was the same sound when they dug up the historical texts last time. Let's go. Zoro made a quick decision and turned to leave. Luffy charged ahead, smashing open the tavern door. Brother Ron. Nami, you guys didn't really dig up something incredible, did you? Seeing this, Blackbeard Teach's eyes sparkled. Trying to run? He suddenly stood up with a wide grin. Ha, Van Augur. Q. Follow them. The other pirates also heard Luffy and the others talking about treasure digging, and greed flashed in their eyes as they all rushed after them without thinking. The street was in chaos, buildings swaying under the continuous tremors, the ground cracking like a spider's web, and above the dense forest in the center of Gaia Island, dark clouds were brewing. That direction, Sanji's leather shoes hopped across the rooftops. It's where the captain and the others went to dig for treasure. Let us go. Find the captain. Zoro and the others rushed over. Hey, wait for me. Usopp followed closely behind. Q, riding on a sick horse, coughed and said, Captain, this noise doesn't seem right. Hiv. Teach was even more excited. Who cares about strange phenomena? Let us capture those little punks with over 100 million first. A few minutes earlier, Nami spread out the treasure map, her fingers slowly tracing the marked red line. It should be around here. Soon, she found the treasure location. The treasure map changed into a golden shovel, and Nami's eyes sparkled as she waved the shovel. Gold. Gems. Big treasures. Here I come. Robin elegantly brushed aside the drooping branches, observing the surroundings with interest. The rock formations in this area are very unique. They seem to have undergone intense geological changes. Wait for me, Chopper said, running with his little legs behind, his blue nose twitching as he felt something strange about the smell here. Suddenly, several burly pirates jumped out from the bushes. Stop! This forest is ours. Boom! Ron didn't even lift his eyelids. His conqueror's haki surged like a wave. And before the pirates could finish their words, they fell to the ground with rolled eyes. Nami pouted. Really, there are always some blind fools coming to disturb our treasure digging. Then, she eagerly raised her shovel. Watch my super treasure digging technique. Clang. The moment the shovel touched the ground, a black vortex appeared on the ground, and the golden shovel disappeared with it. A strange metallic tremor echoed through the forest. And then, boom! The entire ground suddenly shook violently. Towering ancient trees swayed wildly. Leaves poured down like a torrential rain. And cliffs in the distance began to collapse, rocks tumbling down. What's happening? Nami stumbled and held onto a boulder, the shovel clattering to the ground. She widened her eyes at the dark vortex, feeling something strange. Nothing had appeared, but the whole island was shaking ominously. Ron steadied himself, frowning, strange. Nothing appeared, not even a glimmer of light. Nami was also stunned. Is it possible to dig up nothing? But why did it cause an earthquake? Chopper clung tightly to Ron's leg, tears in his eyes. TTT earthquake. Do we dig into magma? Is a volcano about to erupt? Just as everyone was in doubt, Robin suddenly gasped, her long fingers pointing to the distance. Look! On the eastern coastline of the island, a brilliant blue light pierced the sky like a sword. The light was pure to the point of being transparent, but contained an unsettling energy fluctuation. Immediately after, boom, 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 a series of explosive sounds erupted along the coastline of Gaia Island, and countless dazzling blue lights shot up from all directions. These blue lights intertwined and twisted hundreds of meters in the air, eventually forming a blue light curtain that surrounded the entire island. Chapter 90, Blackbeard Teach? What a coincidence. This is. Nami's orange short hair was illuminated by blue light, floating like seaweed, and the recording pointer in her hand was spinning wildly. The entire island's magnetic field was in chaos. Ron's pupils reflected the vast blue light, and his observation hockey was fully activated. No, this is not a natural phenomenon. His voice rarely carried a hint of seriousness. We might be in trouble. The edge of the entire island is filled with this blue light. Chopper was so scared he hid behind Robin, gripping her clothing tightly. Do we trigger some ancient mechanism by digging for treasure? The blue light grew more intense, as if connecting with the sky, encircling the whole of Gaia Island. The surface of the light shimmered with liquid-like ripples, and the occasional splashes of light landing on the leaves emitted a crisp sound like metal clashing. Robin's archaeologist instincts went into overdrive. She suddenly knelt on one knee, placing her palm on the ground, her voice slightly trembling. There is something resonating underground, this vibration frequency. What is wrong, Robin? Could it be? Nami's eyes instantly turned into the symbol of berries, jumping up excitedly. What do we dig up this time? Do we dig out the legendary land of gold? She cupped her cheeks with her hands, already imagining a ship full of gold. We're rich. But Ron's brows furrowed. Something's not right. This vibration is too regular, and rumble, the ground shook more violently, trees swayed wildly, and leaves flew like rain. At that moment, Nami, Brother Ron, Robin, Chopper, Luffy rushed over, stretching his rubber arms to grab a branch, and with a spring, landed in front of everyone, followed closely by Zoro and Sanji, with Usopp tightly trailing behind. What'd you dig up? Zoro pressed down on his swaying sword hilt, scanning the surroundings cautiously. The whole island was shaking. Sanji's leather shoes sank deep into the trembling ground, feeling everything. Miss Nami, you didn't dig up something incredible again, did you? Luffy excitedly looked around. Wow. Was it this time? Is it a huge treasure? Or a super strong opponent? Nami shrugged nonchalantly, her orange short hair swaying lightly with the motion. I don't know, I just dug a shovelful. She pointed at the black vortex on the ground, and then the whole island went crazy. Usopp's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Just a shovelful. It really came true. We probably dug up something amazing again. Just then, the shaking of the entire island suddenly stopped, and everyone collectively held their breath. Crack! A huge crack began at the small hole Nami dug, spreading outward at an astonishing speed, brilliant blue light bursting from the crack, casting everyone's faces in a strange blue hue. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Wow. Is it coming out? Zoro drew all three of his swords at once. Everyone, stay alert. Sanji lit a cigarette, unusually serious. This time, it's probably not just treasure. Usopp had already hidden at the back. I think we should retreat first. As the tremors continued, more and more pirates emerged from all directions. They were originally drunk and dreaming in the tavern or making black market deals, but were startled by this sudden change and rushed to the edge of the forest following the commotion. It's them, that group who was bragging about digging for treasure in the tavern. A pirate with a face full of flesh pointed at the Straw Hat crew and shouted, "Damn it, I was in the middle of a big deal, and this damn earthquake ruined everything. I want compensation." The pirates cursed and surrounded them, some even pulling out flintlock pistols and machetes, the atmosphere tense. Usopp's forehead broke out in cold sweat, forcing himself to stand tall. "Hey, what do you guys want? Do you know who is standing in front of you? I'm the Sniping King from Sniper Island." An excited voice suddenly came from the crowd, and Bellamy pushed through the throng, swaggering to the front, his face full of flattering smiles, completely different from his previous arrogant demeanor in the tavern. "Everyone shut up." Bellamy turned to the group of pirates and shouted sternly, daring to disrespect the Sniping King. "Are you tired of living?" He was genuinely frightened by Usopp's 8,000 elite troops and hoped to use this to get closer to him. His subordinates immediately chimed in, pretending to be powerful. "That's right. Do you know this lord has 8,000 elite troops? One finger could crush you." With that shout, the originally clamorous pirates fell silent, and a few timid ones even quietly took a few steps back. Usopp was first stunned, then quickly reacted, immediately putting on a mysterious expression. "Humph, you're smart." Bellamy rubbed his hands and leaned closer. "Sniping King, I was blind before. How about this?" He pointed at the ground that was still cracking. "Do you need help?" Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their twitches, while Luffy scratched his head innocently. Why did this guy suddenly change his tune? Nami quietly poked Ron. "Hey, what is going on now?" Ron suppressed his laughter, whispering, "Obviously, the Sniping King." Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach, along with Van Augur, Poison Q, and others, made their way through the chaotic crowd. When he saw Ron and the others standing in front of the light pillar, his pupils suddenly constricted and his rough fingers unconsciously reached for the flintlock at his waist, then slowly relaxed. Teach calculated in his heart, Straw Hat Kid, Sniping King, son of the devil. Today is really lucky. Over 1 billion bounty heads, all together. Just as he hesitated whether to act immediately, Blackbeard Teach? What a coincidence. Ron suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze cutting through the crowd, locking onto Teach's bearded face. "So we meet here." This call was like thunder. Luffy turned his head sharply, his eyes under the straw hat instantly igniting with anger. "Teach? Where's that bastard?" His rubber-like neck stretched out, head turning like a radar. "I'm going to catch him for Ace." The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Ron helplessly facepalmed, pointing behind Luffy. He-S just standing behind the crowd, the one missing several teeth. Chapter 91. No need to look for the bird. You've dug out the sky current. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on Teach. The conspirator who had just been observing in the shadows was now fully exposed to the sunlight, his sinister smile frozen on his face, clearly not expecting to be called out in this way. Luffy slowly turned around, and when his eyes landed on Teach's face, he felt like a powder keg about to explode. "So you are Teach. It was you in the tavern, just now." His fists crackled as he clenched them. "It's you, this traitor, who made Ace chase for so long. I'm going to knock you out." Teach's expression darkened. He didn't expect to be recognized so easily. "Haha. The little brat dares to set his sights on me. Rubber. Luffy didn't give him a chance to finish, his rubber arm instantly stretching back 100 meters. Rocket punch. Boom. A massive fist, accompanied by a sonic boom, struck directly at Teach's face. Van Oka immediately raised his gun to shoot, and Poison Q's sick horse stood up. But no one expected Teach to not dodge at all, allowing the punch to land squarely on his face. Bang! Blood and broken teeth flew, and this notorious pirate of the New World was actually knocked back dozens of meters, crashing through 7 or 8 large trees before stopping. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. Ron's brows furrowed even tighter. Something's wrong. With Teach's strength, how could he not dodge even a single punch? In the cloud of dust, Teach staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but revealing an even more sinister smile. "Huh. That has some power." His eyes sparkled with madness. "But now all of you are mine." Just as Luffy was about to make his move, his fist charged and ready, suddenly. Rumble. The entire island trembled like a small boat in a storm. The ground surged violently like boiling water. Rocks cracked, ancient trees toppled, and everyone struggled to find their footing. Wow. Luffy stumbled, his rubber arm slapping the ground to maintain balance. What is going on? Robin suddenly turned pale, crossing her arms over her chest. Floral chaos. Empty eye. Her eyes instantly blossomed at the top of a 100-meter-high tree, using the high vantage point to survey the surroundings. The sea is receding. Robin's voice trembled unusually. The water level had already dropped 3 meters. No, for meters, and it was still falling. Ron's pupils constricted at her words, a terrible guess flashing through his mind. Could it be? He suddenly looked up at the sky, then at the increasingly distant coastline. It can't be. It can't really be that, right? Nami clung tightly to the swaying tree trunk. Ron, what's going on? We don't need to look for the south-south bird anymore. You've dug out the sky current. What? Nanny? The sky current. Everyone was shocked beyond belief by Ron's words. As if to confirm Ron's guess, the surrounding sea surface dropped again, forming a massive water vortex hundreds of kilometers in diameter. The vortex grew larger, the sea level continuously falling, and in the blink of an eye, the bottom of the island was exposed by over 10 meters. The surrounding seawater was being frantically sucked in, forming an even larger, terrifying whirlpool. Are you kidding? Usopp's nose went straight with fear. Weren't we digging for treasure? How do we dig out a natural disaster? Robin, is our ship okay? Chopper's eyes were filled with worry. Robin turned her gaze to the starry ship and found that although the sea level was dropping, the starry ship had automatically deployed its iron nails and was securely anchored to Gaia Island. It's fine. The starry ship is secured to Gaia Island, and the sails automatically retracted. After receiving this reassuring response, Chopper and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then we can rest easy. Meanwhile, Zoro also barely steadied himself, his 3 swords deeply embedded in the ground. Hey, Cook, have you ever encountered this situation? Sanji also finished a cigarette in one go, damn. After so many years in the floating restaurant, I've never seen anything like this. His words were interrupted by a deafening explosion. Bang! A thunderous blast erupted across the entire island, as if the heavens and earth were torn apart by this huge sound. Everyone instantly lost their hearing. Only a buzzing roar remained in their ears. The next moment, an indescribable immense force surged from beneath their feet, as if being gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. Everyone's legs felt as heavy as lead. What is happening? Usopp shouted in terror, only to find his feet briefly leave the ground before being firmly glued to the ground. The entire Gaia Island trembled violently, soaring into the sky amid the earth-shattering roar. Ah! The screams of thousands of pirates echoed through the air. Everyone felt as if they were pinned to the sloping ground, watching helplessly as forests, rocks, and buildings rapidly distanced themselves from the sea surface, the raging winds tearing at everyone's clothes and skin, and the clouds drew closer at a visible speed. Holy crap! The island is flying. A pirate clung tightly to a tree trunk, his eyes nearly popping out. Bere Honadi! Bere Honadi! We'll be smashed into a pulp. Another pirate's pants were already soaked. Bellamy sat on the ground, his face as pale as paper. What kind of joke is this? His golden hair danced wildly in the wind. I just wanted to pull off a heist. My idol. I haven't even joined the idol yet. The Straw Hat crew was also in chaos. Luffy excitedly stretched his neck. Wow. So awesome. We're flying. Zoro and Sanji stood back to back to steady themselves, their faces extremely serious. This is not a joke. Nami clutched Ron's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Ron? What do we do now? Ron unleashed his observation haki, his gaze locked on the approaching clouds. Hold on to me. We're about to pass through the cumulus clouds. Chopper had already transformed into his human form, gripping the ground tightly with his hooves. I don't want to die. I haven't become the best doctor yet. Robin suddenly pointed down. Look at the sea's surface. Everyone looked down and saw that the originally blue sea was rapidly receding. They could even see the distant scattered islands. And that sky current with a diameter of a kilometer was like a blue giant pillar supporting the island. shimmering with a dreamlike light under the sun. We can't be about to. Usopp's lips trembled. That's right. Ron took a deep breath. We are experiencing the process of a part of Gaia Island being thrust up to the Sky Island 400 years ago. We want to die from this. Right. Chapter 92. Breaking through the sky, heading straight for the Sky Island. It shouldn't be possible. Just at this critical moment, the island's ascent speed suddenly slowed down, and a dazzling white light pierced through the clouds, dyeing everyone's vision pure white. Ha ha ha! Here I come, Sky Island! Luffy's excited shout echoed in the roaring wind as he tightly grasped his straw hat, his rubber body flapping like a flag in the gale, his face filled with excitement. Bellamy and his gang sat frozen on the ground. What sky? Sky Island? Bellamy's golden hair was blown wildly, his expression like he had been struck by a heavy blow. That legendary place really exists? His subordinates were even more disheveled, some crazily slapping their own faces. It hurts. This isn't a dream. We're really going to the sky. Others were directly kneeling and praying. Please, God, don't let us fall to our deaths. Nami and Robin held each other tightly, fearing being thrown off by the constantly rising island. Disbelief filling Nami's eyes. The treasure hunting system. Is it really this terrifying? Nami's voice trembled. I just wanted to dig for some gold. Robin smiled to comfort her. It's okay. And this might be the second time in 400 years that someone has reached the Sky Island this way. Her fingertips trembled slightly with excitement. We're making history again. Zoro and Sanji stood back to back, 3 swords and toes deeply embedded in the ground to steady themselves. Green algae head. It seems we're about to make history. Sanji's cigarette had long been blown away by the fierce wind, his golden hair disheveled across his forehead. Zoro's eyes were fixed on the increasingly close clouds. Humph. Let's see how strong the swordsman up there is. Usopp and Chopper huddled together, their faces smeared with tears and snot. We're going to die. Falling from this height will turn us into meat patties. Ron stood at the front, his robe billowing in the wind, looking at the approaching sky with a smile. Everyone, pay attention. We're about to break through the clouds. The island's ascent speed began to slow down, but that lifting force was still astonishing. The white sea of clouds was within reach, shimmering like pearls in the sunlight. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gaia Island burst through the thick clouds like a giant whale leaping from the sea. In an instant, dazzling sunlight poured down, and in the washed-out blue sky, an island made of white clouds quietly floated. Further away, the Sky Island sparkled in the sunlight, with several winding cloud rivers surrounding it. That is, Nami's pupils reflected the golden light. Sky Island! Luffy's excited roar echoed through the skies. Bellamy and his gang were completely dumbfounded, some even fainted. We really made it to the sky. He stared blankly at the clouds, his pupils trembling violently, reflecting the miracle suspended above the heavens. The pure white cloud island, the pure white palace, the winding cloud rivers, and he could even see the winged residents of Sky Island looking around in panic. The Sky Island really exists. His voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing together, his legs uncontrollably weak. Behind him, his subordinates were even more disheveled, some directly kneeling on the ground, fingers digging deep into the soil. We have been mocking others' dreams all this time. Bellamy suddenly recalled the words he had said to Luffy in the tavern, that the Sky Island didn't exist, that it was daydreaming, that it was better to follow him. Every word felt like a loud slap to his own face. His gaze involuntarily turned to the Straw Hat crew. Luffy was excitedly dancing, Usopp proudly puffing out his chest, Nami and Robin exchanging smiles. Even that little reindeer was cheering with tears in its eyes. This group of dreamers they had once mocked was now standing in front of a miracle they had never dared to imagine. Boss! One of his subordinates choked up, tugging at Bellamy's clothes. Are we wrong? Bellamy's fists were tightly clenched, his nails digging deep into his palms. He suddenly remembered that many years ago, he too was a boy with dreams setting out to sea. When did he start to only mock others' dreams? When did he become satisfied with being a local tyrant in Magic Valley Town? Hey, Stalhat Keat! Bellamy suddenly shouted, and in the surprised gazes of everyone, this once arrogant man deeply bowed. I'm sorry. I was wrong. His voice echoed in the sea of clouds. Dreams should not be mocked. Luffy was momentarily stunned, then broke into a brilliant smile. Now you see the Sky Island too. Bellamy straightened up, a new light flickering in his eyes. He turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Guys, from today on, we will also go in search of our dreams. A person's dreams never cease." His crew was first taken aback, then erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Blackbeard Teach, upon hearing Bellamy's last sentence, suddenly wore a strange expression, scratching his head. His mouth slightly open with a few missing teeth, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Pirate, ha ha ha." He scratched his messy hair. Why does that statement sound so familiar? Van Oka nudged his sniper scope. "Captain, isn't that something you always say?" Poison Q, lying on the sick horse, coughed. "Ahem." Someone said it first. Teach's expression darkened. Dark mist began to swirl around him. "Pirate, ha ha ha. We can't miss a single person we need to catch." He suddenly raised his hand, darkness swirling in his palm, dark water. Just at this critical moment, "Hey, look." Usopp suddenly pointed at the Sky Island in terror. Everyone looked up, horrified to find that the Sky Island was rapidly shrinking in their view. The entire Gaia Island was still rising, having already surpassed the height of the Sky Island. "No, something's wrong." Nami's face turned pale. "We flew too high." Usopp panicked. "Oh no, we're going to start falling." As soon as he finished speaking, the lifting force that had been holding the island suddenly vanished. Gaia Island paused in the air for a moment, then whoosh. The entire island began to free fall. Ayowa! The screams of thousands of people echoed through the skies. The pirates rolled around like dumplings, desperately grabbing onto rocks, tree trunks, and anything they could hold onto. Bellamy tightly clung to a broken tree stump, his golden hair blown straight. His subordinates were in even worse shape, with some even biting onto their comrade's belt. The Straw Hat crew was also in chaos. Luffy stretched out his arms to wrap around a big tree. "This is adventure. Let us go." Sky Island. Chapter 93 completed a 400-year puzzle idiot. This is not an amusement park. Zoro's sword, Inma, was firmly planted in the ground, while Sanji steadied himself by hooking his legs around a large rock. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other, tears forming long lines in the air. "We're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die." Ron held Nami with one arm and grabbed Robin with the other. "Hold on tight. We're going to crash." Blackbeard's crew was in a desperate situation. "Captain, what we do now?" Van Augur's sniper scope had flown off. "Ha ha. Interesting." Blackbeard was laughing wildly, dark energy enveloping him and firmly anchoring him to the ground. This was real adventure. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, Gaia Island fell like a meteor straight toward the Sky Island below. The clouds were torn apart, and the residents of the Sky Island scattered in panic. "We're going to crash." Below, the residents of the Sky Island were leisurely strolling on the sea of clouds when someone suddenly looked up, and the shell cup in their hand fell with a clatter. "What is that?" A massive shadow loomed over Angel Island, the enormous outline of Gaia Island looming in the clouds, approaching at a terrifying speed. "God, save us. We're going to be crushed." The Sky Islanders cried out in despair as they scattered in all directions. Market stalls were overturned, precious shell products shattered on the ground. And Cornish trembled while holding her Cloud Fox. Even the usually imposing white beret troops dropped their weapons. On God's Island, Apaya, Enel, sitting on his throne, suddenly opened his eyes. "Huh." His mantra sensed something unusual, and he looked up to see the massive shadow in the sky, his lazy expression instantly becoming vibrant, a heavenly descent. To the earth, this self-proclaimed god suddenly stood up, his golden staff slamming into the ground, his eyes bursting with ecstatic light. "Wonderful. This is a gift from the gods." But immediately, his expression darkened. "No. Such a fall would destroy my land." 200 million volts, Thunder God. Enel instantly elementalized, transforming into a towering lightning giant over 100 meters tall, soaring into the sky. Countless thick bolts of lightning erupted from his body, intertwining in the air to form a massive electric net, attempting to catch the falling Gaia Island. "Stop, you god." At the moment of collision between the lightning and the island, a blinding light illuminated the entire Sky Island. However, Enel was shocked to discover that while his lightning could slow the descent, it could only do so slightly. a drop in the bucket. Ultimately, he could not stop the island. Gaia Island continued to plummet at an unstoppable speed, forcing Enel to retreat continuously. His lightning giant form began to destabilize, and for the first time, an ugly expression appeared on his face. In that case, Enel gritted his teeth and raised his golden staff, and boom! Before he could finish gathering energy, Gaia Island crashed heavily onto God's Island, Apaya. Amidst the earth-shattering impact, dust shot up into the sky, and the shockwave swept across the entire Sky Island. Incredibly, Gaia Island fit perfectly into the missing part of Apaya, as if the puzzle had finally found its last piece. When the dust settled, the Sky Islanders cautiously looked up. The originally incomplete Apaya was now whole again. The ancient Shandora ruins seamlessly connected with Gaia Island's forest. The land that had been split apart by the soaring sea current 400 years ago miraculously reunited at this moment. Enel stood before the golden bell, his staff clattering to the ground. I am truly favored by the heavens. And, at the center of the impact, the Straw Hat crew crawled out of the rubble, covered in dirt. Luffy spat out a mouthful of dirt. Tui, have we arrived? Ron brushed off the dust from his clothes and looked around. It seems we have completed a 400-year puzzle. Smoker's warship rocked violently on the sea surface, and the Navy soldiers on deck gripped the railing in terror. The usually calm White Hunter was now gripping the railing tightly, his eyes reflecting the soaring sea current, his expression horrified. This is, before him, a blue water column over a kilometer in diameter pierced through the heavens and the earth, like a giant pillar supporting the sky from mythology. The violent sea current had sucked the surrounding sea water dry, forming a terrifying whirlpool, and the Gaia Island that should have stood here had vanished without a trace. Report. Colonel, no, you are now a Vice Admiral. Report Vice Admiral Smoker. Tashigi corrected herself, her glasses reflecting the apocalyptic scene ahead, her voice trembling. Gaia Island. The coordinates of Gaia Island have been confirmed. But, is there even need to report? The whole island has been blasted into the sky, right? Smoker's voice was filled with shock. Even though the scene before him was too rare, he looked up at the water column that shot into the clouds, his hair whipping wildly in the wind. Damn. If we had arrived half an hour earlier, we probably would have been swept away too. Watching the horrifying scene before them, Tashigi suddenly weakened and knelt on the deck, her sword clattering to the ground. So terrifying, we almost ended up as nothing. The Navy on the warship was equally shocked. They had never seen such a breathtaking scene in their lives. This is so damn scary. This sea current is actually flying up into the sky. Gaia Island has been swept away. Are you kidding? The whole island flew away. What about the pirates on it? Did they all go up to the sky? Do we still pursue? Smoker's fist slammed heavily against the ship's side, the Navy coat flapping wildly. Immediately contact headquarters. Just say, you took a deep breath. Just say Gaia Island has been swept into the sky by the soaring sea current and is missing. The Straw Hat crew is also missing. Yes. Tashigi fumbled to pick up her glasses, but saw an even more astonishing scene. That towering sea current suddenly began to shrink, as if being slowly pulled back by some force. The sea level was visibly rising, and the drained seawater was flowing back. Vice Admiral, the seawater is returning to normal. All units retreat. Smoker stood on the deck of the warship, his gaze sweeping over the debris floating on the sea surface. Hundreds of pirate ship fragments bobbed with the waves, broken masts, shattered planks, twisted cannons, and those pirate flags soaked in seawater glistened painfully in the sunlight. This is really... He bit down on his cigar, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily, a divine contribution. Chapter 94. Marshal, I can't hold on. Dasky pushed her glasses and gave him a disdainful glance. Colonel, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it back. Smoker's expression was a bit strained, but the joy at the corners of his eyes couldn't be hidden. These are all pirate ships shattered by the raging sea currents, and have nothing to do with our Navy. Yes, Dasky elongated her tone. Anyway, there are no witnesses to the dead and these bounties. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Attention, everyone. Smoker suddenly ordered loudly. Check all the wreckage and look for survivors. Capture them. The naval soldiers on the deck exchanged glances. And a young sailor muttered softly, "It's all in pieces. Can there be any survivors?" "Execute the order." Smoker glared at him. "What if there are lucky ones?" "Yes." The Navy quickly sprang into action. Small boats were lowered, and they began to weave through the wreckage. Some retrieved half of a flag printed with a skull. Others fished out a curved dagger inlaid with jewels stuck in a plank. And some found a waterproof tube containing sea charts. Dasky came over holding a pile of wet bounty notices. "Colonel, preliminary statistics show that there are at least 7 wrecks of pirate crews with bounties over 10 million here." Smoker looked at the list and suddenly sighed. "Dasky, do you think what I'm doing is a bit despicable?" "Colonel," Dasky rarely showed a playful smile. "You used to not care about this. Ever since you started chasing the Straw Hat crew, you've become," she pondered her words, "more humane. Besides, these bounties can be used to improve the living conditions of your subordinates' families." Smoker was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. "You're right. After all, these bastard pirates deserve it." He waved his hand. "Let's take back all the spoils that can prove their identity. Then, how should the report be written?" Dasky blinked. "Just say." Smoker blew a smoke ring, a glint flashing in his eyes. "We encountered several pirate crews in fierce battle, and through a desperate struggle. By chance, we ultimately annihilated the enemy. The soldiers secretly gave a thumbs up. These bounties would be enough to buy new clothes for their families. And any extra money could be saved to improve their lives." A few hours later, the warship slowly departed, towing a small boat laden with spoils. Smoker gazed at the gradually calming sea and suddenly thought of something. "Dasky, do you think that Straw Hat Kid and the others will?" "Definitely alive and well." Dasky answered without hesitation. "Those guys are like cockroaches that can't be killed. How could they die so easily?" Smoker nodded slightly and turned to walk toward the cabin. "Next time we meet, I must capture them myself." Meanwhile, newspapers about Smoker were being printed frantically and distributed all over the world. Extra! Extra! White Hunter Smoker creates the greatest achievement in Navy history. Single-handedly annihilates over 100 pirate crews. Gaia Island disappears from the map. Accompanied by a photo. Smoker standing on the deck of the warship, with a composite photo of the wreckage of countless pirate ships behind him. Special report. Vice Admiral Smoker of the Navy G5 branch has achieved a feat that shocked the world. In the waters near Gaia Island in the Grand Line, this White Hunter single-handedly annihilated over 100 pirate crews. Even more shocking is that the entire Gaia Island has completely disappeared from the map in this battle. This report comes from Eyewitness News, described personally. Once the news broke, the entire sea was stunned. Marineford, Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, crash. The ceramic teacup in Sengoku's hand smashed heavily on the marble floor. Hot tea splashed onto the latest issue of the World Economic News, soaking a large part of the front-page photo of Smoker looking imposing. How much has Morgan's exaggerated? Sengoku suddenly stood up, his office chair sliding backward as he grabbed the phone snail on the desk. "Get me Smoker, right now." The office door was pushed open forcefully, and Staff Officer Crane also walked in quickly, holding the same newspaper. "It seems we underestimated the White Hunter." Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of jest in her voice. "This is utter nonsense." Sengoku ripped off his Navy hat, his forehead veins bulging. A single person annihilating over 100 pirate crews? Erasing an entire island from the map? He slammed the newspaper. When did Smoker have this capability? If he really had that strength, would he still have stayed at the G5 branch for so many years? It seems that promoting him to Vice Admiral before was a low position. Staff Officer Crane walked to the window, looking at the warships docked at Marineford. Although Morgan's report is exaggerated, the wreckage of pirate ships in the photo does exist. Sengoku's desk was piled high with urgent military reports. He rubbed his temples, feeling his migraine was about to flare up again. Originally, he was already very troubled because the 4 emperors had started fighting, and even more so upon learning that the Whitebeard pirates were heading toward the Navy headquarters. However, Smoker gave him a surprise. Could he have hidden his strength before? Truly Smoker. He took a deep breath, his gaze fell on the newspaper about Smoker on the desk, and he had some thoughts. He grabbed the phone snail. "Get me Smoker, right now." On the sea, Smoker was holding a cigar, watching the soldiers count the spoils, when suddenly a communications soldier rushed over in a panic. Vice Admiral. Urgent message from the Marshal. As soon as the phone snail was connected, Sengoku's excited voice exploded. Smoker. There's an important mission for you. The Whitebeard pirates are approaching Marineford. You must go intercept them immediately. Me? Smoker was dumbfounded after receiving the call. His cigar falling to the ground. Marshal, are you mistaken? There's no time to explain. Sengoku interrupted him. Kizaru and Akiji are engaged in battle with the four emperors. Akainu is protecting the celestial dragons. The only top combat power we can mobilize now is you. Sengoku specifically emphasized the words top combat power. Smoker's face turned whiter than his hair. Marshal, that's Whitebeard. Are you sure you want me, a Vice Admiral of the Navy, to intercept a four emperor? Exactly. I already know about your glorious achievements. Don't worry. The rewards you just received won't be less. Now you go and hold them off. Smoker's scalp went numb. Marshal, I can't hold on. Chapter 95. Intercepting Whitebeard. Maybe we'll be fine. You can handle it. We have eliminated hundreds of pirate crews and even destroyed islands. What does a single Whitebeard count for? Sengoku said firmly. Marshal, I really can't handle it. Smoker's scalp tingled as the den mushy simulated his expression of despair. Marshal, if I say everything is an accident, would you believe me? No need to explain, and no need to be modest. I believe you. Sengoku then firmly instructed. Remember, act according to the situation. No need to force it. Hawkeye, standing nearby, looked at Sengoku with confusion. Are you sure it's okay for Smoker to intercept Whitebeard? Sengoku replied. I have a bit of confidence. You dare to send him out just like that? Hawkeye questioned. Seeing Sengoku's confident expression, she decided not to say anything further. Then she voiced her lingering doubt. Now there's another problem. Where did Gaia Island go? Sengoku frowned. I don't know. I'm puzzled too. A perfectly good island just got washed away by the sea. Wait, the ocean current? The two exchanged glances, both gasping in shock. The sea wind howled, and the waves crashed against the ship's side. Smoker stood on the deck, holding the already disconnected den mushy, motionless for a long time. The ash from his cigar piled up significantly before being blown away by the sea breeze. Major. Tashigi cautiously approached, noticing that Smoker's face was even paler than his white hair. Tashigi. Smoker slowly turned his head, his voice dry. Do you believe in miracles? Huh. Smoker took a deep breath and crushed the cigar against the railing. Marshal Sengoku told me to intercept the Whitebeard pirates alone. Tashigi's glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose with a clatter. The Navy soldiers on the deck stopped their work in unison, and the air instantly froze. A new recruit cleaning the cannon trembled, causing a cannonball to roll into the sea with a splash. Isn't this a bit? Tashigi fumbled to adjust her glasses. Isn't this too forced? Smoker gazed at the distant horizon, suddenly recalling what Ace had said to him back in Alabasta. This time, he should probably at least not get beaten up. With that thought, Smoker's expression subtly changed. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Maybe it will be fine. Major, are you okay? Tashigi asked worriedly. Should we report the real situation to headquarters? No need. Smoker suddenly straightened up, his navy coat flapping in the wind. Prepare a speedboat. I will set off alone. What? Tashigi exclaimed. At least take a few warships with you. Too many people would only complicate things and wouldn't be of much use. Smoker's expression was serious. This time, I can handle it myself. He turned to head toward the cabin, but suddenly stopped. By the way, find that bottle of rum I treasure. A gift, Smoker said without looking back. I hope Whitebeard likes this flavor. Sky Island. As the dust from the fallen Gaia Island gradually settled, Luffy and the crew, along with many pirates, finally saw the surrounding scene. This is Sky Island? Usopp exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping into the sea of clouds. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was shrouded in pure white. Below was a soft, cotton-like layer of clouds, and in the distance, the winding river of clouds shimmered like pearls under the sunlight. Several giant vine plants shot up from the sea of clouds, with glistening water droplets hanging from their branches. I'm going to take a look. Luffy excitedly stretched out his arm, grabbing onto the tallest vine and shooting up. Standing at the top of the vine, Luffy's straw hat fluttered in the high-altitude winds. His eyes widened as he saw islands made of white clouds floating further away in uniquely shaped houses. Hey, there's a town over there, he shouted down. This news immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. A town? The settlement of the Sky People? It must have treasures. The Bellamy pirates couldn't wait to run in that direction. Hurry, don't let others get there first. Other pirates also sprang into action, some even starting to paddle makeshift boats made from wreckage in the sea of clouds. Nami stood still, her vision suddenly blurring for a moment. Ding! New island detected. Sky Island. Treasure map auto-generating. Sky Island treasure map completed. Nami excitedly held the treasure map in her hands and gasped when she opened it. This is... Nami covered her mouth, her eyes instantly turning into the symbol of berries. A golden bell. Ron noticed her unusual reaction. What's wrong? Nami grabbed Ron's arm, speaking excitedly and incoherently. Treasure map. The system auto-generated a treasure map for Sky Island. But at the top of the vine, there's... She lowered her voice, a pure gold bell. Robin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The golden bell of Shandora? Isn't that just a legend? Not anymore. Nami had already put away the treasure map. Let's go. The treasure site is right beneath the golden bell. Just then, Usopp suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, "Wait. What is that?" Everyone looked up to see several people with white wings flying toward them on specially designed tools, weapons glinting in their hands. Invaders. The leading Sky Warrior shouted sternly. Accept the punishment of the gods. As the Sky Island Guard warriors approached menacingly, they froze in place upon seeing the scene before them. Hundreds of battered sea pirates were glaring at them, some wielding machetes, others cleaning flintlock guns, and some dragging cannons from the wreckage. What was even more terrifying was that in the distance, more figures were moving on the island that had fallen from the sky. So many invaders. The guard captain's voice trembled, nearly dropping the impact shell in his hand. But recalling the order from the gods, he straightened his back with difficulty. By the command of the gods, this Sky Island is a sacred territory. You see, people must leave immediately. Otherwise what? A scar-faced pirate interrupted him with a sneer. Let your so-called god come out and shine my shoes. The pirates erupted in laughter. Haha, what kind of god is that? When I was in the New World, you were still playing in the mud. Kill these winged birdmen, boys. Chapter 96. Attributes everywhere. Tenfold return. The guards NT reacted when the fierce pirates had already pounced. Although the Sky Island warriors were familiar with the terrain and equipped with various peculiar shell weapons, they still retreated step by step in front of the battle-hardened East Blue pirates. Shock shell. Wind shell. The attacks from the various shell weapons were indeed unique, but the pirates quickly figured out their patterns. In just a few minutes, the entire guard team was knocked to the ground, their white wings covered in dust. Bellamy's spring legs had been compressed to the limit, and he grinned wickedly as he looked down at the captain of the guards beneath his feet. Is this little skill worthy of being called a god? His toes flickered with a dangerous light dye, just as his spring legs were about to explode. Boom! The entire sky suddenly shattered. Blinding lightning illuminated the sea of clouds as a lightning pillar over 2 meters in diameter tore through the sky, crashing down with the power to destroy everything. Bellamy's maniacal laughter instantly turned into a shrill scream. In the lightning, his body convulsed violently, and he didn't even have time to use the spring fruit's ability. Dazzling electric snakes wildly danced across his body. His orange hair stood on end, and his skin charred visibly at a rapid pace. In an instant, this once arrogant pirate star turned into a smoking, charred corpse, crashing down to the ground with a thud. What happened? The remaining pirates were frozen in place, looking up in terror, only to see high above, the clouds boiling like boiling water, countless lightning snakes darting through the clouds. In this center of the thunderstorm, a godlike figure quietly hovered, pale hair dancing wildly in the wind, earrings jingling down to his waist, a bare upper body covered in lightning patterns, surrounded by 4 thunder drums. The most chilling aspect was those eyes, devoid of any human emotion, only the indifference of a god looking down upon ants. Desecrating a god. NL's voice was not loud, yet it echoed in everyone's mind like a thunderclap, sending shivers down their spines. Die ants. He gently raised his hand, elegantly pointing at the crowd. Divine judgment. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of lightning pillars fell from the sky simultaneously, each one precisely locked onto a pirate. the blinding lightning casting the entire sea of clouds in a bluish-white hue. The struck pirates didn't even have time to scream before turning to char in the thousands of degrees of heat. The air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh, and blackened human-shaped scorch marks were everywhere on the ground. The surviving Sky Island guard team had long since prostrated themselves on the ground, foreheads pressed to the ground, trembling. The divine punishment has descended. On the Straw Hat Crew's side, Zoro and Sanji wore serious expressions, ready for battle at any moment. Chopper was scared, hiding behind Robin and peeking out, while Usopp's knees shook uncontrollably. This guy looks really terrifying. Luffy pushed down his straw hat, a rare serious expression hiding boiling fighting intent. This guy is strong. Ron's lips curled slightly. The Logia Thunder Fruit. A very good ability. The world was deathly silent. Only the residual lightning crackling in the clouds. Those once arrogant pirates were now frozen in place, their faces frozen in expressions of extreme fear. A few lucky pirates who made a move felt their legs go weak, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. The Logia, still the most terrifying Thunder Fruit. Enel floated in midair, his pale hair dancing in the static, squinting his eyes slightly, enjoying the fearful gazes from the crowd below. The trembling bodies, the pale faces, the terrified eyes, everything brought him immense pleasure. A god should make ants tremble. However, amidst this atmosphere of fear, Robin's gaze was drawn to something else. From those charred corpses, countless light orbs were slowly floating up, crimson as blood, azure as the sea, and pure white as jade. They swayed gently above the corpses as if alive, emitting an enticing glow. "Nami," Robin whispered, "did you see those light orbs?" "Light orbs? What light orbs?" Nami looked around in confusion. There was nothing but charred bodies on the ground. Robin's pupils constricted slightly. She suddenly understood those light orbs. Only she could see them. Ding! Detecting collectible attribute light orbs. The system's prompt echoed in her mind, and Robin's heart raced. This was her ability of picking up attributes to become stronger. The abilities of the pirates killed by Enel were now presented in the form of light orbs, waiting for her to collect. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Robin's eyes as she quietly activated the ability of the flower fruit. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on Enel in the blind spots of their vision, delicate fingers silently grew out from the gaps between the charred corpses and the ground. Top! The first finger gently touched the crimson power light orb, which instantly vanished in her finger like a droplet of water being absorbed. At the same time, a clear prompt echoed in her mind. Ding! Strength 1. A warm current suddenly surged through her body, and Robin could clearly feel her muscle fibers trembling slightly, as if infused with new vitality. She quietly clenched her fist and found that the strength between her knuckles had indeed increased a bit. Following that, more light orbs were touched and absorbed. Top, top, top. Each slight sound was accompanied by the system's prompts. Speed 1. Vision 2. Chop Technique 1. Robin's pupils slightly dilated as she felt her body undergoing a wonderful transformation. Her vision became much clearer, stronger than before. She felt she didn't even need glasses to read anymore. Her mind even filled with combat techniques she had never learned before. The most shocking thing was that these enhancements were all effective immediately. After absorbing a swordsmanship 1 light orb from a pirate skilled in swordplay, Robin's wrist involuntarily made a standard chopping motion, a move she had never practiced before, yet it felt instinctual. Enel seemed to sense something, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Robin immediately collected her thoughts, pretending to act like everyone else, but from the corner of her eye, she saw the last few light orbs quietly absorbed. At the same time, Ron's mind also echoed with the prompt of tenfold return. His body was becoming stronger at 10 times the rate. Strength, vision, chop technique, speed attributes, all tenfold return. Chapter 97. The Colorful Cook. Is it really necessary to go this far? Eneru hovered high in the sky, his long hair dancing wildly in the lightning. Looking down at the crowd with a voice like thunder, "I am the god of Sky Island. Everything here belongs to the gods." He spread his arms wide, the 4 thunder drums behind him buzzing and shaking. Those who do not submit shall die. Luffy immediately shouted back. What kind of god is this? I'm going to be the Pirate King. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Teach was surrounded by dark energy, his toothless mouth grinning wide. God? I hate gods the most. Enru's expression instantly darkened. Foolish ants. If you do not submit, then die. He struck the thunder drum behind him fiercely. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. The blinding lightning transformed into a giant bird, screeching as it swooped down towards the two. Luffy did not dodge or evade, letting the lightning pass through his body, the current jumping and flickering on his rubber body, but could not harm him at all. Ha ha ha. It tickles. Luffy scratched his smoking straw hat, but the hat was completely undamaged. However, the residual lightning electrocuted all the weak pirate crew members. Zoro drew his 3 swords, armed haki wrapping around the blades, leaping to slash at the Thunderbird. Go slash. The dark blue sword light split the lightning in two, the remaining electric arcs dancing around him, but could not penetrate his haki defense. Zing! The blinding lightning sliced through the air, aimed directly at Sanji's position, his shoes instinctively grinding against the ground, muscle memory almost making him dodge. Wait! Sanji suddenly stopped, a bold idea appearing in his mind. What if? Getting shocked feels like. He recalled Zoro's arrogant look when he blocked the lightning with haki. If you don't get hit, you fall behind. And how can you learn to use haki without getting hit? Anyway, it won't kill me. Sanji's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Maybe he could. Earn some haki or something. I'm in. Sanji, get out of the way. Usopp's scream came from behind. Nami was stomping her feet anxiously. Idiot cook, what are you daydreaming about? However, Sanji opened his arms, facing the thick lightning pillar. Come on, let me see the god's lightning. Boom! The blinding lightning completely engulfed him, the current piercing through every inch of his skin like thousands of steel needles, his golden hair standing on end, smoke rising from his suit in the high temperature. Sanji! Chopper's tears poured out, just as everyone was about to rush in. A wild laughter suddenly rang out from the lightning. Refreshing. Charred suit fragments fell, revealing Sanji's strong upper body, and shockingly, he was completely unharmed, with tiny lightning snakes dancing across his skin. Ding! Detected that the host is being hit, rewarded for being electrocuted 10,000 times. Thunderbird Gene awakening. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground. Thunderbird. Gene? He looked down at the electric arcs dancing at his fingertips. Absurd childhood memories flashing in his mind. What the hell did that old guy's tech team add to my embryo? Colorful cook. Is it really necessary to go this far? Oomph. What do you care? Sanji shook his numb arm, a satisfied smile on his face regarding the reward guys. I think I'm about to evolve. He suddenly ripped off his burnt tie, raising his middle finger to the sky. Enurite, haven't you eaten? Bring it on stronger. Enuru's face twisted instantly, seeking death. An even thicker lightning pillar struck down, but Sanji opened his arms as if bathing in sunlight. This time, everyone clearly saw a pair of phantom wings made of lightning faintly appearing behind him. Hiss! Getting shocked can make you stronger? This guy won't he develop a masochistic mentality from being electrocuted, will he? Just then, Sanji suddenly noticed several stray bolts of lightning heading towards Nami and the others. Hurriedly shouting, "Watch out!" Ron had already blocked in front of his companions, his dark-armed haki covering his palms. Everyone stepped back. He faced the incoming lightning and struck fiercely. Boom! An astonishing scene unfolded. The raging lightning was actually swatted away by those dark palms, as if they were playing with a ball, shooting directly towards the Blackbeard pirates. Wah! Poison Q's sick horse was electrocuted, its mane standing on end. Van Augur's sniper scope shattered into pieces, and Bages twitched and jumped in a comical tap dance. Teach hurriedly used dark water to absorb the residual current, angrily shouting, "Bastards! You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Enuru's expression showed cracks for the first time. Impossible. How can you swat away the god's thunder? Ron shook his smoking palm, sneering, "God? You are still far off." Enuru's face twisted with rage, 4 thunder drums simultaneously erupting with blinding blue light. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. The entire sky was instantly dyed white with lightning, several giant dragons made of pure lightning emerged from the clouds, opening mouths large enough to swallow entire battleships, roaring down toward the crowd below. Ha ha! Blackbeard Teach suddenly spread his arms, eerie dark energy surging from his palms. Dark water. A chilling scene unfolded. Those world-destroying thunder dragons twisted and deformed as they made contact with the dark domain, as if caught in an invisible giant mouth. The dazzling lightning was violently torn to pieces, transforming into countless streams of electricity, gradually being devoured by that writhing darkness. What? Inaru showed shock for the first time. My thunder was eaten? Teach's toothy grin widened, darkness swirling around him. Logia? In front of me, it's just a joke. Ron took the opportunity to observe the operation of the dark fruit. It's not elementalization, but true devouring. He noticed that when Teach absorbed the lightning, those dark substances formed countless vortex-like structures on a microscopic level. Zoro's 3 swords trembled slightly. That bastard. His ability is dangerous. Sanji frowned, TCH, stealing the spotlight. Inaru's expression shifted from shock to fury. He frantically struck the thunder drum behind him. 200 million volts. Thunder God. This time, he transformed into a towering lightning giant. But the greed in Teach's eyes intensified. Inaru's roar shook the heavens, his body rapidly swelling in the blinding lightning, instantly transforming into a 100-meter-tall lightning giant. The violent current surged through the clouds. The entire sky became his domain, illuminated by lightning. His twisted face resembled a true deity descending to deliver divine punishment. However, Blackbeard Teach grinned, his eyes gleaming with greed. Ha ha! Logia, Thunderfruit. A deep laugh rolled from his throat. What a nice ability. Chapter 98. What choice to make? I want them all. Facing the overwhelming thunder, Teach did not dodge or evade, and suddenly pushed both palms forward. Dark water. A pitch-black vortex spun wildly in his palm, as if the abyss had opened its giant mouth, creating a horrifying scene. The billions of volts of lightning released by Enel were completely devoured by that darkness like rivers flowing into the sea. What? Enel, in the form of the lightning giant, felt his pupils constrict. The power he prided himself on was now as insignificant as a cow sinking into the sea. Even more terrifying was that the darkness generated an irresistible pulling force. Before Enel could react, his massive body was uncontrollably dragged over, shrinking rapidly during the flight, ultimately transforming back into human form. Got you. Teach's rough hand clamped down on Enel's wrist. Insolent. Enel shouted angrily, wanting to elementalize again, but was horrified to find that his powers were completely ineffective. Useless. Teach's smile was hideous and terrifying. Anyone touched by dark water will become an ordinary person. Before he finished speaking, his other fist slammed hard into Enel's face. Bang! Blood mixed with fragments of teeth splattered, and Enel's golden headband shattered. This man who claimed to be a god now had a face full of blood, fear finally appearing in his eyes for the first time. Your physical skills are too poor, God. Teach grinned and landed another heavy punch into Enel's abdomen. Ugh! Enel curled up like a shrimp, vomiting bile. His proud heart net was useless in such close combat. 3 hooks, an elbow strike, and finally a powerful uppercut finished it. Enel's body was thrown high into the air and crashed heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. His long white hair was stained with blood, and 4 thunder drums scattered beside him, no longer holding any semblance of divinity. The entire battlefield was silent. Van Augur whistled. Captain, we've hit the jackpot. Poison Q's sick horse snorted. Cough, cough. New powers. Baji's excitedly flexed his muscles. Wahaha. A god is nothing special. Teach bent down to pick up the unconscious Enel, shaking him like a trophy. From today, the power of the thunder fruit belongs to me. Who says it belongs to you? A cold voice suddenly interrupted Blackbeard Teach. His laughter abruptly stopped. He turned slowly to see Ron leaning against a broken cloud rock, his robes gently swaying in the breeze after the thunderstorm. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Teach with interest, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. The flesh on Teach's face twitched. Captain Ron is interested too? Ron straightened up and leisurely walked down from the rock. The thunder fruit is indeed a good devil fruit. His gaze swept over the unconscious Sentinel, so I also want it. Teach's expression darkened. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Ron, his tense demeanor ready for battle at any moment. Then Ron chuckled, taking a step back, and even if we don't need it, we can't let it fall into your hands. As soon as those last words were spoken, the atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly froze. Van Augur's sniper rifle was quietly chambered. Poison Q's sick horse was nervously pawing the ground, and on the Straw Hat's side, Zoro's 3 swords were drawn simultaneously, while Sanji crushed a cigarette but with his shoe. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Teach's eyes. Huh? Captain Ron wants to intercept? Ron did not respond, just gently raised his hand. With this action, the crew members tacitly spread out. Nami's entire body turned into metal, thanks to the munch fruit, giving her a metallic physique. Robin crossed her arms in front of her chest, ready for battle at any moment, while Chopper had his medicine ready. Interesting. Teach licked his lips. To fight against us, the Blackbeard pirates, over a single fruit? Courageous. Ron revealed a sincere smile. To correct you, it's to eliminate your Blackbeard pirates and stop you in your tracks. Haha, so arrogant. I wonder how strong you are, Captain, who has no bounty. Teach provocatively stared at him with a sneer. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The two stared at each other, clearly knowing that today's battle was inevitable. At this moment, Luffy was waiting for Ron's command to rush out and knock Teach away, but suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. God-level choice system triggered. Choice 1. Repel Blackbeard. Reward 100 gene of top sea beast meat. Choice 2. Defeat Blackbeard. Reward second stage awakening. Choice 3. Kill Blackbeard. Reward observation Haki awakening beginner. He was momentarily stunned. All 3 rewards were quite good, making it hard to choose. His rubber fists were already cracking, and then faced with choice paralysis, he lazily decided what choice to make. I want them all. The host has made a choice. Rewards will be distributed after the task is completed. Luffy was taken aback. He really could have them all. But what about the sea beast meat? Wouldn't that all be gone? Damn it. This system is messing with me. Teach, I'm going to knock you away. Tough. Before he could finish his sentence, his figure shot towards Teach like a cannonball. Rubber rocket cannon. Ha ha ha. Teach laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide. Stahlhakit. Just in time. Dark water. When Luffy's rubber fist made contact with the darkness, a strange feeling of weakness swept over him, and he was shocked to find that his stretchy arms had turned back to normal. How does it feel? Teach sneered as he grabbed Luffy's wrist. But to his surprise, Luffy not only didn't panic, but instead grinned. Who said I can only rely on my fruit powers? The pitch-black armament Haki instantly covered Luffy's fist, and a powerful punch slammed hard into Teach's face. Bang! Teach stumbled back a few steps, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, disbelief filling his eyes. Armament Haki? How could a rookie like you have armament Haki? Luffy laughed heartily. It's just Haki. I also have Conqueror's Haki. Do you want to see? Huh. Conqueror's Haki. An idiot like you could never have Conqueror's Haki. Clearly, Teach did not believe that Luffy could possess Conqueror's Haki. He then glanced at Ron, finding that the latter had no intention of intervening, and he felt relieved. Since that's the case, let us deal with these annoying guys first. Chapter 99. Straw Hat vs. Blackbeard, Pirate Crew PK. After mixing with the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, do you think you're the only one who can use Haki? He raised his right hand, a familiar dark armament Haki flowing on his arm. Teach's expression darkened. Interesting. Let's have a real man-to-man duel. The two erupted simultaneously. Rocket cannon. Dark water. Luffy abandoned all rubber techniques, relying purely on martial arts and Haki, while Teach displayed the seasoned martial arts he honed over many years on Whitebeard's ship, putting immense pressure on Luffy. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of fists hitting flesh echoed across the battlefield. Luffy sidestepped Teach's hook punch and retaliated with an elbow strike to Teach's ribs. Teach winced and stepped back, but suddenly changed tactics, delivering a powerful uppercut aimed at Luffy's chin. Boom! Luffy was lifted off the ground by the punch, but adjusted his stance mid-air, using his descent to execute a flying kick that struck Teach squarely in the chest. Cough cough. Teach spat out a mouthful of blood, you little brat. You got some skills. Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit intensifying. It's not over yet. Bring it on. On the other side, Usopp, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, Chopper, and Nami faced off against Van Augur, Baji, Q, and Lafitte. Van Augur stood on a distant platform, the crosshairs of his sniper rifle locked onto Usopp's forehead, bidding farewell to the king of snipers. He sneered as he pulled the trigger. However, the bullet was precisely intercepted by another projectile in midair. What? Van Augur's eyes widened as he saw Usopp standing on a broken wall 300 meters away, slingshot fully drawn. Usopp can use advanced Kenbunchika Haki. Usopp grinned, his eyes sparkling with foresight. Your next shot will hit my left shoulder. But I won't give you that chance. Deadly move. Gunpowder Star, specially crafted split ammunition. The specially crafted ammunition infused with armament Haki tore through the air. Van Augur hurriedly dodged, only to see the ammunition suddenly split in midair, turning into dozens of small projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions completely engulfed Van Augur. When the smoke cleared, the sniper from the Blackbeard pirates was unconscious amid the ruins. This is the real king of snipers. Usopp struck a cool pose. At the same time, wah! I'm the world fighting champion. Baya punch Zanyi di Ayabogi. Bang! The punch of the world fighting champion landed solidly on Sanji's back, but it made a metallic clink. Baji stared at his deformed arm in shock. This is impossible. Sanji slowly turned around, his skin unmarked under his suit. Haven't you eaten? Are you just tickling me? He suddenly exploded into action, his right leg becoming a shadow. Iron kick. Crack! Baji's sternum snapped with a sound, and his massive body flew backward, crashing deep into the clouds. I've never seen such a weak champion before. Sanji lit a cigarette, disdainfully blowing a smoke ring. Lafitte showed no concern for his fallen comrades, instead elegantly swinging his cane sword. Let me see how much strength a three-sword style swordsman really has. Zoro didn't even draw his swords, using only the sheaths to block all attacks. Your sword is too slow. Don't underestimate me. Lafitte's white wings suddenly spread from his back, his speed increasing. Zoro finally opened his eyes. Now, this is interesting. All three swords were drawn simultaneously. Three-sword style, demon slash. The sword light, wrapped in armament Haki, flashed past, and Lafitte's cane sword shattered into several pieces, his white top hat slowly falling. Haki! Haki! He fell to his knees, disbelief on his face. Do all newcomers in the Grand Line have Haki? Then he collapsed. On the other side, Q stealthily approached Nami and the others who were watching the battle, pulling out an apple bomb from his basket. Ahem. Please enjoy the fruit. Metal Devourer, full armament. Nami suddenly radiated a metallic sheen and directly caught the bomb with her hand. Boom! Emerging from the smoke of the explosion, Nami was unscathed. Is that all? Q was so frightened that he fell off his sick horse. Impossible. My specially crafted bomb. Arm strengthening. Hoof stamp. Chopper seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy kick that sent Q flying. In midair, dozens of arms suddenly appeared, tying him up like a zongzi. As Robin elegantly closed her book, done. In the forest, two figures clashed fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The dark armament Haki exploded in the air as Luffy and Teach exchanged blows, each strike carrying enough power to shatter steel. Luffy landed a heavy punch on Teach's face, while Teach retaliated with an elbow strike to Luffy's abdomen. Both staggered back, but immediately charged at each other again. Rubber, rubber, armament, elephant gun, dark water, armament, heavy punch. Boom. The two fists collided, and a violent shockwave erupted, shattering the ground beneath them. The ground beneath them collapsed, yet they still held their ground against each other's fists, neither willing to give an inch. Pirate ha-ha! Teach's mouth bled as he grinned. Kid, your Haki is good, but you're still far from it. Cut the crap. Luffy gritted his teeth and shouted, I will definitely defeat you. The two clashed again, without any flashy techniques, just the most primitive clash of strength. 10 punches, 20 punches, 50 punches. Blood splattered, sweat fell, their breaths grew heavier, and their movements gradually slowed. Finally, after a powerful exchange, both were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Huff! Huff! Luffy lay on his back, his chest heaving violently, every muscle trembling, his arms bruised and purple, his armament haki nearly exhausted, unable to move even a finger. On the other side, Teach was also gasping for breath, blood covering his face, but ultimately, he trembled to push himself up, swaying as he stood. Pirate, haha! He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Kid, you're strong. But I've been on Whitebeard's ship for decades without wasting my time. His physique was extraordinary, combined with years of combat experience, making him superior to the current Luffy. Teach staggered toward Luffy, his fist tightening again. It's over. Then he looked around, his pupils suddenly constricting. Van Augur, Baji, Q Lafitte, his proud subordinates, were all sprawled on the ground, completely out of combat ability. Chapter 100. Who wants the dark fruit? Damn! Teach's face was as dark as water, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. In this situation, even if he won now, it would be equivalent to losing. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps came from behind, and Teach turned sharply to see Ron walking towards him slowly, his robe moving as if there were no wind, each step seeming to tread on Teach's heartbeat. Damn it! I have to strike first. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Teach's eyes as he suddenly sprang into action. Dark water, his palm instantly wrapped in darkness, grabbing Ron's wrist with a speed that was lightning fast. Ha ha ha! Teach sneered, his face quivering with fat, thinking you were a master. But it turns out you were so easily caught in close combat. His fingers tightened like iron claws. Now, no matter what powerful fruit ability you have, it will be rendered ineffective. However, Ron's expression showed no change, instead revealing a mocking cold smile, his gaze like that of someone looking at a ridiculous fool. Who told you? I am an ability user? Ron slowly raised his other hand, the pitch-black armament haki covering his entire arm like a tide, the flowing haki aura even surpassing him at his peak. What? Teach's sneer instantly froze. How could you? The next second, boom, Ron's fist shot out like a dragon emerging from the water, wrapped in extremely refined armament haki, heavily smashing into Teach's waist. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. Teach's plump body flew out like a broken sack, crashing into several large trees before finally stopping. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, the double pain leaving him momentarily speechless. After recovering, his eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. How was this possible? This intensity of haki. Ron coldly stared at the unconscious Teach. You dare to act without even knowing my background? When the others saw Blackbeard defeated, the first thought was to disband. After all, with the captain gone, what was the point of persisting? However, Ron still stepped forward, taking down each of them with a punch. Luffy looked at Ron and the fallen people in shock. Bro, you're amazing. You knocked them all away with one punch? Ding. Mission completed. Reward: 100 pounds of top-tier sea beast meat. Other missions failed. No rewards. Luffy lay on the ground, the system's notification ringing in his mind. Although he didn't manage to kill Blackbeard, the reward for repelling him made him excitedly jump up. Meat. There's meat to eat, and it's top-tier sea beast meat. Too bad there's no new move. Meanwhile, Ron's tenfold return system was simultaneously triggered. Ding. Detected subsystem host repelling Blackbeard. Tenfold return activated. Gained 1,000 pounds of top-tier sea beast meat. With a flash of golden light, a mountain of sea beast meat appeared out of thin air, each piece glistening with marble-like patterns, the fat shining under the sunlight, and the rich meaty aroma instantly filling the air. So much meat. Thank you, Brother Ron. Let's have a feast. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he pounced into the pile of meat, grabbing 2 large chunks and stuffing them directly into his mouth without chewing. Ron smiled and waved his hand. Don't be polite. Eat as much as you want. The Straw Hat crew immediately cheered. Zoro brought over barrels of alcohol. Sanji set up a grill. Usopp and Chopper excitedly skewered meat. Even Robin smiled as she helped prepare utensils. Just as the feast was in full swing, Ron suddenly stood up and walked towards the unconscious Blackbeard Teach, drawing everyone's attention as the noise gradually hushed. Ron, what are you doing? Nami asked in confusion. Ron squatted beside Teach, looking at him. I'm thinking, who should this dark fruit go to? Or does anyone want it? Dark fruit? Sanji exhaled a smoke ring, frowning slightly. What's special about that guy's ability? It looked pitch black when he used it, feeling quite unusual, even able to swallow Enel's lightning. Ron looked up, scanning everyone. The dark fruit is indeed somewhat special, and very special. It is the most unique among all natural types. Unique? Zoro, wiping his sword, became interested. First of all, Ron explained, it cannot allow the user to become elemental like other natural types. Usopp's eyes widened. Wait, a natural type that can't become elemental? What kind of natural type is that? That's what makes it special, Ron continued. Secondly, its true horror lies in the fact that as long as the user touches the target's body, the target's devil fruit ability will temporarily become ineffective, during which time they are equivalent to a normal person. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Luffy, who was busily eating meat, looked up, his mouth greasy as he chimed in. That's right. When I fought that guy, he grabbed my arm, and I couldn't use my rubber powers at all. Robin pondered. So that's why Blackbeard could catch Enel. Not only that, Ron stood up, his gaze deep. The dark fruit can also absorb all attacks, even the abilities of other devil fruits. The scene fell into silence. Only the crackling of the campfire remained. Chopper's little hooves trembled. What a terrifying ability. Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. So this guy specializes in countering ability users? Exactly. Then Ron dropped another jaw-dropping revelation. Most importantly, the dark fruit can extract others' abilities, transferring them to oneself or to others. What? The glow of the campfire illuminated the astonished faces of everyone. Ron's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Captain, Usopp suddenly stood up, the skewered meat in his hand falling to the ground. You mean the dark fruit can extract others' abilities? Ron nodded, lightly tapping his knee with his fingertip. That's right. The dark fruit can extract others' devil fruit abilities and transfer them to oneself or others. ISNT, that just like the purple light scroll Nami found before? Sanji almost dropped the cigarette he was holding. Robin's beautiful eyes widened, clearly shaken by the current information. Not the same. Ron shook his head, taking out the previous purple light scroll. The scroll's ability is even more powerful. It is not limited by the target. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Zoro asked in confusion, What do you mean? Chapter 101. Dark Sanji Double Pain? Double Rewards. Ron slowly unfolded the scroll. The runes on it shimmering with a strange light in the fire. Simply put, the dark fruit can only be passed from person to person. But this scroll, his gaze swept over the crowd. It can transfer the ability to any object. Any object? Chopper's blue nose twitched. Usopp suddenly jolted, excitedly raising his black bag. Does that mean I can transfer the devil fruit ability to my black bag, making my sniper rifle a devil fruit ability weapon? Ron's lips curled up. Exactly. Boom. This news exploded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. Luffy stopped chewing, a piece of meat falling from his open mouth. Wow. Can my straw hat eat a devil fruit too? Nami facepalmed. Idiot, how can a hat eat a fruit? But it sounds theoretically possible. The firelight danced on everyone's faces, reflecting various complex expressions. The question of who would eat the dark fruit suddenly made the atmosphere tense. So, Ron surveyed the crowd. The question arose, who would eat this dark fruit? A moment of silence. Zoro was the first to speak, holding 3 swords. His expression firm. I have been pursuing the pure swordsmanship my whole life. He glanced at the unconscious Blackbeard, and the dark fruit is contrary to my swordsmanship. Chopper raised his little hoof. I already have the human fruit. Nami and Robin also stated they already had fruit abilities and could not eat anymore. The crowd's gaze naturally turned to the remaining 3, Ron, Sanji, and Usopp. Usopp suddenly puffed out his chest, looking serious. I have the physique of a fishman, invincible in water. If I eat a devil fruit, who will save you if you fall into the sea? Luffy nodded in realization. That makes sense. Usopp can't eat. Ron shrugged. I'm a system person. My body structure is special. I can't eat devil fruits. Huh. The cigarette in Sanji's mouth fell to the ground. Am I the only qualified one? He looked around and found everyone looking at him with expectant eyes. I'll take the hits. I'll eat the fruit. Sanji frantically rubbed his blonde hair. Who made me Sanji? The eternal night. Sanji trembled, holding the scroll, radiating a strange purple light. His eyes filled with reluctance and struggle. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and growled, "For my friends. I'm going for it." The purple light suddenly erupted, transforming into countless fine runic chains that wrapped around Blackbeard Teach's body. Teach's body twitched as the dark energy was forcibly stripped away, all rushing into Sanji's body. Once the fruit was extracted, Sanji also mastered the ability of the dark fruit. He felt it slightly and found it was indeed real. Then Sanji's mouth twitched, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked up to the sky and lamented, "My dream was clearly to have the invisible fruit. Now it has turned into this pitch-black thing." He clenched his fists tightly, his voice choked. "Damn it, my bathing advantage, oh no, my combat advantage, is all gone." Ron, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh, patting his shoulder to comfort him. "It's just an invisible ability, not something rare. The Germa 60 SXS tech battlesuit can achieve optical invisibility. I can get you a set later." Sanji was taken aback. Then his face turned pale as he roared, "I will never use Germa 60 SXS stuff." He had vowed since childhood to distance himself from that evil family. Ron shrugged and added, "Besides, don't you still have the invisible ability experience card? Although it can only be used a few times, it will be enough in critical moments." Hearing this, Sanji's mood calmed down a bit, wiping away non-existent tears and nodding reluctantly. "The experience card is acceptable." But he then gritted his teeth and emphasized, "But Germa 60 SXS equipment, don't even think about me wearing it in this lifetime." Sanji was lost in the complex emotions of gaining a new ability when Ron suddenly patted his shoulder, revealing a meaningful smile. "By the way, I have to tell you a good piece of news in advance. The dark fruit has a side effect." "Side effect? Good news?" Sanji was taken aback, a vague sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Ron nodded, speaking calmly. "The person who eats the dark fruit will feel double the pain from attacks." Double. Sanji's eyes widened instantly, his mouth agape enough to fit an orange, his whole body frozen as if struck by lightning. The next second, he suddenly went a bit crazy. "Am I going to be beaten to death?" While Sanji hadn't completely lost it, Ron explained again, don't panic. It's precisely because of this side effect that I specifically let you master the ability of the dark fruit." Sanji relaxed his grip, looking at him suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Ron smiled and continued, "Since the pain is doubled, the system rewards for taking hits will also double. In other words, every time you get hit, the rewards you gain will be doubled. Double." Sanji's pupils suddenly constricted, his previously angry expression freezing in an instant. And then a look of ecstasy blossomed in his eyes. "Double rewards. Does that mean that in the future, when I get reward for the invisible ability experience card, I can directly get double portions?" His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his mind already pictured himself holding two invisible cards, appearing and disappearing on the battlefield. "No, in the women's bath." "Awesome. This fruit ability is worth it." Sanji excitedly clenched his fists, the previous gloom swept away. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, even feeling the urge to cook 2 dishes for the captain, and he could also nullify the enemy's fruit abilities. Thinking this way, the dark fruit is simply a huge profit. Ron watched his transition from despair to ecstasy. "So you don't dislike it now?" Sanji grinned, confidently giving a thumbs up. "Worth it. This is a big win." Nami on the side, helplessly face-bombed. "This guy transitions his emotions too quickly, right?" Zoro snorted coldly. "Idiot cook, there's nothing in your head besides the invisible ability. Over here, there's still someone unconscious." Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the unconscious Enel, who controlled lightning. Robin stroked her chin thoughtfully. "This is the so-called strongest Logia type, the Rumble fruit." Chapter 102. The Thunder Goddess Nami. Zoro crossed his arms and rarely expressed his opinion. Indeed, such powerful abilities would be a waste if left unused. His gaze swept across everyone present. "But you all already have your own abilities." Just as everyone hesitated, Usopp suddenly slapped his forehead and jumped up excitedly. "That's right. Use it for Nami." He quickly ran to Nami's side, gesturing animatedly as he explained. "Didn't Nami ask me to make her the weather stick?" I put a lot of effort into my design. While speaking, he gestured. My design concept is to create climate changes through hot and cold bubbles, forming thunderclouds, and finally directing lightning strikes. I designed 3 versions of the energy conversion device. Nami tilted her head curiously. So? Usopp grinned. But if you directly gain the power of the Thunder Fruit, wouldn't that be perfect? You can summon wind, rain, and lightning at will. I can skip making the weather stick. Nami's eyes widened in surprise, her fingers unconsciously curling around her orange hair ends. Can it really work like that? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, but then she hesitated, thinking about such a precious ability. Wait, I already have the Munch Fruits ability. Ron smiled and nodded. The Munch Fruit was just a stopgap measure, and the Thunder Fruit is indeed a perfect fit. Moreover, we have a partner who is more suited for the Munch Fruit. Additionally, as a navigator, Nami is most sensitive to weather changes. With the Thunder Fruit, not only can she perfectly control the weather, but her combat power will also greatly increase. Sanji immediately agreed. Nami, please accept this power. No one is more suited for it than you. As for the Munch Fruit, I'll just take it out directly and leave it for the future partner of our great captain. Zoro couldn't help but comment. Cook. But he had to admit, there really is no one more suited to control weather abilities than the navigator. Nami looked at the expectant gazes of everyone and finally made up her mind. She took a deep breath, then, I'll give it a try. But Usopp, if the effect isn't good, you still need to continue making my weather stick. Okay? Usopp patted his chest and promised. Don't worry. Even if you have the Devil Fruit ability, I can still help you make the weather stick, and I can develop even more powerful combination techniques. Amidst the expectant gazes, Enel collapsed weakly to the ground. His once proud divine power completely stripped away, leaving only an ordinary human body. He trembled as he raised his hands, no longer feeling the surging power of lightning within him. And the face that always bore an arrogant expression was now filled with fear and despair. At the same time, Nami was also receiving the power of the Thunder Fruit, which saved her a step, as she wouldn't have to eat a disgusting devil fruit. As a transfer of the fruit's ability was completed, her original ability was perfectly sealed into another ordinary apple, which would become a precious gift for their future partner. This is the power of the Thunder Fruit? Nami felt the surging thunder power within her, and her whole body began to emit dazzling blue electric light. Her orange short hair moved without wind, with tiny arcs of electricity jumping between the strands, and she seemed to transform into the Thunder Goddess. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Nami tentatively raised her right hand, and her slender arm was instantly wrapped in violent lightning. With a gentle wave, boom! A thunderous pillar of lightning, thicker than an adult man's waist, suddenly descended from the sky. The blinding blue-white electric light tore through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the hill that was dozens of meters high was split in half. The exposed surface of the split mountain showed a lava-like red color, and the air was filled with a burning smell. This is way too exaggerated, right? Usopp's jaw almost dropped to the ground, his legs involuntarily shaking. Zoro's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. What a joke. The power of this strike. Luffy couldn't help but widen his eyes, his jaw dropping to the ground. So amazing. Nami. So amazing. As expected of the Thunder Fruit. Known as the strongest natural type, this destructive power. Sanji's cigarette had long fallen to the ground in shock, but he quickly had hearts in his eyes. Ah, Thunder Goddess Nami, this power suits you perfectly. Nami herself was also shocked by this terrifying power. She looked at her crackling hands, her voice trembling. I just want to give it a try. I didn't expect it would be this powerful. Ron quickly regained his composure and smiled as he patted Nami's shoulder. It seems you need to adapt to this new ability well. But with your understanding of weather, you should master it quickly. In the distance, Enel witnessed all of this and finally completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and letting out an unwilling roar. Impossible. That is my power. My divine power. However, at this moment, no one paid him any attention. The Straw Hat crew's focus was entirely on the new ability Nami had gained. Now, Nami had transformed into a terrifying force that could control thunder. In this sea, a true thunder goddess was born. Haha, The party continues. Time to eat meat. Celebrate Nami. Nami is so terrifying. Just as everyone was enthusiastically preparing for the banquet, the forest suddenly stirred. Dozens of Shandyo warriors rushed out of the dense forest, led by Wiper, who held a burning cannon, his face full of vigilance. However, the sight before him left him dumbfounded. The once invincible god Enel was tied up like a dead dog, roaring in anger. Beside him, the entire Blackbeard pirates lay defeated, and the once arrogant Sky Island guard was cowering in a corner, trembling. Wiper's gaze finally fell on Ron, whose robe was spotless as he leisurely flipped through the roasted meat. You. Wiper's voice trembled slightly. Did you defeat Enel? Ron continued sprinkling spices on the meat without looking up, just a casual effort. The Shandyo warriors exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The enemy they had never been able to defeat for years was just casually dealt with. Wiper took a deep breath and suddenly knelt on one knee. Benefactor, thank you for avenging the Shandyo people. This kindness we will never forget. The warriors behind him all knelt down in unison, some even shedding tears of excitement. Thank you, Benefactor. Luffy, with grease all over his face, looked up. Don't kneel. Come eat meat together. Chapter 103. At the top of the vines, the city of gold. Nami waved her hand with a smile. This is top-quality sea beast meat. Wappa was stunned for a moment, then showed a relieved smile. Great. The Sandians are best at roasting meat. After a hearty meal, the campfire gradually dimmed, and the aroma of roasted meat still lingered in the air. Nami stood up, dusted off her shorts, her eyes sparkling with the symbol of berries. All right, everyone is full. Let's go treasure hunting now. Her voice was clear and bright. But what responded to her was an eerie silence. Only Ron calmly nodded. Sure. The others, however, Zoro was holding a barrel of alcohol, pretending not to hear. Focused on gnawing on a charred beast bone. Luffy was crazily stuffing meat into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Usopp was counting the ammunition in his slingshot, muttering about needing to replenish this and adjust that. Even Robin, who had shown interest in treasure hunting last time, was elegantly cutting a piece of roasted meat, smiling. The roasted meat here is indeed delicious. I'd like to have a bit more. Chopper was directly hugging a large piece of meat, blinking his watery big eyes. I haven't had such delicious roasted meat in a long time. A hashtag slowly appeared on Nami's forehead, and her orange short hair seemed to stand up. Humph. She snorted coldly, and suddenly, the sky rumbled with thunder. Crash! Lightning split the night sky, illuminating everyone's frozen faces. Zoro's barrel clattered to the ground. Luffy's piece of meat fell from his open mouth. Usopp directly squatted down, covering his head, and even Robin paused in her cutting motion. But how terrifying! Chopper trembled and hid behind Zoro. Nami was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. The Sandian warriors nearby were also startled by the sudden thunder. Wappa put down the roasted meat in his hand, looking over curiously. Treasure hunting? Is there anything more precious than land? Of course there is. Nami's eyes instantly turned into shining berry symbols, her hands cupping her heart as she shouted, Gold! Gold is the most wonderful thing in the world. She grabbed Ron's arm, not giving anyone else a chance to object. Let's go. The treasure map shows it's at the top of the vines. Hey, wait a minute. Before everyone could react, Nami was already dragging Ron towards the towering giant vine in the distance, her orange short hair flying in the wind. Her steps light as if she had already seen piles of gold. Wappa paused for a second, then suddenly stood up. Wait, benefactors. He turned to shout at the Sandian warriors. How can we let the guests take risks by themselves? We're the guides here. But Chief, a warrior looked longingly at the sizzling meat on the grill. Wappa slapped him on the back of the head. Is gold more important or roasted meat? Keep up. The Sandian warriors had no choice but to hurriedly grab their weapons, reluctantly glancing at the fragrant roasted meat, and quickly followed. The Straw Hat crew left behind looked at each other. Should we go too? Chopper asked quietly, holding half a piece of roasted meat. Zoro stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth, mumbling, You go if you want, I don't want to dig up anything weird again. He pointed at the still unconscious Enel and Blackbeard not far away, in case they dug up an even more troublesome guy this time. They wouldn't even have meat to eat. Luffy nodded vigorously, each hand grabbing a roasted leg. Exactly. I want to eat roasted meat. Usopp was in a dilemma. Nami is now a thunder fruit user who can threaten her, and with the captain here, it's definitely fine. Don't worry. Chopper, Sanji exhaled a smoke ring, calmly turning the grill. With Miss Nami's personality, if she really finds gold, she will definitely shout. It won TB2, late to go then. On the other side, Nami and Ron climbed to the top of the vines. The sight before them made everyone hold their breath. A huge golden bell stood quietly at the top of the vines, its body carved with ancient patterns, radiating a soft and noble glow in the sunlight. Vines were wrapped around the bell's hammer, as if it had been waiting here for hundreds of years. It's really a golden bell. Nami's voice trembled with excitement, her hands unconsciously touching the bell's body. Such high purity. How much is such a large piece worth? Just then, the treasure map in her hand suddenly glowed with golden light, and amidst everyone's astonished gazes, it gradually transformed into a shiny golden shovel. A golden shovel. Nami's eyes sparkled. Treasure hunting requires professional tools. Wappa and the Sandian warriors were at a loss for words. It really is a golden bell. However, seeing the golden shovel in her hand, does this mean they're going to dig? But can they at least knock on the golden bell before digging? Before they could say anything, Nami had already reverently clasped her hands. Oh, God of gold, please grant me more gold. Saying this, she didn't hesitate to dig towards the cloud ground beneath the golden bell with her shovel. Clang! The moment the shovel touched the cloud ground, a dazzling golden light pillar shot up into the sky. Wow! Nami exclaimed, but not out of fear, rather in ecstasy. This light, this color, it's gold. It's really gold. I'm going to get rich. A golden whirlpool unfolded beneath everyone's feet, the clouds roiling like boiling water. Before everyone's astonished eyes, a magnificent golden city slowly rose from the whirlpool. Houses made of gold, streets paved with gold, fountains carved from gold. Every inch of the city shimmered with dazzling golden light. Golden, the land of gold. Wappa knelt on the ground. His voice choked with emotion. The legendary Shandora really exists. The land of gold that the great warrior Calgara spoke of. We finally see it. And Nami was so happy she was about to faint. She staggered toward